Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. The sun's rays illuminated the city streets. Dry tree branches peeked out from behind the walls. A dark-haired man with his hands tied hung himself in front of the window. A drop of saliva dripped from his lip. The man remembered soldiers with machine guns and orders to kill. Bullets were flying at high speed through the mercenaries. The commander ordered to finish off each one. Wounded and dead soldiers fell to the ground. A man with a machine gun fired a burst, telling the guys to make sure that there was not a single living person left. The mercenaries were wounded and fell to the ground. Bullets also hit civilians. The commander ordered to shoot every creature. A dark flag fluttered over a pile of corpses. A tired man walked past the dead bodies. He noticed a woman hugging a deceased child. She pressed his head to herself. Bloody tears were streaming down the man's cheeks. Suddenly he opened his eyelids. The man coughed loudly. He swung on the rope. The man slid his legs up in a deft movement. He pressed his feet against the ceiling. He pulled out the hook and fell to the ground. The man lay motionless on the ground. He sat up and coughed heavily. Lying under the window, he exhaled with relief. There were syringes and pills on the windowsill. The man stood up, pulled the rope and said that it was useless because no matter how much he tried to die, he couldn't. The hero threw the rope to the floor. The rays of the morning sun illuminated the city. Crowds of people walked along the street. The news reported that strange creatures had been discovered in the city this morning, wandering around the epicenters of major fires. The townspeople crowded into the metro. The reporter added that according to the latest information, the city is not functioning, and the population is in panic, but the police are doing everything in their power to find out the cause of what happened. People were passing under the screen showing what was happening. The presenter said that the government assures that all residents will soon be able to take refuge in a shelter. The cars were caught in a small lock. The news reported that the government promises that it will direct all forces to protect the civilian population. The townspeople were walking inside the store. The man touched his pocket. He lowered his head. The hero reached out to a white bottle on the shelf. The man took a bottle of water. Suddenly, a cry for help was heard throughout the room. People ran away in panic. The heroes turned around, hearing what was happening. He noticed people running past. The visitors fell to the floor, after which unknown creatures attacked them. One of the customers managed to get up and ran away, screaming for help. The man silently watched what was happening. The monster's clawed paws stepped next to the woman's face. The monsters tore people apart. The hero glared at them, wondering what kind of creatures they were and if he was hallucinating from the drugs he took yesterday. The monsters jumped up and growled loudly. One of them raised his knife above his head and squealed loudly. The monster aimed his blow at the hero. The man kicked him in the head. The monster's teeth shattered. The monster hit its own allies. The wounded monster fell to the floor. The surviving monsters looked at the man on the floor. The man frowned and said that now he remembered, because yesterday he did not use anything because he tried to hang himself, and, in that case, he did not understand what kind of creatures these were even more. The monsters jumped up with a scream. They approached the hero from all sides. The man quickly turned around and made a backfist. The monster swung its club at his head. The hero stepped back and turned around. He grabbed the monster by the arm. The next second, the club hit the monster in the face. The man twisted the stick, hitting two opponents at once, wondering if he was sleeping. The hero gritted his teeth and lifted the monsters off the ground. The monsters fell to the ground, spitting out blood. The hero decided to finish them off right away. He stepped on one of the defeated opponents. The man twisted the knife in his hand. He took it in the opposite grip and said that he had been thinking for a long time about how to kill himself. He frowned angrily and added that he did not want to die in a place like this now. The hero swung the knife at his opponent. Muffled sounds of blows were heard throughout the store. The man stood in the middle of scattered goods. He stood with his back to the monsters killed. The man touched the hood. He looked to the right and saw complete devastation, thinking that unexpectedly the end had come for this world. The young guy clutched the bat with both hands. He fought off the advancing monsters. He was waving his club, shouting and scaring away the monsters. The boy gritted his teeth and wondered what kind of monster it was. One of the monsters opened its mouth and screamed loudly. The boy remembered school and regretted missing this training. In his head he heard the coaches scream about where he ran off to. Near the gym, a voice of one of the students was heard. He said that he felt sick and left. The coach called it nonsense. Shuen threw his bag over the fence. Once outside, he cursed loudly. The boy looked back at the school and said that his uncle needed a good rest and that everyone was training very hard so they would see each other tomorrow. Clouds floated across the sunset sky. The young man decided that he needed to refresh himself in front of the internet cafe. Suddenly, he came out of the memory, blocking a blow. He was thrown back. The boy hit a rack and dropped the bat. Shuen grabbed his head. The monsters rushed at him. The young man looked back in fear, hearing the man's voice. The man hit one of the monsters in the face. The monster hit its comrade. The hero quickly ran towards them. The monsters turned around in surprise. The man armed himself with a screwdriver. Making several quick jerks, he attacked the monsters in the neck and ribs. The man frowned angrily, holding the corpse in his hands. He threw it aside and ran towards the survivors. The monster noticed the approaching tip of the screwdriver. The hero lowered his hand, finishing off the monsters. He rose on his foot and, turning to the guy, said that if he wanted to live, he should follow him. The man threw off his hood, adding that the guy would have to follow his orders. Shuan looked at him in confusion and agreed. Suddenly, they heard a loud scream. The man jumped up from his seat. The guy tried to stop him. He looked back at the bat and wondered how the man could have left without him. The guy grabbed his gear and said that it was better to go like this than with his bare hands. Silence fell in the store. The guy ran up to the man and asked why he didn't wait for him. The giant monster was standing with his arm torn off. The man with the racket was trying to drive him away in front of the guys. He was waving his tennis racket, driving the monster away. Behind him lay a woman with her daughter. The guy frowned in fear and asked what it was. The hero snatched the bat from his hands and ran forward. The tennis racket shattered into pieces. The monster raised his hand above his head, preparing to hit. The hero rushed to help with all his might. Suddenly, the monster turned his attention to him. The man frowned angrily. Having closed the distance, the man delivered a couple of blows to the head. The hero turned his foot and prepared to attack. He made a sweeping blow to the monster's head. The hero frowned, thinking that the recoil was like hitting a mountain. The monster grabbed a metal bat. He looked at the man and crushed the bat. The hero noticed that the monster was preparing to attack. He bent down and somersaulted, dodging the blow. The man grabbed a broken racket. He dodged and went around the monster's hand. The monster noticed the incoming blow. The hero plunged the handle into the monster's eye. The man dropped to the ground and picked up the pita. He swung it and wished death on the monster. The monster opened its mouth. The monster spread its arms out to the sides and roared loudly. The man suddenly froze in place. Shuan looked at what was happening in surprise. The man and woman on the ground fell into a stupor. The guy trembled slightly, indicating that his body was not moving. The hero frowned and let out steam. The monster raised his hand to strike. The man opened his mouth wider and let out a muffled wheeze. He blocked the attack at the last moment. The man was thrown into the rack. The monster raised his hand. He grabbed the handle in his eye. The guy was trembling in fear. The monster looked at him. Shuan frowned tensely and said that he guessed that he needed to stay for training. He swallowed hard and decided that this could not be. The monster threw the handle aside. The guy cursed out loud. Human was scared but trembling. The girl was clinging to her mother in tears. The woman asked him to save her child. Shuan clenched his teeth and tried to move. His heart was beating tensely. Under the pressure of his pulse, his hand twitched slightly. The young man raised his head and clenched his fists, screaming loudly. The monster looked at him in surprise. The guy frowned and lowered his head. The people bowed down, coughed heavily. Shuan looked at the palms enveloped in energy and said that he was overcome by the feeling as if every cell was permeated with energy. He picked up the bat and added that it was like a fire inside him. He gritted his teeth and looked at the angry monster, saying that perhaps in this state he could defeat it. The man jumped onto the monster's shoulders and threw a rope around its neck. He twisted his palm and pulled the string. The guy exclaimed in surprise. The monster wheezed loudly. The monster began to rush in. The man gritted his teeth and said that he could still resist. The hero turned his back and pulled the strings tighter. Frowning angrily, he called the guy and asked if he was still unconscious and if he had picked up the bat for show. The young man grabbed the handle with his other hand and cursed. The guy raised the bat over his head and screamed loudly. He attacked the monster. Blue blood spilled across the space. The bodies of the wounded and dead lay between the shelves of the store. There were also corpses among the scattered trash. The survivors gathered in a small camp. They comforted each other, slept and ate. The townspeople looked at Tihun and Xuan. The boy looked at the people and thought that these 7 hours were comparable to a decade, and that the first half of his life was full of small and big troubles, but it was nothing compared to the last minute. He looked at the hero and thought that his name was Tihun and that he was curious about the man's past. The hero took a sip from a metal can. The boy added that despite their close relationship, it was still difficult for him to get along with him and that he only knew his name, but he was sure that the man was not an ordinary person. Remembering the body of the dead, he thought that there were only 100 people left alive and the dead outnumbered them. But if it were not for the man, it is unknown how many more people would have died, and perhaps he himself would have died too. Xuan remembered how they confronted the monsters and thought that the man evacuated the helpless, and he himself killed these creatures, and that there was not a drop of confusion in his gaze, only confidence, and when everyone was seized by panic, he easily cleared out department after department as if he was used to such a life. The guy remembered the man standing among the corpses and decided that the state of affairs seemed absurd. Ti-hoon raised his hand and asked the guy to take off his gloves. The young man looked at the back of his palm, asking what kind of sign it was. The young man imagined outstretched hands with symbols, thinking that they had become special people, awakened, but so far little is known about this because only 4-5% of people become susceptible to awakening. The man put on a glove and said that in this situation, it is necessary to quickly transmit information, so they have a simple name for this thing. The boy crumpled the bat in his hand and thought that presumably the power they had received had something to do with it, and that he didn't think he would get it that easily, because with that kind of power, he could easily get into the big leagues. He looked at the man and opened his stats, surprised that he could see the stats of awakened and monsters with his phone. Holding the phone in his hands, he looked at his ally, thinking that he hung out in an internet cafe every day, and now, apparently, he got into the game. The man addressed him by name. A pile of dead monsters lay on the floor. The man ordered these creatures to be moved to the meat department of the department store. The boy rolled the stroller past the department, thinking that he didn't know why the man needed it. But then he noticed that he was covered in blood, and he had a general idea why. Small weapons hovered in a stream of energy above the man's hand. The boy thought that this animal that looked like a man could no longer be called a man. He looked at the crowd of people and added that the man shared the information he had received with everyone. The crowd turned to them. The young man added that despite the panic, the people trusted the man standing in front of them. He remembered how the hero fought the monsters and thought that if it weren't for him, most of the people would have died at their hands. Then he remembered how the man lifted the heir of one of the townspeople and thought that he had just taught a lesson to the 3 men who wanted to take advantage of the general unrest. And thanks to this, the people began to trust him even more, and in fact, even if he had not used his abilities, he could easily subdue the 3. The hero looked at the crowd, called the time and said that he would tell them about the current situation. The red-haired woman stepped forward with her hand raised and said that she had a curious mark, so he could tell him what kind of pattern it was. The boy remembered how she confronted those 3 guys. Ti-hoon lowered his head and said that in order to survive, you only need to think about yourself. But he will tell you everything about these patterns because he sees no point in hiding this information. But if we talk about the monster crystals, they will be a reward from the garage. The woman crossed her arms and asked what kind of crystals they were. The boy replied that he gave them this name because the boss said it would help in communication. He imagined a red stone against the background of a dead monster and said that the crystal is a kind of stone that can be found in the body of a monster. And as the boss said, each phone will show the characteristics and special skills of the owner, and people will also be able to see the various indicators of the monsters, because the phone shows that you need to get the crystal to strengthen your own skills. The man looked at the woman and said that they could not stay in this place. The woman asked why he thought so, because there was enough food in this place, and they would last for several days, and besides, the electricity was working, and he had closed the fire exit, and most likely, a rescue team would arrive soon. Standing in front of the woman, the man said that this was a temporary rest area because it was not suitable for a long stay, so there could be no talk of a rescue team. Because the situation outside could be worse than theirs, the woman asked how he knew about the situation outside, because he was in the underground of a shopping center. She brought a cigarette to her face. The man looked away and said that 6 hours had passed, but no one, including the rescue team, entered, which meant that they had no way to enter this place, and the means of communication were also not working. He looked into her eyes and added that they needed to leave this place and get to the nearest metro station. Ti-hoon frowned sternly and said that the monsters appeared suddenly, and the past of their place was discovered. And since they were able to calmly enter this place through the entrance, this confirmed the already known problem, so they should leave immediately. The woman glared at him and shouted that they were all very tired, and then asked if he saw that there were many elderly and injured people in this place. Suddenly, the man quickly looked back. He put his hand out to the side and ordered the people to move away from the entrance. The metal grate flew apart and threw the people aside. The man frowned and looked at what had happened. A giant dark monster appeared in the hole in the wall. Saliva was dripping down its jaw, and decided that it was another creature. Nearby, the man put out his palm, embraced by the aura. The monster looked at him in surprise. The next second, the monster hit the wall. The man continued to press it with all his might. He gritted his teeth and said that he was not a weakling either. The monster frowned tensely. The hero said that the monster had come just in time because he would be able to try out his new abilities. The townspeople watched tensely, discussing the fact that they looked like 2 dinosaurs. The man held his trembling hands in front of him. The people discussed that the monster had appeared again, so it must be admitted that it was not safe to stay in this place. The monster lowered his head. He pressed his head against the floor with incredible force. Ti-hoon sweated from the tension. The people imagined bent metal objects and said that although this guy was not so simple, but as it seemed to them, he could easily break the monster's neck since he could bend iron, but he would not last long. The hero turned to the guy and ordered everyone to quickly lead away. The young man gritted his teeth and turned to the boss. The monster growled madly. Taehoon tried to hold the monster in place. Suddenly he staggered back and lost control. The monster swung its paw. Shuin pushed off the ground with his foot. Running up to the monster, he threw the barbell over his head with a scream. The young man ran through the monster, attacked the monster in the face. He frowned tensely and said that it was a dead hit. The man looked at him in surprise and asked him to be careful. "I'm warning you about something." The young man looked at the bent bar and weights. The monster swung its palm at him. The guy blocked the blow at the last second. He was thrown back several meters. The people's mouths opened in surprise. The guy hit his back and spat out drops of blood. The man gritted his teeth and said that he miscalculated because he got tired quickly. The monster opened its mouth. The monster headed towards the hero. Taehoon suddenly realized something. He ran to the side. The monster's attack passed very close to him. The man directed his energy streams towards the ventilation. The monster clenched his teeth. At the last moment, the man escaped his grasp. Suddenly, a large amount of dust rose into the air and a roar was heard. The man was hanging on a beam above a cloud of dust. The monster smashed his head through several concrete walls. The man frowned in irritation. He fell to the floor. The man looked at the shelves and ran towards them. He grabbed a white canister. The hero threw the container at the monster. He opened it and lit the lighter. The lighter followed the canister. The monster instantly burst into flames. The hero hurried to the wounded guy. The woman helped him to get up, asking if he was okay or not. The man frowned tensely and asked if the guy could move. The young man said that he was in pain. He wiped his lip and said that everything was fine. The woman frowned and said that she was afraid that the broken rib had hit her lung, but apparently that did not happen. The man remembered what happened and thought that he had been badly hurt, but he had recovered quickly, and it was probably no coincidence that he had gotten up easily after the blow. The man took a step forward. The woman asked if it had healed so quickly. Taehoon said that they would come back to this later, then asked if he could walk. The guy replied that it still hurt, but he could already walk. The guys looked him in the eye. The man said that this place was dangerous, so the guy should take people and leave, then asked the girl if she knew how to enter. Shuin got to his feet. The man said that when they got out, they would find a car and wait there, and he would stay and deal with the monster. The evil monster looked at him. The man turned around and shouted for them to get out alive. The people watched what was happening tensely. The monster smiled broadly. The man looked at him and said that, as he saw, he was not affected at all. The guys ran away. The young man thought about his boss. A crowd of people ran to the street. They stopped. Shouts were heard from the crowd that they should not push. Shuin looked at the ally with the vulture in her hands. Suddenly he noticed the approaching monsters. The young man attacked them with a metal rod on the head. Suddenly he noticed a sign indicating the exit. People ran to the exit of the building. The armored monster swung his fist. The man frowned tensely. He rested the cleaver on the monster's armpit. The next second, he cut his flesh, releasing blue blood. The man turned around and looked at the wound he had caused. He noticed the scattered shards of the blade and the healed wound, thinking that this was not suitable. The monster broke away from its place. The man provoked it out loud. The guys opened their mouths in surprise. The townspeople were in a stupor, and when they went outside, they wondered what had happened. A deflated city appeared before them. Cars and houses were abandoned. The woman turned away from the guy. The young man asked what she was looking for, and she told her ally not to interfere and to take care of others. Suddenly, she ran up to the bus and shouted that she had found what she needed. There was a crash and a roar behind them, and the man and the monster flew out the window. Taehoon attacked the enemy while in the air. They landed on the car with a crash. Sunmi and Shuin quickly turned around. The man flew to the side and rolled on the ground. He got up from the floor and cursed. The monster rose to his knees. He stood up and growled angrily. The man frowned and ordered his allies to run away, and they to stand still. The guys fell into a stupor, and the woman agreed with his order. Taehoon grabbed the road sign. He tore it out along with the concrete. The man twisted the sign in his hand and began to provoke the monster. The monster rushed into battle. The guys approached the doors of the bus. The young man asked if she knew how to enter the bus. The woman answered that no, but it was practically the same as a simple car. She sat behind the wheel and began to look for the keys. Suddenly, she found them on the panel. Taehoon attacked the monster. He hit him on the head with a metal pipe. Dodging the attack, the man hit the monster in the lower ribs. Taehoon lunged forward and hit the monster in the chest. He quickly turned around and hit him in the head. The man ducked, dodging the blow. Without turning around, he aimed the pipe at the monster's face. The monster bit its teeth and swung its fist, pushing the man aside. The opponents stood opposite each other. The frightened people watched the scene, discussing how strong the guy was. Taehoon gritted his teeth and asked if his opponent would live. The monster growled angrily. Taehoon dodged the flying pipe. The bus quickly took off. The man looked back. The monster gritted his teeth. The woman spun the steering wheel in fear. The bus headed straight for the monster. The man jumped to the side. The monster froze in front of the bus. He frowned and growled. The man landed and looked back. The bus hit the monster. The monster braced itself against him. The monster tried its best to stop the bus. Shuan looked at the girl and said that she needed to step on the gas because he was going to flip them over. The woman shut him up and said that she had already pressed the pedal. The monster looked to the side. The man stretched out his hand, engulfed in energy, in front of him. He waved his hand and said that he knew that the impact of the bus would not kill him, but while he was busy, his neck could be twisted. The monster pulled the bus towards itself. The rear wheels of the car came off the ground. The young man grabbed the woman and screamed loudly. The driver asked her to let him go because she had nothing to breathe with. The hero frowned angrily and asked to say hello to the devil. The next second, the monster's neck was twisted. The bus flew straight into the wall. People watched what was happening in fear, discussing whether they killed him. The bus was sticking out of the stone wall. They crowded into nearby cars and cried loudly. Taehoon clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. He opened his eyes slightly and exhaled heavily, saying that they did it. He lowered his hand down. The man touched his chin and said that he had just breathed a sigh of relief and that he had tried to kill himself, but having avoided certain death, he had become happier. The man stood in the middle of the street thinking that he was no good. Taehoon lowered his head and said that he would not go anywhere like this. The woman narrowed her eyes. Shuan covered her with his body. He frowned, sat up and asked if she was okay. The woman looked him in the eyes and said that he had almost killed her twice and then asked her to stand up. The young man chuckled and said that she was okay. He helped her to stand up. The woman asked what happened to the monster. The guy replied that she had killed it with her own hands. The guys got off the bus and the girl asked him to move away. They looked at the boss and the guy stopped speaking. Taehoon swung the hatchet over the monster's body. The guys watched what was happening in surprise, and understand what he was doing. The man stood up to hit the corpse. Sunmi said that in recent days her head was filled with pink dreams. And the guys looked at the boss in fear. The woman added that this monster slapped her back and brought her back to reality, although she wanted to scream with all her might, but she didn't because she must have just been afraid. The man brought the scarlet crystal to his mouth. The woman decided that his motive soon became clear to her. Because of this unusual atmosphere, she didn't dare to utter a word. Taehoon closed his eyes and silently swallowed the crystal. The woman thought that she had worked as an intern for 3 years, did different jobs and saw a lot of corpses. She opened her mouth in surprise and decided that the smell of death was coming from the man because she could tell for sure that. She looked at his evil face and finished the thought by saying that he was an evil demon standing on a mountain of the dead and drowning in seas of blood. The protagonist's card appeared with descriptions of his skills and abilities, where his abilities, supernatural powers, levels of magic resistance, and various moments were described. Then Sunmi's card appeared, where she was smoking a cigarette, and her main properties and skills were also described. Taehoon was looking at the soda at this time, while Xuan was looking at the phone. The brunette said that the monster boss had broken through several levels ahead and Sunmi's special powers were good. The protagonist began to rummage through the backpack with medicines and supplies. Because he was good at collecting essentials, took gloves and hats, dark, non-reflective clothes. All the guys began to rummage through the store, looking for things on the shelves and backpacks. They also wanted food that had a long shelf life and was high in calories and easy to carry. Everyone was rummaging through the shelves for food and resources, following Taehoon's example. The main character in a cape with a backpack walked forward. Xuan looked ahead in confusion while the girl finished her cigarette. It was a gloomy, empty, dark city. After packing, they went to the city hall with everyone else, and fortunately, there were no monsters there. A crowd of people stood in front of the 3 main guys. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but Taehoon suggested that they continue walking, and this time he only allowed the awakened ones to go with him. The people were shocked and their mouths dropped open at such a statement. The guy didn't force anyone, but most people wanted to go with him, because ordinary people who weren't taken cursed these guys all the time. One of the crowd of people approached the main character and wanted to thank Taehoon, as did the other people, because they hoped that he would stay with them to survive this disaster together. The 3 guys started to leave, and the girl looked back. Taehoon left anyway, as did his 2 friends. A bunch of abandoned cars stood in the parking lot. He was not considered ruthless, because the city hall had enough food, medicine, and weapons, so they strengthened the defensive line with cars and fire doors and also found a passage to the subway. People sat in a closed room and waited out the disaster with families. Although it was not clear what was happening outside, they were taking a great risk, because the guys could not stay here waiting for help, because in this situation, taking all the people with them was tantamount to seeking death. Sunmi walked behind the protagonist and looked at him because she was trying to convince herself of all this. It was a gloomy, empty city with roads abandoned by cars. They needed to go to the military district, because there should be a police station on the way, and there they will find weapons. The guys walked along the empty sidewalk behind Taehoon, and he said that he would go ahead and the rest behind, and that they should not forget to look around. The three of them noticed a police station and tried to get inside. The hunter said that the slightest mistake could lead to their death, so he told them to be vigilant before they reached their target. They went inside and saw bloody bodies. Taehoon touched the dead man, wanting to check his indicators, and realized that this guy had died about 7 hours ago and the cause was a bullet that went through him. Suddenly, Xuan looked back at the protagonist, who asked him to remove the body and lock the doors and windows. Sunmi stood with her back to Taehoon, and they looked around. While Xuan was removing the corpse, the girl was going to look in the bag because she felt that there was something very important in there. She opened the bag and saw various things, immediately becoming dumbfounded and wide-eyed. Taehoon began to walk towards her. He approached her from behind and turned her around by the shoulder. The girl looked at the main character and apologized to him, asking him to take a look. She showed them a worn cup in her hands and explained that at first she thought the same thing, but she could not shake off some strange feeling. She handed over a token with a cup drawn on it to Taehoon. He was holding a drawing of a cup in his hands, which was a healing cup of the 7th level gods, because it created healing holy water with the help of supernatural power. Xuan immediately opened his mouth in shock, stating that it was a very useful thing, and they were lucky. Taehoon immediately turned away, causing Xuan to anxiously say that he was excited. While the protagonist stood, the boys sat on chairs and examined the holy cup. Sunmi closed her eyes, holding a glowing cup in her hands. It was a black cup that was thinning out yellow smoke. Xuan looked closely at the cup and noticed that it was full. Sunmi held the cup and began to lower her head as if she was suffocating. Taehoon looked at the tortured girl from under his hood and noticed that there was too much physical exertion. Sunmi felt like she had returned from the dead. All the windows were sealed with duct tape and a blanket. The girl poured holy water on Taehoon's wound. They noticed with amazement how the wound began to heal. Xuan's mouth opened in shock when the protagonist closed his sleeve, because he realized that Sunmi was now a healer. The guy closed his mouth in surprise when Taehoon said that the risks were high, but the benefits were not small. The three of them stood in front of each other when Taehoon reached into his pocket and said that after the military district, the next stop would be the museum. He took out his revolver and began to reload it, explaining that it was an M60 and there were 5 bullets inside, where the muzzle had to be pointed only at the target and try to aim for the head and chest. Xuan was glad that they finally had a weapon. Sunmi, along with Xuan, began to examine their pistols. The girl did not know if she would be able to use it, thinking that she should not overexert herself now. Suddenly, the brunette extended his hand to the guys so that they would be silent. Suddenly, his eyes bulged and his expression darkened. The girl also goggled in amazement. Xuan began to bare his teeth and frown. The guys immediately fell to the floor and began to run out of breath, except for Taehoon. The guy immediately opened the door and began to look back into the corridor. Then he began to walk forward and looked up. He was standing on the street and was illuminated by the light. He was standing in the courtyard of the police station, while the light illuminated him. A huge wing of a monster hovered above the city. It was a very huge flying monster with a blue glow. The protagonist noticed the black silhouette of a monster hovering in the sky. He bared his teeth in anger and frowned, looking forward. He began to fuss and tremble, imagining the eye of the monster looking at him, because he understood that this monster had very great strength, although he just flew past and did not understand how to fight it. Then the guy looked back. He ran to his guys, who were lying exhausted and almost unconscious. Xuan was lying face down on the floor, drooling, and replied that he was fine and offered to check on the girl. The protagonist had already started looking at Sunmi. Then he started doing artificial respiration. Then he started doing heart massage. He hugged the girl in his arms and noticing that her heart was still beating but there was no breathing, he noticed a cup of water. Then he started pouring water from the cup into the girl. Then from behind the same glass he poured water into Xuan. The guys immediately began to come to their senses, sitting on the floor. Xuan and Sunmi looked exhausted and dejected, not understanding why they suddenly began to choke. The protagonist frowned slightly and wanted to rest a little, and later they would go further, and for now it was necessary to change the plan. It was a gloomy, empty city. Time was ticking on the clock. All the guys were resting and sleeping at that moment. Only Taehoon sat with his arms crossed, puzzled. He imagined how gray clouds floated over this city. The sun was already rising in this empty city. At that moment, the monster with the wrench got hit in the face. Xuan fought the monsters skillfully, knocking them all down. The guy looked at what was happening in surprise and realized that not only had he become stronger, but he had also learned how to use this power. He looked back at the main character and said that he had dealt with all the monsters. Sunmi watched as Taehoon finished off the monster with an axe and said that in this way they could attract monsters and suggested using the power of thought. The two of them watched as their boss chopped the monster with an axe and told them that no one had yet mastered the power to perfection, and if they used it incorrectly, they could get hurt. He added that if there was a stronger creature here, this crowd would not dare to be here. He immediately threw the guys small red crystals so that they would eat them faster and not talk nonsense. All the guys immediately began to eat these crystals, and the boss noted that they needed to leave immediately. The boys started to leave, and Sunmi looked back, realizing that they had been wandering here for half an hour, but it was as if Taehoon was specifically looking for monsters. The main character looked ahead from under the hood with a puzzled look. You understand that you need to hunt weak monsters first. If they slowly accumulate strength, they can be left behind one day. It was an empty city and empty signs near the forest. A whole army of soldiers shot at the monsters approaching them. The military all in a row fired from their machine guns. These monsters began to die and fall. Other enraged monsters tried to get through the barriers. They tried to go around the barriers of the military, who shot them. Fighters in uniform fired intently from their guns. The monsters received wounds and bullets. A soldier with black hair tried to powerfully shoot at the enemies. The monsters received bullets in the forehead. Then the soldier decided to reload his gun. The same soldier shouted for everyone to hold the line of defense. The silhouette of a huge monster appeared. It was a very huge monster compared to its peers. The soldiers, gathered in a row, immediately became alarmed, thinking that the boss had come to them. They immediately took aim, and everyone started shooting. These bullets all flew at the huge monster. The guy bowed his head and shouted to use a grenade. The soldiers immediately swung their arms, wanting to throw the grenade. Explosions began to occur in front of the legs of the huge monster. Then one of the grenades hit the head of the huge monster, exploding there. This monster received a devastating explosion near its head. This monster began to scream when its wound began to heal, and the soldiers noticed it. A huge big guy was already approaching their line of defense. He immediately began to throw soldiers around and crush them. All the other monsters pounced on the soldiers and began to absorb them. The huge giant began to advance on the soldiers and crush them into pieces, throwing them to the sides. The rest of the soldiers were sitting on one knee and aiming their guns, wanting to move to the next line of defense. The huge monster wanted to pounce on the captain of the military. The fighter immediately managed to jump back from the crushing blow. The other soldiers began to shoot the monster that noticed them. From the side, a small goblin with a swung blade was flying at the soldier. He immediately received a blow to the face from the butt of the weapon. The captain of the military stared intently at how the monster tried to grab him. This hand of the monster was reaching out to the soldier. The hand of the monster almost grabbed the captain of the military by the head. At this time, Taehoon used magic from the side to stop the monster. All the soldiers watched in surprise and were shocked, not understanding what was happening. Taehoon's face was enveloped in shadow, when behind him was a pile of corpses of monsters, and the military noticed that he killed all the ill-wishers in an instant. The captain of the military looked in amazement at the main character, who stretched out his hand with magic and told him to leave if he did not want to die. Behind the huge monster, Xuan was flying with a weapon. Xuan immediately began to beat the monster with a bat. The guy swung his club and wanted to knock the monster down. The guy dealt numerous blows to the monster, from which it began to fall. At this time, the soldier lay on the ground, realizing that all the firepower of the machine gun did not cope with it. Xuan, at this time, angrily fought the monster with his club. The captain of the military saw how the guy cut the monster. The protagonist frowned and shouted at the soldier to quickly leave. Xuan grabbed the soldier by the hand. He immediately began to run away from the regenerating monster together with the soldier. The monster's face was strongly twisted and tried to recover when the protagonist swung a tank of gasoline. He threw a tank of gasoline towards the monster. Then he extended his hand with magic. A powerful fiery explosion occurred. The entire monster began to burn in flames. The soldier stood between the boys, looking back at the girl who said that clay hardens when it meets fire. Taehoon at that time looked at his blackened hand. They saw how the monster stood in clouds of smoke and fire. The battered monster stood in clouds of smoke and tried to recover. The protagonist swung his mutated hand to finish off the big guy. He immediately got into a comfortable pose with his legs. His black fist cut through the space. He immediately got into a fighting stance and delivered a powerful punch. He hit the monster, causing it to crumble into pieces. All the boys along with the soldier watched this fight in amazement. The captain of the military widened his eyes in shock, not understanding whether it was really a person. Then the protagonist looked at his hand, which began to evaporate the black protection. It was an abandoned building with a broken fence. The military widened her eyes when she saw the protagonist taking a pill. It was a crowd of armed monsters that suddenly appeared yesterday afternoon, and the unprepared officers were immediately killed. A bunch of dead soldiers in the bar were killed. The rest of the dead soldiers were lying on the battlefield, because later the connection was cut off and the enemy destroyed the command regiment. The rest of the soldiers were firing guns at that moment, because the fear of the enemy eventually made the soldiers lose their fighting spirit, and he managed to gather the rest of the troops and hold the line of defense. These monsters attacked the soldiers, and the girl watched as the fighters died. She began to feel weak. The soldiers watched as the protagonist stood in a cloud of smoke. The female captain looked in amazement at Ti-hoon's grim grin, because it was at that moment that she met him. The protagonist looked back at the second lieutenant, asking if she was the one in charge here. Ti-hoon began adjusting his belt and reloading his gun, explaining that they needed to quickly equip themselves with the necessary weapons and get rid of the rest, because in total they had 33 survivors and 10 able-bodied. He added that Sunmi was treating the wounded, and the rest, including Xuan, were protecting the main force. Sunmi, along with Xuan, looked forward after hearing the orders. Ti-hoon, with his gun, lowered his head when the military captain was indignant that an unknown guy was giving them orders. Ti-hoon held his gun, looking back at the military man, and dreamed that these monsters were more organized than before. And he assumed that there was a commander inside, and explained that if they were not destroyed at the root, the monsters could attack again. The main character looked back at the military captain and said that they could not waste time and suggested that they start gathering, so he said that it was possible to introduce themselves later and did not want to waste time. He immediately began to move forward under the protection of the military. Ti-hoon rushed to run forward and the captain followed him. The military man bared his teeth, tilting his head because he could not imagine such a thing. Ti-hoon ran with a grim grin. It was a deserted street near the garages. The main character began to aim from side to side. A whole crowd of armed monsters was running along it. Ti-hoon began to shoot to the sides. All the monsters began to receive bullets in the forehead. While they were aiming, the monsters ran from the roof. The main character noticed this and kicked the monsters. Then he began to finish off the lying monsters with machine gun shots. Then he and the military man rushed to run forward while the monsters lay dead. The captain ran after the protagonist and realized that his accuracy was at its best, and therefore he was curious about the guy's identity. Then the brunette immediately knocked down the military man from a sudden attack of monsters. He was about to get up, pulling the body of the military man with him. A monster magician with a staff made of a skull appeared. The soldier and Ti-hoon stared ahead, thinking it was a bomb. They saw an angry grinning monster mage. The brunette was baring his teeth and frowning with sweat. The soldier at that time bulged his eyes, feeling oppressed and pressured, although he realized that it was just a dirty monster and understood that a gun would be of no use to him. Ti-hoon took out a knife and began to run away, giving the order to the soldier to help him and aim at the leader. The enraged monster opened its mouth bloodthirstily, looking back. He directed a whole crowd of small monsters. The main character swung his glowing blade. He immediately began to deftly make his way through the monsters, cutting them all. At that time, the soldier fired a bullet from a machine gun. The monster mage put up a magic wall in front of himself, stopping the bullets. The soldier with bulging eyes aimed his machine gun, seeing that the bullets froze in front of the monster's face. Then, this magical monster extended its hand. The brunette frowned deeply, looking at the magical movements of the monster. It began to run forward, making its way through the bullets flying at it. It swung its hand and released a sharp blade. This magical glowing blade cut through the air. Then, this blade flew into the magical wall, destroying it and broke itself. The monster saw Ti-hoon running towards it. The military captain looked at the protagonist, who was standing near the corpses of the monsters, and realized that, according to the guy, the situation had changed, all the enemies in the barracks had been destroyed, and they had reclaimed the lost front. It was a warehouse near a pole with wires. The military walked past her guys who were helping the wounded, because everything was happening very quickly. Sunmi was healing the wounded with a mysterious power at this time, bandaging him. Xuan, along with other soldiers, were carrying boxes because they needed to organize a warehouse of weapons and replacement equipment. The military captain looked at the protagonist, who was sitting on a bench. The captain saw the protagonist sipping soda and thought he was weird. Then she decided to approach him. Without raising his head, Ti-hoon turned to Kim Soo-jae, saying that she could ask him everything now because she wouldn't have such an opportunity again. The surprised military woman looked at the guy and said that she wanted to thank him, but before that, she was surprised at how he recognized her as if they had met before. The military man stood near the bench where Ti-hoon was sitting and noted the former commander of the capital military district, Brigadier General Kim Yi-rong, who was supposed to be Suji's grandfather. He added that 5 years ago he met Major General Jang Young-sung in the military district and there was a girl there. The girl's eyes widened in shock, remembering the motorcade near the building. She was in the building when a group of military men led by the major stood in front of her. The major general adjusted his cap and stated that they would be going, turning to Suji's grandfather and saying that she would most likely become a second lieutenant and they would have the opportunity to meet later. At that moment, she saluted the soldiers along with her grandfather. Then she began to look around, seeing a grim grin on the soldier. She and her grandfather looked at the soldiers who had their backs turned to the exit. Then she looked at her grandfather in the chair with a puzzled look, who told her not to ask who they were and told her to try not to cross paths with them again. At that moment, the commander adjusted his glasses, imagining the soldiers walking with guns, explaining that this group had no divisions of ranks and were like hungry wolves on the battlefield. The girl stared ahead, looking at the sad grin on the boy, realizing that he was indeed a soldier. Then Suji watched as Taehoon decided to stand up. You see that he was also a member of a special squad, which is taboo for commanders in military circles. The protagonist asked her if she had already heard the foreman's speech. He then took off his hood, standing in front of the surprised girl. They stood opposite each other with their feet, and the guy ordered to gather all the soldiers, offering a deal. It was a military building in a vacant lot. A whole squad of soldiers stood in front of 3 guys who offered them to create a special squad. The protagonist at this time held a soda to his mouth, telling the soldiers that they could join or stay here and guard the military camp. Suji at this time bared her teeth in indignation. The brunette looked back at the girl and said that this disaster affected the entire country and apparently other places suffered no less. An entire squad of soldiers looked forward when they were told that there was currently no communication and it was difficult for the military to control the situation. Shuan stood behind the saddened Sunmi girl when their boss was not going to justify himself. The captain of the military looked at the floor with a sad look, because everyone understood everything for a long time but were afraid to admit it. One of the soldiers fell to the floor in the company of fighters. The girl looked ahead and realized that at this time the guy quickly adapted to the new world and enthusiastically killed monsters, even more terrible than those they had seen recently. She asked again about what they would get if they joined this squad when the protagonist squeezed an empty can. He stood with an outstretched hand and stated that all the information he knew and additional chances of survival he could provide. A whole squad of soldiers in a truck was driving along the road. The main character was sitting behind the wheel. The rest of the squad was sitting behind in the cargo compartment of the truck. Suji stood behind her while Xuan explained everything on the board. She realized that this was how they started getting information from the guys, but they still needed more data because this problem was only causing headaches. Xuan was pointing at the board with monsters drawn at this point, explaining that it was hard to believe at the moment, but that was the case. The guy in the cap smiled mockingly while the brunette looked at him, because if this were normal times, she would have sent this guy to a mental hospital. But the experience of the last few days gave them no reason to doubt, and Xuan gave them names. For some unknown reason, after the sudden appearance of monsters, awakened people began to appear in the human camps. These people, in the company of the military, went head-on against the monsters. Suji understood that now, in addition to Taehoon and his friends, 2 more military men had become awakened, and only the pattern distinguished them from ordinary people because by killing monsters and absorbing crystals, one could increase their stats. The monsters also had different levels and abilities, and by eating the crystal of a certain monster, you can increase certain characteristics, so you can find out more about it through the phone. It was a group of bloodthirsty monsters with a downloaded key. The goblin crystal had a small increase in the value of the main properties. Another bloodthirsty monster bared his teeth and was an orc, where there was already a significant increase in the values of the main properties. Then there was a huge healthy monster, a black orc, whose crystal after absorption increased abilities and physical strength, also after absorption increased the skill of strengthening and physical defense. Then there was a huge clay monster, whose crystal after absorption increased the abilities and skills of physical defense, along with regeneration and increased speed. They also encountered a goblin shaman in the form of a skull staff, whose crystal after absorption increased the skill of supernatural power, then magic resistance, and it was possible to own a more powerful item in advance. They realized that Taehoon swallowed dozens of magic crystals, including stones of higher monsters. The protagonist at this time brought the red crystal to his mouth and descriptions of the main properties appeared, where he had the main abilities of 69, physical strength of 45, and many other skills. The military saw how the main character finished off the monster with an axe, and realized that his people also absorbed a lot of crystals and convinced Suji and the other awakened to do the same, so everyone was silent and no one complained. The girl was surprised that the remains of monsters could be used, because they can help a lot. Xuan, along with Suji, watched as Sunmi gave the crystal to the protagonist, and explained that she made this pill using the horn of a goblin shaman, the flesh of a clay monster, and the healing cup of the god. It was a rock goblin shaman, the flesh of a clay monster, and a glowing core, where each item had its own capabilities and skills. As a result, resistance to fear and the ability to recover slightly increased, and there was also good concentration in battle. A bunch of different goblin monsters ran to attack. A professionally trained team could handle 100 monsters, but sometimes there are higher ones among them. Their roar and pressure can affect even awakened ones. The military tried to shoot a huge orc monster, and it was not something that could be overcome with mental or physical strength because they needed special abilities to withstand fear and quickly recover. All the guys looked at Taehoon, who was holding a pill, and said that their firepower would greatly increase if the soldiers and weak awakened ones could withstand fear. The guy looked at the 3 guys and turned to the second lieutenant, telling her that if they suddenly meet higher monsters, then let the soldiers take these pills, and asked her to later give these 2 guys uniforms, bulletproof vests, and teach them how to shoot. The guy stood in front of his two friends and said that the military uniform is clothing specifically designed for the battlefield. If they don't wear it, they can easily become targets for those monsters. He added that people who have never held a gun in their hands before will only cause trouble for the squad, so he asked them to only use their abilities and guns in emergency situations. Shuan and Sunmi were putting on the military uniform, and the guy didn't think that he would wear the uniform he always dreamed of, especially at a time like this. The guy adjusted his cap while standing in front of his boss and asked him if he wanted them to have a squad name because he thought it would be important. Taehoon said that since he had already taken on the position, he should decide for himself. The brunette in the cap opened his mouth in shock and said that in fact, he had thought it all out and wanted to name his squad the Bright Path of Morality Hiding in the Shadows. Another guy from the side suggested a more simplified name, Mac. The protagonist frowned and looked to the side. Suji stared at her soldier, realizing that he was from the third squad. The lop-eared guy looked ahead and explained that Mac was a mythical animal that feeds on nightmares, and introduced himself as Chang Sung-hoon. The brunette stared at Sung-hoon, who explained that he was not awakened, but could still help the guys, because after listening to Taehoon, it turned out that these ancient things were comparable to the latest weapons. This guy presented antique various things and a bow, and said that he would like to call Taehoon boss, and stated that the next stop should be a museum and nearby was a place where bows were stored. The protagonist looked at the guy's smirk. I did not notice his good thoughts and assumed that he could have been a policeman before. Sung-hoon said that he was an expert in smuggling, creating counterfeits, and selling. The brunette grabbed his backpack and said that Sung-hoon would now be with them. Shuan and the girl looked dumbfounded at the main character, who ordered everyone to move out in half an hour and to be ready for battle. Shuan immediately ran up to Petya and began to praise him, noting his care and sociability. Taehoon headed for the exit, adjusting his backpack. Sung-hoon grinned as he imagined the boss's sullen face and was surprised that this guy trusted a stranger so easily, thinking that he did not deserve attention, realizing that he was quite popular in his circle, and realizing that this guy looked scarier than any monster. Suji bowed her head at this time, while the other guys were talking. Let's finish the report. Then they all rode together in the truck, in the cabin, and the Kamais drove along the road. Shuan said that their boss was simply amazing for coming up with such a plan, because even if you take this car into account, you don't have to be afraid of small monsters with it. The brunette crossed his legs and looked to the side, noting that he was curious about who Taehoon was before. He looked out the window at the road and tried to understand if the other military girls missed their family, because at first he himself was worried about his own, but now somehow not so much. He walked with his bat, looking at the corpses of monsters, and understood that the boss himself was like a cold-blooded animal, but his mood changed greatly after absorbing crystals. Sunmi closed her eyes, while Suji closely watched the situation, because Shuan said that he was very afraid of becoming a monster. Sung-hoon sat next to the brunette at the wheel and was surprised. Their truck saw smoke billowing in the distance. All the soldiers started looking out of the windows, trying to figure out what was going on. Shuan looked out from behind Sunmi in shock, realizing that it was a fire. The military captain lowered her head and realized that the fire could not have started by itself and that someone had done it on purpose. Sung-hoon at this time looked ahead with a smile, while Taehoon was puzzled. The guy said that the fire started in the cold and it was obvious that something had happened, and he heard that the buildings were crowded with people, and fires and secondary disasters were now a real disaster. Various smoke billowed out from the parking lot with cars. The main character stepped onto the road. He stood in front of the truck with soldiers. He told everyone with a gloomy look to take a pill and prepare for battle. All the soldiers immediately put out their machine guns. Sung-hoon took the wheel, while Suji aimed, because they were ordered to guard the rear and be responsible for cover. Shuan and the medic looked ahead in shock, because she had been ordered to prepare to treat the wounded and the fighter to fight with him. Black shadows of monsters began to emerge from behind the cars. Shuan grabbed his bat and did not understand what it was at all, running up to the boss. They were mutated monsters with skulls and skeletons. Shuan stood with the protagonist near the Kamais. The protagonist ordered Shuan to kill the monsters near the cars, and all he had to do was hold out for 3 minutes, because with his abilities there should be no problems. A hairy leg of a monster stepped on the stone, while Shuan was surprised that he had to carry out this order alone. A huge hairy monster appeared on a pile of junk. The guys immediately opened their mouths in shock. The other two soldiers looked at what was happening in amazement. They saw how the ferocious monster began to growl. A strong gust of wind and dust swept past the boys. This bloodthirsty monster opened its mouth wide. Taehoon adjusted the dagger on the machine gun and was going to deal with it himself. Clouds of smoke were visible far beyond the buildings. All the soldiers were firing their machine guns. These bullets hit the wolf-like skeleton monsters. A whole pack of four-legged monsters ran to attack. Shuan skillfully fought them with his bat. The protagonist at this time aimed at the head of the monsters. This huge monster skillfully dodged the bullets. Taehoon frowned forward, pointing the barrel with a magical glow, realizing that it was too close and still quick moments. The main character managed to dodge and thrust the dagger into the monster's body. He pointed the barrel at the hairy monster and shot at it. Then this ferocious wolf tried to swing his hand, but received a dagger in the face. Then the monster received a machine gun butt in the face. He started to fall from the brunette's footrest. The guy frowned, looking ahead, imagining the heads of the monsters, realizing that they were as strong as the previous ones, but more dangerous. Then he began to continue shooting at the hairy monster. This ferocious predator was going to swing his hand, but the hero dodged. Then he received another blow to his mouth with the butt. The protagonist swung his machine gun with glowing daggers and understood that they would cope. This monster tried to cover himself with his hand from the blue bullets flying at him. Then the main character stepped on the ground, swinging his machine gun. They went into battle at each other, swinging their weapons. Taehoon grabbed the monster's hand and tried to stick a dagger into it. He succeeded, and he knocked the monster down. A pile of monster corpses lay on the battlefield. Shuan and Suji looked around, trying to catch their breath. The other soldiers also looked exhausted and tired. Sung-hoon at this time looked away, sitting behind the wheel and rejoicing. The main character held the severed head of the monster, and the magical properties of the wolf bone appeared, where numerous skills and capabilities were enhanced. It was again a military camp near the railway. The main character looked at the crowd of soldiers and explained that Xuan and Suji would wait in the car with the rest of the squad, and Chang Sung and Sunmi would go with him to the museum. And Xuan remained in charge, although there was no enemy nearby, but in case of any danger, he ordered them to return to the camp and defend themselves. Two guys were about to leave with the main character. They found themselves in a museum. There was a bow on the stand, and a warrior in a cape was introduced when the guy explained that this lost arrow was more than 400 years old, and it could not be so sharp, and it seemed that the change in the universe affected these exhibits. A description of the lost bow and arrow appeared. The main character held a bow in front of the boys and noted that they were like people. Not all exhibits had special features. Sung-hoon looked ahead with a smile and asked the guy not to be upset, because he still had one thing, and he thought that it would have special qualities when Taehoon looked back at him. It was a spacious museum with exhibits under glass, and Sung-hoon said that his friend said that there was one treasure here. Sunmi followed the boss with Sung-hoon, and the guy said that he was already interested in this before, but he was constantly followed by the police, and he did not think that he would be able to see this exhibit today. They entered another room with other exhibits. Sung-hoon was slightly surprised, while Sunmi looked ahead and assumed that they would have to spend some time, although they had already found it. The girl walked forward while the guys waved their hands. They all immediately began to walk forward. The guys looked at one of the exhibits in surprise. They saw the golden cup number 3, which had a special value when in case of an impending threat. The cup was filled with champagne, after drinking which you can see the danger. Sung-hoon immediately took out his phone and was going to take a picture of the exhibit, surprised that this thing could predict the future. Thick clouds were gathering over the city. One of the fighters was watching what was happening from the roof. The rest of the soldiers were sitting inside and resting at this time. The girl was holding a machine gun and looking forward when they were given the order to get into the transport and load their weapons. All the fighters immediately began to run forward. Taehoon was standing with Xuan at this time by the truck. They both looked to the side, sharpening their guns, and Xuan really wanted to fight the monsters. They looked into the distance and saw only darkness. Xuan looked back at the boss, who told him to calm down because these were not monsters. They saw the tramp of people. It was a whole crowd of survivors. The soldiers readied their machine guns, not understanding what was happening because they were really people. A whole crowd of people opened their mouths in amazement, thinking that they were saved. These people came close to the military. Xuan was amazed to see a blonde girl named Ju Ha-yeon. The main character put his hand on the surprised guy's shoulder and told them to go to the museum because it was too dangerous outside. It was a cozy museum of weapons and things when the people answered that they were from the capital. It was a whole crowd of people, being residents of the city of Shuratori, who gathered together to come here, and it was surprising to the soldiers that so many people could come here. A crowd of people stood in the museum opposite the main character, and one of them said that there were riots in the capital now, and according to rumors, there is a flying monster that destroyed the entire city, so the fighters used missiles to blow up the bridges. The brunette with a gloomy look imagined the same monster with a blue glow, and realized that it came from the capital since they deployed fighters, and this was an indicator that the military base was still functioning. Considering the circumstances and the distance, he guessed that it was an Air Force base. Suji looked at the back of Taehoon, who looked dejected, because he understood that the military blew up the bridge to prevent the invasion of monsters, and he thought that this was a very stupid order. The girl wanted to ask the boss about where they were going now and what the survivors should do. It slightly looked to the side and said that today they would rest here, so he was not going to move with people. A group of military looked at what was happening in surprise. Suji slightly tilted her head and was dumbfounded, trying to address the major because they were civilians. Xuan opened his mouth in amazement, his eyes bulging. The crowd of people also opened their mouths in surprise, because they assumed that they were going to be abandoned after being informed that soldiers were supposed to protect citizens. A whole crowd of dissatisfied people looked at the protagonist, because they believed that it was his duty since he received money from their taxes. You should do your duty, and they also tried to reason with him according to conscience. A whole crowd of noisy people stood in front of Taehoon, who answered that they were not soldiers, but an organization of monster hunters, and their goal was to hunt monsters, not save people, so they were not obliged to give their lives for them. The crowd of people looked forward in surprise and panic when the guy said that many people died on the way here. The protagonist stared forward, while Xuan was surprised behind him, hearing Taehoon say that if anyone dared to interfere with them, it would be their own fault. In their imagination, the main character fought fiercely with two monsters, and thus conquered everyone with his bravery. A crowd of soldiers stood next to Taehoon in front of the car, because soon as he taught everyone to charge phones through car batteries, dismember monsters and more, and even recently he refused to accept ordinary people, which calmed the fighters. A crowd of people stood in front of armed soldiers. People looked surprised and worried, because the protagonist was right, because under the influence of his powerful aura, people could only despair. Sung-hoon watched from the side as Xuan tried to talk to Taehoon, because he tried hard to persuade him because of that girl, when the squad leader and the doctor also joined the dialogue. Suji looked ahead and said that they were soldiers and could not abandon the residents. Sunmi also stood in military uniform and said that most men know how to use weapons, and they also needed women to help with everyday life. Xuan anxiously shouted towards the protagonist. Taehoon immediately looked back at his friends and said that he would still give them a chance. Sung-hoon stood with his arms crossed in the museum and didn't think that their boss would agree. The soldiers watched as Taehoon cut the monster corpses into pieces. He sent the soldiers to get the monster corpses, and everyone except the children were engaged in dismembering them. The main character held a severed part of the monster, showing it to the villagers, and added that everyone must cut off the monster's leg in half an hour, and even if they couldn't do it, they would only be ballast in the future. All the villagers began to try to dismember the monster corpses, because at first they didn't want to, but for the sake of survival they had no choice, because they knew that if they were abandoned, they would definitely die. The boss stood with his back to Xuan, who was talking to the girl. 22 civilians passed the test. Taehoon did it on purpose, otherwise the people would not have listened. Sung-hoon looked ahead, remembering how Taehoon stared at the pill. He understood that if the monster department had any use, then they would need a lot of hands in the future. It was a kind of psychological trick that seemed scary to him. Then the soldier saw a filled cup on the table. He immediately picked it up and ran to the boss. All the soldiers looked at the cup in his hands, seeing that it had filled itself. The guy was holding a golden cup with a filled drink in his hands and trying to figure out what they were going to do. The protagonist tilted his head looking at the cup and understood that it could show the future. Then he decided to try the cup in the company of the soldiers. Sun-hoon and Xuan looked at the protagonist in amazement. Suddenly, veins appeared on the boss's face and he fell to the floor. He immediately crouched down, holding onto the floor. Then he plopped down on the floor unconscious. The soldiers ran up to him. Alarmed friends tried to call out to him and revive him. Taehoon lay unconscious on the floor under the shouts of the guys. The acrid smoke enveloped the entire city. It was destroyed and abandoned buildings. The main character was injured and leaned on his hand while sitting. He looked at the destroyed city and felt that his body was moving on its own and did not understand where he was. He saw Sung-hoon's injured body behind him, thinking that it was a dream. He immediately grabbed his injured comrade by the shoulder, thinking that everyone else had already died when the injured soldier wanted to be left. Taehoon carried the injured soldier to his face and assumed that it was an old wound and tried to understand how he got it and did not understand why he had to leave. Sung-hoon added that at this rate, he himself would die, and that monster would come soon if he did not run away. The main character tried to put the injured soldier behind the wheel so that he would go to Jeongjo. The boss slammed the door of the car, which made Sung-hoon very angry, and told him to convey a certain message to the commander-in-chief Lim Hyun-jun. Sung-hoon was very angry that Taehoon should not have sacrificed himself because he himself said that he fought for survival and not for these monsters. He immediately slammed the door, and the car was about to leave as a roar was heard. The guy tried to find out what it all meant and who were these people in his dream. The boss held onto the jeep and tried to cover himself with his hand because a strong whirlwind rushed past them. He tried to get his gun from behind his back, looking ahead, and asked the soldier to leave because he did not want him to interfere here. Wounded Taehoon looked back and shouted at him to get out of the way. Wounded Sung-hoon grinned and wished that the boss would definitely come back alive. He immediately began to turn around on the jeep, and Taehoon tried to understand what kind of monster it was. He pulled the blade forward, and all the sharp weapons flew into the sky. The leg of that huge monster appeared and he thought that he was so strong, but despite this, he was still no match for the monster. The guy stared ahead, wanting to fight the monster. A huge monster with wings landed right in front of him. This monster with horns and a blue glow was staring ahead, because it was he who flew over the border that night. The hero began to scream and the tips of the guns flew forward. Suddenly, he opened his eyes because he woke up. He saw the worried faces of his friends in front of him. He was lying on the couch and soldiers surrounded him. He held his head and decided to get up when Sunmi advised him to lie down for a while. Shuan looked at the boss worriedly and told him that he had slept for several hours. The doctor girl was nearby and reported that the reason for the fainting was unknown, but he was completely healthy. Their boss held his head and said that he saw his death in a dream. All the soldiers looked at him worriedly when he said that it was bad. He sat on the couch surrounded by his military friends and asked for coffee. He sipped from the coffee cup and said that he didn't know who would survive, but he would definitely die. They all sat opposite each other on chairs. Shuan added that he didn't think that Cup really predicted the future. Taehoon said that from Sunghoon's appearance, you could tell that 3-5 years had passed. Sunghoon said that with this, they should be able to change the future. The main character introduced military equipment and soldiers, and he knew that the commander-in-chief Lim Hyun-jun was a colonel in the 10th Mechanized Infantry Regiment that was in Pochin. He knew that it was not the front line and they had enough firepower, and it looked like this entire army would exist. The brunette looked at the doctor, who assumed that some organization wanted to get rid of the boss. The former expert stood next to the commander and said that they had to collect the exhibits so that they would not fall into the hands of fools. The protagonist looked back at his assistant, who told him not to worry because now they knew the future and they could definitely change it. The protagonist looked puzzled, frowning slightly, trying to understand about changing the future. A dim light seeped from the clouds onto the road. The sound of hooves was heard. It was the furious boar monsters running. Shuan stood with a bat behind the protagonist, who told everyone to wait for instructions and save their ammunition because the monsters were on him and Shuan. The worried soldiers readied their guns. The other villagers watched the scene with alarm. They saw the boar monsters running into the parking lot. Taehoon extended his hand with magic towards the monsters. He opened his palm with blue magic. These boars were making their way through the cars in the parking lot. Then they tripped and started to gather in a ball. Suddenly, they all fell down, lying on the cars. The main character with his mutated arm started to walk forward with Shuan and wanted to beat the monsters. These boar monsters were running in a bloodthirsty mood. Nadia and other people watched from the building, noticing that these monsters were too strong and did not understand how they would fight them. These bloodthirsty boar monsters were running at the military. Nadia opened her mouth in shock, seeing the boar monster. Shuan deftly hit the boar's face with a bat. Taehoon immediately punched the fallen monster from the side. All the people looked out of the windows in amazement. Shuan deftly swung the bat at the monsters. Taehoon finished off the monsters with his fist. The two of them deftly dealt with the boar monsters. Smoke was visible from a distance from the parking lot. The main character and his assistant were standing surrounded by dead monsters. A soldier was looking at a dead boar corpse. All the soldiers were watching closely, noticing that this guy was really scarier than a monster. A crowd of soldiers began to walk around the corpses of the monsters and noticed that they were the size of a bull and thought that it would be difficult for them to carry. The main character looked back at the soldiers and told them to go back to the camp for weapons and clothes and then refit the car. It was a camp building next to the stairs. 2 trucks were parked in the parking lot. Suji was looking around in the company of soldiers when Taehoon and Sunghoon had to inspect the area and the rest supported the passage. They immediately began loading 2 trucks with boxes containing grenades and other resources. These Z trucks began to leave the parking lot and the camp surrounded by trees. These Kamei's trucks with soldiers stopped near the building and they suddenly froze when someone was approaching her. They saw that a jeep was coming towards them. All the soldiers immediately lowered their guns when Suji told them to be alert as it was the captain's car. The soldiers immediately pointed their guns at the protagonist and the people following him. His assistant carried a weakened brunette under his arm. The 2 soldiers watched as the doctor treated the girl, and Sunghoon explained that her name was Baek Jeon. There were a bunch of abandoned cars in the city, and they found this girl there when they were patrolling because they saw a severed head and then they thought that it was the work of monsters. Sunghoon saw Taehoon approach the wounded body and said that this cut was made by something sharp and it could not be that a person did it. Suji looked back at the doctor, who said that in the big forest there are all sorts of birds, just like in life. Shuan looked at Sunghoon, who crossed his arms and said that this was only the beginning, according to the girl. It was an armed organization of various bandits and surviving warriors of the Messiah, led by Lee Sin-sung. He assumed that perhaps their scale exceeded them and that they had a lot of awakened people. The biggest headache for them was that these guys performed human sacrifices every 10 days. The protagonist's friends were surprised by this statement, considering this organization to be crazy. Sunghoon looked ahead and noted that it sounded scary to him. But what worried him most was the yellow-eyed demon that could suppress this group of people. The guys were slightly surprised. They imagined the protagonist near the corpses of monsters in the building, and Sang-hoon said that he was very scared when he heard from this girl about the awakened ones, because later he heard about it from a survivor who was in a store near the town hall. They also saved a man whom they called a primitive hunter. Shuin looked back at the healer's girl and asked if it was their comrade. Taehoon stood in the company of soldiers and suggested that they switch the conversation. The news in the night was heard in a cry that he wanted to go on a mission alone. Taehoon stood in front of his soldiers, his head down. Suji said that if it was a trap, their soldiers would quickly pacify this organization. Shuin said that he also wanted to go. The main character introduced the lying people and said that they were in fear and they just needed to kill the leader, and then everyone would run away. Someone said that no one could say anything about strength. Taehoon frowned slightly and said that they did not have to fight them to exhaustion, especially since he was good at stealth killings. His fellow soldiers widened their eyes in surprise. The wheel of the jeep stopped on the road. They got out of the car, and Taehoon said the time and date of the day and added that if they did not return by 5 p.m. on January 11th, then let the rest return to the camp, take more weapons, and go to other points. He also added that if this happens, then the main one remains Suji. Sunmi looked ahead and really hoped that their leader would return alive, because she did not want to die in the hands of these psychos. He walked without looking back with a sullen look. Their jeep was driving along a dark road. It began to snow in the city. All the buildings, shopping centers were abandoned and destroyed. A crowd of armed people looked up and felt that it was terrible weather and cold. The survivors were sitting inside the building on cardboard boxes. One of the guys wanted to know how the people from the other squad were. He was told that they went to deal with a monster that wanted to escape but never returned. All the guys were sitting on chairs surrounded by their relatives. They realized that the scout did not come and they could most likely encounter a monster. One of the guys said that in this area, because of that yellow-eyed demon, all the monsters ran away. Snowflakes continued to fall from the sky onto the building. The main character was wearing a mask and a hood. He watched from the rooftop after dealing with the other armed men, realizing that this was not his style, but he only had an hour to finish. The people heard the sound of a jeep and did not understand what was happening. They began to approach the gate, armed, trying to figure out who they were, scouts or monsters. Suddenly, the main character rushed through the gate in a truck. The armed organization stood in a row and pointed their guns. Taehoon drove his jeep, knocking people down. Then he quickly jumped out of the car. This truck crashed into the wall. The remaining people began to approach the car, trying to figure out where this psycho came from. They approached the wrecked car and saw that there was no person inside, realizing that the car itself could not drive. The people began to run to the attack with anger, trying to quickly inspect the situation. The guy in the helmet looked to the side and suddenly froze, his eyes wide. Taehoon snuck up behind him and put a knife to his throat. He told him to put the weapon down if he didn't want to die and asked him to answer his questions. He took a man hostage surrounded by other people lying down and asked him how many people were inside and where they were standing. The guy answered that there were about 5-10 people inside on the second and third floors of 60 exhibits, and the leader was on the top floor. While the protagonist held the knife to his throat, a snake's head appeared from the hatch. Taehoon asked about the yellow-eyed devil. The guy answered that he lived at Sinduan Station. The monsters in the area were afraid to go there. He imagined how the monster with the sword held half of his body. Before that, the Crusade squad encountered him, but only the leader was able to get out of there. The guy added that after the leader began to sacrifice people to this monster, and then with the awakened ones went to destroy monsters in other areas and began to collect all the magic crystals for himself. The guy in the mask with a grin bared his teeth, adding that their leader was no longer a man, because he breathed fire and cut the monster with one blow, saying that they could help him defeat the monster and he could also spend the whole night with the girl. Taehoon under the shadow in the cloak replied that he did not need a person like this, who betrays his master for his own benefit. He immediately bled the guy. The main character began to walk forward from the guy's corpse, realizing that this guy did not lie, but there was a moment, unless they specially prepared for this. Then he touched his mask and realized that in general it did not matter. In the gloomy and the dark city it was snowing. The organization of bandits was dead and bloody bodies lay. On the other side, there were also dead fighters. The main character told everyone to let go of their weapons. Because their resistance would be pointless, he would not repeat it twice. The angry fighters flew forward with their axes. The main character in camouflage chopped up the fighters. He threw the dead body towards the other fighters. He stuck his own knife into another guy's hand. He cut his throat when the other guys were flying at him. On the way, he stuck a knife into another guy. Then he threw the third knife into the throat of a fighter. He passed by them, wounding everyone in the throat. Behind him lay dead bodies. It was a shopping center with signs hanging above it. Taehoon stood alone in an empty corridor. 2 fiery cannonballs were flying at him. There was a powerful explosion, but the guy did not have time to jump back. He immediately grabbed his gun. He put it out and started shooting. It was the same masked fighter who covered himself with his hands from the bullets. The wounded guy in the mask was peeking out through his hands. The main character looked out from under the hood and realized that he had fired several shots, but the guy remained safe and sound. Then he started shooting again, but the fighter managed to jump behind the wall. The guy poured the substance into his mouth and began to spit fire. Tae-hoon managed to run away from the explosion at a jump. The guy in the mask was hiding behind the wall from the bullet. This guy looked out from behind the wall and turned to the primitive hunter, wanting to have fun today. At this moment, Tae-hoon was reloading when he was offered to sit down and talk about the deal. The main character with a gun was hiding behind the wall, realizing that it was Lee Jin-sung. This guy in the mask was hiding behind the wall with the main character when a huge bloodthirsty bunch of monsters appeared between them. The masked guy shouted that the world was already at the bottom, and when he was running away from the city, he thought that only one survived because 1 million monsters had captured the territory around the defenseless city. He added that Incheon, Sejong, Gwangyong, and Gimp had long since fallen to the monsters. Tae-hoon hid behind the wall, imagining a huge bloodthirsty orc monster, and thought that this guy wanted to stall for time, trying to think about the sword that was in the guy's hands, also noting his protective clothing, which was most likely made of black monster skin. Lee Jin, with his mouth open, imagined the people walking, and asked Tae-hoon about why he decided to attack them, asking him about whether he could not accept the actions of their organization. The masked guy added that as soon as people hear the sound of a gunshot, at least 10 people will come and take his miserable life. Already a crowd of armed warriors was trying to climb up the escalator, wanting to save the life of their master. A crowd of armed people ran to help. This guy offered to invest in the city and develop it, because in the future it could be of great use, and he offered to create an organization of hunters. The armed guys rushed in and saw their master, asking him if everything was okay with him or not. This masked guy with a grin and bared his teeth, while Tae-hoon realized what was happening. This crowd stood in the empty hallway, hearing that Tae-hoon should be behind the pillar on the left, and they should kill him. They immediately rushed to look for this guy. The guys looked up. The protagonist was aiming his gun. The man bared his teeth. The dim light illuminated the room when the sounds of gunfire were heard. The protagonist with a sword in his hands rushed to the side. The gang leader swung his weapon. He swung his The gang leader cut the bookcase. The protagonist cut the guy's body when he called out to Jin-sung. Jin-sung looked away in horror. He stood among the dead deeds of his comrades, asking where he was. The protagonist appeared behind the gang leader and said that he was not worthy of that knife. The protagonist dodged his opponent's attacks. The captain struck the enemy in the face. Then he kicked him in the knee. The protagonist struck the enemy in the chin with his palm. The man's eyes widened. The protagonist knocked the enemy to the floor. There were dead bodies behind the protagonists. The panda leader lay on the floor, asking who he was. Tae-hoon brought his sword to the enemy's head. Jin-sung begged for mercy, adding that he still had many people, and if he joined him, he would receive the status of KVO and, of course, the yellow-eyed demon. Jin-sung looked at the protagonist in horror, begging him. Tae-hoon looked at his opponent with a cold gaze, saying that he refused. A dim light illuminated the corridor when blood gushed out from Jin-sung. An image of a sword appeared. Description of the characteristics of the general's dagger. A picture of a bottle appeared. Description of the characteristics of fire water. The sun was visible above the building. The fighter said that there were 4 things in total. The guy said that they were threatening them. There were guys in masks standing in front of the fighters. The soldier said that they needed to summarize again, and firstly, the awakened should become their hounds. Secondly, they should give them 1/4 of all the magic crystals. The guy in the mask looked at the soldier with displeasure, noting that they did not say that they would be their subordinates. The protagonist stood with his back to the guys. The guy said that they still belonged to Messiah. Sung-hoon looked at the guy with a grin, asking that he still did not understand what situation they were in, adding that they did not come to sign a contract with them. The man bared his teeth and asked that he was tired of living. The man with an axe in his hands approached the fighter. He asked that one simple man dares to look down on the awakened, noting that until recently he was the deputy of the Yakuza. The arrow flew through the air. The man said that initially he wanted to knock down Jin-sung. The arrow stopped at the man's eye. The man fell to the floor. The protagonist extended his hand out of the blue aura. Tae-hoon noted that he would have torn their skin off, but he decided to give them a chance, and from that day on, if they dared to kill a person or show violence, then let them blame themselves. The man looked at the arrow, saying that it was good. The protagonist returned the arrow to his hand. He put the arrow behind his back, saying that now every 3 days they will report to him. The guys said that they will do so. The protagonist told them to disperse. The lieutenant stood with a gun in her hands, saying that she will do it. Gray clouds floated above the building. The fighters stood in front of the protagonist. Tae-hoon said that in a few days they would go and hunt the yellow-eyed demon. The fighters watched the TV, where there was an image of the monster. The fighter said that this could not be, asking that it was really that strong. A huge snake was visible in the image. The guys approached the protagonist, saying that they had no chance. The fighter noted that this monster was much stronger than the last one. The protagonist grabbed his neck with his hand, saying that nothing could be done. If they wanted to live, then they had to take risks. Shuin looked at the boss in bewilderment. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, looked at the guys, imagining the image of the monster. He said that this time he was not alone, but was going to hunt with the guys. The night sky was visible above the building. The protagonist stood with the guys near the table with a map. Ti-Hoon noted that they make a sacrifice to the monster every 10 days, and they have about a week. The protagonist put his hands on the table, telling them to gather all the fighters to hunt the monster. Sunmi and the medic stood near the wounded fighters. Ti-Hoon said that according to the first plan, Sunmi would gather a group of medics to help the wounded. Sunmi stood in a circle of girls, noting that this thing was very valuable, and they would use it for the seriously wounded. Monsters were raging in the city. The brunette said that 2nd Lieutenant Suji and Bang Hyun-wook with a squad of stormtroopers would clear the territory of monsters. A huge monster swung its weapon. Shuin appeared behind the monster. He hit it in the face with his bat. The fighter was holding a firearm in his hand. After that, the fighter shot the monster in the eye. The military man aimed his weapon at the monster's head. The guys watched in surprise. The man said that those two no longer looked like ordinary people. The huge monster fell to the ground. The protagonist stood among the corpses. He clenched his hand into a fist, looking at her. Skill description, main attribute, strength 100, condition 89. Gray clouds floated in the sky. The protagonist stood on the roof of the building. He raised his head, screaming loudly. The snake bulged its eyes. Cracks began to appear on the ground. A huge snake's body crawled out from under the ground. The huge snake moved along the ground. A snake was visible through the brunette's legs. The monster opened its mouth. The protagonist looked at the monster in surprise, wondering what a snake it was. The monster rushed towards the protagonist. The brunette began to aim his gun at the monster. Ti-Hoon fired his gun at the snake. The protagonist dodged the monster's attack. Ti-Hoon ran quickly to the side. The monster chased the protagonist. Ti-Hoon told the monster to follow him. The brunette jumped on the cars. The snake was heading for the protagonist, destroying cars. The monster continued to chase the protagonist. The protagonist looked back, then jumped over the bus. The snake destroyed the bus with its huge body. The protagonist stopped abruptly when fighters with weapons were standing on the roof of the building. The soldier bared his teeth, aiming his weapon. Suji looked at the snake in shock. The soldiers held their weapons on their shoulders. The soldier said that the monster did not look like in the video. The snake opened its mouth wide. The protagonist frowned, telling him to go to it, and that this place would be his grave. There was a weapon on the table. The protagonist said that it was a Panzerfaust III, an anti-tank grenade launcher, and its accuracy and power should be enough against that monster. The fighters stood around the table next to the protagonist. Ti-Hoon said that he would lead him into a trap and they should hide and wait for the command, noting that they did not need many people and only needed 10 experienced grenade launchers. And anyway, regular weapons would not work on him. The guys looked at the protagonist. Ti-Hoon said that just in case, Sunmi and Chang Sung would stay in the camp, and Hyun-wook should learn how to use a grenade launcher from the 2nd lieutenant, and later they would participate with them, noting that he was very smart, so he would learn quickly. The protagonist looked at Suji. He said that with the help of magic he could hold him for 10 minutes, and at that time Suji would attack him with everyone, and then after him. The fighters looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. Ti-Hoon said that if their plan failed, they should forget about it and retreat immediately. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious expression, saying that the 2nd lieutenant would take command later. The fighters opened their mouths in surprise. The brunette stood with a weapon in his hands in front of the snake. He put his hand in front of him, emitting a blue aura. A blue stream of energy was directed towards the monster. The main character aimed at the snake with a grin. He said that there was a lot of pressure from it, and it seemed that it would be difficult to hold out for 10 minutes. The snake continued to stand with its mouth open. Suji aimed her weapon, shouting for the others to start shooting. The fighters began to shoot from a grenade launcher. The shells hit the monster's body. Clouds of smoke and dust rose from the explosion. The snake wriggled in pain. The brunette watched what was happening, covering his face with his hand. Shuin looked at what was happening in surprise, saying that he did not think the grenade launcher was so powerful. The junior lieutenant said that they hit the target right on target. The snake's body appeared from under the smoke. The monster opened its mouth wide. The fighters looked at the monster in bewilderment, saying that this couldn't be, and that he was still alive. The snake headed towards the fighters. The junior lieutenant said that he was coming towards them and that everyone needed to retreat. The protagonist rushed towards the monster. He attacked him with his sword. The fighters looked behind them. The monster opened its mouth in pain. The protagonist bared his teeth, saying that the wound was superficial, but still hit him. The brunette dodged the monster's blow. The protagonist continued to dodge attacks. The brunette rolled on the ground, getting to his feet. Taehoon swung his sword, saying that he would have to sweat. Suddenly, the monster appeared in front of the protagonist. It attacked him with its tail. The protagonist was thrown to the side of the car. Taehoon fell to the ground. Shuan looked at the protagonist in fear. The second lieutenant looked at what was happening in horror. The protagonist lay face down on the ground in front of the monster. The snake moved to attack. The major looked up at the snake. The fighters watched what was happening in horror. The snake's mouth appeared in front of the protagonist. Gray clouds floated in the sky. The protagonist got to his feet. He grinned at the monster, saying that he would not be able to dodge it, but he could not retreat. Shuan and Suji looked at what was happening in horror. The protagonist jumped into the snake's mouth. The snake hit the ground, raising clouds of dust. The fighters watched as the snake writhed. Shuan swung his bat when Suji grabbed him, telling him to stop. The fighter looked at the second lieutenant with displeasure, telling her to let him go. The lieutenant glared at the guy, saying that this was the major's order. The fighter looked at the lieutenant in confusion. Suji said that if they continued, everyone there would die, noting that she would cover them, and they should retreat. The guys turned their attention to the monster. The lieutenant held out a firearm in front of her, telling them to retreat. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion, asking why he was not dead yet. The snake attacked the roof of the building. The protagonist was in the body of the snake. He said that he could not move, noting that they had completely angered him and that he wondered how the others were. The fighters jumped to the side. Suji said that they urgently needed to retreat. The protagonist closed his eyes. The snake's body was beating with a heart. The protagonist was lying near the monster's heart. Taehoon widened his eyes, saying what he had found. He extended his hand with a blue aura, saying that he would regret swallowing it. The snake wriggled furiously. The monster opened its mouth. The fighters looked at it in horror. The soldier asked what they would die there. The monster rushed at the guys with an attack. The major clenched his hand into a fist, emitting a blue aura. Blue energy engulfed the snake's heart. The monster stopped abruptly in front of the guys. Shuan looked at the monster in bewilderment, asking what was going on. Blue liquid flowed from the snake's mouth. The snake began to writhe in pain. It spun on the ground, raising clouds of dust. The monster opened its mouth wide. Shuan and Suji looked at the monster in surprise. The fighter asked what was going on. The lieutenant said that they needed to run away so that it wouldn't touch them. The snake spat the protagonist out of its mouth. Taehoon rested his hands on the ground. Shuan looked at the major who had appeared, asking what was there. The protagonist rested his hands on his weapon. He said that his heart hadn't burst yet and that they needed to kill him quickly. The guys started running up to the major. The fighters looked at the protagonist in surprise. Shuan said that it was good that he was still alive. The major frowned, saying that they dared to disobey an order. The guys widened their eyes. The major got to his feet, noting that it was good that they hadn't left, and now they could surround him and attack him from all sides. Gray clouds floated over the destroyed building. The fighters aimed at the monster. Shuan swung a stone. The rock hit the snake's head. The monster opened its mouth in anger. It began to advance on the fighters. The military man told them to watch out. The protagonist ran towards the monster. Taehoon clutched his weapon in his hand. He began to jump on the monster's body, approaching its head. Taehoon jumped into the air, swinging his sword. The major gritted his teeth, telling him to die. The snake turned its gaze to the protagonist. The protagonist plunged his weapon into the monster's head. The monster began to writhe in pain. Blood gushed from the snake's wound. The protagonist held onto the weapon tightly, telling it not to move. The snake's eyes bulged. The monster pressed the protagonist against the wall. From the strong blow, the wall began to collapse. The brunette narrowed his eyes. The monster opened its mouth. The fighters watched what was happening motionless. Shuan opened his mouth in surprise. The lieutenant watched what was happening in shock. The protagonist landed on the ground. He walked towards his guys. Taehoon opened his mouth with a heavy sigh. The fighters opened their mouths in surprise. They ran towards the major. The protagonist looked at the fighters with an exhausted look. The guy asked the major if everything was okay with him. Shuan said that he did it. Gray clouds were visible above the building. The protagonist stood next to the snake's body. The snake looked at the protagonist. Taehoon swung his weapon. He dealt it a crushing blow and blue blood gushed out. The guys stood in a circle next to the dead body of the monster. The protagonist held a golden crystal in his hand. A description appeared. Magic crystal of black earth, increased level of characteristics and abilities, received the ability Snake Eye. The protagonist brought the crystal closer to his mouth. Steam came from the wounds on his hand. The wounds on the protagonist's legs began to evaporate. One of the protagonist's eyes turned into a snake's. The characteristics of the main attribute appeared, and a description of the ability of the snake's eyes to determine the reality of things. The guys looked at the protagonist in surprise. A black car was driving along the road. The guys were met by the rest of the fighters, saying that they had returned. The protagonists with the guys approached the other fighters. The brunette looked down. Sunmi and the rest of the guys looked at the protagonist. The guy said that he did it. The protagonist passed by the red-haired girl. Sunmi said that he tried his best. The guy told the major that he was so cool. The happy guys walked behind the protagonist. The fighters were sitting indoors, eating food. The protagonist noted that after a short break, he went on, despite the wounds. The guys were sitting at the table. The brunette said that so much time had passed since he drank cola. The boy told him to drink until the bottom. The fighters got out of the truck. The protagonist noted that the main army had been moved to the municipal center and there was no need to be outside anymore when death was not threatening everyone. And that place was close to the market and a department store rich in goods. There were excavators near the monster's body. Ji-hoon noted that the priest of the Black Death was moved with the help of excavators and heavy equipment, and he recalled the times when soldiers died in the war against the Black Death. The fighters chopped the snake with saws. Ji-hoon noted that the priest of the Black Death was an aid in making protective equipment. The fighter said that he was too durable. Sung-hoon looked at the protagonist, saying that even though he was dead, his scales were still like steel. The protagonist headed towards the monster. The fighters gathered around the table. Sunmi said that they dismembered him and did not find the stone, and now they are no different from simple murderers. Ji-hoon asked if there was anything else. Sung-hoon crossed his arms, saying that there is one master Park Gapsu, and most likely he does not want to work with leather, but it is about building a workshop around it. Sunmi and Xuan looked at the major in surprise. The captain said that there is someone else he should find. Sung-hoon smirked slightly, saying that his code name is Keith, and when it comes to cultural assets or trade, there is no one better than him. The protagonist looked at the guy, asking where he is. Clouds were floating above the building. The fighter said that he does not know for sure, but there is one place that he used to keep an eye on, and it is not far. Sung-hoon pointed his finger at the map, saying that it is there, but from what he sees, it will not be easy. Xuan asked what the problem is. After all, it is just an apartment complex. Xuan looked at the lieutenant in surprise. Suji noted that crowded places only meant that there were a lot of monsters there, and they ate people. The soldier said that there must be a monster lair there, and they didn't know what kind of creature was hiding there. Sunmi looked down thoughtfully. She said that they would need time to prepare since they were almost out of pills and the soldiers were on break. The guys looked at the protagonist in surprise. Ji-hoon said that they were moving out immediately. The lieutenant looked at the captain in bewilderment, saying that they didn't know who was there. Ji-hoon noted that there was nothing like the Black Death there, and he felt it with his acquired ability. The protagonist turned his back on the guys. He said that there wasn't a need for a lot of people, and only Sung-hoon and Xuan would go, who would guard the artifacts. The captain looked ahead with a menacing look, telling them to take their pills, ammo, and wait. The guys looked at the captain in surprise, saying that they would do it. The girls stood with their backs turned to the protagonist. The lieutenant stopped the protagonist. The protagonist looked back, noting that the lieutenant would take care of the corpses as always, and Sunmi would take care of the wounded. The lieutenant's eyes widened as Sunmi looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. A black car drove along the road. The protagonist was driving. He noted that the battle with the Black Death was the worst, and from preparation for action, they miraculously survived. Ji-hoon imagined images of various monsters. He noted that the circumstances indicate that the strength of the monster can be determined by the color of its eyes, red, orange, yellow. They are divided into the colors of the rainbow, and each color is much stronger than the previous one, adding that if these guesses are correct, then the Black Death is only the third of the weakest. The protagonist recalled the image of the black monster with a serious look. He thought that the monster he saw then, they cannot exclude the possibility of the existence of equal or stronger monsters, adding that they do not have time and they cannot hesitate. Gray clouds floated above the city. Monsters with hooves rushed along the road. The monsters opened their mouths. The protagonist rushed towards the monsters. Xuan looked at the boss in shock. Ji-hoon looked at the monsters with his snake-like gaze. He swung his blade at the enemies. Ji-hoon attacked the monsters. The monster watched the protagonist. The protagonist glared and swung his sword. The monsters opened their mouths. With a swipe of his sword, the protagonist chopped the monsters' bodies. Pieces of bodies flew into the air. The boys watched what was happening in horror. The protagonist stared ahead with a cold gaze. Clouds were visible above the city. The boys walked past the corpses of monsters. The city looked destroyed. Dim light penetrated the room. There were paintings with hieroglyphs on the walls. The boys looked around the room. Sung-hoon noted that he had heard that Keith took what he wanted, but he did not know that he had collected so much stuff. Xuan and Sung-hoon looked at various things. Sung-hoon noted that there was so much stuff that needed to be photographed. The fighter noted that photos alone were not enough. The protagonist ran his hand along the wall, saying that there was nothing useful there. The boys looked back at the boss. Xuan asked what was going on. The brunette swung his fist. The room shook from the impact. The wall fell apart in front of the protagonist's feet. The guys looked at the brunette in surprise, asking why so right away. Another room appeared in front of the guys. There were various things in the room. The guys approached the exhibit. Sung-hoon did not understand what it was, noting that it was too much. Shuan looked away in bewilderment. Sung-hoon looked at the major in surprise. The captain said that all 9 were real and they would really come in handy. The captain left the room, saying that he did not need the rest and they were taking this and returning. Shuan said that he was still checking. The picture depicted a girl with hieroglyphs. The description and characteristics of the beauty of blessings appeared. Drawings were visible in the open book. The description and characteristics of the high birth card appeared. The guys examined the relics. Shuan noted that these were worthy finds and everything else was not suitable. Sun-hoon's eyes widened in surprise. He said that then they had no choice but to follow him. The protagonist raised his mug to his lips. The sun was slightly visible through the gray clouds. The fighters greeted the protagonist at the entrance, saying that it was amazing. The guys gathered around the captain. The lieutenant thanked the captain for his hard work. Sunmi asked Sung-hoon how they were doing. The fighter noted that they found more than he expected, and he was not joking. Sung-hoon pointed to the street, saying that it was outside. Outside, the fighters were standing around the boxes. The fighter said that the boss had everything sorted out, and he only brought what he needed from the monster carcass, adding that they also had the flesh of the hunchback goblin, the mud troll. The lieutenant and the guys approached the boxes. Suji said that she was doing all this by herself in a short time. The fighter said that it was amazing. The boys looked at the man who said that it was a great product. The sun was slightly visible above the building. Suji looked down in surprise. The man looked at the book with a smile. The fighter said that this was an unpublished edition of the map that even elementary school students know, and at this stage, he thinks that there is a more important one, the core map. The boys stood around the table. The lieutenant asked about the core map. Sung-hoon noted that what they see there is the terrain around them, and the light shows monsters, adding that the color changes depending on the strength of the monster, and simply put, this map is something like a radar, noting that this is surprising since it is one of the most important tools at the moment. Red and yellow dots were visible on the map. Sung-hoon said that the closer they look, the less they see, but the further they go, the stronger they become. The protagonist looked at the brunette, asking what the highest score of monsters detected at that time was. Various dots were visible on the map. Sung-hoon said that if the expected light rating is confirmed, blue lights will appear in Hala and Baekdu, adding that there are 9 blue dots on the Korean peninsula alone, and the area around Bucheon is filled with green and yellow lights. Shuan looked down in confusion, saying that the world is full of monsters stronger than the Black Death. The lieutenant lowered his gaze, saying that this can't be and it's hard to accept. The hero, with a serious expression, imagined the image of monsters and a masked man. He thought that he was right and there was nothing he could do with his current level of strength. The sun was shining on the building. People were walking on the ground. Shuan noted that rumors about the boss were spreading faster than he thought. A crowd of people were walking forward. Shuan noted that the people who were hiding in Bucheon had gathered together to form the Mac clan. People were crowding around the cars. The fighter thought that he couldn't handle them, and instead the boss allowed the Mac clan to expand into the Mac Club and create a new clan under his wing. Men crowded around the building. The fighter noted that after a while they organized a rebellion in front of the city hall, and in addition, the hunters with the awakened power focused on the monsters. The men looked ahead with displeasure. Shuan noted that some of the parties had the most monster stones in the Mac clan territory, noting that they were dissatisfied because they could not refuse the boss. The guys with weapons stood in front of the military. The man said that he had been standing there for several hours, asking when he would appear. The brunette asked where the protagonist was, adding that he was his representative, and let him bring him there. The fighter noted that they looked like they were going to kill him, and this scared him. The protagonist looked ahead with a menacing expression. Shuan noted that soon after the boss appeared, they instantly calmed down. The men looked at the protagonist with caution. The man called out to Kim Tae-hoon. Tae-hoon said that it was just gossip and he would handle it. The protagonist raised his weapon into the air with his powers. Shuan noted that even the smallest complaints were suppressed. The guy asked what it was. The man noted that it was telekinesis. The protagonist stood with his back to the guys, saying that the negotiations would begin soon. The blue sky was visible above the city. Shuan noted that the boss had already become an independent representative of Bucheon, and he could no longer simply indulge the people unconditionally. The protagonist stood in front of the crowd. The guy asked what he wanted to say, that he would give them weapons and ammunition until they calmed down. Another man asked that the artifacts would also go to individuals. Tae-hoon looked at the crowd, saying that everything was correct and all the awakened and team members would join the Mac clan and work. The men began to joyfully raise their hands up. The protagonist looked at the crowd of men. Shuan noted that the people were rejoicing, but it was not easy to meet the boss's demands. Tae-hoon said that they should not like it yet and the weapons and artifacts are limited, and to get them they must meet certain conditions. The men stared at the protagonist. Tae-hoon said that the conditions are as follows. He looked at the men with a menacing look, saying that one hand The men turned their backs, asking what this meant, adding that he was crazy, asking that he was not some kind of gangster. The protagonist raised his sword with his own strength. Shuan noted that of course this was a test, wondering how they could decide to sacrifice them, adding that no one doubted it, and he thought that he would really cut it off. The men began to raise their hands. Shuan noted that soon anger and confusion were replaced by fear. If the applicant received more than 9 points, then he was eliminated. In the end, only 2 applicants remained. The man with a scar on his eye raised his hand, saying that he was a candidate. The girl raised her hand, saying that she was a candidate. The protagonist stretched out his hand in front of him. The protagonist said that he would ask one last time if anyone wanted to get a weapon. The crowd of people remained silent. The protagonist told the 2 to come forward. Taehoon widened his eyes, asking if they were ready. The boys looked at the protagonist, saying that they were ready. Taehoon waved his hand. The boys looked up in horror. The crowd of people grabbed their weapons. The sword stuck in the crowd. The protagonist returned his weapon back to his hand. He gripped his weapon tightly. The protagonist said that for now he would allow them to keep their weapons, but if they broke discipline or disobeyed an order, he would take them himself. The protagonist turned around, walking away. He said that from now on, those 2 would join the main team and the rest were free to go. The fighter clapped his hands, saying that was all, asking that they knew that they collected monster stones every week. The boys looked at what was happening in surprise. The fighter asked what it was. Gray clouds were floating above the building. There were various weapons on the table. The protagonist asked what he chose. The major looked at the boys. The man said that if he gave him a chance to try them out, he would do so and definitely choose. Sunghoon crossed his arms over his chest with a smirk, watching what was happening. Taehoon told him to do so. Sunghoon noted that they were both well prepared and it seemed that they would quickly adapt to the troops. The major looked at Sunghoon, asking when the protective gear would be completed. Sunghoon stated that Gabsu, the head of the workshop, said that he could finish the prototype that day. The fighter looked at the major with a serious look. He said that if the boss gave his approval, then from that moment on he could start mass production. The captain looked at the fighter with a serious look, saying that it was good and now they needed to go to the workshop. The lieutenant looked at the captain in shock. Shuan and Sunghoon looked at the protagonist in surprise. The fighters were standing around the map with dots. The fighter noted that the green dot near Butchin had moved. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest. He noted that he had never met such monsters before, so he couldn't say anything for sure, but it was clear that with their current strength, it was simply impossible to fight green-eyed monsters. The lieutenant looked at the map warily. She noted that recently, among the monsters approaching Butchin, yellow-eyed ones were also spotted. The map indicated orange dots with arrows. The fighter said that the monsters below the orange one were rapidly approaching Butchin. Sunghoon looked at the map in confusion. He said that he thought that everything had finally settled down, but it turned out to be the calm before the storm, adding about green, yellow, orange. The guys looked at the protagonist in surprise. The protagonist said that this was the whole point, noting that this was their only chance to get a green rating. Shuan did not understand what the major was talking about. The captain noted that they did not have time, and they should continue to fight and supply at the same time to increase their chances of survival. The guys looked at the captain intently. The major said that he and a group of soldiers would quickly eliminate the yellow-eyed monsters, adding that no one could cope with an orange rating in a short time, so Xuan and Suji went hunting with their squad. White clouds floated in the sky. The captain said that there was only enough ammunition for this fight and there were 2 more units heading to Shihyung and Incheon, adding that they should transport weapons from there. The guys opened their mouths, looking at the protagonist. The main character looked at the candidates, saying that the mission should be left to those 2. The guys looked at the major with a serious look. The man said that they would do it. The brown-haired girl noted that she would do it. The main character frowned. He said that there was no information about the 4th rating, but now there was a huge chance of their squad being destroyed, adding that after the rating was increased, they should deal with it as soon as possible. The lieutenant looked at the captain in surprise. The major said that the roles had been raised, so they needed to quickly deal with the equipment. Xuan looked ahead in bewilderment, asking what he was worried about. The dim light was on in the corridor. There were fighters in the workshop. The man looked behind him, telling the chief that they had arrived. The man in glasses turned his gaze to the side. He rose from his chair, telling the guys to prepare their things. The protagonist and the guys entered the workshop. The boss asked if they had already arrived. The protagonist bowed to the man. Sunhoon told the boss that he was the guild master. The protagonist said that his name was Taehoon and he should have done this earlier. The protagonist looked at the boss with a serious look. The old man looked at Taehoon in surprise. The old man pointed to the side. Taehoon said that he knew it was rude, but the matter was urgent, asking if he could see the items right away. The old man said that of course. There was a hammer on the table. There was equipment on the table. A description of the characteristics of the skin of the Black Death appeared. The protagonist looked closely at the equipment. The boss noted that at the moment 20 sets were already ready, and with the current production speed, they can make 10 sets a day. Taehoon took the equipment in his hand, saying that it was excellent and even more than he expected. The old man adjusted his glasses, saying that they were expected to be able to produce 90 sets of Black Death skin. The chief raised his weapon. The major said that in this scenario, Xuan and Suji would be able to engage in close combat against the second rank. And the old man mentioned what he said about the tragist. A picture of bags appeared, and with a description of the Black Death class characteristic. A picture of various weapons appeared, and a description of the characteristics of the Black Death book. The boys looked at the things in surprise. They picked up their weapons. The protagonist said to Xuan, Suji, Sion, and Youngwon that these were their weapons, noting that they should also put on protective gear. The protagonist looked at the boys with a serious look. He said that in theory, they do their job and get paid for it, but he will pay them in advance because they do not know how the situation will turn out. Seong and Youngwon looked at the major in surprise. Taehoon noted that they should remember that they have not yet lost faith in victory. The protagonist and the boss bowed to each other. Taehoon thanked the old man, saying that he would be leaving. The old man said that he could call at any time. The old man watched the captain leave. The old man stared at the protagonist's back, saying that they should sharpen their blade, adding that he thought he knew why he was praising him, investigating behind him. A dim light shone through the hallway. Suji and Xuan stood near the door. The protagonist sat in a chair. There was a golden goblet on the table. The protagonist sat with his eyes closed. The city was ablaze. The protagonist's face was stained with blood. Sunmi called out for the boss. Tears welled up in her eyes. Taehoon wondered whose voice it was, then noted that it was Sunmi and that she had grown her hair out. Sunmi looked ahead with tears in her eyes, telling him to open his eyes. Taehoon noted that she was crying. The protagonist was lying in the girl's arms. He wondered how long it had been and that he felt like his body was too cold, adding that he was dying. Fire was blazing around the boys. The girl looked at the protagonist with tears in her eyes. She said that he should remember and that he could change it, adding that she hoped that it would help and she would tell him her wishes. Taehoon narrowed his eyes. Cold sweat was running down his face. The protagonist grabbed his head, saying what kind of future this was. Light was shining on the door. The fighter stated that he would just say it straight out. The boys gathered around. Sung-hoon asked the protagonist that before he died, Sunmi told him a list of wishes. Suji noted that in a situation like this, it was good and it was the surest way to use the golden cup. Sung-hoon looked away thoughtfully, saying that there were 6 items on the list. Sung-hoon added that they were the Emil Bell, Beaked Bronze Incense Burner, Gwangido Steel, Gaujian Sword, Green Dragon Crescent Blade, and Kusanagi Blade. Sung-hoon introduced various weapons. He said that 4 of them actually exist and they are found in Chinese and Japanese mythology, adding that he means that there is nothing like that in life. But the thing is that the boss just keeps writing down things that he can't get his hands on, asking what that means. The protagonist looked at Sung-hoon thoughtfully. The fighter said that the 4 items are sold in Bayo and Bucheon City, adding that they are not available in Jeongju. Sung-hoon looked at the captain with a serious look, saying that there are many relics from Japan and China there. The protagonist furrowed his brows, noting that the armed forces had simply been stolen by someone or that it was more dangerous there than in Bayo and Bucheon City. Sung-hoon introduced the fighters. He said that they were waiting for the Ministry of Defense. If something happened, everything would move there. In other words, Bayo and Bucheon City were untouched, meaning that they still had a chance to get the relics there. The fighter introduced a fence with barbed wire. He said that the Gwangido Steel and the Gaujian Sword were in China, asking what it meant that they moved from China and the awakening began there. And then how should they get there, adding that the air and land routes were not functioning. Sung-hoon grabbed his head, squeezing his eyes shut. He said that the big question was who injured the boss. The protagonist crossed his arms, saying that the awakening was very likely. The fighter asked what that was. The protagonist recalled Sunmi's face with a serious look. He said that she was close, but she did not participate in the battle, and if it was a monster, he would not have left it alive, and no matter what, it died of weakness. The protagonist imagined the corpses of monsters. He asked that killing monsters to gain experience and level up, and that he said the world was like a game. Xuan furrowed his brows, saying that it was a normal RPG. The protagonist looked at the fighters, asking what if the number of monsters was limited. The lieutenant looked at the captain, saying that it was a zero-sum game. The protagonist imagined himself standing on a mountain of monster corpses. Taehoon said that eventually there would be more awakened and fewer monsters. Eventually humans would rise to the top again, and this was just a different way of enlightenment and ascension, and he did not think anything had changed dramatically. The protagonist lowered his head, saying that he would eventually be eaten by humans, as it was. Black cars were driving along the road. The cars drove one after another. Seong looked ahead with a serious look. Youngwon extended a cigarette to his lips. The fighter adjusted his equipment. A firearm was visible on his back. Pockets were hanging from his belt. The fighters were holding their weapons in their hands. The protagonist said that they should collect as many remaining weapons and pills as possible. The fighters lined up in formation. Ji-hoon noted that the monsters around the city hall were not identified, and they should defend and monitor them with a minimum number of people. The protagonist looked at the guys. He said that Youngwon and Seong would split into 2 teams to transport weapons to the 2 military units. Seong said that they would do so. Ji-hoon noted that no monsters higher than level 2 were found in the unit's territory, but there was still quite a lot of level 1 monsters, so they should be careful. Xuan and Suji looked at the protagonist. The captain said that Xuan and Suji were still having a hard time dealing with level 2 monsters alone, so they should find their location with the map, repeat, return, and get rid of the monsters one by one. Sung-hoon and Sunmi stared at the captain. The major said that Sung-hoon and Sunmi were staying at the city hall to guard the base and watch over the wounded, periodically reporting the situation on the map. The boys looked at their captain. The major told them to return to the unit once they finished their job. The captain looked away, telling them to return alive. The boys looked at the major in surprise. The protagonist stood near the door when the boys said they would do it. White clouds were visible above the ruined city. Dead deeds of people lay on the road when monsters passed by them. A crowd of monsters walked along the streets of the city. They ate people along the way. A huge monster with several paws walked among the others. It looked around. The monsters turned their attention to the side. The yellow-eyed monster bared its fangs. The protagonist stood on a skull, looking at the monsters. The protagonist frowned, noting that there were many of them and that this was their territory. The monsters raised their heads, looking at the protagonist. The captain stood near the map, imagining the image of a skull. He said that the remaining bones of the Black Death were blocking the entrance to the city and most of the monsters would not even come close. Ji-hoon raised his hand. The fighters approached the fence. They stood on the roof of the building, looking at the monsters. The monsters opened their mouths. The protagonist looked down with a menacing look, telling them to throw. The soldier removed the pin from the grenade. The fighters began to throw grenades at the monsters. The monsters turned their attention to the grenades. A huge explosion engulfed the monsters. The fighters took out their weapons, shooting at the monsters. The bullets hit the monsters' bodies. The yellow-eyed monster opened its mouth wide. It clenched its mouth and pulled its head back, after which it opened it and shot a column of fire to the side. Not far from the monsters, there was an explosion. Clouds of smoke and dust began to rise above the ground. The monster spat a fireball towards the building. The fighters jumped back from the explosion. They lay on the ground, looking ahead, not understanding what it was. The protagonist jumped on the cars. He approached the monsters. The protagonist cut the monsters' bodies with his sword over and over again. The monster bared its fangs. The protagonist clenched the sword in his hand. A cloud of dust and smoke was visible in the distance behind the building. The fighters were fighting the monster. The soldier told him to be careful. Suji and Xuan were fighting the green-haired monster. The monster swung its axe. Xuan blocked the blow. The lieutenant frowned, saying that he had dealt with these guys himself. Xuan looked at the monster with annoyance, noting that it was actually very heavy and yet it was nothing compared to the boss. Xuan slammed his bat into the monster's leg. Suji aimed her weapon. The bullet hit the monster's eye. The monster grabbed its face with its hand. The fighter slammed his bat into the monster's head. Suji swung her weapon, which had a knife on the end. The lieutenant plunged her weapon into the monster's head. Suji gritted her teeth as blood gushed out of the monster. An orange sunset could be seen in the sky. The protagonist was fighting a 2-armed monster. The protagonist chopped off the monster's paw with his paw. He jumped into the air, dodging its tail. Ji-hoon landed on the ground. The monster opened its mouth, sending out a pillar of fire. The protagonist extended his hand, emitting a blue aura. The captain and the monster's power collided together and exploded. The monster swung its paw. A black silhouette with a red eye appeared in front of him. The monster swung its hand at the silhouette. The monster cut its comrade into pieces. The protagonist held a weapon in his hand, appearing from below. Ji-hoon looked at the monster with his snake-like gaze. He opened his mouth wide. The captain rushed to attack the monster. The protagonist struck the monster. He drew his sword through the monster. The monster cut it in half. The protagonist looked back at the other monsters. He frowned and sighed heavily. A beautiful sunset was visible above the city. White clouds were floating above the building. A man asked the protagonist what he was. Dead guys were lying on the floor. The man aimed a gun at the protagonist, asking how he knew about them and why he did it. Ji-hoon looked away with a calm gaze, saying that he was just passing by. The blonde looked at the protagonist with displeasure, saying that he was crazy. Ji-hoon furrowed his brows, remembering the bodies of women. He asked if he was crazy there, noting that there were dozens of women's bodies in the basement who died due to the horror of abuse, but he was not there for that, but he could not pass by in such a situation. The protagonist looked at the blonde with displeasure, saying that the world was full of monsters, and they guys were the ones who should not be among them in the first place. The blonde looked at Ji-hoon furiously, telling him to shut up. The guy looked at the captain in bewilderment. The major said that he had already fired 5 shots, and he should check the remaining bullet at the beginning of the gun, although he did not feel the weight of the bullet. The blonde threw the gun towards the protagonist, but he tilted his head to the side. The protagonist looked at the man with a cold gaze, telling him not to worry. The blonde bared his teeth in displeasure. He told him not to look down on him, because he was also an awakened one, and he did not want to use his power because of the high risk. The blonde lifted the objects in the room with his power, telling him to watch carefully because it was telekinesis. The protagonist waved his hand in the air. The man's eyes widened. The protagonist pinned the man to the floor with his power. The blonde gritted his teeth, asking where he got such power from. The protagonist looked at the blonde with displeasure, telling him not to ask questions. 3 days ago, there were weapons with bullets on the table. The fighter said that the monsters were level 2 and 3, and those weapons, everything went better than they expected. There were various rifles and shells on the floor. The fighter said that there were no fatalities and minor injuries, and all the wounded would soon recover. The fighters crowded around the boxes. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look, saying that everyone did well in their missions. The boys looked at the captain with a slight grin. The captain said that they should now prepare to attack the level 4 monster. The fighters looked at Sung-hoon, who burst in. Sung-hoon looked at the protagonist with a worried expression, saying that he simply had to take a look. Sung-hoon pointed his hand at the map. He said that the point located in Gwangnon City had recently disappeared. Shuin asked how this was possible, noting that there was no green nearby. Sung-hoon looked up. The protagonist said that either that monster could become invisible, or it very quickly appeared out of range of the map. The protagonist looked down, saying that someone was hunting him and there were 3 possible options. The fighters looked at their captain. Sung-hoon said that this was impossible, even level 3 is very green, and level 4. The main character said that there is nothing impossible in this, and there may be an awakened one stronger than him, and the initial abilities of each are different, and if he has a strong artifact. The fighters looked at their captain in shock. The major said that maybe he was the one who killed him in the future. The fighters looked at the main character with a serious look. Ti-hoon said that it was not the time to talk yet and that he was heading to Gwangnon alone. Ti-hoon looked at the boys with a serious look and said that their main objective was reconnaissance and that they should also strengthen their defenses and provide escape routes in case of an emergency. An orange sunset could be seen from the window. Ti-hoon told the blonde man to tell him everything he knew about what happened 3 days ago. The captain stretched out his hand in front of him. The blonde man said that military soldiers, late at night, more than 10 people who looked like special forces entered Gwangnon. The blonde man imagined the men in special forces uniforms. He said that they were also cautious, but some of them did not take it seriously enough, and that was all he knew. Ti-hoon asked what happened after that. The blonde man said that the monsters suddenly started moving and their number in the city decreased significantly. The protagonist looked ahead thoughtfully. He wondered if they were special forces, adding that no matter what, their goal was not the organization. The blonde lifted the table leg with his strength. The protagonist thought about hunting, adding that when he came to Gwangnon, he knew for sure that the level 4 monster was there. The table leg approached the protagonist's neck. Ti-hoon thought that he had been there and had been investigating the place for 1.5 days, and there was no danger, adding that they had managed to harm the green-eyed monster. The blonde grinned maliciously, telling him not to pay attention to him and he would make a hole in his head. The table leg quickly approached the protagonist's neck. Ti-hoon grabbed the leg with his hand. The blonde slightly rose, looking at the protagonist. The protagonist poured out the fragments from the leg, asking what it was. The blonde looked at Ti-hoon in bewilderment. The man rushed towards the brunette with an attack. A dim light penetrated the corridor. The protagonist walked along the fence. The blonde man lay dead in the room. The captain turned his attention to the building. He approached the doors of the building. The protagonist went down into the underground metro. A dim light was visible in the tunnel. The protagonist held a flashlight with a gun in his hand. He said that he did not feel anything, and most likely there were no monsters. The protagonist lit his way. He said that something was pressing and the air was heavy, adding that he smelled blood and gunpowder. The protagonist walked along the tracks. He shone a flashlight in front of him. The protagonist met dead deeds on his way. The captain approached the dead body. He said that there were mainly trained soldiers from the anti-terrorist unit. Dead soldiers without limbs lay on the ground. A description of the characteristics of basic abilities and acquired abilities appeared. The protagonist lowered his head. He said that the initial indicators were quite high, but the acquired abilities were the same. The protagonist recalled the images of a snake and a 2-armed monster. He said that these were soldiers trained by the system, but even with such indicators it was not easy to kill level 3 monsters, and even more so level 4, asking if this was not the unit he did not know about. The protagonist checked the dead body, saying about artifacts and weapons. Hieroglyphs were visible on a piece of paper. A description of the characteristics of a Sunsubai copy appeared. The protagonist studied the piece of paper. He said that this was a good place to rest and the monument would serve as a defensive wall. The protagonist looked away, asking why an anti-tank grenade launcher was in such a place. Taehoon picked up the weapon. A picture of a weapon appeared. Description of the characteristics of the spear of ancient warriors. The protagonist shone a flashlight on the weapon. He said that the anti-tank grenade launcher was a plastic peony and when fired, the artifact was destroyed, noting that it was disposable. The protagonist added that when combining two weapons, the destructive power doubles and even a level 4 monster would be significantly damaged. Taehoon turned his attention to the side. He abruptly ran down the tunnel, saying that he had the same feeling as when he first met that monster. The protagonist looked ahead in shock. A huge monster with green eyes lay in front of him. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that this creature had abilities far superior to level 3 monsters. The monster lay motionless on the ground. A black car drove along the road. The protagonist stood next to the car. A description of the characteristics of basic and acquired abilities appeared. The night sky was visible above the building. A dim light illuminated the corridor of the building. The fighter asked that the green-eyed monster was killed. The guys looked at the captain in bewilderment. Shuin said that it was good, but it sounded absolute. Sunhoon lowered his gaze. He said that this was definitely a copy of Sunsubai, a relic of the National Museum of Korea, and he was almost certain that they had a strong competitor. The guys stood around the map. Sayong said that she did not understand that if he went hunting, he knew that the monster stones were completely worth the risks. The fighter asked why he was sending so many forces, adding that the awakening statistics were insufficient to give up on the search. Sayong looked at the guy with confusion. She asked that they did not have a map, adding that without getting closer, it was impossible to determine the enemy's combat power. Sunhoon looked at the girl with a serious look. He said that, however, the National Museum had a map of the Highlands and perhaps even the original, not a copy. The protagonist reached out his hand for the phone. He said that there was such a possibility, but the problem was not only that. On the phone, a notification was visible, which said that on March 3rd, a meeting was at Gimpo Airport. The guys looked at the phone in surprise. Shuan asked what was easier or just gather there. Sunhoon noted that this meant that the troops were not alone and that several battalions were moving to gather the monsters in one place at a certain time. Sayong looked at the captain, asking that they would go to the airport. Taehoon said that it was an open area with no people, so it might be a safer place than she might think. Youngwon looked ahead with a serious look. Youngwon said that the choice was to simply meet or refuse, asking that he would negotiate there that day. The protagonist lowered his gaze. He said that just above Gimpo Airport, he had already come to Gwangmyeon, and they could not avoid meeting them. Sunhoon looked at the captain worriedly. He said that no matter how he looked at it, there were many more of them, and he thought it would be a good idea to negotiate. The protagonist looked at the fighter. The fighter said that they had no reason not to accept survivors like the boss or the Mac Club, noting that this was his opinion. Sunmi looked down thoughtfully. She said that they would have to negotiate and that the problem was different. The lieutenant looked ahead with a serious look. She said that even if they started negotiating, the boss's personal affairs could affect the course of events. Shuan looked ahead with a slight grin, said that Sister Sunmi still had short hair, so he would not die, and they should not worry. Shuan looked at the guys awkwardly. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest, saying that this was all and while they still had time, they should do everything in their power now. The protagonist looked at the guys with a serious look, telling them to gather all the soldiers. The night sky was visible above the building. Liangtian City was very battered. Scarlet monsters were wandering everywhere. One of them turned around and exclaimed. The Chinese army soldiers approached them. One of the women smiled and said that she did not really want to speak out first because they were originally supposed to intervene after the air attack. The commander frowned and said that they should stop talking nonsense. Because they came to liberate Chinese land, they would destroy it. The woman looked at the general and said that this was just thinking out loud. The man ordered the performance to begin. The girl played a musical instrument. A golden aura enveloped their army. Streams of energy rushed past the soldiers. The general stepped forward and said that it was time to begin. The soldiers took up their weapons. The general grabbed the hilt of his sword and ordered them to get ready. He held the blade in front of him and directed the troops to attack. The soldiers jumped off. Dark clouds floated across the sky above the city. Nurses were helping the wounded. Sunmi turned around and asked for fever reducers and painkillers. She wiped her forehead and exhaled heavily. Suddenly, the girl noticed people outside the window. The soldiers brought in a new batch of wounded. One of them approached the hero and said that these were soldiers who were sent against the 4th level monsters, and although they were not serious, everyone he had seen was in this state. The man frowned and said that everything was falling apart, but the main burden was on the shoulders of ordinary soldiers. He looked at the group of subordinates and ordered Group A to go to the main gate, and Group B to the building, but under no circumstances to act like heroes because they needed to hold on. The woman looked at him silently. The city was mired in destruction and fire. The man thought that after the appearance of the monsters, the empty city quickly began to collapse. He imagined a destroyed street and added that the connection was immediately paralyzed. The electricity stopped working. A group of people gathered in a camp. They raised their heads. Looking ahead, the man thought that, however, it was not so easy to finish off the people themselves, and many of them began to look for ways to solve the problems that had arisen. Solar panels stood in neat rows. The hero added that the engineers had set up the production of solar batteries and began to receive electricity with their help. He looked at his subordinates and assigned the junior lieutenant a detachment, saying that first of all he should engage in the training of personnel, and that one of the subordinates was transferred to the lieutenant's assistance, and that she would be a long-range weapon and Xiuan a close-range one. He imagined soldiers firing machine guns and thought that every effort had been made to prepare the militia. He looked at two subordinates and said that they would search the nearest stores and that food was a priority, and they should also try to avoid encounters with monsters. Then he imagined the soldiers unloading wooden boxes and thought that with the help of search teams the food problem was solved. Then he approached a young subordinate. The soldier turned to the master and said that more and more people were gathering, and in such circumstances, it was probably worth thinking about the management system first. He looked at the other guys and said that he called the master the boss, but the others. Ji-hoon turned away and said that they could call him whatever they wanted. He imagined the management scheme of the guild, in which he was the master, the guys were subordinates and deputies, and the rest were members of the guild. He imagined the surroundings of the camp and thought that little by little the guild was gaining strength, strengthening humanity's ability to survive. On the table in front of him lay a golden cup. Dust was scattered across the city street. The man was bleeding, coughing heavily. The Chinese soldiers approached his severed hand. The girls appeared before him. The man wondered who they were. One of the girls stepped forward and said that as expected of a dragon hunter, he resisted their power for a very long time. She raised the blade and added that she wanted to kill him. The man gritted his teeth and thought that he needed to learn Chinese. The stranger took a step towards him from behind. The man came closer to the hero. Ji-hoon quickly turned around. The blade of the sword went to his back. The stranger pierced the guy's chest. The hero spat out his own blood. The traitor smiled and said that it was amazing, because it was a defeat, and then asked if he was able to feel anything anymore. Holding the blade with both hands, he asked if he had anything to say, because he had done so much, so there must be some kind of posthumous will. The hero thought that he pierced the heart, and it was impossible to hold on any longer. His eyes were closing. He heard a voice asking him to remember the 6 snakes in the name of the traitor. Ji-hoon grabbed the blade of the sword and thought that he was talking to himself. The stranger pulled the blade out of his body. The guy collapsed to the ground. The traitor approached him and asked what he was muttering, and was he really leaving some kind of covenant. The girl frowned angrily and said that he was messing around for too long, because he should kill the guy faster or she would do it herself. The man raised the sword above his head and said with a smile that the madman was being capricious. The hero exhaled heavily. The traitor said that that was all. His cry of farewell rang out along the street. Ji-hoon opened his eyelids in shock. He lowered his head and exhaled heavily. Sitting in a chair, he realized that his hand was in place. The man came out to the others and said that there were 3 days left until what happened in the dream. He was sitting in front of a map. One of the soldiers said that according to the words, he finished off the dragon, but still died. And he did not understand how this happened. Suji asked if it would be better to postpone the expedition to the airport. The man frowned and said that he trusted his subordinates, and they formed a group together, but there was a traitor in it, and that in any case, they should go to the airport because maybe they will find a clue there. He handed the phone to Sung-hoon and asked if he would be able to recognize the sword if he saw it. The young man said that he probably could. He looked at the image. The guys frowned slightly. The guy exclaimed in surprise and said that this sword is what they need because it belongs to Gaojian. Ji-hoon lowered his head and said that nothing is clear yet. However, if they can find at least some clue, it will already be good. The soldier opened the door and loudly called out to the master. Xiuan flew into the room. The guys jumped up from their seats. They asked with a shout what happened. The guy introduced the monster and said that he finally managed to deal with the 2nd level monster alone. And of course, he had this new weapon, but it was not about it because he almost did not use it. The guy threw the battle on his shoulder and laughed loudly. Sunmi grabbed her head and said that this amount was rabble. The hero smiled contentedly. The girl looked at him, asking why he was smiling. The hero walked away. The guys began to discuss that he finally succeeded and that he tried. Sunmi looked after the man and realized something. The hero remembered his dream and thought about 6 snakes in the name of the traitor. On March 3rd, it snowed at the international airport. The neighborhood was covered with a crust of snow. The soldiers approached the airport. The men confidently walked forward. They were moving away from their car. Youngwon turned his gaze to the side. The soldiers put their hands on their weapons. A shout was heard inside the airport, announcing that Team D was in place. The soldiers lined up. Team B had returned, and Team K was on alert. The soldiers looked at each other, discussing the status of each other's teams. He approached them while the guys were discussing the fact that Team C was not visible, and that there had been no news from them since they entered Gwangmyo, and it would probably be difficult, since the level could be raised above yellow. Suddenly, one of the soldiers ordered them to line up at attention. The men suddenly fell silent. The lieutenant colonel looked at them. The soldiers looked at him silently, standing in front of the squad. He gave the command at ease and said that he would describe the current situation to them. A man standing nearby turned to the lieutenant colonel. The commander said that he did not see Major Osibum. The soldier said that it was not yet clear, because of course he had his own approach to things, but he had never been late for a meeting. The soldiers began to whisper that he could have been defeated or encountered something more serious than a blue level. The lieutenant colonel looked at them. The soldier next to him ordered everyone to be silent. Dihim frowned. The soldier told him that their group could have simply lost their way, but in any case, they were taking a great risk by staying in this place for so long. But considering the situation, the discipline of the soldiers grabbed their weapons. They took a defensive formation. The lieutenant colonel raised his hand. The soldier said that he should not expose himself. One of the soldiers addressed the reconnaissance team. The sniper looked through the scope and said that the presence of a large number of enemies was not confirmed, but movement was detected on the runway. Snowflakes were falling near the tower. The man added that he did not think they were monsters. Tihun stood in the middle of the landing strip. The sniper said that the enemy number was equal to 1. The hero frowned slightly. The soldier and rushed outside, saying that they needed to check it. When they went outside, an order was given for a cautious approach. With their weapons in front of them, the soldiers met the guy. One of the soldiers ran up to the lieutenant colonel. He looked at the man and said that this was a survivor, a young guy named Tihun, and he also wanted to talk to the boss. The lieutenant colonel looked at him in surprise. The commander said that this was nonsense, and that this crazy guy needed to be driven away, and if he resisted, we could sort it out. Dihim approached the soldier and asked him to say his name again. The guy replied that his name was Tihun. The lieutenant colonel remembered the guy's face and frowned tensely. He approached the guest. Dihim looked at the guy and said that he survived, and that he simply could not die. The guy turned to the lieutenant colonel. The hero looked up at him. A group of soldiers had gathered around them, discussing the conversation that was dragging on. The soldiers were whispering among themselves that the lieutenant colonel knew the stranger, and that he was apparently also a military man, but because of his age, he was unlikely to be a high-ranking officer. The bearded man lit a cigarette and said that the guest had changed a lot, and that he had chosen a cool name for the guild. Taking the cigarette out of his mouth, he asked if this was negotiations or not, and if they would settle the matter peacefully. The hero frowned. The lieutenant colonel said that he was not sure that it was up to him to decide, since he was not authorized to cooperate with non-governmental organizations. But then again, the hero could have guessed that himself. He showed the abundance of equipment in the army and said that it must be done. In order to avoid a war of attrition, the lieutenant colonel replied that he did not know how much military force the guy had at his disposal, but he was not sure that they could withstand a war. The hero took off his glove and said that even you, who are now with him, are an elite unit that has undergone special training, so it is unlikely that the lieutenant colonel should take off his gag. He showed the symbol on his hand and added that if the battle does break out, then at least half of them will remain in this place forever. Dihun frowned tensely and thought that he really intended to fight alone against an entire army, because if you remember his past merits. The major approached them from the side. Tihun frowned angrily and asked who it was, because he was very reckless. The major walked forward with a cigarette in his hands. The hero turned around. The lieutenant colonel called him by rank. The soldiers noticed the major approaching the men. Sebum removed his cigarette from the brand and said that everything had gone wrong when he had stepped away for a moment, and apologized for being late. He saluted the lieutenant colonel. The hero frowned tensely, recognizing his voice. The major turned to face the guest and asked who he was and why they were standing outside putting on a show for the crowd. Sebum touched his head and said that it looked like the gentleman was asking for cooperation so that he could continue to be king of his neighborhood, then called him an interesting young man and asked if there was anything he could do for him. The hero frowned angrily. The lieutenant colonel frowned and said that a duel with his fists was needed. Sebum stood in front of Tihun. The soldiers were watching from the sidelines. The major turned away and said that this was not a duel, but a fight to the death, and that the lieutenant colonel was very old-fashioned. He threw off his weapon and said that before becoming awakened, the man served in the Secret Service, and he wondered what it would be like to fight a man who had become a weapon. But anyway, there was nothing he could do. The major raised his hands and asked what would happen if the opponent died. Tihun looked at him angrily. The men began to fight. One of them hit, the other parried. The major hit the hero with his elbow. Tihun struck. Tianhu kicked him. The guy blocked. They continued to fight. The soldiers watched them. One of them said that they were not people. The soldier gritted his teeth and said that he was fighting on par with Kinhu. Was the major really losing? The hero replied not to talk nonsense. He can't lose. They say that he can handle a yellow level threat on his own, and if he has a team, then even a blue one. In terms of skill points, Kinhu is unsurpassed. You just have to keep up with cleaning up the corpses after him. The old man frowned and said that Major Tihun had an affiliation, but no name. He was the only survivor of those who were called ghosts. He said that even among the top brass, legends were made about them, but only a small circle of people knew about his existence. He said that they were only used in operations that required something that ordinary people were incapable of, and at the same time, only one combat unit could be deployed without wide publicity. The man said that he saw him in action. He turned around and said that he still found it hard to forget. Kinhu and Tihun kicked each other. Smoke flew around them. The brunette gritted his teeth and said that it was obvious that he was ahead in skill points, but why so easily? Tihun hit him in the chin. Blood came out of his mouth. The guy grabbed his arm. He put him in a painful hold and threw him back. The major screamed. He gritted his teeth and swung his leg, telling him to die. Tihun kicked him. The ground around them cracked. The guy swung. He hit him in the face. Kinhu fell. The soldiers looked at them in shock. The man gritted his teeth and asked if the major had lost. This couldn't be. Tihun looked at him. He was unconscious. The guy turned his gaze to the main one. After a while, one of the soldiers said that there was no threat to life. It seemed that he had just briefly lost consciousness. First, he needed to be carried inside. Kinhu was carried away. The guy asked to tell about the current situation with the troops in Seoul. His task was to join the remaining forces outside Seoul. The chief replied that out of 31 bridges across Haejeong, only the bridges in Nadara and Nagasu were in relative order. This fact alone was enough to understand the general state of affairs. Tihun asked if the army had intentionally blown up the others. He replied that they had only destroyed some of them, and that the monsters were the cause of the destruction of the rest. He said that Seoul had a large population, which meant there were a lot of victims. The ruins of high-rise buildings, ashes, and the subway were the favorite habitats of monsters. Tihun frowned and asked what about number 1, was everything okay, were they taking care of his safety? The guy frowned and thought that the lieutenant colonel was lying. They had failed to protect the president and were now only satisfying their ambition, but this could make things even worse. He asked to convey that the Mac Guild was taking on the monsters in and around Bucheon, and would also try to ensure the safety of the survivors, and that as soon as new resources appeared, they would immediately use them against the monsters. The man said yes and suggested that they work together to achieve better results. Tihun handed over the tags and said that he had found them in an underground tunnel. All the paratroopers had died. He had buried them somehow. The lieutenant colonel frowned and thanked him. He said that they would meet after Purim on March 18th at the same place. The soldiers were moving forward. They were in a row. Liu frowned and thought that he had suspected that Kinhu would not be able to cope with Tihun. After all, it was difficult to imagine him losing. After all, so much time had passed since he left the troops. Most likely he had guessed that they were conducting an investigation. He had received reports that his body and psyche had become very weak after an unsuccessful suicide. He thought that to some extent this was expected. After all, he had distinguished himself in so many hot spots where the authorities did not want to get their hands dirty. This made him stronger, but it was difficult to endure all this at a time when everyone was afraid. He squeezed the tags. After a while, Tihun walked forward. The lieutenant colonel thought that he was impossible to break. After all, he was on a completely different level. The soldiers ran after him. They looked at him. The man frowned and said that they should watch him, but quietly, he was talking about the one who knocked down the major. They should be careful and not stick their heads out. If they were discovered, they should hide. At least one of them should return. The soldiers watched the hero. One of them motioned for him to go forward. Another looked down and said that they were spotted. Tihun appeared next to them. The soldier frowned and asked how, why suddenly. He swung his katana. The hero frowned and put his hand forward. After a while, Tihun looked at the soldiers. A blue glow emanated from his hand. The soldiers widened their eyes. One of them said that he could not move. The hero stood in front of them and said that he had no intention of killing them and provoking Lieutenant Colonel Liu. The soldier asked what he wanted then. He replied that he needed them to always remain in his sight for half a month. He darkened and said that otherwise he would still have to send their paralyzed bodies to the lieutenant colonel. Someone called the master. Sergeant Chu Jilen and Sergeant Konglin looked forward. Konglin looked at the girl and asked if she was a soldier. Suji frowned and thought that this was the Capital District Defense Headquarters, a special forces unit, and also an awakened one, but why are the military here, and so young? Tihun crossed his arms and said that the lieutenant colonel assigned spies to him. If they behave strangely, they should finish them off immediately. He walked forward and said that they should assign someone to monitor them. He also had something to report. They should gather everyone in the conference room. After a while, the hero looked at the map and said that the situation in Seoul was far from ideal. The status of the president and prime minister was very vague. To rectify the situation, troops were brought into the city by the headquarters of the defense of the capital district. At the same time, one of the 6 snakes continued to gain strength. He frowned and said that he wanted to kill Kin Hu and nip the danger in the bud, but decided that if he wanted to use the lieutenant colonel, it was better to spare him for now. The hero said that the lieutenant colonel was not awakened. This was his great weakness, since now in the army they are gradually seizing power, so from the point of view of the headquarters, he is a lame duck. Kong Lin scratched his chin and said that with the help of the lieutenant colonel, they can do work for the government and as a reward receive valuable artifacts that are stored by the army. Zhu Jilin asked if the lieutenant colonel would cooperate with them. She said that the lieutenant colonel was well aware of his situation, but he was very ambitious, so even if the situation was dire, it was unlikely that this man would run or bend his knee. In general, the situation was difficult, and as for artifacts, they were now more expensive than firearms. Ji-hoon frowned and said that they would not beg or bargain, they had to make them give it to them themselves. He thought that since that day, wherever they went, they were filled with despair. There was nothing at all that could be even close to called hope, but here everything was different. He thought that they made a protective wall and periodically combed the perimeter behind it. Solar panels were installed inside and work was organized to cut up monsters. The ruins of buildings were cleared and the roads were restored. The people who were here smoked in their free time, shared food, laughed and had fun. Even in such a gloomy environment, the will to live flickered in them. The guy thought that the military, of course, was exactly the same, but there everything is more likely based on forced labor, even if you really want to get a salary. Under the barrels of rifles it is somehow inconvenient to ask about it, so for many, the surviving military and the awakened became no less a horror than the monsters. Zhu Jilin looked ahead and asked how they could laugh. It was like a different world here. A loud sound was heard. The monsters were attacking the people. The girl killed a spider, then she shot another one. Zhu Jilin looked to the side and said that everything was fine. They were doing well for now, but there were too many of them. They should have brought more people. Kong Lin frowned and told her to look ahead. The monsters were flying dead. The soldiers were killing them with cold weapons. Others were shooting with rifles. Suji was also fighting among them. The monsters were being killed one by one. The men were cutting the spiders with swords. Youngwon exhaled and lit a cigarette. The girl looked at him in shock and asked how they dealt with them so quickly. A loud sound was heard. Kong Lin turned around. The monster was looking at them and screaming. It was the size of a building. The boy and girl frowned and shouted that the danger was level yellow and everyone should retreat. Shuin looked ahead with delight and said that it was the first time he saw the 3rd level in real life. It was terrifying. Kong Lin shouted why they were trampling there. This was completely different from what they had to deal with before. The hero walked towards them. He looked ahead. Youngwon looked at him and asked how many 3rd level ones the master could take down. Shuin replied that he bet on 6. Suji replied that he shouldn't underestimate him like that. Ti-hoon swung his sword and said that he had been waiting. The monster opened its mouth and growled. The guy walked towards him. He started running. His eyes turned black. There was an explosion. March 18th, Gimpo International Airport. The museum employee frowned and shouted, what kind of nonsense was this? Is this really a wish list? This is not a store for him, and this is practically all that is in the museum. The guy raised his eyebrows and said, how so? He thought they had already agreed on everything. The man looked at the lieutenant colonel and suggested that they just leave. They were crazy. He replied that as they had agreed, if the conditions were met, then they should repay them. The soldier smiled. Ti-hoon looked ahead and said that he would take their restrictions into account. They started to leave and said that that was all. They would meet at the agreed time. The man gritted his teeth and said that he was allowing himself. The soldier said that the target was moving. Would there be orders? Ti-hoon looked back and said that he knew of 6 snipers who were 400 meters to the north, at an altitude of 60 meters, 250 and 40 to the east, 350 to the west. If at least one of them pulled the trigger, they would all die. He asked to do without them next time. The snipers looked at him in shock. Zhu Jilin looked at him. The lieutenant colonel frowned. The hero looked at him. He went forward. The soldiers looked ahead. One of them said that he couldn't believe it. Zhu Jilin frowned and said that there wasn't a single word of lies in the report. The lieutenant colonel took out a cigarette and said that it wasn't that he didn't believe them, it was that he found it hard to believe what they were saying. He frowned and said that the fact that he dealt with a yellow-level monster so quickly was not only beyond expectations, it was beyond imagination. He thought that a crisis always brings opportunities. Even if he managed to achieve one small success, it could greatly affect his reputation during a period of instability. In the end, everything went according to the Ti-hoon scenario. He looked at the soldiers and said that they should stay in Bucheon and continue surveillance. When he dealt with her in Incheon, they should try to transfer her there. The car drove forward. The soldier said that if they found an important person in Incheon and brought him here, they would make a great contribution to national defense. He turned his gaze to the master and asked who she was and why finding her was so important for national defense. Was she really an American? Ti-hoon looked ahead and said that she was the daughter of the American ambassador. The guy turned to him and asked again why he sent his daughter at all. The hero said that it was proof of the safety of the American recruits. In the current situation, there was little difference from martial law, and even with no president or prime minister, there was no shortage of excuses for the presence of American troops. He said that the US military contingent in South Korea was quite a serious force, and since the artifacts were of no particular value to the lieutenant colonel, he decided to exchange them for help from the American army. Ti-hoon frowned and said that this would be a good trump card for him. The soldier smiled and said that this meant that they had now become envoys, and if they saved some girl, they would strengthen national defense. The colonel thought that the hero had changed a lot. Ti-hoon frowned and said that he would have to change even more. He couldn't lose anymore. Inchin, the hero looked ahead. The monsters below were screaming. The soldiers were killing them. Zhu Jilin frowned and looked ahead. A monster was walking towards her. She said that this was the orange level. The monster attacked her. Suddenly, it froze. The girl looked at it in shock. Ti-hoon frowned and said that when the target was determined, it was necessary to move. He held the monster with one hand. The guy threw it back. It crashed into the building. The hero walked forward and said, "Why did she freeze?" She replied that she was walking. The man said that they were going to Inchin. One of the sergeants would have to help him. He asked again, "Is it really only one?" Ti-hoon looked ahead and said, "Right, the lieutenant colonel has no other representatives here. Besides, he screwed up, and that's why he entrusted this matter to him. Also, there is a high probability of finding a clue or a survivor, and the fewer people, the easier it will be." He looked ahead and said that in this place there are heated clashes between other commanders, and the lieutenant colonel does not know anything about their movement plans. So split into two groups, Yang Yung Hwan and Lee Soo-young will search, the rest are preparing defense under the leadership of Kim Soo-jae. Everyone looked at the captain and said yes. After a while, the fire was burning and people were screaming. The girl looked ahead and asked what it was. "Why are there civilians?" Ti-hoon looked ahead. He said that there are even women and children there. The girl asked how this barricade has withstood the onslaught of monsters so far. It seems they have some kind of strong leader. The man shouted to stop them, not to let them get through. The soldier turned and said forward, "These guys are short of weapons. They all need to be killed. This army is made of trash." Zhu Jilin looked forward and asked who they should help. On the one hand, children. Are they really going to use these children as suicide bombers? The hero looked forward and said that most of the time, children under 10 are used for terrorist attacks because after 13, there is a high probability that they will start to reason. And before 10, their bodies are too weak, which seriously limits the weight of explosives they can carry, and they can disobey orders. He turned and said that they should put aside unnecessary worries. The sergeant should go behind the barricades and deal with it there. He can handle the outside himself. He jumped from the roof and said quickly. The soldiers flew forward. Zhu Jilin landed and looked away. She was killing terrorists. 2 tanks drove up. The soldiers gritted their teeth and shouted that these were tanks. They had to run. The man smiled and asked why they couldn't use it earlier. They certainly wouldn't have regretted it. The girl looked ahead and asked how the tanks got there. The soldier laughed and suggested letting them out into the air. Ti-hoon walked towards them. The man asked who it was. He frowned and asked if it was an awakened one. He was walking towards them. The other answered him why he was shaking. They had a tank after all. The hero's hand caught fire and he said that he had no time for people like them. The soldier shouted that he would find it right in the open. Just one shot was enough to blow it apart. He ordered to aim. The tank started firing. The guy fired fire. There was an explosion. The tanks were burning. Everyone looked at him in shock. Ti-hoon ran towards the tanks. The soldier sat in the tank and shouted if he was still alive. The hero swung. He cut the tank in half. The vehicles collided with each other. The tank stood there cut in half. Zhu Jilin raised her eyebrows and asked what happened. The people looked forward in shock. Ti-hoon held the soldier's head. He said he didn't know anything. They were just following orders. The hero frowned and said, "Sergeant, Capital District Defense Headquarters, 3rd Airborne Brigade." After a while, Ti-hoon and Zhu Jilin looked ahead. Someone asked what kind of army this was. Did they come for them? People looked at them and said that there were soldiers before, but these two were different. This man had just cut up an entire tank. The hero looked at the lighting and asked if he understood correctly that he was their leader. No need to be careful. He was a survivor just like them. The priest looked at him and said that he was the leader of the survivors, Young-jun. Ti-hoon frowned and apologized for the tactlessness, but despite the situation, they would like to get information. They came for this. The man pointed to the side and said, "Okay, here please." The guy saw the cross of the saint on his chest. After a while, the priest looked at the hero and said that their city was controlled by a monster called the Green-Eyed Devil. He said that he was about 10 meters tall and was always followed by a crowd of smaller monsters. He had killed many people, including a lot of soldiers who had been in this area. Zhu Jilin looked at him and asked why this place was safe. The man took the cross in his hands and said that the area was teeming with monsters, but they did not dare to come here. He realized that God was protecting them. Young Jun raised his head and said that one of the soldiers survived. He said that like Sun Tzubai, there are several relics that have the ability to drive away monsters. The city is finished. If anyone survived there, it was only a miracle, the soldier said, and there was meaning in his words. He said that he did not believe in miracles. Tihun looked at the wounded man. He moved the bandage and said that he began the mission on January 22nd. He said that their mission was to save families from various countries, including the United States, and to find new recruits. In the conditions of destroyed infrastructure, it was difficult to move large groups of troops, so a group of only 21 selected soldiers was involved, including awakened ones. As usual, not just anyone was allowed to participate in such missions. The girl looked at him in shock when he said that they made a serious mistake and miscalculated the enemy's level. In addition, a traitor was found in their ranks. In such a situation it was impossible to fight normally, and so their comrades died. He held out a statuette and asked her to take it. Zhu Jilin raised her eyebrows and asked why. He replied that he should at least not let the traitor escape and somehow avenge the death of his friends. It was a relic called a clay horseman figurine. The girl looked ahead and said that he probably already knew, but she was assigned 2 tasks: surveillance of the major, and the return of the relics lost during the unsuccessful operation in the city. Of course, the second is a higher priority than the first. The hero drank coffee. He looked at the relic and said that he failed the task, disobeyed the order. Is this really why she is watching him and thinks that she can take something from him by force? Zhu Jilin looked at him and said that she understood perfectly well what kind of person he was, so she just wanted to ask for cooperation, no, for a favor. The hero looked at her and told her to speak. She replied that there was no longer any trust in the headquarters. She wanted to find and destroy the traitor and asked him to help her. She was ready to fully follow his orders. The guy frowned and said that he heard her. Zhu Jilin smiled. After a while, the man frowned and said that it was a tank, but they managed to lose to those who didn't have any serious weapons at all, and how would he tell the boss this? He gritted his teeth and said that Tihun wasn't human, and they were saying that troops in Seoul were going to visit their city. If that was true, then they were in a bad situation. The stranger stood in front of him and said that although it was too much for them, he would give them tanks and weapons in abundance. They should use them wisely. The man gritted his teeth and said that they needed him. That cross that priest always carried with him. If he had it, he would be able to escape anywhere. They needed to go to the city quickly. There was an explosion. People flew off the wall. The man turned around and shouted what was happening. The hero stood in front of him. Tihun frowned and said that this was a familiar situation. The soldiers took out their weapons. The boss shouted at them why they were standing there. Everyone shoot. The hero put his hand out. A blue glow emanated from it. Everyone flew back. The guy looked at them and asked if they should start a conversation. Everyone was lying on the floor. Tihun held the leader by the throat. He said that this is all he knows. He does not know who this person is and where he got the weapon from, and most likely he is not here anymore. He held his throat and said that the government troops will arrive soon. In any case, in such a stop, their brother has nothing to hope for. Or maybe they just consider them a greater threat than the army or even monsters, while enjoying their slaughter. Sweat was pouring down his face and he asked to spare him. He had no choice. The hero widened his eyes and said that he deserved to die. He threw the body on the floor. Tihun crossed his arms over his chest. He looked at the city and said that 8 snakes are leaving this out. There is a possibility that all this is hidden manipulations of the Highlanders. He thought that the goal was to capture the relics. Without proper leadership, the only way to increase the chances of success of the operation is to provide the operatives with good relics. But what if they die in the cold of the operation? With the help of the army in my hands and the monsters, the military is hiding many strong relics. But why is there so much difficulty in this operation? The day when contact with the 8 changes occurred was right after the fight with the major. It seems they know that he arrived in the city. Before that, they used bandits to attack the survivors and get rid of the evidence. He does not know what exactly, but it seems that something is happening here and it remains to be seen. He frowned and called the sergeant. The girl approached him. The heroes asked her to go to the city and announce a general assembly. A loud cry rang out. Tihun blocked the blow. The rider on the horse ran towards him. He stopped. The hero looked at him. The rider galloped towards him. Tihun frowned and said that the combat power was comparable to level 3, and the maneuverability was superior to level 3, although due to the C rank, magic could only be used for slightly longer than 5 minutes, which was a disadvantage, thanks to the paratroopers saturating him with mana during the battle with the green level monster, Major Kin, whose guys could compete with the same beasts. He said that of all the relics, the national treasures were the clay horseman figurine and the golden crown. The location of the latter was unknown, so it could not be ruled out that it was returned. After a while, the people looked forward in shock. The soldiers walked forward. The hero looked at them. Suji frowned and said that she reported that the personnel of the Mac Guild, numbering 700 people, of which 134 hunters, 466 soldiers and 100 others, arrived under his orders. Taehoon looked down and said that it was good, now they should deal with what was left in the city. The priest took the cross in his hands and said that it was a sign from God. Taehoon looked at the soldiers and told everyone to go to the meeting hall. He looked at the army and said that the 4th level was moving in this area, we need to quickly deal with everything around. He said that there is a nest of their 1st level with about 5 dozen creatures, 6 hunters and 10 soldiers. As soon as the smoke clears they should destroy everyone who appears. The monsters screamed. The hero said that in the area of that housing complex there are 2 level and about 100 single level monsters. The sergeants should take about 30 soldiers. The soldiers ran to the monsters. Shuan hit the monster. Zhu Jilin cut off the head of another. Kong Lin chopped the monster. He said that in the terminal there are about 50 monsters of the 1st level and 2 of the 2nd. He 3 sergeants 10 soldiers each. Suji shot at the attacker. Cyan cut off the monster's head. The man was shooting at the lizards. Taehoon said that near the park there was 1/3, 3 second and more than 100 first. He would go there himself. The rider galloped forward. He walked next to the hero. The monster looked at them. The guy frowned and told the rider to have fun with these 5, although he was not sure they would last that long. The army of monsters screamed. The rider galloped towards them. The battle began. The warrior struck the monster with his sword. He killed one after another. The rider killed the monsters. They fell to the ground. The hero jumped up and swung his sword. He looked down. The guy swung his sword. Someone appeared behind him. The monster's staff was glowing. Taehoon turned around. His hand was burning. There was an explosion. The creature attacked him. The guy cut it. He frowned. The rider killed all the monsters. After a while, people were looking at the roof. Taehoon stood on it and said that everything around the city hall was cleared. Now this area is theirs. He crossed his arms on his chest and said that now it is the turn of the place where that bad man is. They are moving there. The lieutenant colonel looked at the hero and told him to speak. He frowned and said they stole the Highland map, so without knowing the situation, soldiers with a bunch of relics were put in mortal danger and all this to hide a national treasure. Zhu Jilin looked at him and said that everything is correct, and how some did it of course, there are certain political subtleties and guesses related to this, but the presence of a traitor is obvious. This is also indicated by the testimony of the junior sergeant. Di-hyun frowned. He looked down and thought this city was hell it was used to deal with the rescue team. Did they really use the major general? If his guess is correct, then most likely the colonel is in cahoots with him. He thought that one of the main tasks of the gendarmerie is to protect VIPs, and even now when these vary. The man widened his eyes and thought that his head was splitting. After a while, the soldiers stood by the men. One of them said that he would see what he could do. One of the cars drove away. The lieutenant colonel closed his eyes. He thought that he should have guessed that he would clear Incheon so quickly, and there was a liquefied gas plant in that area even if it had not been attacked. There could not be many survivors, but the supplies would last for several months or even more. Taehoon could not have not known about this. He thought that once the situation improved and gas could be imported from abroad, this plant would become very important. So from the moment this region was captured, the Mac Guild would no longer be just a dangerous armed group, it would become a threat. Lieutenant Colonel Peer, were they joking? How could they leave a traitor alone? The lieutenant colonel looked at him and asked what to do with the relics that he got, because they do not know who will end up with them. The children were playing outside. The man looked out the window and wondered who was right. The tower on Mount Namsan, the stone of King Chinhyung. 2 men looked out the window. Major General Lee Kai-su frowned and said that he did not know that there would be such a problem in Incheon. Colonel Jang So-guk frowned and said that this trouble would not be a serious problem. New rumors just appeared among the leadership, and this Taehoon would not be able to do anything. Kai-su said that he didn't mean that, the real problem was something else. He agreed and said that it seemed like they could forget about that incident. If the so-called Mac Guild continued to get on their nerves, they could just unleash monsters on Incheon. That would give them some insurance. Was there a chance that Taehoon could handle a blue-level monster? So-guk replied that it was impossible. Besides, you couldn't even drive a car into Yeongjong right now, let alone a tank. The only way to deal with it was to send a bomber there and raise everything to the ground, and if they had any doubts, they could always give the order and a special forces team would finish the job. Kai-su frowned and said that if that was the case, wouldn't it be better to send the children to another city instead of Incheon? He asked what was going on with the 8th Division now. The colonel replied that it was being replenished with new personnel at the front lines right now, and that it would take up positions in the convoy in a while. Kai-su looked ahead and said that if they united with the colonel, everything would be much easier. He replied that they needed time. He was ready to cooperate, but his conditions were unacceptable. They turned around. Kin-hu smiled. So-guk looked at him and asked him something suddenly. He handed over a letter and said that this letter was from Mr. Mao. The boat floated forward. There was a diver in it. He lowered himself into the water. The man looked ahead. His eyes widened. He remembered how one of the soldiers said that although they say that there should be nothing at the bottom of the sea, it is still dangerous to go there alone. Suji looked ahead and said that this city was created as a result of draining and connecting 3 islands as a result, so it is impossible to determine the situation from the relics. In addition, their bridge is now destroyed. Only one remains, but its length is 21 kilometers and therefore it is impossible to find out what is happening there. One of them looked ahead and suggested simply blowing up this bridge and banning that man from the island. The girl looked at him and said that if we become Will, it will not be easy for the survivors to get out of there. Besides, they have no proof that he cannot swim. Ti-hoon looked at them and said that 100 people awakened. They will settle in the garden in front of the bridge. The 2 of them will do this. If within 4 days the monster does not disappear from the map, they must leave. The diver swam to the shore. He took off his jacket. The hero laid out his weapon on the ground. He thought how long ago it was. Ti-hoon looked away and said that she was starting to eliminate the target. After a while, the monsters were moving forward. There were many of them. At their head stood a huge ogre. The hero was sitting on the roof. He looked through the sight and thought that at such a distance and you do not need to aim especially, but you need to put willpower into the bullet. This is a familiar thing. He killed several monsters with one shot. His bullet pierced the wall. Another ogre fell dead. The main monster frowned. Ti-hoon looked ahead and thought that today was already the 4th day. The second level was 47. The first level was 89. Not a very effective hunt, but the main thing was to make the animals feel fear. He jumped from roof to roof. The guy frowned and thought that he would skin them all. The ogre screamed. His relatives turned around. A huge fist hit them. The huge creature walked forward. It ate the monsters. Then it hit the building, then collapsed. A rider appeared behind it. He began to attack. The monster looked at him. The hero watched them. There was an explosion. The ogre ran at the rider. Ti-hoon fired. The creature dodged. The rider wounded it in the side. It turned around. The hero fired again. The monster screamed. The warrior wounded it. The creature turned around. Ti-hoon fired again. He hit it right in the head. The shockwave dissipated from them. The ogre screamed. It ran forward. The rider galloped towards him. The monster jumped and swung its axe. Ti-hoon jumped off the building and appeared right above the monster. He raised his sword over it. It turned around. The hero frowned and said that it was a level 4 oval-headed ogre. Weren't there enough people and monsters around, and it even ate its brothers? He would put an end to this brutal appetite. He plunged the sword into its head. There was an explosion. After a while, the soldiers approached the bridge. They looked ahead. One of them asked what was going on there. That monster had not yet disappeared from the map. Zhu Jilin looked ahead and asked if everything would be okay. There were not only green ones, but also 50 orange ones and more than 100 red ones. She frowned and suddenly shouted, "Listen to her. No one should move. Even a green monster cannot handle an experienced awakened who is equipped with many national treasure level relics. As they themselves know, level is not everything. Combat skills are much more important, and in this regard, he is above any green level." Zhu Jilin looked ahead and said, "Even so, what are the chances that he alone will emerge victorious and return?" Suji looked at her and said that she willingly joined his organization and all she can do is follow the orders of her leader and she believes in it. The others agreed with her. The girl walked forward and said that she was also pissed off by the fact that the only thing they can do now is wait. An explosion occurred. The hero gritted his teeth and said that the bones could not be broken, although the sword, surprisingly, still held. The monster raised his hand. Ti-hoon jumped back. He landed not far away. The ogre looked at him. The rider turned back into a statue. The hero looked at the ogre and asked if he really wasn't going to die anyway. He wasn't planning on fighting him to the death, but it seemed like there was no choice. At least this wound evened out their weight classes. He sent rocks at him. The boy frowned. The rocks flew at the monster. He punched the ground. Ti-hoon sent a fireball at him. There was an explosion. The monster ran at him. He wanted to kick the hero, but he dodged. He swung his fist to punch. The boy punched him in the stomach. He jumped, swung his leg and told him to die. Ti-hoon punched the ogre in the face. He looked at him. He punched him. The hero flew far away. He landed on the wall. The boy pushed off and flew at the monster. It ran along his arm and flew above him. Ti-hoon swung his fist. He thrust the sword deeper. There was an explosion. After a while, the ground cracked. The hero pulled the sword out of the monster. He frowned. The dot on the map disappeared. Everyone was jubilant. After a while, everyone looked at Ti-hoon and shouted to him that he had returned safely. The guy smiled and said that he was glad that the master was safe. The hero walked forward. Sighing looked at him and thought what would have happened if he had not been with them. Would anyone have survived? She thought that he had destroyed a monster of this size alone. Not only ordinary people, even awakened ones would not be able to approach this monster. Even if she had his skills, she would never approach such a monster. The girl thought that the weapons were greatly strengthened, using stones that were obtained from monsters, the Mac Guild became stronger than other awakened groups. She thought that, for example, the best archers of the Mac Guild can easily deal with second-level monsters. Sighing thought that if other awakened ones had the same strength as him, perhaps such people would destroy everything in their path and exterminate people worse than monsters. How many people regretted that they were born with such monsters at the same time? Ti-hoon frowned and said that he would take a few people with him and go to Incheon. Just like in another city, the surviving people settled in the town hall for protection. He looked at the soldiers and said that the map would be able to tell where the monsters were heading. But the situation in the region was not entirely clear. The two of them would have to keep an eye on everything and report on the movements in both areas. Suji looked at him as he said that while he was away, the ensign would take over. Sighing watched him go and thought that every time he explained the mission very quickly and carried it out just as quickly, it felt like he had been through this before and more than once. She thought that he was certainly stronger than the others, but he didn't want his comrades to fall behind him. It felt like he was about to leave them. The international airport. Someone said that the golden cup was already filled when they entered the airport. What a coincidence. He continued that luckily there were only a few minions around. Ti-hoon was standing next to his team. They were looking at the task list. The hero frowned. The guy looked at him and said that the situation should have improved, but it seems to him that everything is only getting worse. Sunmi looked at him and asked who Zhao Ying is and why they want to kill him. Why does he have to become the leader? Youngwon frowned and said that the problem now is the nuclear power plant, dragons, and then what? Radiation. Sighing looked at him and said that they have to stop all this, otherwise no one will be left alive. The hero crossed his arms over his chest and asked if there was any way to explain the destruction of the nuclear power plant. He looked ahead and said that a nuclear power plant meltdown is an accidental overheating of a nuclear power reactor in which partial atomic fragmentation occurs, which leads to the meltdown of the fuel elements and other parts of the reactor. And a nuclear power plant meltdown can be roughly divided into 3 stages. The first is the meltdown of the editor, the second is the escalation of the situation with the meltdown of the casing holding the nuclear fuel rods, and finally, the leakage of melted nuclear fuel into the environment, which will lead to a catastrophe. The guy looked at him and said that he was well informed. Jilin looked forward and said that one of the areas of special forces training is related to nuclear power plants. Since nuclear power plants are one of the main targets for terrorists, any damage to nuclear power plants can be a serious problem. The guy thought about it and said that if the protective shell was damaged or there was a nuclear fuel leak, the master would have told them about it by now. The girl lowered her head and said that it was possible to fix it now, at least stop them before anything happened. Ti-hoon looked at the guy and asked if he remembered what he told him when he had a dream. He asked again to go to Jingfeng. He replied that the nuclear power plants were located in Fengshan City, which was 60 kilometers away from Jingfeng. If a leak occurred there, Jingfeng City could not be used as a stronghold under any circumstances. In other words, at the time he died in his sleep, the nuclear power plant had not yet been cut off. Sunmi looked at the leader and said that this was possible if someone was deliberately trying to cause trouble. The brunette looked ahead and said that she thought the same. The probability that this was the work of monsters was extremely high, but it cannot be ruled out that people could be involved. The guy asked what kind of fool would think of such a thing. If this place exploded, no one would survive. The hero frowned and said that it could be a 6-headed snake. At him and said that in other words, this so-called 6-headed snake was banished to another country by the master. They were trying to take revenge, so they decided to open Pandora's box in the form of a nuclear power plant. The guy raised his eyebrows in shock and asked if they were doing this to attract attention. Ti-hoon frowned and said that he was most worried about the bombers he saw before he died. The girl frowned and asked again. Zhu Jilin looked at him in shock and asked how this could happen. The guy looked at the boss and asked what happened. He frowned and said that these were angels of death. Only the United States has such strategic bombers. He thought that they must prevent all this, otherwise the Earth will come to an end. All that is needed to prevent the death of the colonel. In such a case, there was a reason why he said this. The girl looked at him and asked why they wanted to kill the colonel. He remained silent. The guy looked at him in shock. He thought that 2 soldiers and 1 woman. Among the soldiers who went here, there was not a single woman. Survivors. The soldiers approached them and apologized for disturbing them. The sergeant frowned and asked what was wrong. Why did they come without an order? He replied that it was a survivor. She was standing at a meeting with the master, so he brought her here. The woman approached them and apologized, said that it was her fault. The guy raised his eyebrows and asked, is this really a foreigner? The girl looked at them. The hero frowned and thought that this was an awakened one. Is this by any chance Kate? The blonde looked at him and asked, is he the leader of this squad? After a while, the car was driving on the bridge. The lieutenant colonel looked out the window and said that so much time had passed since he went somewhere. He did not think that the capital army would approve of this idea. First of all, he would have to act as an intermediary. The man said that the capital defense army used firepower and military elite to kill 10 monsters, but Ti-hoon eventually arrived and dealt with them all by himself. He said that it was very difficult to get here anyway. All forces were currently concentrated north of the river, although it was due to the collapse of bridges in many places. The monsters in these areas were also causing quite a bit of trouble. He said that in the end, the military and the government had no other choice but to reorganize. The lieutenant colonel frowned and thought that he would never have thought that he would call the major. They were sitting at the table. Taehoon frowned and said that he had found Kate, but he was not going to tell the Capital Defense Army about it. The man frowned when he said could he arrange a meeting with the colonel for him. He looked at him and said that he did not trust the Capital Defense Army, so he wanted to use outside forces. If it were him, he would do the same. He darkened and asked what he was going to do next. Taehoon frowned and said that he was going to fusion. The man gritted his teeth and said that it was as if he could read minds. Even within the unit, all information about missions became confidential. But he must remember that it was very dangerous there. No matter how many people they sent before, no one returned alive. Taehoon looked at him and said not to worry, the most important thing now is to meet the colonel. This must be done no later than July. After a while, the streets were empty. Kate and Taehoon walked forward. Sunset came. The monsters ran forward. The cars hovered in the air. The hero stretched out his hand forward and controlled them. He pushed the monsters and the cars together. They drove past. Kate looked at him. She looked at Taehoon when he said that she was his hostage and would go with him. Everyone looked at him in shock. The girl looked ahead and said that it seemed that for some time she would not be able to get to the capital's defense post where her father was. He replied that when he explained the whole situation to her, she would understand that she was an important card to gain a more advantageous position in negotiations. The sergeant looked at him and asked why this city in particular. The boy punched and said that he was going to take the great incense burner from their national museum. Taehoon looked at the foreigner and confirmed. He said that it would be better for her to stay with them for a while now. He walked forward and said that if she wanted, she could leave, but in that case he could not guarantee her safety. There was a gun and a knife on the table. Kate and the hero were fighting. The girl frowned and struck. She shot at the monsters. They fell to the ground. The hero watched her. Kate killed the monsters with her sword. Taehoon looked at her and said that she was not a professional, but it seemed that she had undergone excellent systematic training. She was an rank fighter, muscle strength 15, physical strength 10, but in terms of strength, her energy is D+, so her muscle strength is over 100, but her combat experience is better than a lieutenant. He extended his hand and said that this would have a significant effect on her. The girl raised her eyebrows when he said to eat it. After a while, they were driving in a car. The girl looked ahead and wondered what kind of person he was. The hero was looking at her. The car stopped. They got out and Kate asked if something was wrong. He looked ahead and said that a man died about 4 kilometers away. She replied that she did not hear anything. After a while, the man ran forward. He was chased by bandits. They stabbed him in the back. One of the bandits looked at him and said that he had managed to get so far. He should have just shot him. Another said that he was tired of killing people for no reason. He wanted to have fun. The third asked if they had caught him. The man smiled and said that he had enough. The victim looked at him and asked for mercy. The spear flew forward. They looked at the body and said that they needed to go back. Taehoon appeared from behind. The bandit frowned and asked who he was. He silently looked at them. After a while, they were all dead. He stepped on the chest of one of them. The hero frowned and said that it was a black stone sword. According to information, about 10 black stone swords are kept in the museum. He said that the Capital Defense Army sent a large number of people to this city, but none of the sorties were successful. There is a possibility that there are a large number of monsters in the training center located near this city. Kate approached the victim and asked if he was okay. He should come to his senses. Taehoon leaned over and said that he had many deep wounds. He didn't think he would survive. The man cried and asked them to save his daughter, his wife. They needed to kill the monsters and protect themselves from the Messiah. His hand fell. They covered his eyes. The girl looked at the guy and asked what was going on. Why were people fighting each other instead of the monsters? What happened to this world? Taehoon frowned and said that people started killing each other when the end of the world came. Didn't that happen in her country? He looked down and said that he was the same as them. Some time later, at the stadium, the bandits were unloading a shipment. One of them said that the people from the other squads were slacking off now. Why should they be the only ones who suffer? Another shouted to move faster. This will help them avoid death. The hero watched them. He frowned and said that the scale of this place was much larger than he imagined. The guy looked at the people and asked them to give a reason why they follow them. Their lives depended on their answer. The man looked at him and said he was the savior. They were facing the Messiah. They saw them get rid of the bad guys in the blink of an eye. They thought they could help them. Taehoon said he didn't come here to save them, but so that nothing would get in his way, he would deal with them. He asked them to tell him everything they knew about them. The people looked at him with hope. They thanked him. The hero thought that it was a cult divided into 4 levels. The highest level had the leader, the second level had the guardians who served your everything, the third level had the believers with a stick on their body, and the lowest level had the common people who were in slavery. They were also forced to join the group, but fortunately they escaped. They keep the lower level women locked up and abuse them, and the men are forced to work until exhaustion. As soon as someone had a thought of resistance, these people were immediately eliminated. The great incense burner in the hands of the leader could summon divine beasts, much more powerful than monsters. Moreover, most of the military in these places joined the government. As believers with stigmata, they would never be able to cope with them alone. Taehoon looked away and said that it would not be difficult to defeat them, but if they did not destroy them in one go, a lot of trouble awaits them ahead. He said that he was temporarily leaving. They needed an action plan. A big fire was burning. Someone was calling for the Lady Messiah. She was walking forward. The woman smiled. She frowned and said that if nothing serious had happened, she would finish them off. The bandits looked at her and said that a sudden rebellion had broken out in the city. Several groups had already been destroyed. They said that the enemy's armed forces should not be underestimated. He heard that their leader was a woman with golden hair. It was cloudy. Cannons were shooting fire. Explosions occurred. Buildings exploded. The bandits ran to attack. The man frowned and said not to miss anyone, kill everyone. The man looked ahead and said that he did not think that the unbelievers would resist, so they could limit themselves to only a small number of people. The woman smiled and said that at such times one must attack for sure, like a cat rat dared to rebel against God's authority. She asked what happened, why is it so quiet? One of the bandits pointed to the side and asked if after so many shells no one died. The other replied that it was impossible for no one to die. The soldier shouted where they were hiding. The Messiah smiled and said to drag every rebel and rip their skins off. Fear is the only way to deepen one's faith. Taehoon frowned and said that for religious groups, the biggest enemy is the unbeliever. He had already given instructions to some people who are in enemy territory. When the time comes for their leader to take matters into their own hands, they should fight them from the start and then retreat to cover. The man looked at him and asked if he was really going to fight her alone. There were many people there. The hero looked at him and said that he thought he could handle them in 10 minutes. The bandits ran forward and shouted. One of them returned to the lady. She asked what happened. The man with glasses looked ahead and said that they did not see anyone, but there was something strange on the horse. The woman frowned. He was lying on the floor. The rider was standing in front of them. The soldiers shouted, what was it? They took out the relic. Animals hatched from it. The soldiers shouted that the lady was doing miracles. It seemed that God was serious. A monster appeared in front of the rider. The woman smiled and said that she did not know where he came from and who he was, but he definitely would not be able to cope with her forces alone. She turned around and said that someone was controlling this creature on the horse. They must find this person and kill him. The bandits fell. Smoke appeared around. One of them asked what else was this. Taehoon looked at them. The Messiah smiled and said that he was the leader of the unbelievers. She tried to find and kill him, but he came himself. The hero looked at her silently. After a while, the lieutenant colonel looked at the orc's head. He asked if it was a green monster. The general looked at it and asked what it was called. The general frowned and said it was a green monster, a two-headed ogre. The colonel raised his eyebrows and said he thought its strength was about the same as an orc. They told him there was no big difference. What did the major think about it? Kin, who frowned and said he also thought there was no big difference between the monsters. One of the management rubbed his chin and said he would have sent them to the epicenter of the situation if he had known. But the best solution now is to give a chance to a stranger to complicate everything. Anyway, he is just a pawn. They will just use him and throw him away. The only thing important to them is the colonel. Someone said he did not think the Ministry of Defense would arrange such a dirty trick on them. The man turned around and said that because of one guy they are putting their lives in danger. The major pursed his lips and asked the boss when they will take care of him. He frowned and said that now was not the time to worry about him. The force might be in danger if the situation with the colonel and the units was not resolved immediately. The road out of the city was blocked, and the road from the front line to the other city was clogged. However, the existing forces should be enough to take the force. The major smiled and confirmed. The man crossed his arms and said that this matter had nothing to do with him. The gentleman mentioned that he would support him for a while with relics. He asked what kind of relics. The general looked down and said that it seemed to be called the White Jade Bowl. In addition, after a while, some more relics would appear. He would need to go and collect them. The brunette pursed his lips and said that he was all impatient and what could be done with their help. He replied that he could do whatever he wanted. He smiled and said that he understood him. Night fell. The soldiers looked ahead. One of them asked what the hell was this. The guy raised his eyebrows and asked what happened. The girl looked ahead and asked what does he want them to do. The boy raised his eyebrows and asked them to look at it. He said that it was a blue class level 5 monster. It had been in Senjong City for a while. They needed to inform the master so that he would be more careful. He said that the monster had moved from one city to another and then from Asen to Suwon. There was a high probability that it would arrive here. In other words, they needed to prepare. The man looked down and asked if he really said level 5 in their situation. Not even level 4 or level 3 would be too much. The girl frowned and said that it was completely unclear what was wrong with the master now, and there had been no news from him for 9 days. The brunette looked down and said that even the Capital Defense Army had never dealt with monsters of this class. Suji frowned and asked what they should do. Until when would they rely on him alone? A loud sound was heard. The woman frowned and said that this was ridiculous. How could he be stronger than the monster that was summoned with the incense burner? It was impossible. The hero and the rider fought the monster. She said that not counting the creature on the horse, how could one person defeat the owner of the incense burner? It was beyond the power of ordinary awakened ones. Taehoon flew at her with a sword. He stretched out his hand forward, flames emanating from it. The woman put up a barrier. The guy frowned and thought that the relic was in his pocket. Could this power really be emanating from her? He ran forward. The woman gritted her teeth and swung her arm. She threw a grenade at him. There was an explosion. She gritted her teeth and told them to go forward. No matter how strong he was still a human. Without protection, he could easily be blown up by a grenade. The hero appeared behind her. He hit her in the face. The Messiah flew away. Taehoon looked at her. There was an incense burner at his feet. The woman stood up and coughed. She frowned and said that he knew who she was and that God's punishment would fall upon him. The hero's eyes widened. He looked at her and said that if she believed in God more than in exercising power in his name, then she should follow in his footsteps and think that he was the one who created humanity, and that she should not forget to ask him why he continues to create such scum. He said that if she wanted to be human even for a moment, the guy raised his sword and said that she must die and atone for all her sins. He struck. A joyful cry was heard along the street. The affected people were lying on the road. 3 sounds were heard next to them, then they succeeded. The hero stood in the middle of the roadway with a cup in his hands, and he got 2 relics, a great incense burner and a bronze statue of a bodhisattva. The man frowned and said that only with the help of this religion can you defeat a 3rd level enemy. If people like her specialized in hunting, the consequences could be unthinkable, and, apparently, this time they got an excellent catch. The blonde lowered her head and asked if it was necessary to bring everything to such a degree. The hero turned to her. People were watching. The woman screamed and asked if he had to kill them, having such abilities, because he killed a huge number of people with such ease, those who lived in this place together with all these people. The crowd looked at them in shock. The girl added that among the dead there were probably those who joined all who against their will. She raised her eyebrows in concern and said that he repaid them in the same coin, after which she asked about whether this was justice and whether he had the right to decide someone's fate. The man frowned and said that justice did not matter because it was not condemnation or revenge for what they did. He looked at her and added that she should not be mistaken, because this was a battlefield that was different from others only in size, and as long as they remained enemies, they must die. As he walked away, the man added that he used to think about death every day, but everything had changed, and from now on he was fighting for survival, so sympathy was useless. Overturned and destroyed cars lay along the road. The blonde asked if they were going to Sejong to hunt a level 5 monster. While driving, the man replied that it was true, because they needed to build a base in the south of Gyeonggu-do province, and that monster's presence in Chungcheong province was a big threat, so a battle with it was inevitable. He twitched his ear, said that they were almost there, and then asked if the allies were ready. Suddenly, the man looked back and said that he heard the sounds of gunfire and monsters that did not come from the level 5 monster, and, in addition, he did not feel any pressure, which meant that the monster was no longer in this place. The capital city of Sejong is bogged down. The man quickly ran forward. Pushing off the walls, he flew over the streets. Frowning, the man wondered what happened. People with machine guns stood on the street in front of the monsters. A crowd of monsters was heading towards them. One of the men said that they were out of ammo, their comrades were dead, and the monsters were level 3, and that it was the first time he had seen something like this, and he thought they had no chance to escape. A giant monster in golden armor was approaching them. The soldier frowned and said that he was very sorry that they couldn't complete the mission, but they could clean up for the last time. His ally smiled, agreed, and said that they would let the living people finish what they started and go meet their fallen comrades. The monster bared its teeth. The soldiers prepared to fight. One of the men took a grenade and said that he had no other choice, and he would not die just like that, because it would be much more effective than a sword, and they needed to finish off at least one. The monsters rushed into battle with a squeal. Taehoon clenched his fist, covered in aura. Suddenly, an explosion formed in front of the soldiers. The armored monster looked at what happened in surprise. The hero quickly approached them. The soldiers covered themselves from the wind, wondering if he was an ally. Taehoon headed under the monster's sword, swinging his attack. He flew behind the monster's back, attacking it. The monster's head split into 2. The man frowned angrily. The ground beneath them broke. The blonde walked up to the soldiers and looked at her comrade with a smile. The overhead bridge was destroyed. The hero took a piece of paper in his hand and read the entry that a level 5 monster was moving very quickly from the capital city to Bucheon, and the guild began to evacuate Yongjong Island. And although this is his subjective opinion, he thinks that someone deliberately brought the monster to this place. The man was shocked but frowned, reading the lines that it was a 6-headed snake. The soldiers looked at him. One of them said that the administrator asked them to deliver a letter to the master and that there were originally 10 people in the group, but they were the only ones who survived. The second soldier added that the instructor and other fighters were preparing to attack the level 5 monsters. The hero frowned, imagined a group of soldiers and thought that someone had summoned a level 5 monster, and he thought that the power of artifacts was involved in this place, because it looked like they were able to use the map in combination with the relics, which means that the military was able to obtain new relics that could probably be very powerful. The hero presented a burning map and added that these 2 fighters along with the others left 4 days ago, and the monster caught up with Bucheon the day before yesterday. So it is highly likely that the city has now turned into hell. If the military initially wanted to destroy the guild, they would not have let them just pass through the Yongjong Bridge. But the Incheon Bridge was completely destroyed. The man clenched his flaming fist and decided that there was still time, and no matter what it was, he would make anyone pay in blood. The night sky descended over the port. The soldiers and people crowded around the ship, asking them to hurry because the situation was critical. Walking through the corridors, they thought about what this meant. A group of soldiers stood in the corridor. One of them said that at first he himself did not believe it, but then he came closer to confirm, because many of the guards were dead, and the bridge that served as the only remaining passage was completely destroyed. The short-haired woman frowned slightly and asked if someone did this on purpose, and why did this happen. The brunette lowered her head and said that now is not the time to do nothing, so they must immediately prepare for battle. One of the soldiers stepped forward and said that the monster is level 6. This is crazy, because he is a dangerous opponent even for a master, so he will destroy them all in the blink of an eye. The brunette turned to him and said that they had no choice, because they did not know where the monster came from the north or the south, and no matter where it went, they could not guarantee the safety of all the citizens, and no matter what it was, they needed to be prepared for war. The soldiers looked at her silently. Turning to her ally, she said that she had never thought about defeating him, because they needed to gather all the awakened who were able to fight, and they would deploy heavy fire artillery to hold out as long as possible, and at this time, the two would evacuate the citizens to the ship. The man and women lined up in 2 rows. One of the soldiers said that now he understood exactly why he entrusted the command to her. Sunmi looked at him and said that she would join them, and that medical personnel were needed during the battle. Among all of them, she had the highest level of strength. The soldiers began to disperse. One of the men looked around and said that they could only hope that the letter sent to the master would arrive soon. Smoke was spreading across the city. The wounded girl lay on the ground through the soldiers. Her ally was also lying on the floor with a bloody mouth. The brunette was lying with her chest to the ground. The male soldier was sitting, leaning against the destroyed wall. A giant monster with wings sat on a stone spike. A guy in a tension cap and teeth again. Sunmi looked around the corner at the explosion. The monster rose into the air. The soldiers frowned angrily and said that he was coming. The monster quickly flew to them. The wounded soldiers were lying next to the broken equipment. The dead and wounded were also lying next to the overturned truck. The monster landed on the road in front of the survivors. Next to the destroyed building, a man's voice sounded, saying that this was incredible. He looked through the binoculars and said that these guys were holding up much better than he expected, but their destruction was only a matter of time because this monster was just playing with them for now. He put his hand on his knee and added that he was interested in seeing that man when he returned. Looking at the city, the man laughed. The monster opened its mouth and squeaked. The guy in the cap rushed forward and said that they should try to do as they had trained. The girl tried to stop him. The young man took the axe with both hands, remembered the training and the words that if he was not there at the time of the battle and there were monsters of the 2nd or 3rd level against them, they would need to fight together, because they had the highest combat skills and abilities in the squad, so they should do everything as they had trained. The girl shoots from a long distance, and the guy at this time attacks from close positions. Ti-hoon looked at him and said that if they worked together, they would be able to knock down a level 3 monster, but nothing more, so they shouldn't take any risks and just order the squad to retreat. As he approached the monster, he gritted his teeth and thought that since he had met the master, the man had saved him many times, so he listened to him unconditionally and completely, but now the situation was different. Shuan jumped up and swung his axe, asking for strength. The injured man turned to his ally and asked if he was alive. He frowned slightly and said that he could not believe that he had to fight such a monster, and that he had made a mistake somewhere and paid for it, then said that he thought he had chosen the wrong job. Sunmi ran up to him and asked what he was muttering under his breath, and asked him to eat something. The man turned to her and said that they were much better than him. The woman replied that she understood him, so he should eat this. There was still a lot of medicine. There was a fierce battle going on near them. The woman said that first they needed to get everyone who was able to move up, and then they had no choice but to retreat, so they needed to hurry because they couldn't let them die. The monster was approaching the brunette at high speed. The woman leaned on the butt of her rifle and took aim. Her bullets hit the monster's body and head. The guy jumped up and swung, aiming at the enemy's neck. The woman frowned and said that even a sniper rifle was useless in this situation. The guy clenched his jaw and said that right now his strength was more powerful than a cannonball. He attacked the monster's neck with all his might. A powerful explosion sounded in the middle of the street. The soldiers were helping their allies get up when they noticed it. Shuen was holding the axe with trembling hands. He stood on the monster's neck. The axe did not go deep enough. The woman rushed forward and asked him to leave immediately. The monster jerked sharply and screamed. The girl was thrown back. She fell off her feet and rolled on the ground. Sunmi frowned in concern and called out their names. The sniper stood up and noticed the approaching monster. She turned away, and the next second there was a powerful explosion. The male soldier frowned, noticing the fire. The brunette looked up and noticed the master standing in front of him. Shuen leaned on the axe and asked the monster if he thought it was that easy to kill. Tihun frowned, standing in front of the girl. The guys looked at him in surprise, calling out to the master. Sunmi raised her eyebrows in surprise. The hero looked at the monster and said that the guys held out well, so they should take everyone and go away, because this is his business now. The monster looked at him and screamed loudly. The man frowned and said that they should not stand around doing nothing, but quickly evacuate. He went into battle. The girl asked if he could handle it alone. The horse galloped towards them. The magical beasts ran past Suji. The boys frowned tensely, asking what it was. The blonde held the relic out in front of her and said that it was the thing she had told them about before. If they wanted to know where they got it from, it would be better to ask the master. The boys looked at her and called her by name. The girl remembered how Tihun had handed her the relic and said that he didn't have as much energy as she did, so if she used the relic as he said, it would be much more effective in her hands, after which she said that he always did as he pleased. The soldier on the horse approached the monster. The magical beast surrounded and constrained his movements. The man on the rock was surprised, looking through binoculars. He frowned tensely and wondered how the man could get there so quickly and what was going on. Shuen approached the blonde and said that he felt like he was watching a movie. The girl called him by name and said that if it was not too much trouble, he could get the bronze statue of the Bodhisattva because she herself would not be able to use two relics at the same time. The guy took the figurine out of his bag and asked if she was talking about it. The woman asked to inject her energy and then he would be able to protect the area. The guy looked at the figurine in surprise and agreed. Suji frowned slightly and said that only 4 days had passed, after which she wondered what the master was doing because he was able to get the relics that made him stronger. The man rushed past the monster, attacking it across the neck. The golden dragon grabbed the monster. The monster opened its eye and screamed loudly. The hero suddenly noticed something. The monster raised its head and screamed loudly. Sharp spikes flew in all directions. A blue barrier protected the boys from the attack. Light dust rose from the debris. The monster's spikes stuck out from every object in the vicinity. Tihun deflected one of the spikes. He deflected several attacks with quick movements of the ball. Light dust flew across the street. The soldiers covered themselves with their hands, gritting their teeth. The monster let out a loud scream, spreading its wings. The warrior finally began to crumble into pieces. The golden beast also crumbled into pieces. The monster flapped its wings. The man threw off his bulletproof vest. He frowned angrily, looking at the enemy. The monster lowered its head. The man lowered the sword and said that he was wrong, because he thought that defeating a level 5 monster would be much easier. He raised his daggers in the air and said that he did not intend to retreat now, so they can do this. The monster opened its mouth and loudly tied it. The man put his hand in front of him and pointed the daggers at the enemy. Their projectiles met each other. The man rose into the air with explosive force. The monster noticed the flying enemy. The man raised the sword above his head. The bird opened its mouth and released green slime. An explosion appeared in front of the hero's face. His body began to dissolve in the air. The man moved to the side of the beam with incredible speed. The guys watched what was happening tensely. The hero jumped up. The monster splashed liquid from its mouth again. The monster released a powerful beam. The man quickly closed the distance. Tihun maneuvered from the bird's attacks. He gritted his teeth and said that the bird had enormous destructive power and that he hated being attacked from the front. He looked at the enemy and said that he could not get close to him, so he needed to wait for the moment to get closer. The bird attacked him with its beak. The man dodged. He jumped back, running away from the monster's attacks. The man gritted his teeth and coughed slightly. The monster released its spikes again. The hero parried the attack with his blade. He swung his blade at the flying monster and said that he had a lot of experience in fighting, or rather, hunting experience. The bird hit the ground with its beak with incredible force. The man coughed, stopping the monster with his sword. The soldiers grabbed their weapons. Their view was obscured by the rising dust. A cloud of dust settled on the ground. The soldiers frowned tensely. The man ordered them to remain in their places. The hero's legs were covered in wounds. He rose from the ground, holding the monster. The hero gritted his teeth and said that they would only get in the way. His subordinates looked at him in surprise. The man also asked them to go back. The clothes on his body were torn under the pressure of his muscles. Ji-hoon pushed the monster away, hitting him with his blade. He immediately rushed into battle. The man swung the ball and said that he could not hold out for long, so he needed to wait for a good moment to attack. The bird opened its mouth. The boys watched as the man dodged the beam. The mustachioed soldier said that his fighting power was beyond human capabilities. Ji-hoon frowned and imagined a heart. He jumped back from the attack. The bird opened its mouth, aiming at him. The man jumped up. He put out his hand, enveloped in aura. The hero was quickly approaching the bird. He grabbed the handle with both hands and said that if he stopped even for a moment, Ji-hoon struck the bird with his blade. The monster opened its mouth and screamed loudly. The boys looked at what was happening in surprise. The bird rose into the air and hit the buildings. The man covered himself with his hands. The bird hit him with its paw. It hit him with incredible force on the building. The hero held his hand out in front of him and used his ability, saying that he had to give it his all. He grabbed his wrist with his other hand and increased the flow of energy. Ji-hoon frowned and screamed loudly. His blade pierced the monster's heart. The next second, the sword burst out of the monster's body at incredible speed. The bird threw its head back. The man closed his eyes, falling down. The bird headed for the ground. The monster fell into the rubble. The man stood on the body of the defeated enemy. The soldiers exclaimed joyfully. The wounded woman rose from the ground and looked at her allies. The soldiers next to her also looked at their comrades in surprise. The man on the cliff lowered his hand and said that he did not understand how this could happen because it was impossible. He frowned angrily and crushed the binoculars. The monster looked at Ji-hoon. The man looked into his eyes. He lowered the blade, standing on the enemy. The man took the sword with a reverse grip. The soldiers looked at him in surprise. The hero brought the blue crystal to his mouth. The man on the cliff started his motorcycle. He put on his glasses and cursed. The man drove down the street at high speed. Butchin was completely destroyed. Abandoned cars stood on the streets. The hero's voice was heard from inside one of the buildings. He said that if he was not around or they tried to kill him, they would try to take over the city and then disband the guild. The bearded man agreed and said that he had received a report on the operation. But Ji-hoon took a sip from the can. The man brought the cigarette to his mouth and finished his thought by saying that his meeting with the colonel was scheduled, but he should take someone with him. The guy put the can down and said that they would talk about it later because now he had a meeting with the capital's defense command plan, so he had to settle the score with them. The man frowned slightly and said that he would inform them of a new date for the meeting. Looking down, he added that the hero would have to sit at the same table with them. However, he did not think that the guy would be able to negotiate calmly. Ji-hoon frowned and said that he was thinking about more than just negotiations. Dark clouds covered the sky above the city. The soldiers carried wooden boxes one after another. The long-eared guy turned around and announced a break. The soldiers from the Ji-hoon group were standing next to the wounded. The hero thought that the current battle had led to many casualties. The nurses were walking from bed to bed. The man added that the survivors and the wounded were sent for treatment and recovery. And, despite the fact that there were not many fighters left, for a while it would be possible not to worry about monsters. A new group of soldiers arrived at the defeated monster. The man thought that the killed creature was so huge that the other monsters seemed like ants against its background. The fighters ate their lunches with smiles. The man added that although he had gone through a lot alone, he was sure that the merits of other people were also significant. In this situation, it was impossible to remain alone. He frowned sternly and decided that, of course, there were exceptions. He turned to his allies and told them to go to the workshop. The hammer lay on the table in the workshop. The bearded man smiled slightly and said that these were weapons and armor made from the teeth and bones of orcs and the Vulture King. He adjusted his glasses and added that although he had the ability to produce all of this, it took a little while without the master, and also, following the master's words, he slightly modified the firearms, making them more effective. Shuan looked at him in surprise. Kate and Sunmi took the statues in their hands. The man said that the blonde would use the incense burner to focus on defense, and Sunmi would receive a bronze statue of a bodhisattva to heal wounded soldiers. And although the relic was mainly used on awakened ones, it also had an effect on ordinary people. Suji took a knife in her hand, and Shuan a bat. The man said that the others would get weapons that they would get used to in no time. Each soldier took a weapon from the table. The man handed the sword to the hero and said that as he requested, the sword had been improved. Ji-hoon put the gun on his back. Seoul was heavily damaged. Military vehicles drove down the street. Dark clouds filled the sky above the city. Soldiers were sitting inside the car. The cars drove up to a destroyed building. A young boy looked out the window in surprise and asked what it was, because he never thought that this place would be much worse than Butchin and that it was just a disaster. The bearded man frowned and said that it was a dragon. If it weren't for him, Seoul wouldn't have been destroyed so badly, and that they couldn't do the slightest damage to it using all their fighting power, so at that moment they felt like tiny ants next to it. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Taehoon silently lowered his gaze and imagined a dragon. The cars suddenly stopped. The bearded man looked at the soldier standing next to him and asked what happened. A group of soldiers approached them and explained that they were fighting red-level monsters at that very moment, and the exact number of monsters was unknown, but there were quite a lot of them. The hero frowned angrily and said that the monsters were just wandering around the perimeter of the largest defense line. In the vicinity of the creek, one of the soldiers said that the monsters were coming from the side. A bunch of monsters were approaching the soldiers. One of the men ordered not to give them a pass and stop them even at the cost of their lives. The soldiers opened fire on the monsters. The monsters opened their mouths, approaching them. The soldiers decided to retreat. Suddenly, a shell pierced the face of one of the monsters. The soldier looked around in surprise and noticed a man approaching him. The fighters frowned tensely, not understanding what had happened. Taehoon raised the cartridges into the air with his ability. He clenched them into a fist and ordered everyone to retreat. The soldier asked him who he was, after which he demanded his name and squad. The monsters went on the attack. The man held the cartridge in his hand and said that they would definitely find out about it soon, even if they did not make an inquiry about the current situation. The bearded man put the cigarette in his mouth. The hero released the cartridge from his hand with incredible force. Silence hung in the surrounding area. The soldiers looked around in surprise, hearing the word that Taehoon had arrived. 3 men stood in the doorway. The soldiers realized that this was the man. The men in uniform stood up from their seats. The hero entered the building. Dark clouds floated across the sky above the tower. The bearded man stood at the edge of the road. He looked into the distance and exhaled slightly. The sun's rays penetrated the building through the windows. The man in uniform sat down at the table opposite the hero. Taehoon frowned and looked at him. The interlocutor looked at the guest in surprise. Armed soldiers stood next to them. The fighters exchanged glances. The young soldier opened his mouth and thought that everyone was very calm, and he was sweating because of the atmosphere. The man in the uniform crossed his arms and asked if it was like this guy came to them out of the blue and asked for payment for the damage. The hero confirmed this and said that they were obliged to pay for the damage caused to the clan and the reward for killing the level 5 monster. The interlocutors sat opposite each other. The man in the uniform said that they call themselves an independent organization, but they demand a reward from the military, although they are not even soldiers. However, they use army weapons, after which he noted that this will not do. The hero said that he uses weapons to stop monsters and protect civilians, uses weapons to stop monsters, and does not think that this place would be safe now, protect civilians. And if he had not destroyed the level 5 monster, he does not think that this place would be safe now. The man frowned and asked if the boy was calling it a deal. It was just a threat. If interpreted differently, the guild was just an anti-government group that had looted military warehouses. Taehoon looked him in the eye and said that if he wanted to accuse them of anything, he could do so. The interlocutor jumped up and shouted that he had had enough. The soldiers took aim at the hero. They also drew their blades. The snipers took out their rifles. Everyone present pointed their weapons at the hero. The soldiers in the hallway looked at each other. One of the soldiers touched the microphone and addressed the leader of the outer defense squad. The commander also took the microphone and asked what the problem was. A soldier's voice was heard down the street. He asked what happened and if it was related to Taehoon. The commander replied that the man was inside now and was in a dead end. The soldier looked ahead in fear and said that he didn't know. It was probably too late, but he needed to warn everyone inside. The monsters' bodies were lying on the ground. The man asked them not to start a firefight under any circumstances. A squad of soldiers stood in front of a pile of dead bodies. The man thought that the red and orange level monster, the number of which was about 50 of his, but they were all dead, and that the internal and external security teams could handle such a number together. The soldiers frowned tensely, imagining Taehoon's image. The soldier thought that, however, he had destroyed the monsters single-handedly, and his movements were incredible, so simple and precise, so they had definitely underestimated him. A scream was heard from inside the building, ordering them to kneel. Taehoon's subordinate raised his hands in fear. The soldiers asked if the man really thought that they would negotiate with the likes of them. The soldier standing behind Taehoon wondered if this guy could really destroy a blue rank monster, and that he had incredible strength. The hero lowered his head and exhaled heavily, saying that he only asked for payment, not threatening anyone. The man sitting in front of him frowned tensely. Suddenly, there was a rumble. The soldiers raised their rifles, wondering if it was an earthquake or something. The tower shook violently. A light aura emanated from the man. The soldiers' bodies trembled. One of them picked up the phone and was surprised by what he saw. He read the hero's characteristics. The man asked if they really didn't want anyone's blood to be spilled. The soldiers looked at him tensely. The director agreed with a calm expression and said that they accepted the offer. The guy standing next to him approached him and tried to object, but the general shut him up. The man frowned and said that he did have conditions, however, as the guy had to take care of a green-ranked monster heading to the area from the Qinghai Mountains. The hero looked him in the eye and agreed, saying that in that case, the soldiers would give him a total of 4 relics. Ti-Hoon walked away from the office, and one of the men approached the general and asked how he could make a deal with someone like him. The commander turned around in annoyance. With his back to his subordinate, he called him an idiot. The general imagined Ti-Hoon and thought that they could execute this guy, but they also risked being destroyed as they were surrounded on both sides. Looking out the window, the man thought that he had no choice at the moment except to pay, after which he mentally turned to the lieutenant and thought that it turned out that there was a smart guy behind him. The hero walked outside. The major smiled and introduced himself by name, saying that he knew the relics were kept at the Bank of Korea, so he would take the hero there. Ti-Hoon frowned in annoyance. The major extended his hand and said that they had met once before, but they had not been able to introduce themselves properly. The hero walked around him, frowned angrily, and said that they had met twice, so he should not forget about the incident in Bucheon, and on their way to the bank, the man could refresh his memory. The bank building was pretty shabby. The soldier Ti-Hoon looked at the captain and wondered if they were going to fight, and why, wherever Bon was, he was always in danger. He turned around with a smile and said that he would go get the relics, and that he could not believe that the most expensive vault would be entering. A faint light was fading inside the bank. The major scratched his head and said that if the hero didn't like him, he could finish him off right there, since he was just following orders, and then asked what Ti-Hoon wanted from him. The hero frowned and asked him to explain why he brought a level 5 monster, since that was all he needed. The major looked at him and asked if that was all. He presented a goblet of white jade. Turning sideways to the hero, the man explained that after injecting mana into the relic, a drink would form in it, and when the man drank it, an aura would form around him that would attract high-level monsters, and that they gave the awakened ones the drink to knock out to lure the monsters. Weaker monsters would run away in terror, and the aura of the drink would drive powerful monsters crazy. Ti-Hoon presented the dots on the map and said that he thought he was starting to get the gist of it. The soldier ran up to him and called out to him. He smiled and said that she had chosen the relics and that they were amazing. The young man showed a magical horseman statue and gold earrings. Then he took out the Andong mask. There were military vehicles driving along the street. The soldier said that the quantity and quality of the relics were directly related to the history of the country, and in this sense, China is the greatest country that cannot be competed with. He looked at the master and added that however, after the Civil War, most of the Qing dynasty artifacts were moved to Taiwan, and about 600,000 relics were collected there. Ti-Hoon frowned slightly and said that it was obvious that there were some forces supporting them, and we should think about going to Taiwan. The soldier turned and said that there was a 6-headed snake there, and he thought that it would be very difficult to collect the relics there. And besides, planes do not fly there, but if they know the exact location and artifacts, then everything is possible, so we need to discuss this issue. The car passed by the broken cars. The soldier asked why the military asked to deal with the 4th level monster, because they could easily deal with them themselves and get the monster stone, which is the most necessary value now. Ti-Hoon answered that the general is a very smart and ambitious person, and that he wanted the guy to fight the monster alone, because he thought it was a good opportunity to test his abilities and understand whether he will help them or not. The soldier looked at the master in surprise and asked what he decided. The hero answered that he will cooperate with them and receive a reward, and in the end they will understand that the conditions are beneficial only for them. Ti-Hoon frowned and said that he will destroy the 4th level monster, after which he asked to immediately gather all the fighters, because he still needs to do something for now, because if they want to see his power, the soldiers will definitely see it. The sun illuminated Mount Qinghai. The killed monsters lay on the ground among the trees. The hero approached the main danger. A giant 3-headed monster quickly approached him. The monster ran towards the hero. It was approaching inexorably. A loud sound was heard. The lieutenant colonel was watching it. The soldiers were waiting in the forest. One of them widened his eyes and said that he expected a lot from a blue-ranked monster, but this did not look like a battle, it seemed like a one-sided battle. The lieutenant colonel looked at him and said that it was over and they could go back. They asked him again, "Is it really so soon?" Ti-Hoon sheathed his sword. Monsters lay in front of him. He ate a stone and received the determination of a camellia. The hero approached the cliff. The soldier removed the binoculars from his eyes and said that this was not a joke. He widened his eyes and said, "Do such people exist? How many monster stones did he swallow if he could instantly destroy such a monster?" The guy looked at his comrade and asked if they really needed to deliver the letter to him. He felt like he would just kill them both. Someone appeared behind them. When he told him to shut up, they needed to complete the mission. He said that he was actually older than him. They turned around. The hero was looking at them. He frowned and said that they had excellent skills. What kind of message was that? The general sent them right. The guys looked at him in shock. Ti-hoon was reading the letter. The soldier looked at him and asked what about the answer. The general ordered them to come back with the answer. The hero looked at them and told them to tell him that if he didn't want to die, then he should come to him in person. After a while, the general broke the table. He gritted his teeth and said that this man was trying to gain autonomy to absorb the entire zone. Is that true? The soldier nodded and said that it was true. The Mech Guild flag was raised in Sejong City. The major frowned. In the city hall, the guy circled the place on the map. He looked at the map and said that since they had secured the natural gas base and the oil reserve base, there was no need to worry about energy. The earth was being processed so they could use it to plant rice. The remaining religious fanatics would be destroyed soon. Sun-hoon smiled. He looked ahead and said that finally some kind of picture was emerging. The soldier called him. He looked at the relic and said that everything couldn't be that good. After a while, the guy shouted that he had obtained the Mayan calendar. He said that they had to get to Stonehenge before midnight and capture it. He said that the only one left was the Dragon Slayer. He had obtained the dragon's curse. They didn't have much time left to kill him. Ti-hoon opened his eyes. He stood up and said that it was a terrible dream. Sun-hoon looked at him in shock and asked what Egypt and the Maya had to do with it. Sunmi raised her hand and said that Stonehenge is in London. The awakened Mayan calendar and Pharaoh Ammon. It turns out he killed the dragon but received a curse. This time the clues are too fragmentary. The information is quite complex. I would like it to be an ordinary dream. Kate raised her eyebrows and said that she doesn't think they have time to think about London. They should focus on where they are now. Sun-hoon looked ahead and said that, by the way, the general is going to visit after them. Ti-hoon crossed his arms and said that he thinks it will be known soon. The guy asked what he means. He is the leader of an entire squad. To be honest, he is not strong enough to leave his territory. Ti-hoon said that it was very difficult to survive on the front lines, and they didn't have many relics in reserve. The capital's defense forces were probably waiting for their enemies to destroy themselves, because they only had enough food and energy for half a year. Most of the food would spoil once it got warmer. Winter was harsh for soldiers, but summer was no better. The number of deserters would increase, the leadership would be. He frowned and said that we could only watch both sides' actions and wait for the right time to come. His team looked at him. They said that they understood him. After a while, the soldiers gathered by the car. The hero looked at the general. He frowned and said that he was the leader of the 8th Mechanized Division. The general, he thought that from the letter, they understood that they needed their help, so if he didn't want him to point a gun at him, they should help them. Ti-hoon frowned and said that if they were going to threaten him, they should bring all their men and try to draw their guns. First of all, he wanted to know what their benefit would be. The general shouted that he couldn't trust him, even though he said he was protecting an important person. It didn't match up with the data. He wouldn't agree until he could make sure he was alive. The guy crossed his arms and said that he didn't say he wanted to hear it. He needed a reason why he should choose them out of the two sides. Currently their enemies were paying him with relics in exchange for his help. The general gritted his teeth and said that he thought he knew they couldn't pay him with artifacts. Then why was he trying to contact him? He didn't think it was to lure him here. He replied that it was to make an offer. The man looked at him in confusion. The hero frowned and told him to abandon his soldiers and give him command of his squad. The soldiers looked at him when he asked what kind of nonsense this was. The guy crossed his arms and said that he was cooperating with the capital defense contractor to recognize autonomy. After a while he would send an assassin to the colonel. The general looked at him and said, is he really preparing for this? The hero looked at him and said that if he trusted him, there was no reason to refuse him. There was silence. The man frowned and asked what he would be left with if he gave him the guild. The hero looked at him and said that he would spare his life. After a while, the general was smoking and said that another general ordered Ti-hoon to guard 3 nuclear power plants. The major was smoking when he said that they had suffered huge losses, so they had to be stopped this time. These people cannot be allowed to reach their main base. He looked out the window and said that the general was initially inclined to use nuclear weapons. He was willing to invest in ensuring the safety of the power plant. So he sent agents there. They must not lose hope, especially since Mr. Mao will not tolerate nuclear weapons on Korean soil. The man looked at him and said that this was definitely not good for them. The general looked at the view and said that if he was going to do something, he would go all the way. They needed to prevent it from falling into the hands of their enemies. First, they should contact Mr. Mao. The man pounded the table and said that every time a nuclear power plant was guarded, 10 relics, including 5 national artifacts, were recognized as theirs. The lieutenant colonel crossed his arms and said that ensuring the safety of nuclear power did not only mean visiting nuclear power plants and planting flags on them, but also ensuring that the security was sufficient to operate the nuclear power plants on the way to them. The guy looked at him and asked, if everything works out, they can take the relics from the Buddha temple or even the Golden Sovereign. He smiled and said that these were the most famous relics in the city. To get there they would have to cross the mountain. Well, is it safe there now? The man looked ahead and said that at the moment, the area had identified 2 level 5 monsters and 1 level 4. it would be more difficult than ever. The girl lowered her head and thought that this time it was serious, so the military had no other choice. The guy looked at him and said that he refused. He frowned and said that it was very dangerous. In order to secure the path up the mountain, he would have to use all the human resources of the guild. He was not going to sacrifice his people for the sake of the enemy to strike from behind. Besides, when he knew where the enemy headquarters was, he no longer felt the need to waste time. The lieutenant colonel looked at him and asked if he really thought that there were spies in the Capital Defense Command and that the general was their leader. He replied that if they couldn't destroy the parasites, they had to kill the entire leader. The man smiled and said that he was sure that he could deal with them. However, that wasn't enough. He needed a large army and an awakened one to protect civilians. In addition, the general hadn't responded. Ti-hoon looked at him and said that they had already met. He frowned and said that the general had become a military man of the MEK Guild exactly 13 minutes ago. The man said that the MEK Guild had accepted the request to ensure nuclear safety. The lieutenant colonel put his hand to his temple. He walked toward the exit. A man approached the lieutenant and said that the time had come. Doesn't he think that after they take care of the nuclear power plant's safety, would they want to use it as their own? He widened his eyes and said that Ti-hoon was actually using the MEK Guild to guard the nuclear power plant. Moreover, they could start making nuclear weapons. He told him to stop guessing and bring a finished plan written on paper. The man put his hand to his temple and said so exactly. After a while, the soldier looked at the boss and said that Mr. Mao's Jade Bird had arrived. He asked what the contents were. So-guk frowned and said that they had sent reinforcements. The boss turned around and asked if they were from Taiwan itself. He said that they were from Japan. The man frowned and thought that he needed to find the gold ruler and the flute of immortality as soon as possible to take control of all the capital's defense forces, and then get rid of the general. He said that he had made sure that Ti-hoon would pay for everything. Suwon, the cars arrived at the point. The hero frowned and said that the goal was to ensure the safety of the nuclear power plants, firstly to secure the route, secondly to eliminate the threat, thirdly to constantly guard the facilities. 1,000 people, including the awakened ones, will go to the mountain. There are no rules in this hunt, everything they get will belong to them. Buchan, the soldiers flew forward. There were many of them. Kin who frowned and said that they were going to strike at the Mac Guild. They were ordinary rebels. While their leader was away, it was time to strike. The general looked at the squad and said that the first target was Sunmi. She must be caught first. He crossed his arms over his chest and said that they needed to buy enough time before reinforcements arrived from Japan. They were able to protect Tokyo, which was in a much worse situation than Seoul, but they must be prepared for the fact that they will have to retreat. There was a bird on his palm. It lit up and flew forward. The general watched it and told it to send what he said. The soldiers ran forward. Buchan City Hospital. The nurse asked how much medicine was left. She was told about 13 bags. Sunmi looked at the workers and asked how much meat they got from the mud trolls was left. She was told about 590 kilograms. She said to allocate 300 kilograms for the group of patients for recovery and reduce the amount of therapeutic water as much as possible. The guy looked at her and called her. The girl looked at him and asked how it went. He said that it would be over soon. The major looked at the hospital. The special forces were entering the parking lot. They said to advance. The man frowned and said that according to the agents who were undercover, there were no strong enemies inside. The soldiers were inside the building. They were told to move faster. The fighter looked through the scope. They saw a tied-up woman on the floor. They came closer. A hero appeared behind one of the soldiers. He said that they have a problem. Grupa was attacked. There is an awakened one here. He fell to the ground. The rest of the squad also fell to the ground. They were talking on the radio about what was happening. They had to report the situation. The hero looked away. The major was standing on the roof and asked to answer him. He gritted his teeth and said that he knew everything. It was over. The man began to slide down the roof and said that they needed to retreat and go to the boss. He ran forward. The hero followed him. After a while, the lieutenant colonel walked forward and said that the special forces used the skills of infiltration, assassination, and kidnapping, which were learned through the manual based on the reports made by Ti-hoon during his service in the army. He looked ahead and said that someone was still planning to try to eliminate him. What a waste of time. The major met the general in the forest and asked what he knew about the situation. He opened his eyes and said that they knew that the Mac Guild left the city and went to another, but they should return. He said to block the 8th Division. Their forces were located in the north and east. If there was reinforcement from the west and south, everything would be over. The man frowned and said that he was going to go to the city. Having finished all the preparations, a boat was waiting for him on the river. He should meet the colonel. The major turned around and told the chief to retreat. He was shot in the leg. The man closed his eyes and screamed. The major dodged. The bullet cut through several trees. The man took out the sword and smiled. He frowned and called Ti-hoon. The hero frowned and said he couldn't believe they were letting him remember the old days. But there was nothing difficult in getting to them. They were so clumsy. The major gritted his teeth and screamed. The ground cracked around him. He frowned and said he would kill him. The man ran forward. He swung his sword. The hero dodged. The brunette swung again. Ji-hoon caught his arm. He plunged the sword into his leg and knocked the major to the ground. He coughed up blood. The hero swung and told him to think about his technique. A loud sound was heard. Night fell. The major was lying unconscious on the ground. The man gritted his teeth. The hero looked at him. He told him to just kill him. He wouldn't get anything from him anyway. He said he had no intention of killing him. He frowned and called him a six-headed snake. The brunette looked at him and asked how he knew. Ji-hoon frowned and thought that he needed to test the waters first. He told him to answer the questions he was asking. Why did you make a deal with someone else when we already had an agreement with them? The man lowered his head and said that they sent the monster stones they got during the hunt to Taiwan in exchange for relics and information. He was tasked with finding the royal artifact. He said the Flute of Immortality and the Golden Ruler. Ji-hoon thought that the Flute of Immortality and the Golden Ruler that Jang Sung-hood mentioned. He didn't think that such relics really existed, but what was all this for? He had contacted the 8th Division. But instead of cooperating with the 8th Division, which has an overwhelming advantage in terms of firepower, he made a deal with a defense company. Hands grabbed the man's shoulders. He turned around. A bomb was flying towards them. Ji-hoon put up a barrier. The ninjas threw shurikens towards him. The hero stretched out his hand and used telekinesis. The shurikens flew back. The soldiers ran into the forest. The hero watched them go. He turned to Lee Kai-soo. The forest was empty. Ji-hoon frowned and said how the ninjas could kill him right in front of him. Was this an attempt to show their confidence? The relics of another country, the six-headed one. He crouched down and said that Japan's strength should not be underestimated, but their army is small, and the situation in the country is much worse than theirs. Despite all this, there is a force that can contact the six-headed snake and send ninjas here. The guy looked down and said that he cannot allow himself to set foot on this land again, no matter how strong the enemy is. The major lay dead. After a while, the ninja looked straight ahead and said that they were seeing him for the first time. That man had incredible skills, and he was also hostile to the boss. They ended up losing 3 but were able to eliminate the boss. The boss told them that they were fools, they should have brought him. The blonde looked ahead and said that he didn't know who that guy was, but the mission was to eliminate Lee Kai-soo. He frowned and said that his actions had long been dissatisfied with the boss and they would be able to avoid suspicion of his death thanks to that man. In addition, Lee Kai-soo's relationship with the six-headed snake made it difficult to attack these lands. He looked at the team and said that they could return. The man turned around. He threw a kunai and asked who he was. The kunai flew towards the ninja. Ji-hoon held the kunai in his hand. Everyone jumped away from him. The ninja prepared to attack and said that this was the man who was in the forest. How did he get here? Ji-hoon frowned and said that he was curious about something. Why the hell were they breaking into someone else's land without an invitation and even daring to ask him questions? The blonde looked at him and gave the order to attack. The ninja ran to attack. The hero charged his weapon with his energy. He entered the fight. Ji-hoon killed one warrior after another. He stuck his sword into the man's throat. He fell. The blonde looked at him in shock. After a while, the soldiers took up positions. Someone said that an explosion thundered. The commander directed the line and said that he was coming. Everyone was forbidden to stick their heads out. The man looked ahead. The room was empty. The soldier frowned and asked what was going on. Everyone looked at him in shock. The old man looked ahead and said that when he came, they could not attack him, but just send him to him. He said that the area from the mountain to the city was probably his goal. Since he had just heard about it, he needed to be more vigilant. The man looked out the window and said that perhaps he shouldn't have become his enemy from the beginning. He had become too old to try to fight this monster, or perhaps they had created a monster out of him themselves. Ji-hoon looked at him. The soldiers looked up and said that there was something in the sky. Ji-hoon was hovering at a high altitude. He looked out the general's window. After a while, the old man looked at him and said that although he had been able to win several battles, how did he plan to manage the citizens in the future? The guy frowned and said that of course they were not able to manage the country and the civilians, including chaos could occur, but the 8th Division had joined the MEK Guild. The old man's eyes widened. He lowered his head and thought. Seoul Station. The army was on alert. Suji looked at the sergeants and said that after the negotiations were completed, a signal would come from the master. There were soldiers on the other street. The man closed his eyes. The soldiers looked ahead in shock. One of them said that he was very nervous. They had planned this event so many times, but they still could not implement it. Would Ji-hoon be able to handle everything alone? The tanks stood at the ready. Lightning struck near the tower. Tokyo. The city was destroyed. Edo province. There was a fire in the room. The samurai stood in anticipation. Musashi lowered his head. His arrival was announced. The girl looked at him. The guy looked at her and said that they should have returned by now. Did they all die? She replied that Okjo still has not returned. It seems that Hayato is the only survivor of the 20 ninja. Musashi looked ahead and said that Hayato is very strong. He will definitely return. What about the chief? The girl lowered her head. He smiled and said that it was time to go. After a while, the trucks were driving forward. The car stopped. The soldiers were looking ahead. They were asking what was going on, why so many soldiers, were there monsters nearby? A woman was holding a baby in her arms. He was crying. The others looked at her and told her to calm him down, otherwise they would all die. He had been at work all day and was terribly tired, and her baby would not let him sleep. The soldiers were sitting in the trucks. They were all going somewhere. After a while, the soldiers arrested the top brass of the army for attempting to rebel. They approached the lieutenant colonel. The general looked at him and said, "So that's who the traitor was." The man frowned and said that this was the one speaking, who had sold out his country for his own good. He looked at him and told them to take him away. He authorized the use of force if he tried to do something. The guy smiled and greeted the master. The hero looked at them. He frowned. The sergeants were talking to each other. After a while, the lieutenant colonel looked down. He frowned and said that the chief and major were killed. The remaining colonels and subordinates would be punished. He said that the situation was changing rapidly and the Mac clan was destroying everything in its path. The lieutenant colonel said that the 8th Division and the Capital Defense Army became members of the Mac Guild, which caused a reorganization. He said that the roads were cleared for the smooth transportation of food and supplies, and also the Awakened destroyed the monsters that were in the vicinity and suppressed individual groups. Tihun hunted monsters of level 3 and above. The man thought that only a few days had passed, the changes were just beginning. After a while, the council gathered around the map. The guy said that he received information that there were well-guarded strongholds in Busan and Daegu. This was made possible thanks to the countless number of artifacts. He raised his eyebrows and said that there is a temple in the city that houses the Great Tibetan Canon relic. However, even the approximate number of monsters that are in those places is unknown. This artifact is comparable in power to such relics as the Silver Cross or Pure Rain. He said that given the fact that the temple's zone of influence reaches the city, this artifact is much more powerful than any other. He said that in addition, the 2nd Operational Command is located in that area. Apparently, it will be easy for them to defend themselves from an attack, given the characteristics of the territory. The guy said that the 2nd Operational Command does not have any armored or artillery units under its command. He thinks that in this case, the support of the chief would not hurt them. He could be recruited after they took this place and retained influence over the city. Using rare relics, they were able to expand their territory all the way to Busan City. Fortunately, the 2nd Operational Command did not get to the Flute of Immortality and the Golden Ruler, and now their goal is to interfere with their plans. The lieutenant colonel frowned and said that the 6-headed snake was going to gather the most powerful artifacts to ensure the safety of the fortress. Whoever could get the artifacts first would have an advantage in the battle for the monster stones, which was the most important currency of dominance in their era. Japan had also begun to interfere in this battle. He said that in addition, the information received from the Japanese suggested that the Japanese forces were planning to enter their lands. Using them as a stepping stone to dominance, he assumed that they already knew about the death of the chief through magic. The soldier frowned and said that there were so many different awakening forces in Japan, and the existence of the treacherous overseer made the country more secure from invasion by foreign powers. The Japanese navy was much stronger than the ground forces, so they would make a landing at the port. The girl frowned and said that above all, under the current circumstances, the solution to Tripitaka Korina would be a priority. However, do they really want to cross the mountain? The hero replied that it would not be easy to clear the mountain. Besides, they could suffer huge losses. It was necessary to sneak in there very quietly and do the cleanup. Everyone looked at him. Tihun frowned and said that he would go to the mountain alone. Daegu. The streets were empty. The girl ran forward. She looked around. The soldiers ran after her. One of them said that she was inside. They finally trapped her. The man frowned and shouted that in her situation it was useless to do anything. She needed to surrender and then he would give her real pleasure. Sweat was pouring down the girl's face. She sent them. She knelt down and said that she had 40 bullets left. She could kill 3. She crawled out of cover. The soldiers were under fire. They gritted their teeth and started shooting back. The girl returned to cover. The men ran forward. Someone said that they would cover them, let them go upstairs. She looked at them. A soldier was shot in the head. They all hid in cover and asked what was going on. Other rebels were on their way. They looked out from cover. A bomb was flying towards them. There was an explosion. Someone was running towards them. The guys ran up to the girl and asked if she was alive. She frowned and asked why they came. It was dangerous here. The soldiers smiled and asked how they could leave her alone in such a place. They went forward and said that they needed to get out of here quickly. The brunette stopped for a second. She looked at the city. The men turned around and said that there was no tail behind them. The brunette frowned and told them to move quickly. Everyone was waiting for them. The others looked forward and told him to step back. They were attacked. A squad of ninja appeared. The man in the mask looked down and told them to kill everyone except that girl. Tihun appeared in front of them. The smoke cleared. A military base. The man stood up from the table and shouted. He looked down and asked why they hadn't shown up yet. They were supposed to catch that girl. Jang Kaian turned around when the soldier said he should wait a little longer, they would definitely come. He looked ahead and said that if the Japanese showed up there, they would definitely intercept her. At that time, in the city, the hero looked ahead gloomily. The masked man looked at him. The guy frowned and asked who they were. Everyone looked at each other. The soldiers started shooting. The ninjas began to attack. They rushed at the people with hot weapons. The man swung his sword. The man hit him in the face with his boot. The ninja fell to the ground. The guy frowned and asked what was going on. A ninja swung at him from behind. He frowned. Suddenly, he was thrown back to the others. The hero watched as a group of swordsmen approached him. He put out his hand and magic emanated from it. Everyone was thrown back. The attackers fell to the ground. The masked man smiled and jumped. He squinted and told him not to hope that this was enough. The hero tripped him. The man began to fall. He looked at him and screamed. Tihun hit him in the face. He slammed him into the ground. The man was lying down. His teeth were knocked out. The guy frowned and asked if they had already taken control of this territory. He was not going to kill them, but he would ask a few questions. Everyone looked at him in shock. The girl thought that not long ago she was a professional singer. Thanks to the fact that she often flashed on the screen, she managed to gain huge popularity. However, one day, when she was returning from work, the whole world turned upside down. The reality was worse than in the movies. The brunette frowned and asked what was going on. Were they really filming in such a place? The driver turned the steering wheel and told her to hold on. She remembered that at that moment she needed to get to Seoul. Then she wouldn't have to see any monsters or the antics of crazy idiots. For some reason the city was clear of monsters then. She remembered how all the surviving people moved there. They had hoped that they could unite all their forces and overcome this hell. She thought that was why they followed the 2nd Operational Command, which was located there. Besides, she always gathered and calmed people down. Using the fact that she was a celebrity, they sincerely believed in her, which brought considerable benefits. The girl thought that at some point the situation changed and the 2nd Operational Command began to do strange things. They began to send people to the lair of monsters, where they forced civilians to work. She couldn't understand why tens of thousands of people with curved shovels and lanterns should risk their lives to try to desecrate royal tombs and graves. Later she learned about the real reason that they needed to get from those very tombs. However, it didn't matter. Since then, there were only 2 categories of people left in the city, those who were already taken and those who did not want it. She truly believed in the last leader of the rebels, so she became a member of the resistance. After some time, they were standing in a warehouse. The girl said that this is where the story ends. Their leader was taken by those scumbags. Tihun was drinking coffee and thought that he did not expect to see him here. He was captured a couple of days ago. I wonder if he is alive? He asked what they were going to do. The brunette looked at him and said that they were going to save the leader. The hero looked at her and asked if they had a plan. If they did not have a clear plan, then it would be impossible to rescue him. She said that they understood that it would be difficult, but they were ready to sacrifice themselves. The hero said that no matter if it was a resistance group or a terrorist group, basic information such as the current hideout and contact details had to be completely changed when the leader was captured, because the enemy could usually get all the information very quickly through torture or false reconciliation, while they themselves would secretly track the leaders of the enemy organization. He frowned and said that if the military could beat the truth out of their leader, then they would be trapped, so they had to take the initiative. The girl looked at him and asked what that meant. He walked forward and said that it was urgent. He would save him. If the leader died, then he would be in trouble too. They had to follow the plan. They looked at him in shock. Meanwhile, at the city hall, the basement, the leader was tied to a chair. His arms and legs were covered in wounds. His mouth was bandaged. 2 people came to him. It was a military man and a samurai. They removed the rope from his mouth. The resistance leader lowered his head and asked why they came again. They won't break him. He looked up. The soldier was holding something in his hand and said that if he accepted the offer, the Japanese mainland forces would cooperate. They could destroy the 2nd Operational Command together and rule Korea. The man said great. He was not stupid enough to give up power. He would only accept the offer if those Japanese scum were not here. They could also get rid of the major of the 2nd Operational Command. Maybe now he not only needs shoulder straps but also a raise in his monthly salary. He looked ahead and said stop playing soldier and listen to him carefully. The reason their country is ruined is because it is rotting under foreign invasion, and all because of scum like him. The brunette smiled and said that he was still alive. Could he imagine what it would be like when they killed him in front of his comrades? The guy smiled and said that Tanaka brought a ninja to catch the girl. They will definitely succeed. The resistance leader frowned and screamed. The soldier looked back. He looked up and said that it was dangerous here and they needed to leave. The samurai looked back. The man frowned and thought, could it really be them? The soldiers were shooting. Tihun was defending himself with a magic barrier. The men looked at him in shock and asked who he was. The hero stopped the bullets. The soldiers started attacking again. The guy sent bullets at them. There was an explosion. He walked forward. There were many corpses around. Taehoon went down to the basement. He broke the door. He approached the resistance leader. The man looked at him. The hero looked at him and thought that the situation was not dangerous at all. Great. The man sat on a chair and asked who he was. They moved through the ruins. The girl shuddered. She turned and asked how this happened. She looked ahead nervously. Taehoon led the man by the hair. The couple got out and asked to stop. The girl looked at the hero and asked who he was. Taehoon looked at her silently. He froze in front of the armed group, introduced himself, said that he was the leader of the Mak Guild, which owned such territories as Seoul, the Gyeonggi and Gangwon districts, Incheon, Chuncheon. Now he demanded the girl to tell him why they were fighting them. Screams echoed through the warehouse. The wounded man groaned. He looked into space and begged to be killed. Taehoon looked at him angrily. After a while, he entered another room. A gun was pointed at him. He wiped his hands from the blood. The people shuddered. He looked at them and asked if they knew Sonyeon. After a while, the car was driving through an empty street. Taehoon was driving. The others were sitting next to him. He said that their leader was being held in the Daegu City Hall. According to information, 5 days had passed and a large number of people were dying from torture. But he thought that Sonyeon was still alive and they needed to hurry. He said that their forces could not save the leader, so he told them to return to the base and wait there. Smoke was billowing over the city. Everything was in ruins. The soldiers ran away in fear and screamed that there was a monster behind them. Taehoon threw back the bent car. He slowly walked towards the fleeing top of soldiers. He turned to the rebels and said that they could not go further, so they should either stay or run back home. They looked at the hero in confusion. He told them to hold on to the last if they were discovered. After a while in the basement, Sonyeon fearfully asked who was in front of him. Tied up, he looked at the hero who approached. He asked his name, but Sonyeon asked why the hero did not answer, who he was and why he was just standing there. Taehoon silently looked at the beaten man. He turned back abruptly. He threw a kunai into the blade of the sword. Taehoon stared back. The prisoner asked what was going on here. In front of the hero stood a samurai in full armor. He looked forward angrily. His kunai were sticking out of the wall. The prisoner looked at the stranger and asked whose side the hero was on. He advised him to be careful because the samurai was very strong and had killed many people. A tall man in armor approached, said that the hero was a worthy opponent because he was bored, but he came in time. He asked if the hero knew how to handle a sword. Taehoon only took out his sword. The samurai bowed his head, decided that the hero did not have such strong skills, but he could not judge him based on this. He got into a fighting stance, said that his name was Kojima. He wanted to know the hero's name. Taehoon looked at him silently and said that he would not need it anymore because he would die soon. Kojima ran to attack. He looked forward angrily. He was a level 4 kendo player. However, regardless of rank, he had very few opponents. When the world changed, he was bored. Before he had fun because he could swing the sword as much as he wanted. He cut monsters, but they could not satisfy his sense of strength. Sometimes he had to deal with the same as him, but they were no different from monsters. The power and artifacts he received were not used properly. The swords entered the wedge. Kojima fell to his knees before the hero. His body was shaking. He looked at the hero in shock. The floor beneath them began to crumble. The prisoner was shaking, and Taehoon calmly pressed on the samurai's sword. He looked at him arrogantly and asked, was that all he wanted to tell him? Kojima screamed. He broke free from the clinch and swung his sword, but the hero struck him on the wrists and cut off his hands. Kojima looked at his stumps in shock. Taehoon put the sword behind his back. After a while in the tower, the council gathered in front of the hero. He said that this was a message sent by the master. The girl showed the device and said that the temple was destroyed and Japan was to blame. She said to closely monitor the movements of monsters in the Sobik Mountains and ordered to withdraw the troops waiting nearby. It was also necessary to lead the monsters through Okjo. Yoo Daehyun put his hands in his pocket and said that there was nothing strange in their actions, but to damage the collection of Tibetan scripts. The guy pointed to the map and said that evidence that a large number of high-class monsters began to move around the temple, which entered the safety zone, the radius of which is 40 kilometers. He said that even for the master the situation is very dangerous. In those places there are 2 5th level monsters and 6 4th level monsters. Everyone looked at each other. The hero said that they can't just watch from the side and they need to do something. After a while, sunset was over the city. Taehoon and Sonyeon were standing on the roof. Taehoon folded his arms. Sonyeon was silent. He frowned and thought that this man was able to destroy the Daegu City Hall. But that did not mean that the second operational command was destroyed. The city hall was one of the many headquarters. He had to make a deal with him somehow. He sighed and said that he was a little rude when they first met. He asked for understanding and apologized if he had offended the hero in any way. He said that the medicine he gave him was amazing, because he thought he was about to die, but now he was much better. Taehoon slowly turned around and asked if he knew about the Tibetan script of the temple. Sonyeon looked at him questioningly. He asked in shock, was the script really destroyed? He shouted that no matter how bitter enemies he and the second battle command were, neither side would dare to strike at the great collection of scriptures. He began to ask who was the madman who could think of this. The hero bowed his head and said that this was his mistake, because the information he received after interrogation indicated that Japan had long known about the existence of the relics. He thought that they realized that it would be impossible to transport them, so they simply destroyed them. He said that Japan could track their people. He thought that Death Kojima and Tenaki will be the trigger at the beginning of the war. He turned to the rebel leader. The hero said that this is a war and now is not the time to give in to emotions, because on the battlefield there is nothing good in it. Sonian gritted his teeth. The hero asked if he knows anything about the troops in the temple. He turned away, and the man said that currently most of the troops of the 201st Special Forces are located in that area and another 3 infantry battalions are stationed throughout the Gaya National Park. In addition, the army headquarters regularly transports cargo. 2 guards are assigned to it. He said that the problem is that among the forces inside the temple, there are 3 people who received the rank of colonel due to their incredible strength. They were the only ones who survived the battle with a green level monster. The hero frowned and said that it was not such a problem. Now they are between level 5 monsters. They will reach these lands very soon. Sonian gritted his teeth and asked, so they are above the green level monsters. What are these monsters? He said that it was impossible. In March, when it was still cool outside, the 2nd Combat Command went to excavate the royal tomb. It was then that they encountered a green level monster. As a result, more than 6,000 people and 400 awakened died. This event was also the cause of their rebellion. He frowned and said that if this continues, everyone will die. Everyone needs to be evacuated. The girl asked him to remain calm. The hero looked at him and said that he has a lot of things to do in the future, so first of all, he must take care of his health. He frowned and told him not to worry, he will take care of the level 5 monster. Airbase. The soldiers gathered around the commander and said that this was crazy, because the city hall of Daegu City was destroyed by one person. The commander gritted his teeth and said that they lost the prisoner whom they managed to capture with such difficulty. The soldiers watched tensely as the commander cursed. Sweat was pouring down his face. He thought that they had recently lost contact with the general serving in the Capital Defense Forces after he said he wanted to come to them for shelter. A bullet had pierced the glass, and the commander's head. Everyone looked in shock at the crack in the glass. The commander fell to the floor. The soldiers ran to the window. They looked at the man in the distance. The hero was pushing Sonian in a wheelchair. They aimed their machine guns and said that if he had escaped, he should have hidden. Orders were given to capture him, but one of the soldiers pointed at the hero and said that this was the same one who had been in the city hall. Evening was approaching. The soldiers surrounded the hero. A colonel came out, introduced himself and asked what Sonian was doing here. The man looked at him. He knew that most of the relics brought from Jeonju were here. The soldiers pointed a gun at him. The man ordered them to bring him the divine bell and the king. The colonel looked at him in shock and asked why he thought they would do that. He added that they came to negotiate, but they had already killed their general. The monster screamed. The soldiers began to panic. The colonel turned around abruptly. Sonian looked at him in fear and asked if they remembered the monster with green eyes that attacked the people in Jeonju. He said that a monster much larger than him was heading there now. He said that the monster had a power that they would be able to feel even when it was more than 10 kilometers away. He screamed and said that he did not say that he was going to negotiate. The soldiers looked at each other. The area trembled. The city was silent. Monsters attacked and ate people alive. A huge monster made of ice crystals walked forward. It roared and looked around. It looked at the buildings ahead. Its silhouette loomed over the first level monsters. The hero struck the bell, which dispelled all dark forces and weakened the monsters with its sound. Sonian looked at the hero and said that on the day when they were attacked by the green-eyed monster, they were able to survive thanks to this. He frowned and thought that this time the monster was not alone and they were moving in groups. He leaned on the bell and said that they were different from other monsters he had to face. He understood that they did not have time to waste. The creatures were crawling all over the city. A huge monster created ice and screamed. The other creatures repeated after him. Tihun appeared in front of them. The monsters looked at the stranger expectantly. Tihun glared at them and screamed at them to shut up, and he took out a minigun. His shots tore the monsters to pieces. He walked and shot. The creatures were torn to pieces. He aimed the barrel at the ice monster, dodged the ice spikes, jumped onto the roof of the building, and started shooting from there. The building started to be covered with ice. Tihun jumped down. He was sitting on one knee and looking forward. He put down the minigun. He took out his sword. The ice giant looked at him stupidly. Tihun ran. His hand was covered in fire. The monster started to create ice spikes. One of them started to melt from the released fire. Then the giant tried to crush the hero, but Tihun managed to dodge. He fired a powerful volley, but the giant managed to put up a shield. The spikes from his ice pierced the buildings. Sonian was sitting on the roof. He looked through his binoculars in shock and said that it looked like a civil war. Ina looked ahead anxiously and remained silent. She rolled Sonyan to the hero. He asked if the hero was planning to form a team. It would be great if they could control fighters. However, he doubted that they would cooperate. Ti-hoon looked at him gloomily. He was not going to form a team. Even if he used fighters, no one would be able to resist level 5 monsters. The man looked at him tensely and asked about the weapon. There was an explosion in the distance. Sonyan was not sure if it could be used. The explosion destroyed buildings. After a while, ice spikes grew around the monster. Ti-hoon jumped between them and approached the monster. He looked at him angrily, realizing that the sword was too short and he would not be able to reach the heart. The monster opened its mouth, began to form a shot. The hero put up a blocking sphere. The monster continued to shoot. A white light flashed over the entire city. The hero remained hanging in the air. He controlled the missiles behind him. They all turned towards the monster. The other creatures lifted their muzzles. The hero looked at them, said the name of the missile set, and launched them at the creature. It began to build a defense of ice. A powerful explosion was heard. Ti-hoon calmly looked at the ashes. His hand clenched. He took out the artifact and put on a golden mask. Golden beasts appeared near the people. After a while, Ti-hoon sat down on the ground and took off his mask with difficulty. He was breathing heavily, said that the effect was simply incredible, but the risks were also great. He decided that he needed to be more careful. He looked at the ice sphere. The monster got out of it and screamed. The hero slowly walked towards him, radiating an aura. He put the mask back on. Description of his skills. An evil expression on the mask. The monster attacked him with spikes. Ti-hoon prepared for a new approach. He jumped, and the monster's barrier began to explode. It approached his face. An ice spike flew at his back, but Ti-hoon managed to deliver several blows. He landed. He jumped again to the monster's muzzle, and with a powerful blow, he cut it in half. The monster screamed and began to crumble into a pile of crystals. Ti-hoon fell to his knee, grabbing his mask. He took it off and looked forward heavily. There was a city in front of him. Sonyan looked through his binoculars in surprise. He gave it to the soldier and said that it was over. The commanders looked at the hero in surprise and said that he had defeated the monster. The squad stood on the roof. The observer asked, "Are blue-level monsters really that powerful? If the monster could attack them directly, they would be wiped off the face of the earth." The soldiers looked at each other in fear. The commander said that they needed to run because the person who could destroy the monster. The soldier looked at the commander anxiously and said that they needed to retreat, but the commander asked where. He turned around, ordered everyone to gather and announced that they were surrendering. After a while, the squad of armed men silently looked forward. The soldiers glared at them angrily. The hero approached the commander, who said that he was handing over power to him. Sonyan and Ina shuddered in surprise. Ti-hoon took out a walkie-talkie, and Sonyan sighed with relief. The hero said that the Daegu City Hall and the 2nd Operational Command, being one of the influential squads, had surrendered. The officials connected with Japan who were involved in the radioactive water pollution and mass murders would be thoroughly investigated and punished. However, there was a long way to go. There was no army force here, and although the citizens no longer had to do hard work, the monsters that surrounded the city made the place unsafe. Casualties were kept to a minimum, but no matter how strong the hero was, he alone could not ensure the safety of all areas. Sonyan was driven to the hero who was looking out the window. The man said that although military security was organized, these people had never encountered monsters. He thought they should think of other ways. He said that the hero had been fighting monsters for several days and had not slept well. The hero turned to him and said that everything would be settled soon. A guy ran into the room, looking for the captain. He said that he had never seen one squad destroy monsters so easily. He said that they were approaching them. The couple looked at the guy questioningly. He said that the squad had the sign of the Mac clan. The equipment was moving forward. The soldiers landed. Kengi, the heroes were moving forward. Chun-Chun, Yang Yungwon was smoking quietly. Seoul and the general had also arrived at the scene. Kangwon had arrived at the scene. Air Force Base. The squad was walking forward. The others looked at them in shock and said that they were the awakened ones whose skills were incredible. They opened their eyes wide and said that they were the ones they had been talking about before. The hero frowned and turned to the Mac Guild. Everyone behind him froze. The hero said that from now on they were all their allies. He turned to the squad. City views. The hero shook the man's hand. The man in the wheelchair said that his name was Sonyan. He greeted the awakened ones happily and joked that he was greeting them while sitting. The guy smiled and asked not to worry because they had great doctors. Yang Yungwon frowned at the disabled man and was surprised that he was the same Sonyan. Sonyan smiled, pointed at Ina and assumed that they knew her. Kim looked at the girl, apologized for disobeying orders. She was going to take full responsibility and accept the punishment. Yu Dehyun looked at her and said that they agreed with the plans and they had no choice. Besides, the preparations took a long time. The hero nodded and said that it was the right decision. The others looked at him with concern and said that most of the monsters in Seoul and Gyeonggi province were destroyed. Thanks to this, they were able to ensure the safety of the expressway. Sonyan thoughtfully looked at the hero. he was cheerfully told that the monsters of the 4th level and above were left to him. They said that the situation changed instantly after their arrival. Everything was done quickly and orderly. The monsters were destroyed. At the same time, they were busy rebuilding the city. The infirmaries began mass treatment of the wounded. Sonyan also felt better day by day. Kay also did not forget to get rid of the traitors. Kim was busy eliminating the strongest monsters alone. She frowned and said that there were 3 level 3 monsters and 2 level 4 monsters in that area. She said that the problem was that a level 4 monster and a group of level 1 and 2 monsters were heading to Walsong. Hyun-jun said that an armored vehicle had already been sent there to secure the nuclear power plant, but it would not be enough to stop the level 5 monster. Taehoon looked at Sunmi and told her to prepare the medicine. They also ordered to use the incense burner to concentrate on defending this place. Nuclear power plant. There were a lot of dead monsters on the ground. The soldiers were shooting, shouting that they couldn't let the monsters through. The commander turned around. He was told that they couldn't hold out any longer. He said that the armored installations were completely destroyed by a level 4 monster. The commander shouted that the monster's target was humans. He said that they needed to lure them in. The soldiers answered so accurately at once. The horned cyclops screamed. The humans began to cover themselves from the noise. A huge monster with an iron scythe led his army. He turned around abruptly. An awakened one jumped at him. He created a red sphere and began to kill the monsters. The soldiers looked forward in shock. The hero glared at the monster and thought that this time he had gotten too annoying. The Cyclops raised his scythe, and magical projectiles appeared in the air. A spiked film began to fly towards the hero. He waved his hand, and a wave of ice rose above the monster. A strong wind blew towards him. He stretched his hand forward in surprise, and fired. Taehoon appeared behind him, striking. He waved again. The soldiers even stopped shooting. City views. After they dealt with this situation, they went to Seoul. They could finally get out to the outside world after half a year of living in hell. With them was the Divine Bell and other relics. Bucheon, the gloomy yellow sky above the city. Taehoon sat tiredly in a chair. He thought about the fact that the curse was not lifted. He looked at the map. He thought about the information he had left for himself. He decided that everything in it was very valuable, and if he tried to remember everything in this room, he would have to end up in a state close to death. To do it again is as bad as to not do it. He could never agree with that. Mount Jiri. A bunch of monsters were crawling down the slope. The soldiers were shooting at them. Torn off body parts were flying at them. The second-level monsters were approaching them. The soldiers began to retreat on orders. Kim was aiming. She was aiming at the eyes of the creatures. A monster appeared behind one soldier. The guy was fighting with a rifle butt. The rest were holding the line. People were admiring the powers of the awakened. Silence reigned over the slope. Kim took out a walkie-talkie and said that they were done. Hyun-jun was smoking. Sighing next to her said that Mount Bong was clear. The rest were reporting the completion of missions. The commander looked at the soldiers and said that it was their turn to get ready. There were already new guns on the slope. After a while, there was an explosion. The men were standing by the bell. The guns were firing. Explosions thundered all over the area. Smoke billowed over the mountains. The unit on the mountain watched what was happening. The man put away his binoculars and said with admiration that these armored units had actually managed to install guns on the mountainside. There was a convoy ahead of them. The man said that they had melted down the bronze swords and would use them as shells. He said that 4-inch mortars were operated by 2 people and 60mm mortars by 1 person. The soldier next to him said that that gun had actually had to be completely disassembled and moved to the hill. He assumed that it would be unlikely to be possible to move a tank there as well. He looked at the convoy and said that he had not heard anything about tanks, but had received orders to form machine gun squads. The man looked ahead in surprise and asked, "Isn't this kind of machine gun used on fighters and ships?" The commander gloomily remarked that the soldiers must follow orders. Nothing is impossible in this world. Said that the firepower they have is not enough to fight the monsters. He remembered the destroyed city, said that suddenly the world collapsed and a large number of people died without knowing the cause of it. People were digging, the equipment was moving forward, and the commander said that after the army that was supposed to protect the people slowly began to lose their humanity after the disaster. All the suffering fell on the survivors. He said that the people resisted the monsters in order to survive, but it took a lot of effort to get any information about them, but the knowledge gained could not turn the tide. He remembered the monster and said that they were incredibly strong creatures. He said that if the war squadron destroyed the monster of the 2nd level, then even after regrouping, they will not be able to defeat the monster of the 4th level and above. He said that weapons and strategy, tactics and alliances, all these elements put humans at the top of the food chain, but in the face of powerful monsters, they lost their significance. No one expected that a simple change of commander could directly change the situation. They asked him if he really wanted to go to Japan. The hero looked at the council. Hyun-jun asked what the reason was for hunting a level 5 monster. The general said that not only ordinary people but also awakened people were disturbed by these decisions. The hero folded his arms and said that there was a man named Musashi in Japan. He had dreamed of him a few days ago, and he was sure that the incident in the city was related to him. Taehoon frowned and said that the 6-headed snake is currently in China, but it may appear here at any time. He said that the Japanese will not dare to make a move from the side and will only watch. Their task now is to stop those who want to invade their land. Their target is Japan. He said that it is necessary to attack them before they have time to understand everything and prepare. Hyun-jun looked at him and said that before leaving, he wants to get rid of the monsters in the surrounding areas. In this way, the team spirit of the soldiers can be increased and the causes of discord can be eliminated, because the lack of a leader can cause discord within the troops. The hero introduced the crowd. He would like to destroy the blue level 6 monster if he had the chance. At the moment there was one level 5 monster left on the Korean peninsula. Without it they would hardly be able to deal with it, but they had to hold back the attack. He said that the opponents were getting stronger, but he could not be sure of the loyalty of some people, and he also had no way to call for peace using the reward. He said Japan, then China, said that the situation was becoming increasingly unstable. He needed soldiers who could trust each other, and they also needed to show their true strength. Destroyed terrain. Monsters were advancing. Soldiers were aiming cannons. An observer said that they had found a monster. It was injured but still alive. Someone said that level 5 monsters were simply incredible. The commander took out a radio and ordered to ring the bell. The soldiers began to hit it. The monster twisted sharply and screamed. The ground under the soldiers' feet began to tremble. They looked around in fear, amazed at the strength of the level 5 monster. They thought that using shells was useless. They did not expect this. The monster looked at the soldier. The awakened walked forward. Golden beasts appeared behind him. The monster screamed. Taehoon frowned, said that there was no time and it was time to end everything. He ran to attack. The beasts attacked the monster. The ground trembled. The girls held the artifacts. The monster writhed, trying to fight back. The others watched tensely. The hero created a sphere and flew up. The others watched silently. The hero pointed his hand at the monster and fired. The soldiers waited. The hero attacked furiously and cut the monster into 2 parts. A roar rose from the fall of the huge carcass. Smoke billowed in the direction of the wind. Dev Kim Suji took out a walkie-talkie and said that everything was resolved. The commander answered and said that this was great. The soldiers began to rejoice. Meanwhile in Tokyo, the tower, Musashi said wonderful. He looked at the city. The envoy approached him and said that soon it would be over. However, the workforce was still insufficient. It was necessary to increase its number. Musashi said how many people died did not matter at all. After everything was over, they would be able to replenish the ranks of the workers of Korea. He smiled and said that the 6-headed snake would invade the Korean peninsula and it would be difficult for Kim to maintain control of the country. The envoy frowned at him and asked what to do with the soldiers and ninjas they sent to the city. Since there had been no news from them for a long time, Musashi said that in any case, they were just expendable. Despite the fact that they failed to secure the port, Korea's naval potential was insignificant. Moreover, if China went north, the power of South Korea would be driven there. They stood on the edge of the roof. Musashi said that soon the Korean peninsula would be in his hands. The port. The hero looked ahead. Hyun-jun asked if he was going to be Caesar on the Rubicon River. He said that Caesar had ferried an entire army across, but the hero was going to do it alone. The hero looked ahead gloomily and said that he would not be alone. Without a guild he would not succeed. He asked to concentrate on the electricity in the city and told them to wait, because he would contact them very soon. Hyun-jun looked at the river and asked if this was a war. He would never have thought that he would be in the center of such events. Taehoon nodded and said that one should not give in to emotions, because only those who have never seen a war can truly appreciate it. He looked at the ship and said that they were sailing away. Hyun-jun folded his arms over his chest and said that even in such a situation the hero did not move. It was not surprising. He had been on the battlefield since this world first appeared. The general said that he almost made the same mistake as General Lai Hek. Night fell on Tsushima Island. The soldiers stood at the guns. A cry was heard that the ship was approaching. The sea vessel was standing at the pier. The soldiers rushed forward, hearing the order to take their positions, because an unidentified vessel was approaching. The soldiers took up arms. A small ship was approaching the port. A warning was heard to stop and an order to state their name, because they would shoot if the ship came closer. Then a cry was heard that the stranger was ignoring the warning and continuing to approach. An order to open fire was heard along the pier. The soldiers began to fire machine guns. Splashes of water obscured their view. Taehoon hovered in the air above them. A soldier touched the microphone and said that they had sunk the ship and the situation was resolved, then ordered everyone to be on guard. The boy looked down at them. The morning sun rose over Kitakyushu. Warm rays illuminated the streets of the city near the city hall. A soldier's voice sounded next to the creature. who said that a week after Tsushima suddenly collapsed, the number of monsters began to decrease rapidly. He held a sheet of paper in his hand, imagining the soldiers who had been killed, and thought that he would not have enough money to send compensation to the victims' families. He threw the sheets of paper on the table, imagining the monsters, and added that Kyushu was inhabited by an 8-tailed fox, and that the area was best located by the port, but there was a white snake and a giant turtle, but perhaps they should be caught. He lowered his head and wondered what to do, since in this situation, being in hell would be much better, and that he thought that after reaching rank 3, he would be able to stay in the city, but he was sent to an island, and on top of that, he suddenly received a letter from Musashi. The man lit a cigarette and said that he might have to turn everything upside down. The city was mired in ruins. Tihun was in the air above the road. He frowned and thought that drugs, prostitution, murder, human trafficking, and the Yakuza were the entrance gates of the city, where criminals gathered. He imagined the street and added that it was a good place to hide. A scream was heard from one of the buildings asking what was the point of staying in this hole. Genji grabbed the bottle and said that Korea was currently in chaos, so he should go there and have time to absorb some of it. The soldiers sat next to him. The man added that the swords that used to be nothing more than decorations had become the best weapons, and as long as he could get powerful blades, he had the opportunity to hunt high-level monsters, but there were so many masters around, and so few monsters, and that there were a lot of monsters in Tokyo. The samurai owned that territory, and now they were busy collecting monster crystals and exchanging them for weapons, but in this way, they could increase their reputation before invading the Korean peninsula. The man tore off the neck of the bottle and said that Tsushima had suddenly fallen into the hands of the Koreans. He looked at his ally who said that according to the survivors, a man on a horse had attacked the island and asked if he was the one who had taken over all of Korea. Genji put the bottle down and asked if they realized how many people were on the island, and he thought they couldn't handle him in an hour. The soldier behind him said they had a problem. The men grabbed their swords and asked what was wrong. The soldier frowned and said that according to their sources in Tokyo, Musashi was planning to bring his troops. Tihun sat at the bar. The soldiers shouted and asked why the Lord would go to that city. The guy said he didn't know the reason, but maybe it was because it was all planned, and before talking about Musashi, he wanted to ask something. The men turned to look at him in surprise. The guy picked up the can and asked if Genji was really the boss of Kitakyushu. The soldiers grabbed his weapons and asked who he was. The boy looked away and said that he was asking the questions, and they only had to answer. With one movement of his hand, he broke the necks of the bottles nearby. Shards of glass and drops of water rose into the air. They began to gather into small projectiles. The soldiers frowned in surprise, not understanding what it was. They opened fire on him. The young man directed the fragments in their direction. His attack hit each of them. The bar was destroyed. Genji looked at the approaching boy and asked who he was. The hero frowned and said that he did not care what condition the interlocutor was in. The main thing was that he answered the questions. The man grabbed the sword and insulted the boy. He swung his weapon and said that he was arrogant. Tihun easily dodged the attack. He directed his palm at his neck. The hero grabbed his head and pulled out the sword. He directed the blade under the enemy's arm. The next second the man's limb flew to the side. He fell to the ground and screamed loudly. The bar was completely destroyed. The man remembered the tsunami and said that in early 2017, sea monsters arrived on the island, and 4 of them settled on the Japanese island, and subsequently, the monsters began to appear everywhere, and this was accompanied by earthquakes and tsunamis. Then he introduced a squad of warriors led by Musashi and said that after the disaster stopped, Japan was on the verge of destruction. It was at that moment that a savior appeared in the country, Lord Musashi, who drove out the monsters and founded a new empire, and that this man who is going to classify and divide people, building a new power in which only the highest species will exist. Nam grabbed his wounded hand and frowned. He shouted that the gentleman is like a god, and that the guy will never cope with him. Soon the gentleman will seize the Korean peninsula. Tihun kicked him in the chest. You lion, in words that they will kill all Korean men, and women will become slaves. The guy pressed his neck and said that he was not going to listen to such nonsense. Tihun coldly attacked the enemy. The man fell to the ground and did not move anymore. The guy frowned and said that everything was simpler because his target was heading towards him. He created a bird and told it to send his words. The magical beast quickly flew into the air. The hero frowned, introduced the monsters and said that in the area there were monsters of the 6th level that was mentioned, as well as one each of the 3rd and 4th level, the 8-tailed forest on Mount Aso, the white snake on Mount Umami, and the giant turtle at the port. He turned around and said that he could sense all 3 monsters, so it was necessary to start with the weak ones. Dark clouds floated across the sky in the province of Edo. The soldiers knelt before the Lord. Musashi grabbed his head. The soldiers watched him in silence. The Lord looked at his subordinates and asked if they meant that it was impossible. One of the soldiers said that now that the island had been taken away from them, they needed to lead an army to occupy the Korean peninsula, and according to the report, he was rather quickly deploying a defense force. He imagined an 8-tailed fox on a mountain and added that the only way to get to Korea was to sail to Pusan through the port in Kyushu, because it was the shortest route, but the 8-tailed fox was there. And if a military base was established, there would be tens or hundreds of thousands of people living around the port, so he was sure that the 8-tailed fox would not be idle. The gentleman frowned, imagined the Chinese army, and asked with a shout if it meant that the man was suggesting that he just stay away, because the Chinese troops had already entered the territory of North Korea, and sooner or later they would go down to the border and begin armed demonstrations against the South. The soldiers bowed their heads. The gentleman added that he could not do nothing in such a situation, because despite the fact that there were monsters on the mountain in Korea, they continued to act under threat, after which he asked what people would think of him when they found out that he was sitting out in Japan. The gentleman took up the sword and said that they could not wait any longer, because they needed to organize a hunt for the monster, so everyone should prepare for battle. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky above the port. He lowered his head and hissed loudly. Ti-hoon appeared in front of the monster. He lifted his petrified hand and said that he would first deal with the first specimen. There was a battle going on in the city. The snake was rushing through the buildings and streets after the hero. The man jumped onto the roof and headed in the other direction. The snake enveloped the skyscraper, climbing up. It opened its mouth. The man put out his hand and used his ability. He created a barrier, which the monster hit. The snake fell to the floor and rolled towards him. The man hit it with his fist. The clothes on his hand were torn. His blow was reflected inside the monster's body. The building shook. The bridge over the river was half destroyed. A giant turtle was walking in the water near the port. The monster began to smash everything in its path. The turtle came ashore to the hero. The man frowned and said that it had an excellent physique. The monster quickly headed towards him. Ti-hoon raised his hand, enveloped in aura. He hit the ground. Suddenly, a wall of ice appeared in front of him. The turtle hit the barrier. The ice split into large pieces. The boy rose into the air. The turtle began to trample everything in its path. It destroyed hangars and boxes. The man looked at it and thought that the wall was 10 meters thick and its strength was higher than level 8, but this monster broke through it so easily. He took off his outerwear and decided that his body power was comparable to level 5, but that's all he had. The hero headed down. He put his hand out to the side and activated his ability. The man descended towards the turtle's head with incredible speed. As he approached the monster, he became faster and faster. The turtle opened its mouths. The young man dropped to the ground, delivering a sweeping blow. The turtle froze in place. Ti-hoon walked next to the slain monster. He received the white snake crystal and the giant turtle crystal. Tsushima was heavily damaged. The soldiers gathered at the artillery guns. One of the soldiers approached Suji and said that most of the monsters in the area had been destroyed, and no second-level monsters were found nearby. The girl looked around and said that this was good, and that they should be vigilant. One of the soldiers called her. The soldiers noticed an approaching bird. The girl held out her hand. Dark clouds filled the sky above the port. The brunette looked at her hand and remembered the words that they were leaving for Japan tonight, so they needed to check everything before leaving. The soldiers gathered around the map. The hero said that they would have to prepare thoroughly because they did not have much time and experience to defend themselves from enemy attacks. The subordinates silently listened to his words about how they also had no way of knowing what was happening in other places, because at the moment it would be difficult for them to solve internal problems with the current combat power. But despite the fact that he was threatened from both sides by the six-headed snake and Musashi, they were unable to distribute their forces to resist. The men frowned silently. The guy added that it was necessary to take the initiative into their own hands and begin preparations, because now there were no mass movements of high-level monsters in the country. He crossed his arms, introduced individual groups of soldiers, and said that it was necessary to move 90% of the entire force to the south and leave small groups in different cities to protect the residents. The soldiers at the port stood near the guns. The hero said that at present Japan was concentrating its military forces on the island. The lieutenant colonel was strengthening the defense of the nuclear power plant, and the colonel was at this time deploying armored troops on the southeast coast, so he would take care of the enemies on the island. Then he introduced the image of Musashi and said that after that he would immediately infiltrate Japan, and in the meantime, the armored troops and awakened ones should move towards the island. If anything, he would contact them, so they should provide protection and be ready. Ti-hoon frowned sternly and ordered to quickly finish the preparations. The sun's rays illuminated the sky above Fukuoka City. The soldiers ran forward quickly. They suddenly stopped when they saw a dead snake on a skyscraper. Hiyoshi frowned in surprise. The large yacht began to sink under the water. A forked turtle lay in the middle of the port. The man frowned, cursing quietly. Evening fell over the city hall. The soldiers gathered inside, discussing what had happened, that they could not believe that the monsters were found dead. The soldiers looked at each other. One of them said that it must be good, because the area would be cleared before the master destroyed the eight-tailed forest. His interlocutor raised his head and said that it happened exactly at the moment when Tsushima Allah, if something goes wrong, the manager will be responsible for everything. The soldiers surrounded the building. The man said that he did not understand what the hell was going on. Ti-hoon frowned sternly. It was dark outside the corridor windows. The manager sat at the table, holding his head. He introduced two monsters and said that after Genji disappeared, the number of monsters in the area began to drop sharply for several days, and there was definitely a man next to these two, after which he decided that his abilities were comparable to the power of the four heavenly kings, and maybe even to the power of Musashi. Ti-hoon sat down opposite him. The man added that this was unlikely because Musashi had a blade. He frowned tensely, noticing the stranger. The man grabbed the hilt of the sword. He pulled out the blade and pointed it at the guests. The blade was quickly approaching the hero's face. Ti-hoon put his finger out, splitting the blade. He jerked his hand and smashed the table into splinters. The guy grabbed his opponent by the neck. He took the broken piece between his fingers. Hiyoshi frowned tensely and asked who he was. The hero looked him in the eyes and said that all the guards were dead. If the man did not want the building to be destroyed, he had to answer questions. It was the Kitakyushu City Hall, a huge building in a dark city. Inside the building, there was a pile of dead soldiers in the hallway. The main character told Hiyoshi to answer his question, and if he said anything strange, he would die immediately. The protagonist pressed the guy against the wall, holding the tip between his fingers. The brunette immediately let go of the guy, who was trying to catch his breath and cough. Hiyoshi held his neck and looked at the main character, asking him if he was Korean. The soldier looked at the awakened man in the black cape and realized that these were the murders of the white snake and the giant turtle committed by Ti-hoon. The guy looked ahead with a scowl and a frown and asked what happened to Nakagawa and tried to figure out what he wanted and if he was going to take over Japan, implying that he was completely useless here. The main character under the hood stated that the guy was dead because he talked too much and he no longer cared about this land until Musashi invaded the Korean peninsula. Hiyoshi glared at Ti-hoon, who replied that he knew Musashi would come here after he gathered an army. The main character looked from the hood with a grim look and explained that Japan was now on the path to defeat, and told the guy that if he wanted things to end well, he told him to do as he said. Hiyoshi scowled and bared his teeth at this statement. He then sat down on the floor, leaning against the wall, because he knew that Ti-hoon was right and was trying to ask what he needed to do. The awakened one watched as the guy was about to light a cigarette and asked him to just pretend he didn't know anything and that the reports should say that the preparations in this city were going smoothly. The guy with the cigarette noted that Ti-hoon knew a lot. Hiyoshi sadly grabbed his head, realizing that everything would end like this. They were transported to the coast of Busan, where cannons and soldiers were stationed. So, on the hilly terrain, there was a destroyed building. The colonel was standing at the table with Sunmi and the other guys. Sung-hoon put his hand on the table and said that the situation was difficult and they needed to continue looking for the immortality flute and the golden ruler. The guys agreed to this, but they had to wait with this matter because now the military needs to ensure the safety of the workers. Sung-hoon and the girl looked around in confusion. A soldier ran up to Hyunjun and said that a telegram had arrived from Tsushima Island. The colonel peered through binoculars into the distant sea. He looked back at his soldiers and ordered two soldiers, Ju and Yi, to go to that island right away and report the situation as soon as they arrived. They were transported to Tsushima Island, where a lantern was dimly shining. Suji, along with Xuan and a soldier, got out of the car. They looked at the bright light of the island and realized that they needed to go there. An island with a glowing lantern was visible across the river. The commander looked away and said that the preparations were over and it was time for them to move out too. All the soldiers began to walk on the ground. It was a company of awakened ones led by Suji. Behind her was a whole crowd of soldiers in black. They were transported to Ulsan-Kori power plant on the coast. At this time, Di-hyun and Hyunjun were looking at the sea from the balcony. A soldier ran up to them from the side, turning to the lieutenant colonel. Hyunjun and Di-hyun looked away in confusion when the soldier stated that the master had contacted them and the second mission would begin soon. The old man and the other soldiers lowered their heads sadly, and Di-hyun said that he couldn't believe that in this situation, the master was thinking about starting a war and didn't change at all. The brunette on the side agreed with this statement. When the world is in chaos, there will always be people who think differently. The city of Nagato, also located on the coast. Boats with soldiers were sailing towards the island. A whole crowd of soldiers in black masks stood on the island. One of the guys began to take off his cap when they approached the main character. A whole crowd of awakened arrived on the island. Suji looked at the angry Ti-hoon and said that their guild Mac, 223 people, arrived safe and sound, for which the boss praised them. Two other soldiers looked from the balcony at the crowd of awakened in the distance, thinking that they were rebel troops from Korea. The brunette looked ahead and turned to his friend Hiyoshi, who was about to light a cigarette, and realized that something very strange was happening. The two of them were standing next to each other in military uniform, and Hiyoshi said that the capital had raised taxes by 1.5 times, so very soon they would not be able to provide themselves with the most necessary things and would eventually be dismissed, and they would be lucky if they did not dismiss before that moment. He added that when Musashi arrived with his army, they would become cannon fodder in the victory with the eight-tailed fox, and even if they survived the battle with the monster, they would lose their lives in the war with China. Hiyoshi was about to light a cigarette and turned to Ink, asking him about whether their country was going in the right direction, because he could not believe that in this situation, people were trying to start a war. The brunette looked at his friend angrily. Hiyoshi showed a backpack with a bunch of small crystals, explaining that he saved these monster stones and they were mined by him alone. They were transported to the Kitakyushu campus at Waseda University. A crowd of awakened stood in the gym in front of their leader. Taehoon looked at the guys and said that this island was in their hands and Musashi would soon arrive at this place to create a military base for the invasion of Korea. All the awakened in black equipment stood in a bunch when Taehoon said that the thing was that not far from here on the mountain there was a monster of level 6, and when Musashi realized that the forces of their country were much greater than he expected, then he might need the power of the monster. He also explained that they did not have a sufficient level to hunt a monster of level 6, but Musashi's army was capable of defeating a monster of level 5. The main character looked forward as the sword flashed behind him in the image that Musashi had the relic of the Konjakido and the Kusanagi, which was rumored to be one of the most powerful. He added that even without it, if they used the black armor of the Devil Heavenly General or the seven-pointed sword, the probability of winning would be about 70%, but they would be defeated. The boys looked at their leader in confusion. He recalled with a gloomy look how he stood in front of the map and said that according to the information he had important clues, but he was not exactly sure. But the reason for their defeat was him or the level 6 monster, because the power of the eight-tailed fox exceeded all expectations. A whole crowd of awakened stood in a row in front of the leader, who said that the content of the prophecy had changed slightly, so it was necessary to act as soon as possible and asked them to carry out the following operations. He frowned at the boys and asked them to go to Kyoto to attack the empty city. They were transported to the Aso Mountains. A bunch of soldiers were going to this mountain. Then they all started running with their weapons. Tanks were also coming to support them. Along with this, helicopters were flying in the sky. Other warriors were riding on horses. This was Musashi's army under her leadership. Then her brunette assistant appeared. A fire monster appeared. It was an eight-tailed fox monster. A whole army in capes and swords walked in a row, realizing that he was here. Two leaders with a sword and a cape told everyone to get ready for battle. The tanks pointed their barrels at the huge fire monster. The main character was watching from a rocky hill at this time. He looked ahead at what was happening. Smoke was coming from this mountain. Powerful explosions and volleys occurred. The tanks continued to shoot towards the monster. At the same time, helicopters were releasing their missiles. Huge explosions were happening all over the mountain and black smoke was rising. The main character was closely watching the battle. Suddenly, he activated the eyes of the white snake so that it greatly improved his vision. He saw soldiers walking with weapons. Musashi's army was also walking and Hiyoshi was standing next to him. Hiyoshi stood with a sad look, remembering his comrade's words that he was going to betray the country. Ink pointed the barrel at Hiyoshi's head. At this time, the guy was trying to take a smoke break, telling his comrade that at the moment Musashi was the one who was destroying Japan and asked him if he had forgotten his dead comrades. Ink frowned in bewilderment. They remembered various huge monsters with clubs, and Hiyoshi explained that after the monsters appeared, many people were killed, but the country could not do anything about it. Musashi stood with his sword in front of a huge red monster, and at the moment when the army was powerless, this man appeared. He walked across the field, knocking down all the monsters, because he destroyed them left and right with his shining sword, thereby saving the people. A whole crowd of soldiers cheered, raising their hands, because the army followed him. So soon Musashi took control of the government, and they trusted him. They presented a hierarchical pyramid with Musashi at the head. This guy dreamed of a world different from the one they wanted, so their hopes were destroyed, and this man wanted to become a god. Hiyoshi explained that Musashi divided the citizens into 10 classes, including government officials and commoners, and treated the lower class people worse than animals. The huge lizard attacked the city with other small monsters. After that, Musashi focused on hunting, and also forced the military and civilians to collect crystals no matter how dangerous the place was. A huge number of people who survived the disaster died as a result of collecting crystals. Ink looked at his comrade opposite, who said that in the end, only 2 of their team remained. Hiyoshi tried to light a cigarette and said that Musashi wanted to drag their country into war and it was necessary to stop him. Hiyoshi looked at his comrade with a sullen expression and said that if this continued, their land would hopelessly disappear. This huge monster with tails ran in clouds of smoke along the mountain. This monster bared its teeth bloodthirstily. The soldiers looked at what was happening with bewilderment and anger, noticing that they were unable to inflict damage. A warrior in black armor shouted for them to reload the gun and shoot. This monster began to walk forward along the destroyed rocks. The tanks continued to release a barrage of fire towards the monster. This multi-tailed monster deftly dodged the explosions. Then he opened his toothy mouth wide. The monster immediately destroyed several tanks with his paw. From the other side, he also struck the tanks, throwing them back. This entire mountain was filled with clouds of smoke. Helicopters from the sky brought a powerful barrage of fire to the monster. This beast jumped into the sky to attack the helicopters. He began to wave his arms and began to crush the helicopters. Then he landed on the ground in clouds of smoke. The monster began to wave his tail, throwing back the tanks. The soldiers watched as the monster spread its tail. Then this beast looked to the side and was about to release a barrage of fire. The monster released a fiery core. It flew forward with a powerful beam and a fiery funnel. This shot left a crater in the ground. Tihun looked at this in amazement. Musashi at this moment dismounted from his horse and walked forward. This leader looked ahead in bewilderment. Hiyoshi was lying on the destroyed ground. He was about to stop grinning angrily. He started looking around the battlefield and saw that 100 tanks and 50 helicopters had been destroyed. That monster with a tail continued to crush everything in its path, and about 5,000 awakened people had been gathered across the country. But it was not that simple. A cane hit the ground. The bloodthirsty monster began to growl as the brunette was about to put on her mask. That girl in a beautiful cape and a beast mask began to perform the ritual. A bunch of warriors in a cape carried a glowing green house, which was a golden temple, because this relic could weaken the abilities of monsters and block it. These people began to surround the monster with a small gate with a Torii relic, which should weaken the monster's powers. That beast began to walk forward, leaving ruined tracks in the ground. The girl straightened her magic fan. All the other sorceresses stretched out their hands and used telekinesis. This monster immediately soared into the sky as it was bound by magic. The masked shaman looked at the beast bound by magic. A blue magic sphere rose around the monster. This beast was surrounded by a blue electric wall. All the girls immediately stretched out their hands and used magic. On the other side stood archers in capes. There were also armed kamikaze warriors, which was Musashi's suicide squad. There was also a warrior with a 7-pointed sword who dealt a fatal blow to the monster, suppressing its abilities. Musashi reached for his sword. He walked forward with his army. The main character began to walk forward from the rocky hill. Musashi began to walk forward towards the magic-bound beast. Tihun grabbed his sword behind his back and wanted to walk forward. This monster was surrounded by a spherical protection. This beast continued to be bound in a sparkling magic barrier. The shaman girl directed magic towards the beast, which was angry. The archers took a fighting stance and were about to release magic arrows. They immediately sent a flurry of arrows towards the monster. This beast began to roar. The rest of the armed fighters ran forward to finish off the monster. They flew from the sky to the protective barrier to defeat the monster. The kamikazes all stabbed their swords into the monster's body. They continued to stab their 7-pointed swords into its body. From all sides, these kamikazes stabbed their weapons. Then they all flew away from the beast, which was draining a blue glow. All the fighters watched as the beast began to roar. The kamikazes looked at the roaring fire beast with anger, realizing that it had suppressed the onslaught. It immediately began to emit a fiery aura from itself throughout the entire space. All the fighters immediately began to fly away in different directions. The magic shamans also began to fly back. The entire island began to be enveloped in a huge spherical wave. Clouds of smoke spread throughout the entire space in front of the monster. This entire beast was illuminated by yellow light in the form of plates. The main character began to deftly jump in space, looking intently to the side, because he did not expect such a powerful wave from the blue-level monster. Musashi, at this time, ran with his sword to attack. 4 heavenly kings in the form of imperial bodyguards ran after him. All these 5 warriors ran at the beast with their weapons. They began to surround it from all sides. The brunette mage extended her hand and emitted a blue aura. Another guy swung his sickle on a chain. The third guy in a Panama put out his sharp swords. Another warrior swung his blade. There was also a guy in black armor who swung an axe. They were all going to attack the huge monster together. However, the beast's gaze caught on Musashi's confident grin. The beast was going to release a fiery core towards the leader of the army. Musashi immediately closed with his blade. He put up a light shield in front of the fiery attack of the monster. All of his bodyguards, along with the main character, looked on in shock. A beam of light in the form of a wall swept across the entire island. A veil of smoke and dust enveloped the entire island. The blow left a deep cut in the ground. The remaining warriors in capes were about to sit down to rest. The beast was wounded, bleeding while Musashi was trying to catch his breath. The leader of the army stood in front of the wounded monster with blue blood. One of the bodyguards looked back at his comrades and ordered everyone to attack and save Mr. Musashi. Their leader began to run to attack to finish off the beast. All of the bodyguards immediately began to run towards the beast to help. Musashi looked forward, realizing that it was all over when suddenly a hieroglyphic ball was flying towards him. He immediately received a blow to himself and bared his teeth. It was a huge purple ball with bright patterns, which Musashi was about to demolish. The guy immediately flew into the wall, crumbling it. His blade immediately stuck into the ground and a huge magic ball appeared. The wounded beast spread its tails and huge glowing balls appeared in the sky. All the warriors in capes along with the bodyguards were shocked. This beast began to create a vortex of these magic balls over the army. These spheres immediately began to crumble the earth and kill soldiers. The warriors in capes looked at what was happening, dumbfounded. The bodyguards ran to the wounded Musashi, who told them to take the sword. One of the bodyguards began to deftly make his way through these spheres to take the sword. The guy with the sickle on the chain saw the sword and tried to take it. As soon as he was about to take the sword, the main character immediately hit him with his elbow and threw him aside. Tihun immediately grabbed the sword and was about to run away. Hiyoshi at this time also ran away and saw huge clouds of smoke. Then, on his way, he met a huge beast. This monster opened its mouth to eat the guy. Hiyoshi's eyes widened in shock, thinking that this was the end. Suddenly, the main character ran from the side. The monster opened its mouth in confusion. At this time, the brunette put on a mask. He jumped into the air and swung the blade to kill the monster. There was a trace of the sword cut all over this island. All the bodyguards along with the military soldiers were unconscious. The main character flew as a black silhouette towards the beast to kill it. This monster opened its mouth bloodthirstily when Tihun flew towards it. While wearing a mask, he remembered standing in front of the map and realizing that the very sword was capable of delivering a fatal blow to a level 6 monster with destructive force. He remembered shuffling through the papers on the table and realizing that with Ranka energy, the sword could only be used 3 times and it seemed like this weapon was not critical at all. He remembered imagining a huge monster with a blue glow and horns, because it was better to use this sword only in an emergency against monsters of level 6 and above. Now he was flying with this sword at the beast. The guy in the mask cut the air with his blade. He immediately landed on the ground after cutting the air with his sword, knocking down the monster. A blue beam flashed across the entire space and a cloud of smoke and dust rose. Hiyoshi looked ahead with an angry grin, realizing that it was Tihun. The wounded Musashi along with his bodyguards looked at what was happening in bewilderment. Other bodyguards with swords were sitting on the ground, looking ahead. The masked kamikazes looked ahead and tried to figure out who this man was. Smoke rose up all over the island. Tihun stood in front of the defeated monster's mouth. He then took off his mask as the kamikazes looked at him and realized that he had knocked down the 8-tailed fox. Musashi, accompanied by his bodyguards, shouted for them to take the monster's stone. The armed kamikazes looked back. The brunette stared to the side as one of the bodyguards shouted to attack this guy, who realized that there was no point in saving his energy anymore and was going to use an electric discharge. All the armed warriors immediately ran to take the stone. The awakened one began to thin out streams of blue aura from himself on the armed kamikazes in the form of the anger soaring power. He immediately spread his arms to the side and began to shout, lifting up pieces of stone with the help of the blue aura. A huge energy barrier immediately began to rise. All the armed warriors began to fly back. 2 other bodyguards with swords and clubs were watching what was happening. They saw how the rest of the warriors were lying unconscious on the ground. The wounded Musashi along with the shaman looked at the defeated monster and Tihun. This monster with a severed head lay surrounded by his magical spheres. The main character stood with his back, draining blue light from himself. 2 samurai stood in front behind their boss and told Kanyo and the other guy to take Musashi away from here because they would try to detain Tihun. Kei looked at his wounded master and said that he could leave, but he was going to deal with the guy. A whole army of samurai and bodyguards stood up to protect Musashi. Kanyo looked back with a grin and told his other comrades to cover them from behind. The warriors along with the samurai ran to attack. They all tried to surround the main character, but he clenched his fist with a blue aura. The guy saw how samurais were flying at him from all sides. He immediately put out his hand, which was glowing with blue flame. All these warriors under magic flew up into the sky. The whole army was hovering in space under the influence of the hero's magic. The samurais were hovering in the air and trying to find out who this guy was. Tihun looked at them and asked what they would do next, try to fight or give up. The angry warriors were hovering in the sky. They were about to take a pill with a grin when the shaman told them that this remedy would help temporarily improve their skills. A brunette in a white cape stood in front of the fighters and said that their strength would be on par with the green-eyed monsters, and the effect would last only half an hour, and within an hour after the effect ended, they would return to human form. The brunette closed her eyes as these warriors began to land on the ground, telling them to use this pill only when absolutely necessary. These samurai turned into monsters and landed on the ground. These human monsters sharpened their weapons to kill Ti-hoon. They immediately ran to attack the main character. They tried to pounce on him from both sides. The brunette snapped his fingers and a blue beam flashed. This energy flow flashed past the warrior with the sickle. The second such beam flashed past the black raven and the Panama hat. Their bodies and heads flew in different directions. The main character raised his hand and walked past the dead soldiers. The rest of the guys were shocked by what they saw while floating in the sky. Ti-hoon stood on the ground with his hand with magic raised. Then he extended his hand, opened his palm, and a description of his basic skills and states appeared. Clouds of smoke came from the mountain on the island. They were transported to Kitakyushu Island, which was on the coast. A huge yacht was floating by on the river. The soldiers were sitting inside and trying to catch their breath. Kanio, along with his brigade, was also inside and trying to rest. The shaman girl stretched out her hands with red magic towards the out-of-breath Musashi. 4 girls with red magic surrounded their leader. Suddenly, one of the soldiers tried to run up to Kanio with news. This guy looked back in bewilderment when Musashi raised his hand. This soldier knelt down on one knee in front of Musashi, who was trying to find out about the situation. The guy started telling about the location of the red dots on the map and explained that Kobe and Osaka were attacked by terrorists and life in the cities was completely paralyzed. So he added that the port in Hiroshima was also attacked and sea communication was impossible to transmit. He added that at the moment all the main objects in the country were attacked and it was difficult to imagine how much damage was done. Musashi and the brunette looked dumbfounded. Kanio and another comrade were also angry. Musashi frowned at the bent fighter and tried to find out more about this information, but there was very little. He imagined a whole group of armed awakened in black cloaks and said that the only thing they knew was that the attackers were dressed in all black and spoke Korean. They were transported to the city of Nagoya on the outskirts. A bunch of dead soldiers lay on the street. The rest of the military tried to shoot the awakened. These people in black suits shot back at the military. The military got shot at and died. Then a bunch of kamikazes with daggers ran to attack. Suji skillfully fought these kamikazes with her daggers, who at this time also dealt with the black swordsmen. Sayang also skillfully dealt with these kamikazes. On the way, she met a huge big guy with a club. This man with a scar angrily bared his teeth. At this time, Xuan hit him in the face with a club. This huge guy crashed into the wall, destroying it. All the guys looked at each other with a smile. Hu frowned to the side, noticing that there were still soldiers left. He saw how whole armed soldiers ran towards them. Suddenly, a huge beast's leg stepped in front of the soldiers. Kate and Sunmi were holding magic statues. They controlled a huge tiger monster along with a dragon. The soldiers immediately became frightened, baring their teeth as the dragon and tiger advanced on them. Silhouettes of animals ran towards a whole crowd of soldiers. It was an empty city with abandoned cars. They were transported to Kitakyushu Island. Musashi's army went to their wounded master, who was helped by a shaman girl because they noticed that his body had not yet fully recovered. Musashi bared his teeth with his head down, wondering how some guy who came from nowhere could do all this. Kanio recalled the fight between the protagonist and the fox beast, realizing that if the situation did not change, then there was a high probability that they would soon be destroyed. And in addition, the sudden attack of the eight-tailed fox with Musashi's sword was a blow that he could feel and had never met such forces before. While Kanio stood there with a dumbfounded expression and tried to figure out who this guy was, Kanio suddenly looked at Musashi. It was a huge yacht at the dock. The army of bodyguards stood in front of their boss and said that it was Ti-hoon because last time their boss called him by his name. Kanio and his comrade stood in front of Musashi and said that he was 100% sure that all these people came from the Korean peninsula, and the problem was that they had prepared thoroughly and they did not have any information about them. He recalled how the military equipment tried to attack the beast with a tail and magic balls. They mentioned that Ti-hoon knew in advance that they would bring an army to hunt the monster, and it was not as simple as it seemed, and in the end they lost the opportunity to kill the eight-tailed fox and even the sword. Musashi continued to grin at his angry bodyguards and began to list the islands, realizing that they too had died at the hands of this Korean. Their leader continued to grin from under his bangs because he thought that Korea's forces were insignificant, and he assumed that he was overconfident, planning to attack the peninsula. Musashi stood with his head down in the company of his bodyguards and understood that they needed to go to Tokyo and gather the remaining troops. Hiyoshi, along with his friend, watched the boat sail away. He and Ti-hoon watched as the boat sailed away, and Hiyoshi wondered why he let Musashi escape after the battle with the monster. The boy then went to approach the brunette, expressing his understanding that he did not plan to go that far. But Musashi was not a man to be taken lightly, because the country still had a huge number of awakenings, and the relics were impossible to count. Hiyoshi opened his mouth wide and looked at the thoughtful guy. Note that Musashi was probably already starting to gather an army from all over the country, and this was just in Tihun's favor. Hiyoshi looked at Tihun, who crossed his arms, who said that Musashi should gather an army. He imagined their leader with an entire army and said that he did not have time to travel around the country and capture troops piece by piece, and when soldiers from all over the country gathered under Musashi's command, he would deal with them in front of his army. Hiyoshi was slightly puzzled. Tihun continued to cross his arms and asked if he wanted everyone to be destroyed. They were transported to Busan, where there was an abandoned city. The soldier stood with a puzzled look, and Sung-hoon looked with a grim grin when the cup was filled, because he had been told to drink it before. Sung-hoon looked back at the colonel and his team with a puzzled expression, wondering if he could have drunk it. Since the colonel went to Tsushima Island, the lieutenant colonel went to Walseong, and Sunmi went with the other guys to Japan. He realized that the boss asked him to drink it because he wanted him to see what would happen after he died. The guy looked at the filled cup, then he decided to give in and drink it. He started to lose consciousness. Then he saw a soldier shooting. Sung-hoon fell to the floor after being shot. He was sitting against the wall when someone approached him with a gun. Jun Hyuk walked towards Sung-hoon with a gun, who was holding his wound, and told the guy that if he regretted anything after being shot, he should have thought about it and tried to find out the reason for his death. The guy then sat in front of the shot soldier and said that he heard that their world would be destroyed. Sung-hoon held his wound and thought that this could have happened because of the Mak Guild, and that if it weren't for the six-headed snake, then humanity would have come to an end. The wounded guy introduced the protagonist with a smirk and said that more than 15 years have passed since the boss's death, and Jun Hyuk never got to meet him, because he was the first and best hunter, the one who created the entire system and methods for hunting monsters, and was also the only one who managed to kill the dragon. The guy who shot fell to his knees and said that the boss destroyed the Mayan calendar, so they lost the chance to change all this and the chance to stop the monsters. The wounded guy held his chest and said his words again, that the Mayan calendar had no meaning, and if the boss was alive, then they would not have escaped from the monsters, but on the contrary, they would have hunted them. Jun Hyuk began to cry tearfully about how such a person could die. They imagined explosions against the background of monsters and the Overlord. It was a level 7 who fought against an Orc Emperor whose empire had acquired nuclear weapons, and then an explosion occurred. But the Orc Emperor survived, and it was a real nightmare because no one expected humanity to pay such a price. This guy pointed a gun at a wounded soldier, imagining the Emperor, realizing that this man died most likely from radiation. Sung-hoon replied that the boss died earlier because of the incredible power and artifacts that were absorbed by him, and he knew that he was dying, so he was ready to sacrifice himself. Sung-hoon added that Tihun was sure that after his death, someone might know what happened, so he used this opportunity. He began to cough up blood and knew that death was near, and this would be enough. Sung-hoon, with a bloody mouth, imagined the flute in the case and realized that only the flute of immortality could suppress the dragon's curse, and the boss, unaware of this, would want to become stronger. He realized that in order to survive the boss, it was necessary to destroy the Black God in Russia, but the heroes would allow me to do this. Then soldiers burst into the room and began to knock down Jun Hyuk, trying to understand what it was. The soldiers immediately ran to help the wounded Sung-hoon, who was lying on the floor because he felt the vision that he sent to himself. They were transported to October 2017 in the city of Tokyo. At that time, it was already a destroyed city of Tokyo. The guys from the outside discussed the fact that Tihun arrived in Tokyo and thought about whether he would accept the challenge to a duel. In the middle of this city there was a tall building. They were told that there was no need to be afraid of dogs with their tails down. It didn't matter how well he prepared in Tokyo, he had no chance and all their strength was gathered here. The protagonist walked along an empty abandoned street. He realized that if the guy accepted the challenge, he would use all his available forces to destroy him, and in any case, history is written by the winners. The main character looked at the gloomy high tower in the city and realized that Korea would lose almost everything if this man died. In the middle of the abandoned city there was a huge tower. The protagonist walked straight towards her. Musashi stood on the balcony with his bodyguards and noticed this silhouette. Tihun walked with an unwavering look. Musashi looked at him with bewilderment. Musashi's bodyguards stood on the sides and began to grin, realizing that Tihun really came alone. The brunette presented a red dot on the map and stated that she did not feel the energy of the awakened within a radius of 10 kilometers. An entire army of kamikazes with swords immediately prepared themselves, because they thought that the guy was either so self-confident or an ambush was waiting for them somewhere. Musashi decided to go down and approach Tihun. The two leaders stood opposite each other on an empty street. An army of warriors with daggers stood to the side and waited for the command. Musashi looked into the eyes of the protagonist and stated that he did not think that he would ever have to fight a person at the first meeting. The kamikaze leader looked at the main character and wondered how he knew they were going to Korea, and also wondered where his sword was. They looked at each other and Musashi realized that Tihun was not going to answer and did not hold a grudge against him, because in any case, They were destined to meet on the battlefield someday. He then immediately bared his teeth and said that Taehoon dared to fasten on something he should not have. He immediately put his blade in front of him and an army gathered behind him, and he shouted that Taehoon would pay for everything after he killed him and destroyed everything dear to him, and then turned the entire Korean peninsula that he so fiercely defended into ruins. The main character stretched out his hand and it began to mutate. The brunette raised his mutated black hand in front of him and stated that from everything Musashi had said, he had just lost his last chance to be spared. So he offered him to do what he wanted, since these were his last moments of life. Musashi immediately rushed forward, destroying the ground beneath him. He bared his teeth in anger and swung his blade. He was about to pounce on the protagonist, who took a fighting stance. They were transported to another destroyed city, Saitama. A crowd of people were watching from the roof of a building. They were the Awakened, led by Suji. Shuin stood behind and noted that there were almost no monsters here, and this was because they were most likely concentrated in Tokyo. He added that Tokyo was very close and wondered if it would have been better for them to go there and destroy them all at once. It was a huge abandoned ship and a bunch of dead soldiers. They replied that they were lucky to be able to attack Japan's main targets with so few soldiers, and that it was the result of an excellent strategy. A whole crowd of awakened ones in black stood in a row. However, the number of awakened ones in religion in Japan was much greater than theirs, and as long as the enemy was alive, he could always fight back. Shuin replied that the master's plan was to destroy the enemy in the center of the enemy's troops. Siang looked back at who stated that this way it would minimize the damage to their troops and they would also be able to deal a fundamental blow to the main targets, saying that this plan was dangerous. Siang said that she was used to it, but the master continued to choose the most dangerous paths. They all stood together on the roof of the building and understood that now their task was to block the enemy's escape routes and then destroy everyone, and they should not relax until the very end. Suddenly, an explosion thundered in that very city. Musashi ran with a sword at the protagonist. He missed with his sword as Taehoon managed to return. Then he swung his blade again, but the brunette managed to duck. Musashi swung his blade, raising a cloud of dust. Radian deftly managed to lean to the side, dodging the blade. Then he managed to duck slightly from the attack. Musashi directed his blade from the side at the enemy's head. Taehoon managed to dodge again. Bright flashes of light began to shine on their battlefield. The company of marauders looked at the cloud of dust. They prepared their swords and looked at the ongoing fight, noting that these were both strong fighters. Kanyo, along with another bodyguard, watched the duel of their leader and ordered everyone to swallow a pill and get ready. A whole crowd of warriors stood on the road and did not understand what Kanyo was talking about because Lord Musashi would defeat the enemy. Kanyo immediately frowned and shouted at them all to follow the order and not blabber. Musashi swung his blade towards Taehoon and didn't understand where it came from and what was happening to his hand, as if it was the result of absorbing the monster's stone. He realized that even without the legendary sword, with the power he had, Mr. Musashi could defeat the blue-eyed monster. Musashi jumped into the air under the blue glow, understanding that no matter how strong this Korean was, it would not be so easy to defeat normally. Musashi realized that no matter how powerful the skills were, not everyone had such power as Taehoon, and didn't understand where it came from, because he had a feeling that his every action was planned in advance, and he realized that if this continued, they would all be in danger. Kanyo looked back at the building and saw the black silhouettes of the awakened. He, along with another bodyguard and the shaman girl, looked up. Musashi continued to grin angrily, fighting with Taehoon. Musashi swung his blade towards Taehoon, thinking that he was playing with him. The main character watched closely with his gaze. He immediately dealt a crushing blow to the brown-haired man's face. He swung his fist when Musashi flew back. This guy crashed into the wall from such a blow, destroying it. The bodyguards immediately became angry and tensed. The bloody Musashi held his face. The main character stomped his foot and looked away. Two huge monsters appeared. Then a bunch of other monsters ran to attack. The red monster with a club ran along with another swordsman. A whole army of monsters ran to attack. The main character watched closely at this attack of monsters and realized that their level increased from 2 to 4. I realized the approximate number of 400 units, and this was a good opportunity to try out the update. The brunette in the red cape lowered his gaze, being a clay statue of a rider. There was another long-haired brunette, being a clay statue of a rider. They were two soldiers on horses, and they had to kill as many monsters as possible. There were huge explosions in this city. There were a lot of armed monsters approaching. These riders began to fight these monsters. These warriors in capes continued to attack the beasts. The riders on horses ran forward and attacked the monsters. The monster tried to attack the horse and rider with claws. This rider tried to hit the monster with claws with a staff. These two riders on horses dealt with a lot of monsters, defeating them. The main character was watching the progress of the fight when Musashi decided to get up. Then from behind, he was going to attack Ti-hoon. The main character managed to duck and strike him in the jaw. Musashi fell to the ground from such a blow. The protagonist began to walk towards Musashi, who was lying on the ground, and asked him about the trend of such pathetic rats like him appearing in moments of chaos. The guy, without raising his head, said that this was impossible because he was the one who was supposed to become the new god of this world. He immediately began to scream furiously that it was all because of Ti-hoon. The protagonist extended his blade in front of the enemy, and then he raised his blade over the guy and declared that he divided people into a class and proclaimed himself a god. The protagonist looked angrily at the wounded Musashi. Well, he immediately swung his blade to kill the enemy. These were huge towers stretching into the cloudy sky. The shaman in the mask saw her dead leader. She immediately turned into a snake and was going to attack Ti-hoon. Ti-hoon immediately swung his blade and cut off part of the snake. The wounded shaman bares her teeth and blood, seeing the dead leader. The main character at this time frowned and put away his blade. Musashi and the shaman lay dead behind Ti-hoon. An entire army of monsters under the pill looked to the side, seeing that Musashi was dead. The rider continued to attack the monster with swords. Another monster stepped onto the ruined ground and was about to attack with a blade. He immediately decided to jump away from the building, soaring into the sky. He immediately swung his blade, flying from the sky at the main character, wishing him death. Then a rider on a horse ran from the side. He also jumped into the air and was about to attack the swordsman. He stuck his spear into the monster. The other rider was trying to deal with the red monster with a club. He also stuck his spear into it, knocking it to the ground. The two clay riders looked at each other. The awakened one stood with his head down at this time. A bunch of dead monsters lay on the ground. They were all dead, lying on the ground. Dark clouds surrounded the city. It was a building that looked like a Chinese province. The maid bowed before the man on the throne. This guy named Mao crossed his arms and realized that Musashi was dead. The maid knelt down and said that Japan would soon be completely overrun by Korea. Mao looked at his maid and told her to tell the army led by Major Chinchin that had gone to North Korea to return back, since Musashi was dead and there was no point in attacking South Korea now. The brown-haired girl looked at her boss and asked what was going on with Japan. She looked at the boss who had crossed his arms and legs, adding that the Japanese military might come under South Korea's command. Then it would be difficult for them to contain them. If that were to happen, then they would have to send a huge army across the border. Mao frowned at the maid and added that that was why they might become a target for a large number of monsters, and they had to stop the hunter, and they had to go to Jeju Island. He imagined a huge monster with a blue glow and a fiery aura because they had to awaken it. The dead soldier fell to the ground. The main character stood near the dead soldiers in the company of his riders. He dropped his sword and realized that Musashi was dead and they did not have time to rest. It was a huge city, and the Mac Guild arrived in Tokyo to deal with the remaining troops and organize the territory. At this time, the Awakened were fiercely fighting the army of marauders. Suji fought the warriors with her sword. I realized that their master understood perfectly well what situation the Japanese were in now, having lost their leader. Suji looked back, and an entire army of the defeated ran forward, realizing that as a soldier, the master dealt with the elimination of the leaders of various factions better than anyone. The main character looked at Xuan and Suji, noting that with the death of a leader, chaos always comes and many factions will engage in vandalism for their own gain. So when the situation becomes uncontrollable and there is a contradiction within the country, this is the best time for them to take control. Ti-hoon stared at the commander and replied that it was necessary to sort this out as soon as possible, and he handed this task over to the lieutenant. He imagined a huge multi-eyed monster with a horn. He stood next to the slain monster. He was about to put a green crystal in his mouth, imagining various monsters, because he understood that there were so many level 4 monsters in Japan and it was good that Musashi did not act, because if they destroyed all the monsters and were able to get the stones, they would have a hard time. He imagined a monster with a blue glow and an 8-tailed fox, realizing that Musashi was quite weak and was not strong enough, because the 8-tailed fox was the lowest monster among the level 6 monsters. The main character lowered his head, wiping his mouth from the blood with his hand, feeling the side effects. For him, it was like having a powerful fighter jet engine in a small car, and although the monster was not that strong, the effect of the stone was stronger than he expected and his body was not able to cope with it. He started to walk away from the slain monster, realizing that he needed to hurry. Clouds of smoke and dust rose above the buildings. Shinjuku Ward. Suji clashed with the enemy. She swung her sword. The enemy swung his weapon. The lieutenant struck her enemy's sword with her weapon. The enemy blocked the blow with his weapon. Suji dug her feet into the ground. She went around the enemy from behind. The lieutenant chopped off her opponent's leg. She knocked him to the ground and hit him with her weapon. A huge man in an orange mask swung his weapon. Xuan swung his club. He hit the horns, the stomach. Xuan hit the man on the head with all his might. The fighters rushed forward. They began to attack their enemies. gray clouds floated over the city. The city buildings were slightly destroyed. The guys looked around. Suji turned her gaze to the side. Sighing and Youngwon looked around. The brunette furrowed her brows, breathing heavily. The fighters looked ahead. The guys clenched their fists, noting that they had done it. Shuan turned his attention to the fighters, saying that they were apparently done. Sunmi crossed her arms over her chest, saying that everything was decided in the Adachi and Katsushika areas. Shuan looked at the girls with a smirk, saying that they had tried hard. Suji noted that they had also finished in Tokyo, asking about the master. The lieutenant abruptly took a fighting stance, telling everyone to step back. An explosion occurred not far from the guys. A huge monster appeared in front of them. The fighters looked at the monster in horror, asking that it was level 5. The monster bared its fangs. It opened its mouth wide, screaming loudly. An energy ball began to gather in front of the monster's mouth. Suji jumped to the side, telling everyone to step back. The protagonist rushed towards the monster. Not far from the building, an explosion occurred. The fighters stood behind the protagonist. Taehoon asked that no one was hurt. The protagonist narrowed his gaze, holding his hand out in front of him. The protagonist took the blow on himself, using the ability, the Crystal of the Giant Turtle. The fighters looked at their master in shock. The monster looked at what was happening in horror. The protagonist looked at his hand, saying that it was a useful thing, and it would do. Taehoon looked towards the monster with his snake gaze, saying that one of them came for him again. The monster widened his eyes. In panic, the monster ran to the side. The protagonist raised his hand, emitting a blue aura. The energy of the protagonist surrounded the monster. The monster found itself in a blue web. The protagonist used the ability, the power of the Golden Temple. Taehoon raised his hand, collecting an energy ball. He used the ability of the eight-tailed fox. Taehoon hovered in front of the monster. The protagonist threw an energy ball towards the monster. The blue sphere approached the monster's body. A huge energy pillar pierced 3 buildings, after which a huge explosion occurred and clouds of smoke rose. The captain landed on the ground. The fighters watched in horror, noting that he had defeated a level 5 monster so easily. The huge monster lay on the ground. The guys surrounded the protagonist. The protagonist looked at the guys, saying that the goal was achieved, and now they had everything they needed. He frowned, saying that it was time to go back. An orange sunset was visible over the ocean. The protagonist and the fighters stood in the building. Taehoon noted that despite the fact that the situation in the Tokyo area was resolved, this was not enough to systematize the lives of people. The soldier looked at the protagonist with a grin. Taehoon noted that the current situation was changing rapidly, and so they could not stay there forever, and all they could do was trust them and leave the country. The soldier smiled slightly, saying that he owed him one and hoped to see him soon. The captain closed his eyes. He looked down to the side as the soldiers stood behind him. Taehoon noted that the entire army had returned to Korea to conduct the next operation. A beautiful sunset was visible over the city. Busan. The guys stood opposite the lieutenant colonel. The soldiers looked at the old man with a slight smile. The lieutenant colonel crossed his arms over his chest, saying that they had done a great job, and he could not believe that the man had managed to complete the mission with almost no losses. There was a huge ship in the port. The soldier asked what a destroyer it was, noting what a huge catch it was. The lieutenant colonel looked at the soldiers with a serious look, asking where the master was. Suji stared at the old man, saying that he was with them, but then decided to go somewhere. The lieutenant remembered the protagonist standing on the ship. The protagonist said that he thought they should hurry, and he would go first, adding that upon arrival in Busan, the lieutenant colonel would meet the guild. The protagonist rose into the air, heading to the side. The lieutenant colonel stood in front of the fighters, saying that this was nothing unusual and then they should hurry too. An orange sunset was visible in the city, Kisung, North Korea. A huge monster with 2 heads was visible behind the destroyed building. A destroyed ship was visible at the port of Busan. A crowd of fighters was visible at the port. A fighter noted that there were remains of a level 6 monster there and no one except awakened ones should approach. The fighters were carrying boxes. The man asked that even after taking the pill, they can die. The fighter said that he thought he should be grateful that there were people who faced monsters face to face. The guys continued to carry boxes. The black car drove along the road. The guys asked what he was talking about North Korea. The lieutenant colonel looked at the guys with a serious look. The guys repeated their question. The old man crossed his arms over his chest, saying that everything was correct, and they remembered what they were told before going to Japan. The lieutenant colonel noted that at that time, humanity knew a huge number of weapons. The fighter reloaded his pistol. The lieutenant colonel noted that, however, there is no better murder weapon than a firearm. The protagonist held a pistol in his hands. The old man said that the problem was that they needed to study their enemies, as well as their strategy and tactics, but they did not have time. He stated that in addition to this, they needed to provide people with raw materials, food and electricity, although at the moment, they had enough of everything, it was unknown how long it would last. The lieutenant colonel introduced the people in the tanks. He said that the number of awakened ones is not great, and ordinary people should try to avoid attacks by monsters, and that is why firearms are most relevant, adding that in the future all people should be able to use weapons, and awakened ones need to become more experienced in using relics. The fighter crossed his arms over his chest, saying that therefore the most important task for them now is to find as many weapons as possible, and the solution is North Korea. The guys looked at the man in surprise. The protagonist frowned, saying that they also need to go to the continent. The lieutenant looked at the lieutenant colonel in surprise, saying that she remembered the master's words well, however, it was so sudden. The old man with a serious expression on his face introduced a horde of monsters. The old man stated that the situation was urgent and that monsters would occasionally cross the military demarcation line, and according to the map, many monsters have been moving south recently, adding that after receiving the information, they immediately notified the main forces of the 8th Battle Division in Busan and Tsushima Island. The lieutenant colonel introduced the image of Sung-hoon. He said that the administrator had informed the master who was in Japan, and that was why Colonel Hyun-jun and his units had been deployed north, and that was the reason why the master was in such a hurry. The old man introduced the image of Hyun-jun. The lieutenant colonel said that Colonel Hyun-jun, who was on the front lines, was constantly monitoring the situation in North Korea, and they had sent a search party across the border to gather information and determine the route to attack, adding that this would not only be a mission to defend against monsters but also the first step towards the north. Young-won looked at the lieutenant colonel with a serious expression, asking if the reason why the monsters suddenly started moving south was because the north had been completely destroyed. The lieutenant colonel looked down thoughtfully, saying that they couldn't just ignore this situation. The cars were driving along the road. The old man said that maybe, no matter what, they were going to get back on their feet and would probably fight soon, so they should all rest for a while they could. The protagonist was floating in the air, the demilitarized zone. The protagonist was moving in the sky. Taehoon furrowed his brows, thinking that he had flown almost 400 kilometers from Busan, using up a lot of psychogenesis. The protagonist moved forward with a serious expression. A pillar of energy was emanating from the protagonist. Puffs of smoke could be seen behind the mountains. The fighters were firing their guns. They were attacking the approaching monsters. The fighters were aiming their rifles. They were shooting at the monsters. The fighters were loading shells. The soldiers were throwing grenades. The fighter said that it didn't matter how many of these creatures they killed and I would be finished. The man said that they should continue attacking and that no one should stop. Explosions were happening near the fighters. A huge monster with a hoof stepped onto the ground. A huge monster with 2 heads appeared among the corpses of the monsters. The fighters looked at the monsters in horror, saying that it was a 2-headed ogre. The ogre opened its mouth wide. The fighter looked back at his comrades, telling them to take the pills. The 2-headed ogre looked at the fighters in anger, screaming loudly. Clouds of dust rose from the loud scream, floating through the fighters. The guys held out the pills to their mouths. The fighter stood with his back, looking at the ogre. He didn't understand what it was, and just looking at it made him dizzy, adding that they couldn't fight something like that. The man looked back at his comrades, telling them to come to their senses and that they needed to retreat quickly, adding that he would cover them. The man jerked to the side as the guys were stopping the boss. The fighter approached the ogre, drawing his attention to himself. The man fired his weapon at the monster, after which the fighters also began to shoot at the monster. The guy told them to help the boss. The ogre moved towards the fighter. The protagonist swung his leg in the air. He attacked the ogre with his leg. The fighters looked at what was happening in bewilderment. Taehoon turned around in the air, swinging his sword. The protagonist cut the ogre into pieces. The 2-headed ogre fell to the ground. The protagonist looked down with a serious look. The brunette looked at the protagonist in surprise, asking what the master was. The fighters looked at the protagonist in surprise, asking if this was reinforcements. The fighter noted that he had already said that this was the master. The protagonist looked at the boys. He said that his name was Taehoon, adding that they had all tried hard, but there was no time to rest, since the monsters were on their way to Saryuan City, noting that they could cross the Dedong River in 3 days. The fighters happily looked at the master, saying that he had finally arrived. An orange sunset was visible above the city. Kisung Industrial Complex. The colonel stood near the map with the fighters. The fighter said that a message had come for help from the coastal district, and that it was an urgent request. The fighter noted that the same thing happened with Seohyun Count and Jumchin Count, and that a level 4 monster was currently approaching there. Hyun-jun frowned, telling them to hurry up and form a team and go help. Hyun-jun glared at the fighter. The soldier said to the colonel something about the place too. The colonel said to move faster, as people could die. The soldier saluted the colonel. Hyun-jun looked down thoughtfully, thinking that the number of monsters was not decreasing, and they were continuing to advance from Russia and China. The colonel introduced the soldiers who were searching for mines. He said that in this situation, They had no choice but to protect that place and the only road along which the landmines were diffused, and indeed, the minefields in the DMZ played an important role in preventing the movement of monsters, adding that this was one of the most powerful mines in the world. But it could not be relied upon, and now even they would not work against the strongest monsters. The captain looked at the soldier in bewilderment, who said that the monster heading for Saryuan City suddenly disappeared. The soldier ran into the office calling out to the colonel. Hyunjun looked at the soldier in shock. The soldier said that the master was in the city of Saryuan. The soldier looked at the colonel in confusion. The colonel asked the soldier where he was. The soldier said that the 22nd Division reported that he was heading to Saryuan via Yonan County and Jumcheon County. The colonel looked at the soldier in surprise. The soldier noted that the master had also conveyed a message to Hyunjun that he needed to be in Saryuan by noon. Hyunjun grinned slightly and said that nothing had changed. The protagonist walked among the corpses of monsters. Behind the protagonist were hordes of dead monster bodies. Gray clouds floated in the sky. Seol Namsan, Sung-hoon walked to meet the soldiers. He said that he was glad that they returned safe and sound, adding that they had done a good job. Sung-hoon looked at the guys with a smile, saying that there was no time to explain the whole situation, and they would talk on the way. The lieutenant looked at the boy with a serious look. She asked if he was sure he wanted to go, adding that North Korea was very different from their country and too dangerous for ordinary people to be there. Sung-hoon approached the car, saying that he could not miss such a historical moment, and they should not worry, since according to his dream, he would live to be 40 years old. The cars drove along the road. The soldiers stood next to each other. Sung-hoon noted that as always, the situation was urgent, and after solving the problem with Japan, the soldiers arrived in Seoul, reorganized, replenished supplies, and immediately headed north. The lieutenant colonel stood with a menacing expression, while the military stood behind him. Sung-hoon noted that the lieutenant colonel, together with the awakened, moved the front lines to Mangju, providing support from the rear. Helicopters hovered in the sky. Sung-hoon noted that the master always thought one step ahead, adding that because of the hard-working boss, the subordinates have to work hard, but thanks to this, civilians will be safe. Mountains were visible beyond the city. North Korea. There were many corpses of monsters lying near the building. Gray clouds were floating above the city. The guys looked at what was happening in horror. Sung-hoon said that this country was really very different, and it resembled hell, asking only for whom. A corpse of a monster was visible on an ice block. Dead monsters were lying among the ice stakes. The fighters looked out of the car. The guy said that he heard that the master dealt with a level 6 monster in just half a day. Yuri looked at what was happening in shock. The brunette said that in fact, the master had planned this before his trip to Japan, but something was wrong there. Youngwon and Sayang looked at what was happening in bewilderment. Youngwon said that before, cleansing was carried out in certain places, but now it was not a hunt, but rather a slaughter. The lieutenant lowered her gaze, remembering what happened to the master. Suji looked at the captain in horror, asking if he was okay and what happened. The protagonist wiped the blood from his mouth. He said that it was nothing serious and it was temporary, since he thought that he was still weak to the power of a level 6 monster and everything was getting out of control, asking the girls to pretend that they didn't know anything. The buildings of the city were destroyed. Saryuan City. Hyunjun looked at the fighters. Sung-hoon asked that the protagonist went first. Hyunjun said that from the looks of it, he went to Tampang City. The lieutenant stared at the colonel, imagining the tanks. She said that if there was a need, additional armored troops could be called in, and it would be better to stick together now, mentioning the master's body. The colonel looked at the fighters, said that the master was probably in a hurry since it was urgent, moreover, they had orders. The protagonist hovered above the city. Hyunjun said that the master would arrive in Tampang City as soon as possible and clear the city of monsters, and first of all he wanted to deal with the North Korean leaders hiding there, adding that as they could see on the way there were almost no soldiers and he had not met more than 100 survivors in that country. The colonel crossed his arms. He said that, however, all this time North Korea had been resisting the United States and the bunkers in that country had exceeded all expectations, adding that he was sure that the master would be able to control the entire situation and solve pressing problems faster than anyone. Sung-hoon looked ahead in surprise. Yuri looked at the colonel with a serious look, saying that everything was correct and he was one of the best. The colonel introduced the marching soldiers. He said that North Korea spent most of its money on the military, but it was like a sand castle. Once part of the castle starts to collapse, the situation gets out of control, and most likely that is why they decided to use nuclear weapons, adding that moreover, they cannot rule out the possibility that high-ranking officials could flee to China or Russia. The colonel introduced the men in uniform. He said that is why before invading North Korea from the outside, the master plans to clear the city of Tampang and build a front, adding that before that they will have to deal with the leaders inside the country. The fighters looked at the colonel carefully. Hyunjun said that first of all they need to do is deal with the main monsters coming to the south, noting that this is what the master conveyed. The colonel recalled how the protagonist looked at the destroyed city. Taehoon said that most of them were much stronger than him, and when he first encountered a level 4 monster, from that moment the special forces team switched from hunting level 3 monsters to 4, adding that all senior fighters should hunt level 3 monsters or higher on their own, and the rest of the teams should be able to deal with rank 2 monsters. From that point on they will have to survive on their own. The fighters looked at the colonel in surprise. Hyunjun presented the map and the deployment of the fighters. He noted that with the current military strength, it is difficult to carry out defensive measures throughout the country, so except for some important places, they will have to wage guerrilla warfare against the monsters, adding that they still have a lot to do, so they are progressing slowly. A crowd of people stood near the walls. The colonel noted that they were able to build infrastructure in the main places where they were able to gather a large number of survivors, and the most important thing is that they were able to gather a squad of awakened, thereby acquiring protection from monsters. They also have weapons, food, heat supply, and the like. The fighters stood next to each other. The colonel noted that, however, it was usually difficult for awakened ones to cope with high-level monsters alone, so a team of the strongest soldiers was assembled, adding that with their first appearance, the hunt for monsters was successful like never before. The colonel presented weapons and red stones. He noted that it was the guild that was engaged in cleansing throughout the Republic of Korea, and all the relics and stones obtained after killing monsters are distributed among the soldiers of the guild, adding that everything that was obtained as a result of military operations was equally and fairly divided among the awakened. Hyunjun presented the terrifying monsters. He noted that although they were gradually becoming stronger, none of them except the master could defeat a level 3 monster, adding that no one had the desire to rush into battle alone when they saw the monster. Sung-hoon looked at the scene in surprise, thinking that it was better not to be awakened at a time like this. The lieutenant was standing on the ground. In front of her was a huge monster. Shuan was standing in front of a huge ogre with a bat in his hands. Youngwon was standing in front of the monster with a sword in his hands. Sayan was standing in a fighting stance in front of her enemy. Yuri was standing in battle readiness next to the monster. The archer was standing in front of the huge monster. Suji was looking at her opponent with concern. Shuan gritted his teeth, saying that he had completely forgotten. Youngwon was standing with a cigarette in his hand. Shuan said that they could die since the master was always with them. They were used to this fact. Sayan was standing in battle readiness, saying that she had never felt such oppression. Yuri looked at the enemy with concern. The archer pulled the bowstring, saying that, however, they have no choice. There were bodies of people lying in front of the building. The fighters were standing next to each other. The monsters bared their fangs. They were flashing their green eyes. The fighters looked at what was happening in shock. The brown-haired girl thought that her breath was caught, although she had seen level 4 monsters, but she would never have thought of fighting something like this, and she did not suspect that everything could be so serious. Sunmi looked at the brown-haired girl, telling her not to worry, since they have many soldiers who can handle them alone. Kate looked ahead with a serious look, saying that everything is correct. Golden statues were visible behind the fighters. Kate said that they have enough items. Gray clouds were floating above the building. The building in the city was destroyed. The protagonist raised his head using the skill Werewolf Power. Taehoon clenched his fist and attacked the monster. Then he jumped to the side. The protagonist kicked the monster's head. The master rushed forward. He thought that it was necessary to deal with the level 6 monsters, but he could not let the level 5 monster escape. The protagonist swung his fist, thinking that he needed to gather all the high-level monsters and break their fighting spirit. The monsters opened their mouths wide. The protagonist opened his mouth, saying that he would eat everyone alive. The protagonist cut the monsters again and again with his blade. Gray clouds were visible above the destroyed city. North Korea, Sariwon. The colonel looked at the fighter in surprise, asking about the 10 awakened. Sung-hoon looked at the colonel with a smirk, saying that it was necessary. Hyunjun crossed his arms, saying that he was sure he knew that the number of awakened ones was limited, and he should give a reason, then he would think about it. Sung-hoon said that he would, of course. He looked at the colonel with a serious look, saying that they were planning to dig up King Dongming's tomb. The colonel looked at the fighter in surprise, saying that he was not famous in ancient times. The colonel introduced the knight. He said that during the reign of the Dongming dynasty king, Tanpeng was not the capital in ancient times, and he was sure that the Dongming dynasty king was not buried in Tanpeng city after his death. Moreover, the tomb of the Dongming king has not been discovered yet, and no one dares to challenge the decision of the princes and nobles at that time. Even if the Dongming dynasty king was buried in Tanpeng city, these relics should have long ago entered the black market near this city, adding that there were rumors that all these black markets were under the jurisdiction of the local government, so they should be prepared for the fact that they may return without result. The colonel sat opposite the soldier, asking that doesn't this mean that the investigation is most likely useless. Sung-hoon noted that it was unknown whether they would be able to find anything or not, but he thought it was still worth a try. Gray clouds floated above the destroyed building. Nantong City. The fighter held his weapon in his hands. The guys fought with the monsters. A crowd of fighters and monsters pounced on each other. Yellow and green dots were visible on the map. Suji swung her sword, attacking the monster. Daecheng District. Xuan hit the monster's weapon with his bat. Beidong City. Yungwen dodged the monster's attack. Pengking District. Siang swung her blade in front of the monster. Xinpeng District. The brown-haired woman held dual blades in her hands, standing in front of the monster. Xintan District. The archer shot at the monster. Shanghai District. Clouds of smoke and dust were visible in the distance behind the buildings. Zhanghua District. The monster opened its mouth. Bloody Bear, Supreme, Level 5. The protagonist took his hand into a fist. The huge bodies of the monsters were lying on the ground. Ti-Hun turned his gaze to the side, saying that it was time to move on to the next ones. A description of the characteristics of basic skills and acquired skills appeared. The protagonist was standing near a building. Tanpeng Unification Station. The protagonist stared at the building, saying that for some reason he missed this place. A beautiful orange sunset was visible above the building. 10 years ago, near Seoul, the protagonist stood in an abandoned building opposite a man. The man said that he survived again, and no one said that it was impossible, noting that it was as expected. The man closed his eyes and grinned slightly. He said that recently 2 agents who went north went missing, and apparently they were already dead. The man smiled widely. He said that in fact, their mission was very important. However, if they had to choose, he would definitely choose the north. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look. The brunette said that it was the same as trying to crack a nut with a sledgehammer. Ti-Hun looked at the man's back. The man said that of course there was no one more qualified than him, and he had gone through the most simulations, asking if he remembered, noting that the possibility of getting out of there again after completing the mission was close to 0, and he would just be buried on this earth along with the truth he learned. The man looked away and said that they were destined to die on the battlefield anyway, and the choice of place and time was no longer important, hoping that he would get a glorious chance to die as a soldier. Ti-Hun lowered his head, looking down. The protagonist looked ahead with a menacing look, thinking that this day had finally come. The captain walked through the tunnel. Then he came to a huge round door. The captain swung his hand, saying that he did not want to die. A dim light illuminated the tunnel. Gray clouds floated above the building. Zhongren Temple. The fighters were digging a hole. The tomb of King Dongaming. Sun-Hun kicked the ground with his foot. The fighter called out to the administrator. Sun-Hun looked down thoughtfully, saying that so many awakened ones were brought to them in order to find the tomb, and they simply had to get a result. He thought, it seemed to him that he was the only one who could not do anything, and this was to be expected, however, if other places were in the same situation as him. The protagonist looked down. He was floating in the air behind the administrator. Sun-Hun thought about Kimsuan Memorial Palace of the Sun. The protagonist landed on the ground, calling out to the administrator. Sun-Hun looked at the master in surprise. The protagonist passed by Sun-Hun. The administrator asked how he got there, saying that he heard that he was sent to do a cleanup in Zhanghua district. Ti-Hun looked away, saying that he had finished what he had to do, and apparently the profit was not that great. The administrator noted that for now it was so. The protagonist handed the item to the administrator, asking if he knew what it was. Sun-Hun picked up the blade. He looked at it in surprise, asking if it was a black dragon scale blade. The fighters looked away in surprise. A powerful aura emanated from the blade. A description of the dragon blade's characteristics appeared. The administrator looked at the master in surprise, asking where he found the black dragon sword. Ti-Hun extended his hand to the sword. The master told him to go to the colonel and he would find out everything from him, adding that he should move out right then. The administrator extended his hand in front of him, ordering the soldiers to board. The fighters gathered near the cars. Sung-Hoon and Hyunjun stood in front of the building. The administrator asked what was there. The fighters went down the stairs. Hyunjun said that the underground bunkers of North Korea are closely connected with the subway, so in addition to transportation, this place can be used as a bomb shelter, adding that most of the subway stations can be considered as entrances to the bunker. Even if the country has an electricity shortage, the subway provides electricity constantly. The colonel led the fighters through the tunnels. He said that among them, the key bunker is Longan Station. If you go by escalator, you can get there in 20 minutes due to the fact that the Fandong River contains drinking water in the bunker. You can live for about 5 years. The guys went down to the subway station. The colonel said that there is no better place to hide when something is happening around. The protagonist hovered above the city. Suji swung her weapon. Xuan swung his bat. Youngwon stood in front of the monster with a blade. Siang stood in battle readiness in front of the monster. The brunette stood with blades next to the monster. The archer aimed at the monster. The protagonist looked ahead with a menacing look. The fighters fired from their weapons. The protagonist put his hand in front of him, emitting a blue aura. With his energy, he stopped the bullets of the enemies. He turned the enemies' bullets in their direction. The protagonist walked among the dead bodies of people. The man in the suit sat by the wall. He put a gun in front of him, shooting at the protagonist. The protagonist caught the bullets with his hand. The man looked at the protagonist with horror. He widened his eyes, asking that he was a monster. Taehoon looked at the man with a cold look. The brunette said that he was strong, but the same fate awaited him. The protagonist fired bullets from his hand towards the man. A dim light illuminated the room. A door was visible in the distance of the tunnel. The fighters stood near the destroyed wall. The colonel told the fighters to surround the perimeter. Sung-hoon looked away in shock. There were shelves with items in front of the fighters. The administrator walked up to the shelf, examining it. He said that there were many of them, and it turned out that all the relics were stored there. On the shelf were money and gold. The administrator noted that in addition, there were gold bars, bundles of bills, elite liquor, and many luxurious items. On the shelf were bottles and watches. The administrator said that while people were dying of hunger, heads of state, noting that this was disgusting. Hyunjun frowned, saying that while the rich were drinking and banding together, the poor were dying of cold on the side of the road. The colonel turned his attention to the fighter who ran in. The fighter said that he thought he should go there for a minute. The colonel's eyes widened. There were dead soldiers lying on the floor. Hyunjun asked that there was such a place. The bodies were lying next to each other. Hyunjun approached the man in the brown suit. He said that there were more than 100 bodies, and among them were about 40 high-ranking officials, members of the county politburo and even the deputy prime minister, such as Lai Ming and Lin Feng, and there was the biggest fish, Lin Tonghui, the president of the bureau. The fighters stood among the bodies of the soldiers. The colonel said that he never thought that he would be able to travel between North and South Korea, which had been separated for more than half a century. Sung-hoon said that he was right, and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Clouds of smoke and dust rose on the ground. The monster swung its weapon. Suji swung her blade, thinking that he was too fast, and he was different from the monsters they had fought before, and it was not for nothing that he was the leader. Suji dodged the monster's attack, saying that however, she could not lose. Suji jumped to the side, away from the monster. The monster swung its weapon. Suji bounced off the ground, jumping into the air. She swung her blade over the monster's head. Shuan was clutching the bat tightly in his hand. He blocked the blow of the huge ogre. The ogre bared its fangs. Shuan looked at the monster with narrowed eyes. He thought that he felt like his bones were about to break since he was putting too much pressure on him, but he couldn't retreat. Shuan added that he couldn't stay in the protagonist's shadow forever and he would destroy that monster. The fighter threw the monster to the side. Shuan hit the ogre's body with his bat. The fighter's bat fell to pieces. The monster fell to the ground. Youngwon dodged the blow of the monster. He swung his blade, cutting off the leg. Sayoung moved her hand to the side, standing in front of the monster. She dodged the attack. The brunette jumped away from the monster's claw. She soared into the air, clutching her blades tightly in her hands. The archer shot at the huge monster. The enemy bared his fangs. Suji gritted her teeth. Shuan swung his fist. The fighters noted that this was it. Youngwon gripped his weapon tightly in his hand, noting that how they hunted monsters. Sayoung furrowed her brows, thinking that the most important task was not the battle itself. Yuri bared her teeth, thinking that the master was a killer, and she was sure that he wanted to tell them. The archer pulled back his bowstring, thinking that only being on the battlefield could he truly understand all those feelings, feel the taste of life, understand who he really is. The protagonist stood in front of the dead body of a huge monster. Gray clouds floated above the city. The protagonist hovered in the air. Suji attacked the monster with her blade. Shuan struck the monster's face with his fist. Youngwon cut the monster with his blade. Sayoung attacked the monster. Yuri cut the monster's head with her blades. The archer shot the monster's head with his bow. The city's buildings were destroyed. The girl played the flute around the monsters. The fighters fought the monsters. The muscular man grabbed the monster by the throat. Gray clouds floated above the city. The fighters stood among the dead bodies of the monsters with an exhausted look. Kate and Sunmi looked around. The tiger stepped on the monster with its paw. The golden animals attacked the monsters. The protagonist watched everything from the air, saying that this was great, and now it was time to move on to the next ones. The protagonist flew to the side. Destroyed buildings were visible in the city. Pyongyang, North Korea. The fighters stood in front of the cars. The soldier said that the hunting team had arrived. Suji walked with a serious expression on her face. The fighter said that Commander Suji was able to return safe and sound. Shuan walked with a smile on his face. The fighter said that Captain Shuan did a good job. Youngwon slung his gun over his shoulder, walking to the side. The fighter said that Captain Youngwon had arrived. Sayoung walked forward with a smile. The fighter said that Sayoung was alive. Yuri walked with a smirk on her face. The fighter said that Yuri did a good job. The archer walked with a cold look. The fighter congratulated Kim Joo-hyuk on his arrival. Kate and Sunmi stood with the other fighters. The fighter thanked Kate, Sunmi, and 42 others for returning alive. The colonel looked at the fighters. He noted that the teams went on a mission without proper training, but they handled the task brilliantly. The fighters stood near the tanks. Hyunjun noted that the Hunter Squad is a special unit of the guild, and from time to time they carry out missions under the leadership of the master, but their commander-in-chief is Captain Suji, adding that this unit can easily cope with level 4 monsters. And in North Korea, like hell, there are still many disturbing things, but the situation is beginning to stabilize. An orange sunset could be seen above the building. Panmunjom in South Korea. The protagonist stood on the roof of the building. The colonel and lieutenant colonel stood next to each other. Hyunjun said that they now need to go to Jeju Island to catch the monster. The protagonist looked down with a menacing gaze. The city was full of explosion pits. Taehoon said that he was tens of kilometers away from Seoul, but he could feel its aura, and he could also tell how strong it was just by looking at what it left behind. The protagonist lowered his gaze, imagining a snake with many heads. Taehoon said that the time had come, and he thought that the 6-headed snake in Taiwan would no longer remain on the sidelines, and perhaps the monster had already begun to act, adding that he felt that if he absorbed any crystal from now on, his power would no longer grow. The fighters looked at the master. The protagonist said that he was willing to risk his life to protect his country. Taehoon stood with his back turned, looking into the distance. The colonel noted that the master had slowly begun to prepare for the hunt, and other than a few people, only the members of the hunting party knew about the situation. The boys stood in a circle, looking at the captain. The colonel noted that for the first time, they were in doubt the master's order. Shuan looked at the protagonist with bewilderment, telling him to take him along, since he knows that he is capable of defeating level 4 monsters. Suji looked at the captain with a confident look, saying that she also wants to join. Sunmi looked away, saying that she supports them, adding that although she cannot fight, her healing skill is the most effective. Kate looked straight ahead, saying that no one can compare to the incense burner better than her, and the range of this artifact is very large, so it will come in handy. Youngwon crossed his arms over his chest. He told the master to reconsider his order, as he understood why he was doing this. However, he could feel the power of the 8-tailed fox even from a long distance, adding that this situation was different from the previous ones, and he was sure that their help would not be superfluous. Besides, they cleared out all the monsters, so there would be no problems there. The protagonist lowered his gaze. Taehoon tilted his head to the side, imagining the soldiers. He said that obeying orders and carrying them out immediately was his unchanging belief. The protagonist imagined the dead bodies of people. He said that no matter what mission awaited them, he had one goal of destruction for the sake of survival, so he was always ready to attack. The soldiers looked at the master in surprise. The captain said that protecting someone was much more difficult than simply attacking, and he chose the easier way. The lieutenant colonel lowered his head. Taehoon said that if you protect someone, it is impossible to become stronger. He moved his gaze behind him, telling them not to interfere with him. The fighters watched the protagonist leave. The colonel noted that the master had left for Jeju Island in this manner and ordered the rest of the guild to follow the order. A crowd of people gathered next to each other. The colonel noted that all the survivors throughout South Korea had been evacuated to an underground bunker. The fighters were fighting monsters. The colonel noted that the awakened had taken control of the situation and defeated all the monsters, adding that when a high-level monster appeared on Jeju Island, all the other monsters sensed its presence. The guys stood one after another. The colonel noted that the hunting party had disappeared after the master had left on a mission. Gray clouds were floating above the building. Taiwan. A faint light was penetrating the building. Mao was looking at a piece of paper. He mentioned the 6-headed snake, asking if maybe they should postpone awakening the dragon. Soso looked at the brunette, saying that she thought they would need time to prepare. Mao threw the paper aside, saying that a situation like this was out of their control, just like the elements. The man crossed his arms over his chest, imagining the snow-covered trees. He said that they would have to advance to Russia, and once the monster woke up, its wrath would reach Japan, Korea, and China, and during that time, they should explore new territories. Soso looked at the brunette. She said that although it was unlikely, but perhaps the protagonist could kill the dragon. Mao smirked slightly, imagining the image of the monster. The man said no way, and if she saw this monster, she would understand what he was talking about, adding that he would soon find out that this monster was different from the 8-tailed fox this hunter was dealing with. Waves crashed against the rocks. Jeju Island. Gray clouds floated above the land. Mount Hala. The protagonist walked along the ground. The monster flashed its blue gaze. The protagonist looked with its snake gaze used in the eyes of a white and black snake. There was a gold earring hanging on the protagonist's ear. The protagonist used the skill ear Osprey simple gold earrings. The protagonist's hand began to change. He used black armor, the superpower of an ogre. A blade was visible on Taehoon's back. Black dragon sword, Hahomesk. A powerful blue aura emanated from the protagonist. The protagonist stood in front of a huge monster. Ships were visible in the port on Jeju Island. The fighters were standing in the port. Shuan looked around, saying that thank God nothing happened. Sunmi looked ahead, noting that if a battle had started, they would have known about it before leaving. The fighters followed Suji. The lieutenant suggested that they consider the situation while they were moving. Gray clouds were visible above the mountain. Mount Hala. The dragon was lying on the ground. The fighters were standing on the mountain. The man bared his teeth in displeasure. The fighter behind him was looking into the distance. The fighter told Mr. Zivan that it had been almost a week since Mr. Mao's order was issued and they needed to hurry. Zivan said that he knew. The dragon was standing on top of the destroyed buildings. Zivan said that exactly 1 year ago, this monster suddenly appeared there to destroy East Asia, and in the end, it stayed there and went into hibernation. Zivan gritted his teeth, recalling the image of Mao. He wondered what could have happened to it, noting that this dragon could not be awakened by a cannonball or the power of thought, and it could not report to Mr. Mao without being able to awaken him. Zivan turned his attention to the fighter. He said that in any case, they would not be able to approach the sleeping monster closer than 2 kilometers, wondering what to do. The fighter asked what it was. The main character was walking along the mountain. The fighter asked what that crazy bastard was doing. Zivan asked if that wasn't Tihun. The monster's eyes widened. The fighters looked at what was happening in horror. Gray clouds were floating above the building. The monsters were walking down the street. The fighters were standing among the dead bodies of the monsters. Xuan stood with his back to the monster. He said that there were so many monsters there, but they didn't have any time, asking Suji what to do. Suji noted that all the citizens had been evacuated, so the monsters clearly didn't come there by smell. The fighters stood in front of the monsters. Suji said that although they didn't have much time, they had to deal with them, and she was going to defeat them all. The lieutenant and Xuan looked away in shock. Kate and Sunmi's eyes widened. The other fighters looked ahead in horror. The monsters opened their mouths wide. They began to run away furiously. The fighters on the mountain watched the scene. The soldier asked if the dragon had woken up. The soldier gritted his teeth. Zivan looked down in confusion, saying something about the jade bird. The dragon emitted a powerful aura. Zivan noted that it had an incredibly oppressive aura, and it was not a creature that humans could handle. Monsters were running around the city streets. Xuan bared his teeth, asking what they should do. The fighters looked ahead in horror. The archer said that the entire earth was shaking, and his strength was beyond all expectations. Younghwan gritted his teeth, asking what it was, noting that it was not funny at all, and he thought that they could be of some use at least. The fighters rushed to the side. The lieutenant shouted that they could not just stand still and everyone needed to attack. A gray cloud flew over the mountain. The dragon soared into the air, raising yellow flames. The protagonist stood with his back turned towards the monster. The fighter watched the scene, thinking that just being there was taking his breath away, wondering if he was really going to fight back. Tihun looked at the dragon with a serious expression. The dragon opened its mouth wide. The protagonist's eyes widened, remembering the fight with the dragon in his dream. Tihun raised his hand, emitting a blue aura. He said that the road there was long, and he wanted to see it so much that he even dreamed of it. The protagonist presented the shells. There were ships at the port. Tihun said that there was something nearby that he could use to make the battle easier. The Jeju naval base. The protagonist pointed the shells at the dragon. He waved his hand, directing them towards the dragon. The monster raised its head. A huge explosion occurred on the mountain. The soldiers ran along the ground. The fighters saw the explosion in the distance. The soldier said that it had already begun. The protagonist gritted his teeth as he walked towards the monster. The soldier noted that he had attacked immediately and that he should not retreat under any circumstances, asking that he was sure that those missiles could not harm him. The protagonist approached the cloud of smoke. A huge monster appeared from the smoke. The dragon attacked the protagonist. The captain used the instant acceleration skill. The protagonist disappeared from the monster's sight. He swung his blade in the air. The dragon raised its head, looking at the protagonist. The monster blocked the protagonist's strike. The captain gritted his teeth, thinking that he could stop such an attack, noting that he had incredible reaction speed and that he did not fight only following instincts. The monster was gathering energy near its mouth. The dragon sent a fiery pillar towards the protagonist. The fiery pillar of energy destroyed a mountain in the distance. The protagonist hovered in the air opposite the monster. Tihun began to gather energy between his palms using the psychokinesis ball skill. The monster bared its fangs. The protagonist pulled his hand back with the energy ball. Taiwan. Mao sat in a chair, leaning on his hand, and in front of him stood a secretary. The woman reported that they managed to get the legendary relic Gandhabog, and she also discovered Vasavi Shakti, which is in the Elora cave. The interlocutor added that the relics will soon be moved to a safer place, and they were finally able to find the sword Qinshi Wang. The man crossed his arms and replied that this was wonderful. However, he was sorry that they still missed the eight-tailed fox. A man ran into the hall and called out to Mr. Mao. He approached the owner and reported that a dragon had awakened on Jeju Island, which, moreover, was fighting with someone. The head and his subordinate approached the globe and looked at the glowing dot. Jeju Island. On the cliff, a battle was taking place between the black dragon and Ti-hoon. The man jumped up and formed a glowing ball in his hands. He had imagined this battle many times and remembered how it began. Smoke was rising above the city. The hero extended his hand forward and launched many blades at the monster. It struck with its paw at the place where the man had just stood and parried the attack. An explosion was heard. Ti-hoon dodged and jumped up, swinging his sword. He struck the enemy in the shoulder and quickly ran at him. The dragon's chest was glowing blue from the inside. The man extended his hand and used a web on the dragon to slow it down. He quickly circled the enemy and sent a fireball at it. The hero then used an attack with 10 blades again and swung himself to strike. The roar of the dragon knocked him back. The man crouched and managed to notice how the monster appeared right in front of him. Ti-hoon frowned and raised his hand up. Ice blocks grew from the ground and blocked the enemy's path. However, the dragon rushed forward and the hero barely managed to dodge. He jumped into the air and received a sharp blow. The man was thrown through 2 buildings. The warrior rose from the floor, and in front of him was already hovering the dragon. The monster's chest glowed red, and it spat out flames. A pillar of fire fell on the building. The city was ablaze. The man frowned and thought that neither abilities, nor relics, nor energy, nothing helps. And the longer he delays, the more disadvantageous he puts himself. He needs to destroy it as soon as possible. The hero found a solution, and he just needs to act. Ti-hoon and the dragon prepared to attack. They simultaneously sent powerful energy blows at each other. Their forces collided in the sky and created a large explosion. A squad of soldiers looked in that direction, dumbfounded. Sunmi held the artifact in front of her, and a shield appeared around them. A crater remained at the site of the explosion. The dragon stood among the falling debris, and the hero was flying from above. He had a mask on his face and a sword in his hand. He thought that the stronger the light, the greater the destructive power. A powerful explosion can retain its power for a moment, and the hero should try to strike the dragon's neck vertebrae. The man quickly approached the monster from behind, but suddenly their eyes met. Ti-hoon abruptly plunged the blade into the enemy's neck. The monster howled and began to twitch, trying to brush the man away. He squeezed the hilt of his sword and frowned. The dragon's paw approached him, but he covered himself with his shield. The monster pushed off the ground and soared into the sky. Then it quickly flew over the city and dove into the water with the hero on its back. The dragon sank to the depths, then suddenly emerged and rose to the clouds. Ti-hoon was still sitting on it, holding onto his sword. They were both furious. Kisong, North Korea. A squad of soldiers stood on the roof. The men looked ahead and discussed how all the monsters in the area had been destroyed and the ones hiding had suddenly disappeared. One of the soldiers said that it was all because of the level 6 monster, because those bastards were sensitive. His teammate noted that he could feel their weakness from 500 kilometers away. He wondered if the master could really handle the monster alone, because it was so dangerous. Dihyun took out a pack of cigarettes and said that he was not awakened, so he did not feel anything, but he was sure that it would return alive. After all, Ti-hoon always returned safe and sound. The man next to him laughed, and the young fighters looked at him in surprise. Taiwan National Museum. The meeting discussed how someone took the initiative to attack the dragon, but they believed that the Koreans could not afford it. Someone objected that they were able to defeat Musashi, his army, and the 8-tailed fox. Besides, there was a rumor that Ti-hoon had won by accident. It was unlikely that he could have done anything on his own. The men were sitting at the table and talking about how South Korea's military power had been concentrated in Pyongyang lately, and that they were now moving to Jeju Island. The advisors suggested that they pit the two Koreas against each other and asked Mr. Mao what he thought about it. The man looked at the others and said that Korea's forces were still concentrated in Pyongyang. The advisor turned to him in surprise and pointed out that they were fighting a dragon. The gentleman frowned and said that Ti-hoon was doing it on his own. The others all laughed. One of them chuckled, saying that it was a surprise to learn that this guy could beat Musashi and the 8-tailed fox, but that a dragon on his own was nonsense. Mao looked down gloomily and picked up his cup. He thought that was true and that the hero would hardly be able to succeed. The advisors shuddered in surprise and looked at the bird that appeared in front of them. It was Red Okjo, which allowed communication in real time. The bird landed in front of the master and Sehong's voice was heard, saying that Ti-hoon was fighting the dragon alone. The men flinched in surprise. Jeju Island. A squad of soldiers was moving forward quickly. They stopped and turned to the side. A dragon quickly flew over the city. Suji and the others quickly ran after it. The man in the bandana was flying forward quickly, with soldiers in masks running behind him. He frowned and wondered how this could happen and whether the hero could really fight the dragon alone. The dragon flew to the water, quickly sank to the bottom and pushed off. Having flown into it, it stopped. Ti-hoon was holding tightly to the weapon sticking out of the enemy's neck. The monster roared, and blue energy began to appear around it. The hero used the shield against demons and pressed the blade harder. This is the last thing he can do. Ti-hoon screamed and pressed the sword. A bright blue light emanated from the dragon. The dragon roared and the man's shield shattered. He squinted at the many fragments. The monster turned around and the hero found himself flying upside down on the lizard's neck. The creature landed hard on the ground, leaving a long trail behind. The dragon stood in the rubble, its chest glowing blue. Ti-Hoon rose from the ground. One of its arms and legs was broken, and its entire body was covered in wounds. The man stood up, leaning on his healthy limb and thrusting his sword forward. For a while, the enemies stood and looked at each other. They looked at each other without a shadow of fear. The lizard's chest began to glow again, and steam came out of its jaw. The hero looked at it warily. The dragon threw back its head and spewed out a column of dark energy. The soldiers looked up in surprise and froze. Light was breaking through the clouds. On the ground lay the dragon and the protagonist. The soldiers ran up to the crater and stared at the scene in shock. The National Museum. The advisors shuddered and gritted their teeth. Could the hero really be fighting the dragon alone? It was impossible. Mao stared ahead in shock. The bird vanished into thin air and the connection was cut off. The master remembered the secretary coming and telling him that Zihong's movement to Jeju was questionable. She thought that the soldiers had begun to move. The woman asked if she should stop them. The master replied that they had to have a plan and that there was nothing they could do anyway. Zihong clutched the communicator amulet in his hand and frowned. He thought that this was their chance and that he could absorb the dragon crystal. The man ordered his men to get rid of Ti-Hoon first. The hero lay on the ground covered in blood and thought that they were watching him fight the dragon. He should have taken care of them in advance, but now he had no choice but to wait. The masked men advanced on him and threw several shurikens. Suddenly, two women appeared and repelled the attack with swords. Zihong looked at them in surprise and asked who they were. The man armed himself with a sword and moved to attack. He was suddenly grabbed by the face. Xuan lifted his opponent off the ground. He frowned and asked where the idiots came from, brazenly stabbing those who were not fit to hold a candle to them. The masked soldiers rushed to attack. Xuan grabbed the enemy's face and threw it at his subordinates. The archer fired several arrows from the soldiers, and by this time the rest of the team arrived. Jilin and Youngwon deftly repelled the attacks. Sunmi ran up and carefully lifted the protagonist. The blonde turned around to look at them. The hero opened his eye and saw the girl handing him a glass. She asked him to drink the contents. The man looked forward. The soldiers had finished fighting, and the bodies of the fallen enemies lay around them. The girls helped Ti-Hoon up, and everyone else came closer. The hero approached the dragon's open mouth. His warriors watched tensely. The man took a blue crystal out of the monster's body, looked at it carefully, and swallowed it. Steam came from the hero's body. The wounds gradually began to heal, and his leg was healed. He stood next to the dragon, holding a sword in his hand. Basic skills: Strength 999, Endurance 999, Special skills: Energy A+ rank, Magic A+ rank, Willpower C rank, Physical resistance A+ rank, Magic resistance A+ rank. Acquired skills: Dragonian level 2 allows you to use the power of the dragon at maximum levels, but no other abilities can be activated at the same time. The man looked at his hand, from which a blue glow emanated. He thought that this incredible power was worth the risk. His body was completely restored and his wounds healed. The hero looked ahead thoughtfully and wondered why the dragon had not destroyed him and everything around him with one blow, although he could have easily done so. Maybe he understood that if he killed him, he would certainly die himself. Or the dragon recognized him as the strongest predator and wanted the hero to kill him. Ti-Hoon did not know if this was some kind of evolutionary leap, but the intelligence of monsters increases proportionally to their level. He wondered what kind of opponent would be next. In the meantime, the man should take advantage of his chance since he managed to survive. Taiwan. A man and a woman were walking down the corridor. Mao approached a large book, and his companion remained standing next to him. In front of him lay the giant codex, which contained information about all the monsters. The man frowned and thought about the fact that the dragon was the strongest among the blue-level monsters. He would never have thought that his plans for him could fail. The master gritted his teeth and thought that, first, it was necessary to reduce the number of bodies of the six-headed snake because its weight was too great. Survival was a priority now. In the current situation, the lives of all people were important. Mao frowned and mentally congratulated the protagonist on his victory. However, he was sure that his ending would be tragic. Soso came closer. The master ordered her to tell Major Chinchin that he would arrive soon. He looked at his interlocutor and added that they should not retreat. Jeju Island. A group of soldiers stood and looked at the aftermath of the battle with the dragon. The young man lowered his binoculars and said that even the relief of this area had completely changed. This was a real disaster. Busan. The hero and his allies stood around the table. Suji frowned and reported that the people who tried to attack the master after the battle with the dragon were, apparently, from Taiwan. Sung-hoon turned around and added that considering they had sent the awakened to Jeju Island in advance, the master's prediction was correct. Jilin frowned and concluded that the six-headed snake must have already learned that the dragon had been defeated. Youngwon frowned and asked if they should attack first before the enemies began to attack. The protagonist looked at them and said that the six-headed snake had left Taiwan. The others looked at him in surprise. Taehoon's expression darkened and he said that one of the reasons for hunting the dragon so urgently was to hide the facts from the six-headed snake. However, the enemies were moving much faster than he expected. The six-headed snake was half a step ahead of him. Taehoon crossed his arms and said that if he were in their place, he would definitely not bother with a man who could single-handedly deal with a dragon. Another soldier turned to the leader and asked if he was planning on leaving Taiwan for a while. Taehoon narrowed his eyes and said that the six-headed snake might have left Taiwan, leaving behind all the relics and the awakened ones, but it was very likely that the people in power had already retreated along with the monster. They had attacked them suddenly, without any declaration of war. Taiwan was pursuing selfish goals, and it was time for them to pay for it. The man pulled up his hood and turned around. He added that now that the 6th level monster was gone, they could not know what they were going to do. Chaos would soon break out in the north. They needed to be fully prepared. The soldiers silently watched their master leave. Snow lay on the mountain slopes. The heroes stood by the body of the huge gray monster, thinking that as soon as the master dealt with the 6th level monsters, the world began to change. The people with machine guns surrounded the lying monster. The awakened ones could hardly approach the remains of the high-level monsters. Corpses can be used to make many powerful artifacts, so it took more time to obtain materials. Sunmi handed the hero an item, saying that unlike the previous Jade Bird, he would be able to make a call in real time with this one. She thought it would be useful to him. The guy with the sword told the team that sooner or later monsters would start coming from the north. The hunter team along with armored units should guard the borders. There was a boat by the shore. The master went to Taiwan. Dark clouds covered the city in North Korea. Men in helmets fired machine guns. Tanks drove through the smoke. Fanged monsters ran forward. A cry was heard that countless monsters were approaching. Several helicopters flew in the dark sky. Soldiers fired from their cabins. Bullets tore apart the bodies of monsters. A giant monster with tentacles towered behind the crowd of monsters. A cry was heard that the 3rd level and a large number of 1 and 2 level ones were here. The monster opened its mouth and growled. A helicopter flying by shouted that they would be intercepted and that they should retreat. Shells flew from the aircraft. A powerful explosion raised clouds of dust. The helicopter flew over the explosion. Words were heard that the monster was right in front of them. In that case, the pilot looked down in amazement. The monster below opened its tentacles on its mouth. The soldier said that it was still alive. The monster grabbed a huge stone with its tentacles. The boulder flew towards the helicopter. The pilot cursed. The man stood in front of the approaching stone. With a movement of swords, the heroine cut the stone in half. Who stood on one knee, pulling the bowstring. A swift arrow pierced the monster, leaving a mark. A bluish hole from the shot appeared on the monster's body. Suji ran after her comrade with a sword. The soldier clutched his weapon in his hands. Swinging, he attacked the monster. The blow left a bright mark. The guy asked, "Did it work?" Suji attacked from above. She cut the monster with a movement of her sword. Dust from the explosion rose into the sky. The swordswoman stood next to the defeated monster. Low-level monsters growled. The man swung his weapon. A bright beam crossed the monsters' bodies. The man standing next to the lying paw said that they needed to be destroyed. Throwing the weapon over his shoulder, the brunette finished that everyone. The men rushed forward with a shout. Hunters with weapons decisively attacked. A crowd of monsters growled, opening their mouths. Warriors beat them with clubs and swords. Soldiers in helmets looked at this in surprise. One of them said that you can't joke with a team of hunters. The monsters simply don't stand a chance. Smoke rose behind the houses. The heroes stood by the bodies of the defeated monsters. Most of the monsters in South Korea came from the Yalu River. 70% of the awakened Mak clan were concentrated in North Korea and tried to drive away the monsters that continued to move south. The view from the heights was of Chungcheong City. The monsters were running forward, and there was also a large influx in other regions, so ordinary people had no choice but to fight. The soldiers were firing machine guns, and the current situation was very different from when the monsters first appeared. The monsters were falling from the force of the blow, and the current systematic firepower had stabilized beyond all normal limits. The masked heroes were taking aim. Bullets were flying at the screaming monsters. A man was planting an anti-personnel mine, and countless soldiers demobilized from the army and living among the civilian population, as well as various special forces, had appeared on the ground. Bright explosions erupted. The soldiers stood on the gray ground, and a cry was heard that everyone was dead. Immediately clear everything here and collect the monster stones, and the defense team was on alert. The monsters were lying in blue blood, and people were able to secure the area, and the situation on the ground gradually stabilized. The warriors stood by the monsters' bodies. They lay in a heap against the gray wall. Dark clouds floated above the city. The buildings of cloud-covered Seoul were destroyed. Three men sat at the table. One of them addressed Prime Minister Sun Joon and Commander Yi, saying that most of the monsters in the south of the Han River had been destroyed. There were no monsters of level 3 or higher there now. The man in the beret said that they had received a message that the northern defense line was doing well. The man in glasses countered that they did not know the exact situation, and that worried him. For some reason he felt that things were not very calm there now. Sun Hoon told Sun Joon not to worry too much. The hunters in the north were doing a good job, and the master, the man who had defeated the dragon single-handedly, he said with a chuckle that he was actually more worried about Taiwan since the master himself had decided to attack them. Under the gray sky were the high-rise buildings of Taiwan. An overturned tank lay on a battered car. There was another broken vehicle lying nearby. The men in camouflage looked ahead. One of them cursed, saying it was a monster. The other said no, it was something else. A man stood confidently among the broken tanks. Ti-hoon confidently declared that this was the last warning. Would they continue or would they surrender? In Taiwan, clouds were floating over the city. The houses and the road were destroyed. A scream was heard. What was this? They all fell from the hand of one man. Ti-hoon in the hood looked ahead. The soldiers looked at him in shock. A scream was heard. Why did they stand up in the order to open fire? A flame burst from the muzzle. Shells flew from all sides towards the hero. He was hidden by the hood and hissed. There was a bright flash of explosion. The man walked among the wreckage. They hovered around him, held by skill. The soldiers looked at it in shock. Ti-hoon's eye was blue with a vertical pupil. He said that he warned. A bright flash lit up the city. The car wheel was spinning. The car was moving fast along the road. In the car sat a worried Major General Su Quang. He imagined a group of men and thought, what is happening here? Who is this monster? He can't believe that their soldiers were defeated so easily. Six-headed snake, Mao, it's all somehow connected. He must save himself at any cost. He shouted to his driver to step on the gas and drive faster. The Major General sitting in the back seat said that the final front is still holding out. Until he gets to them, they need to quickly reach the harbor. Suddenly, they felt Ti-hoon jump on the roof. Looking at them, the hero asked, did the commander use his soldiers as cannon fodder, and he himself escaped? The man screamed in fear. The guy jumped up, turning their car over. Under the dark sky of Beijing, there were traditional houses. The sun was peeking out from behind the clouds. Mao told the masked man that so soon. He replied that yes, the command had already fallen apart. The men with weapons stood by the burning building, listened to the words that the rest of the army would use guerrilla techniques against Ti-hoon, but he was not sure how long they could hold out. In addition, when part of the army disintegrated, the rebels who were dissatisfied with the army rebelled and Taiwan fell into chaos. Mao frowned, saying that guerrilla techniques against one man let him not laugh. In his mind, he thought, what a mess this was. Considering Ti-hoon's abilities, he could sort out the situation in an instant. A girl approached the gentleman and told him that Chinchin had arrived. Legs in high boots walked on the carpet. A greeting was heard. Chinchin stood in a confident pose, and behind him stood two girls. Looking at him, Mao greeted him, saying that it was a long time ago. The warriors in chainmail lined up. Chinchin looked at the man, saying that he had destroyed the Great Wall as he had ordered. The master looked at him, saying that he had done a great job. It was not easy. Standing in front of him, the warrior reported that the sword Qin Shi Huang that he had recently received had helped a lot. There was no need to worry about the lack of troops. The rubble of the wall was spread over a large area. The man said that when the Great Wall collapsed, monsters immediately headed in that direction. Many of them were expected to head for the Korean peninsula. Mao introduced the hero, thinking that Ti-hoon, from Korea to Taiwan, they had no time to worry about other things. When the time came, he would change the course of events. Standing in front of the warriors, the hero said that now they had to go by train to Moscow and then to England. The roofs of houses were burning in Taipei City, Taiwan. The men were firing machine guns. The men standing in cover heard a shout to stop them and curses with an order to open fire. They almost overpowered them. The soldiers running forward heard the order to hold out a little longer. The soldiers in camouflage quickly ran forward, hearing the cry of retreat. Ti-hoon hovered above the burning city, saying that it seems that these guys are relying on the six-headed snake out of fear. The hooded guy continued that, however, a person who has fought at least once is different from those who have not. The six-headed snake, he will not be able to do as he planned. The angular building in Pyongyang was covered with cracks. The barrels of the guns were aimed. There were wooden and stone totems. Jiangxing blocks the approaching monsters and also blocks the power of the awakened. The soldier approached the man and reported that they had finished installing the artifacts that stopped the monsters. Crossing his arms, the man said that everything is ready. Thanks to this, they will reduce the losses. The man with the scar added that armor made from the remains of a dragon and an eight-tailed fox had arrived. The captain said that they should quickly begin preparing them. The soldier said that as he had requested, the search in the city had ended and no surviving North Koreans had been found. He continued that during the search, they had contacted a group of awakened people from Russia. He introduced the armed men, saying that they wanted to cooperate with Korea to receive and provide any assistance, and that one of them was a member of a special operations unit. The brunette asked in surprise, saying that they were part of the special forces of the Ministry of Defense. He introduced a stone monument with tools, saying that they should first examine every millimeter of the territory, and if they noticed anything strange, they should immediately aim. The gray field stretched to the north of Pyongyang, Didong. Fire burst out from the mounted guns. The soldiers took aim, kneeling on one knee. Brown ants crawled forward. The soldiers with guns shouted that these creatures were very strong. Giant ants attacked the people. The man waved his hand with a glow coming from his fingers. Blue rays pierced the monsters' bodies. The hero quickly raised his leg. From the kick, cracks appeared on the ground, destroying the insects. Taehoon put out his palm, shining blue. Puffs of smoke from the explosion appeared in front. The soldiers looked at the smoke in amazement, asking, "What is this, unawakened hunter?" The guy in the hood was silent. The man in the helmet said in shock that it was the master. Large gray tents were set up on the ground. Words were heard that a defense line had been built around Pyongyang, but the monsters were still advancing from the north. The men gathered around the table. One of them said that they would split the hunter team to stop the main monsters. However, they could not ignore the fact that their troops were outnumbered. The hero asked what were the chances of large monsters appearing. Hyun-jun crossed his arms, saying that there was a legion of wolf ants near Kaichuan. Their number was about 15 individuals. Among them were monsters of level 4, 3, 2. It was necessary to report this to the hunters. Taehoon objected that everyone should mind their own business. They had too many worries that needed to be solved in the future. The man continued that they had discovered a group of awakened from Russia in Rasan City and were currently investigating. One of them introduced herself as a member of the SSO. Looking forward carefully, Hyun-jun said that she was 29 years old. Her name was Maria Alexandrovna Solovejova, based on her words. Taehoon interrupted him, continuing that after 3 years of service in the KGB, she took part in the civil wars of Syria and Libya. After the appearance of monsters, she joined the SSO. The soldiers were surprised to hear that she was the daughter of Viktor Solovejov, the deputy director of the FSB. She was a member of the Alpha Group, a counter-terrorism unit that is part of the Federal Security Agency and was recognized for helping to intervene in the civil war in Syria. This man single-handedly contributed to the alliance between Syria and Russia. Hyun-jun looked at the hero, asking, so she is familiar to him. He has much more information than he expected. He thinks it would be better for him to meet her in person. Taehoon answered that not now. Kichin is about 180 kilometers away. Turning away, he said to let Maria wait. He will be back in an hour. The building in the city of Kichin was damaged. On the ground lay the bodies of many ants. Taehoon stood by the carcass of a huge monster. He waved 2 fingers upward. Red stones began to rise from the bodies of the insects. The hero was flying in the sky above Pyongyang City. The fighters saw the guy flying in and exclaimed that the boss was coming back. The guy stretched his legs forward and began to land. His feet touched the ground. The man looked at him and said that he did a good job. He was very timely. 15 monsters were destroyed, including the 4th level monsters, and also traveled 180 kilometers there and back in only 56 minutes. Taehoon threw a bag of mana stones on the ground. Hearing that as expected, he was incredible. There was a white building ahead. The hero said that he had to go to a meeting. He heard that she had many strong awakened. The heroes walked along the corridor with guards. Entering the room, Taehoon saw a blonde woman. Maria was looking ahead. She sat on a chair, greeting the hero who entered and said that it was a long time no see. Looking at her, the guy asked what brought her here. She was not the kind of person who ignored the original plans and did whatever she wanted. The blonde replied that she saw no point in hiding anything from him. It was simply impossible. She remembered how she stood behind the brunette with a gun, saying that he was the one who saved her 3 times, although he could kill her without blinking an eye if necessary. However, survival is also a kind of business. She did not think that he could become so powerful. I wonder if his people know his real self. Leaning over, the brunette told her to stop talking useless nonsense and simply answer the questions he asked. He looked at the girl who said that he got rid of the comrades who went through hell with him. The hero waved his fingers surrounded by glow. A loud sound was heard in the gray room. Maria continued to sit straight when a deep crack appeared on the wall next to her. The soldiers surrounded Hyun-jun, who crossed his arms over his chest. The captain remembered the hero who ordered no one to enter until he was finished, and said that they should wait. This was the master's order. The man in the headscarf stood by the ruins of the building. The man said that Ryder was Maria's codename during her time in the Alpha Special Forces. During the civil war in Syria, she framed the CIA agents. Otherwise, the USA would not have just watched Russia interfere in the country's politics, and this was just one of her many achievements. For her and his peace of mind, it would be better to have a private conversation. Without outside listeners, Hyun-jun introduced the warrior, musing that although he was interested in her past, he was most interested in the circumstances under which Taehoon saved Maria. The man introduced a group of people in black clothes. Ghosts carry out secret missions for the benefit of the nation in the lair of the enemy or allied countries. The fee for a successful operation can reach $1 trillion. In case of failure, the member of the organization is not only subject to expulsion, but also bears responsibility for the consequences. A whole group of people doing this? Could it be that these are just rumors? Looking sternly at the girl, Taehoon said that he was not going to play with her. With the next blow he would simply blow off her head, and he would not repeat it twice. Maria calmly replied that he had not changed at all. After all, he knew better than anyone that she was not the kind of person who liked to talk empty words. Standing up, she apologized, saying that she thought she would ease the situation a little. Looking at the guy, the blonde said that she was here to ask for help for her country. Night fell on the city. The team stood, looking forward. On the other side, there were also guild members. Maria stood silently at the head of the table opposite Taehoon. She thought hard. What was this? The Mac Guild? The Master? It looked more like some kind of joke. Before, he always acted alone. Why did he change so much? Judging by the people present here, she can tell that some of them look like specially trained military personnel. She doesn't understand anything. Taehoon looked at the girl and asked what she was thinking. Let her tell him more about the situation in Russia. By the way, if she doubts any of his men, she can test them right here. The brunette with a scar said that not all of them are fighters. However, each of them can easily destroy a level 3 monster alone. Some have special abilities. The blonde exclaimed in surprise that this is impossible. One of his men is much stronger than the best fighter from Russia. Hyun-jun asked, she knows the master very well. Does it look like he's just joking? He introduced the hero who defeated the Grey Dragon and said that, judging by her reaction, Russia doesn't know that the master hunts level 6 monsters. The girl's eyes were surprised. She asked, blue level monsters alone. Maria thought hard that he was much more sensitive than before, so she thought that he would not be able to adapt to the post-apocalyptic life. She imagined a dilapidated church and said that now her country is more like hell. Horrible monsters opened their mouths. The girl continued that with the appearance of Chernobog, the country turned into a real nightmare teeming with zombies. The guy in the cap asked again in surprise. Introducing a gray monster with glowing eyes, the girl said that they have little information yet. There is only a hint that it is a wolf-like monster. There are no witnesses left who could tell anything, but they are sure of one thing, the monster has purple eyes. She imagined a crowd of zombies, saying that the problem is that where he was, all creatures turned into zombies, both people and monsters. Sunmi asked if it was some kind of virus. What is the speed of spread, the scale of transmission, and the probability of infection? The blonde replied that fortunately it wasn't a virus or anything like that. The mutation occurred immediately after contact with Chernobog. The blonde girl asked what about the government and military. Imagining the thick smoke from the explosion, Maria replied that it was a nuclear weapon. The heroes looked at her in shock. Taehoon asked seriously what was going on. She came to ask for help in settling the conflict. Besides, she seemed to be against nuclear weapons. Introducing the affected people, the blonde confirmed, saying that she was against it. The risks were too high, not to mention that a civil war could start. She wanted him to help empower the opposition. The Russian military dealing with nuclear weapons knew them. Looking at him, she continued that of course, if this conflict was settled, she wanted them to take part in catching the monster. Taehoon confidently declared that he agreed. The warriors stood by the cars. The boy heard that she had a condition. He imagined the men in coats walking in front of the soldiers. The conditions she set, the so-called visit, the essence was that key people from Russia had to come to Pyongyang and watch the monster hunt. People in traditional costumes looked around. Also the surviving allies of Russia, some of the Eastern Europe-Asia countries that are open to visitors. The men in traditional costumes walked forward grimly. Taehoon did not understand. There are only a few countries in the world that function normally, but the death toll is increasing exponentially even at this moment. He can't believe that they have to demonstrate hunting. Do they really need to show their strength? In the ruined city of Pyongyang, the man held a jade horn with an engraving of a dragon in his hands, with which he can summon monsters. A crowd of weirdos gathered, hearing the sounds of the horn. Gray monsters bared their mouths. The green monster clutched a sword in his hand, shouting. A group of people stood on the roof of the building. The blonde man looked forward, thinking that it was Taehoon. He was able to destroy the blue-level monster by himself. He thought he would hide. The man with black braids crossed his arms. The man with a beard had a scarf on his head. The oriental man crossed his arms. The guests who came to Pyongyang looked forward, thinking that this was interesting. Taehoon looked down, crossing his arms. Dark clouds covered the sky. The soldiers, standing next to each other, looked ahead. The blonde frowned slightly. The bearded man with a scar on his face crossed his arms. A horde of monsters stood in front of them. A legion of 2,000 monsters gathered together. The orc opened his mouth and screamed loudly. The evil orcs prepared for battle. They took up their weapons and bared their teeth. One of the monsters rose into the air, enveloped in an aura. Its level was equal to 5. The men approached the hero and asked what was going on, because there were hordes of monsters there and they urgently needed to leave this place. The soldiers calmed them down, saying that they could not leave just like that, and that the military would guarantee their safety, so they must stay in this place. The men shouted that this was a national level issue. The man in military uniform frowned and asked who this guy was. The young man with the pole stepped forward and said that the whole world had been turned upside down for a long time, then asked if he thought so, then said that he came because he had heard a legend about a certain man. He introduced Hiyoshi and remembered his words about not saying much, just that the guy should go there and see for himself. Then said that when he was in Hokkaido, this guy was hunting monsters, and he also killed Musashi, the head of the largest faction in Japan. The men frowned in surprise, thinking that this was impossible. The guy added that after that, the stranger destroyed most of the military in that area and continued to kill monsters above level 4, then called him a monster that exterminated monsters. Tihun looked at the city. The young man said his name. The young man with the pole looked at the hero and said that he believed the rumors were empty words, or perhaps the needed person was not in this place. The man in the red cape said that was nonsense, and then asked the boy if he wanted to say that he had come all this way for the sake of meaningless rumors. The man in yellow robes said that now was the time for countries to join forces, because South Korea's military strength was far from low, which was why they had accepted the invitation. The bearded man with the scar agreed and said that the same was true for them, because the country was stable and they were doing a great job of holding off the monsters. The bald man looked at him, agreed, and said that he was sure that there weren't many countries left that could withstand the monsters, so they had come to learn from one of those countries. The tall man stepped forward and said that it made sense, and that they needed to put aside their differences and join forces, but there was one thing that didn't suit him. He frowned angrily and added that the small country that had been under the tutelage of the United States during peacetime had now become the gathering point for all countries. He loomed over Tihun and said that he knew that he was hiding his true strength, but in a situation like this, putting on a show was too much. A crowd of monsters gathered at the building. The man added that he thought Tihun was the one in charge here, and then asked what made him do this and if he was trying to go against the monsters to show how strong Korea was. The blonde man frowned and asked him to go back to his place. Alexander activated his ability. His fist became covered in a hard layer. He said that in any case, if they didn't like something, they couldn't count on help. And above all, the guy should know something, because with this hand he had killed more than one yellow level monster, so he could get rid of it in the blink of an eye. Tihun's soldiers chuckled when they heard this. The man's eyes widened angrily. The hero calmly told him to go back to his place and stop bothering him. Alexander pressed his foot down on the floor. He swung his fist and called the hero a bastard. The blonde man frowned and called him by name. Suddenly, silence fell in the area. Tihun glared at him. His pupils turned blue. Alexander looked at him in fear. The blonde man was stunned. Everyone present froze in place. They watched what was happening in surprise. A powerful stream of wind swept down the street from this building. The monsters bared their teeth. One of the orcs felt a gust of wind. The soldiers were scared, but they shook, saying that they could not move. It seemed to them that their bodies would explode from the pressure, after which one of them wondered and then, if something was so huge. The blue dragon hung over the people. The blonde jerked and thought that she could not breathe. Tihun eased his pressure. The men opened their mouths and exhaled heavily. Some of them fell to the floor. They trembled in fear, not understanding what it was. Alexander was trembling. That I am behind the hero. He thought that he could not stop shaking, and that this is clearly not something that is humanly possible. He was grabbed by the arm and led away. The soldiers looked at the master, who said that his ability was very unusual, and he also did not want to harm those present, because if he needed it, then everyone would have been dead long ago. The blonde man frowned tensely and thought that this man had incredible control power, and they did the right thing by coming, after which Maria was right, because they cannot be at odds with him. The blonde looked at the hero in surprise. The guy was enveloped in an aura. The man thought about whether such a great person was really in such a small country. The guy quickly turned around with a spear and said that he saw a monster. He frowned tensely and realized that the rumors were true. Tihun looked at him and said that they should stop making a mess and that they would save all the talk for later. The man with the earrings raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that he couldn't believe what he just saw, and that Tihun almost killed the opponent. The monsters turned around and roared. The orc in the red mask opened his mouth and screamed loudly. The monsters rushed forward. The men frowned, noticing the advance. The monsters ran towards them, holding their weapons. The soldiers looked up, noticing something in the sky. Tihun's fighters rose into the air. They took up their weapons and looked at the monsters, activating the dragon skin. Looming over the crowd of enemies, the fighters also activated the skin of the eight-tailed fox. Taehoon crossed his arms and mentally ordered them to get rid of the monsters immediately. The man pulled several arrows onto the bowstring. He fired them in different directions. A flurry of arrows fell upon the monsters. Shining projectiles fell to the ground with incredible force. The hunters headed down. They entered into a fight with the orcs. Dust rose above the city buildings. The spectators watched in amazement. Suji cut down several monsters with one blow. Shuin delivered a powerful blow to the monster's head. He swung his bat and smashed its body into pieces. Youngwon ran forward, attacking the monsters with cleavers. Sion lunged, piercing the orc. The female soldier made several dashes, cutting the monsters' bodies. Hu pulled the bowstring again. He fired 4 shining arrows. The projectiles hit the monsters, tearing apart the impact sites. The flying monster loomed over Suji. Shuan noticed the impending attack. The orc in the yellow mask appeared before Youngwon. Sion came across an orc in a wolf fur coat. Jilin stopped in front of the monster with 2 blades. The flying orc extended his hand in front of him and activated his ability. Rock fragments began to fall on Suji. The girl made several strikes with her blade, cutting through the boulders of stone. She jerked away from them and rose up to the enemy. The girl extended her blade in front of herself, frowning. She attacked the orc's hand while he was preparing to attack. The space in front of the monster exploded in an instant. Suji moved behind his head, raising her blade. With one movement of the blade, she chopped off his head. Shuin swung his bat at the same time as his opponent. With his attack, he split the orc's axe. Raising the bat by his shoulder, he quietly exclaimed. The guy attacked the monster and slammed it into the ground. Youngwon wounded the monster along the stomach. Sayong dashed forward and attacked the enemy. Jilin rose into the air and cut the orc's body. The men watched in amazement, saying that they had easily destroyed the strongest monsters. The orc horde watched. The next second, the monsters broke away. The archer drew his arrow and said that they could not even dream of escaping, because if he let them go, they would have to face. His arrow pierced the head of a giant orc. He said with a serene expression that they would meet a truly scary person. The giant fell to the ground. The orc screamed loudly. Golden beasts stepped onto the ground. Kate and Sunmi watched. The magical beasts lined up behind them. The soldiers raised their eyebrows in surprise when they noticed this and asked what it was. The orcs bared their teeth and screamed. The magical beasts rushed into battle. The golden tiger smashed several monsters with one swing of its paw. The bird scattered the orcs to the sides at high speed. The dragon spun in the air and tore the orcs' bodies apart. The golden wolves killed the opponents one after another. The asphalt on the road was split into many pieces. The men on the roof looked ahead in surprise. They frowned tensely, noticing something. The golden beasts and the group of hunters stood in the middle of the road, strewn with corpses. Sayong stroked the wolf. The hero mentally addressed them and said that the monsters were destroyed. He slightly frowned and said that they did a great job, so they can go back. The blonde man raised his eyebrows and thought that he never thought that such a small number of awakened ones could easily destroy a monster, especially a high-level one. He imagined shooting tanks and added that modern weapons, of course, cope with them perfectly, and if you use a nuclear one, you can defeat monsters of the 6th level, however. Then the man imagined the image of a dragon and thought that they are very resistant to physical attacks, so you will either need to break through them with one blow or use a huge number of weapons, and the number of high-level monsters that are difficult to defeat is not so large. He imagined golden relics and added that the same applies to relics because these items are incredible and at the same time very dangerous, which is why their number is limited, exactly as limited as the number of awakened ones. An image of mages in cloaks popped into his imagination. The man thought that awakened ones are specially selected to learn how to use artifacts and train abilities. The blonde imagined a dead dragon lying on the ground and thought that humans had definitely achieved a lot. And over time, humanity had learned to calmly defeat even blue-level monsters, but of course, there were casualties. The squad of hunters headed back to the master. The blonde thought that now battles had become so familiar to humanity that there was no longer any point in dying. The soldiers landed on the roof. They lined up behind their master. The hero took a step towards the guests. The blonde frowned and said that he was glad that they had arrived, then asked what was the point of showing off his strength. Taehoon looked him in the eye and said that this was just the beginning, because in fact, he had not shown anything yet. The man stood in front of his subordinates. A dragon appeared above his head. He said that the main event would take place on the mountain, where they would demonstrate the hunt for 6th level monsters. Silence hung in the air. Maria stepped forward and asked what he wanted and what was the reason for them to come all the way and see this, since they needed a reason to stay. The blonde man also asked what else Taehoon wanted to show them and if Korea wanted them to become a country under their rule. Taehoon looked at them and said that he didn't care about their land since he was interested in something else, then set conditions. First, they had to leave the road open so that hunters could safely enter and leave. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise upon hearing this. The boy warned him and said that he didn't have to worry since entire troops wouldn't be crossing over and they would also be notified before visiting. However, they had no right to refuse since they would be hunting high-level monsters in their territory and it would be beneficial even for them. Maria looked at his face in surprise. The guy's second condition was the obligation to always cooperate, reveal the necessary information and provide the military, but if they needed it, Taehoon would also provide it. Standing in front of the crowd, he said that the last condition was about the six-headed snake. The men frowned tensely. The hero said that he was sure that among them there were countries that had at least some relation to it, or perhaps would have in the future, but he would not ask if there was already any contact with this monster. Frowning deeply, the guy added that they should know and think about the future, because whatever they did, Korea did not need their help, but if they joined the enemy, they would be considered traitors. Taehoon looked at them sternly and said that he was very cruel to such a thing. The young guy looked at him in surprise. The hero looked away and said that they would hunt a level 6 monster in 3 days, then added that when they returned to their homeland, whether to contact him or not would be entirely their decision. Taehoon quickly jumped off the roof. The hunters followed him. Shuin put on his cap, turned to his friend and said that it was time for them to go. One of the soldiers took the radio and said here he is, to inform the troops to be ready and collect monster stones, because there are many remains of level 4 and 5 monsters in the area, so they need to be careful. Sunghoon smiled widely and said that they can move on to accommodation, because he will take care of it, then asked the guests if they will leave without watching the hunt for the level 6 monster. The visiting soldiers looked at him in surprise. Light dust flew over the bodies of the monsters. The rays of the setting sun illuminated the sky above Moscow. The man in the red cape approached the balcony. The soldier in uniform stood next to him and said that he was sorry that the man had not achieved good results. The interlocutor replied that his offer still stood. The bearded man agreed and said that he could settle down and rest. The next second, he turned around and walked away. The guy in the red robe approached the man and said that they had changed a lot, because not long ago, these guys did nothing but send jade birds to negotiate cooperation. Mao looked down and said that they had always been boring, and they were the ones who helped these people gain power in the country. The interlocutor silently looked ahead. Mao calmly added that he could not worry because Sergei was already on his way, and he hoped that Sergei would appeal to Vasav. The interlocutor said that if Taehoon suddenly managed to get hold of the Thunder Spear, it would be a disaster for Russia. Dark clouds floated across the sky above Baekdu Mountain. The military vehicles turned off their engines. The hunters fell into line. The men from other countries came out and gathered in a small crowd. Taehoon stepped onto the stone floor. The giant blue monster bared its teeth. The man took hold of the blade and closed his eyes. The monster began to radiate energy. The men frowned tensely. They looked ahead in surprise, discussing that this was a level 6 monster and that this man was going to fight it alone. The blonde man looked ahead and thought that the hero was simply incredible, and if they had not been given the pill, it would have been difficult for him to watch the battle, but what Taehoon demonstrated was amazing. A bright flash appeared from behind the mountain. The people realized that everything was starting. The monster pressed its foot into the rock. The ground in front of it opened up in 2 directions. The man jumped to the side. The monster's attack spread out in several lines. The man dodged each of them with jerks. He put his hand in front of him and activated the ability. The monster jumped to the side from the explosion. He stepped on the ground in front of the man. The hero frowned and decided that the enemy was very fast. The monster attacked with its horn. The guy jumped to the side. He swung his flaming hand. Taehoon threw a fireball. The monster dodged, going to the side. He approached the guy and pointed his paw at him. The man looked at the approaching horse. The monster hit the ground with its paws, creating a bright flash. Huge clubs were raised in the air. On 14, the girls protected those present with the help of the relic. Taehoon headed for the monster's head. He looked at the enemy and headed down. Energy began to gather in front of the horse's horn. The man delivered a sweeping blow with his blade. They met with attacks, creating a flash of light. The man landed on the floor, thinking that the monster had been on guard all this time and did not let him get close. The horse opened its mouth and screamed loudly. Energy balls appeared in the air above the hero. Several powerful lightning bolts struck the ground. Taehoon dodged them with jerks. The man headed towards his opponent. Loud explosions rushed through the canyon. The man approached the monster, holding the blade with both hands. A huge cloud of dust covered the mountain. A group of hunters watched the events with tension. The men raised their eyebrows in surprise, saying that this was a battle between 2 monsters. Taehoon swung his blade. The monster opened its mouth and gathered energy again. They crossed attacks again, creating a small explosion. A bright flash illuminated the surroundings. The opponents went in different directions. The horse rushed forward. The man began to gather strength. The monster accumulated energy on the tip of its horn. The man gathered a fire charge between his hands. The monster planted its feet on the ground and released the charge. The man put his hands in front of him and threw a fireball. The projectiles that met created a huge explosion. The blast wave reached the blue barrier. The hero's silhouette was visible behind a layer of dust. The monster released steam from its mouth. The hero, enveloped in an aura, took a step forward. His body was covered with a line of energy. The monster looked at him in surprise. The man frowned menacingly and let out a battle cry, using the ability of the Dragonians. Shuan frowned tensely and said that this was the power of the eight-tailed fox and dragon. Younghwan gritted his teeth and remembered the explosions in the city. An image of a giant crater appeared in his mind. The man remembered how they rushed to help Tihun. The hero frowned and thought that the risks corresponded to the level of strength. He appeared in front of his allies and said that there is no fair play in battle, because the main thing is survival, no matter the means and methods, so only victory is a priority. And if he fought two monsters at the same time, he would not be able to last even 10 minutes. But in order to move to the next level, he must try hard. He imagined the monsters and said that he had to get used to the new power, but if he suddenly lost his temper and fell into a rage. Shuan grabbed the bat and called out to the master. Tihun frowned angrily and shouted loudly. He dashed forward, straight at the monster. The opponents met with their attacks, creating a bright flash. Tihun made quick dashes, cutting the monster's body into pieces. He lowered the sword to the ground. The monster behind him fell to the ground. The smoke from the explosion rose high into the sky. The clubs were carried well in the wind. The squad of hunters watched in surprise. The men behind them frowned tensely. Shuan took a step forward and said that he would go himself. The brunette called out to him and ordered him to stop. She looked at her allies and said that none of them should move. She put her hand in front of her and looked at the soldiers. The man with the machine gun said that the same thing applies to her and that when their people arrive, they should follow them. Suddenly, they found a dead monster. Tihun was sitting on the head of the defeated enemy. The hunters looked at him in surprise and called out to the master. The man came down to the ground. He frowned slightly and said that the girl was right, because the show was over and it was time to go back. Looking at the monster, the people shouted joyfully. Silence fell over the peak of the mountain. The soldiers approached the military equipment. The guy thought that everything was over and that the foreign guests went home, but in fact, the plan was not originally thought up by him. 10 days ago, a group of hunters gathered in front of the map. Sung-hoon said that the fact that Russia itself took the initiative in cooperation was a good opportunity for them. He introduced the warriors of different countries and said that he had already said that he had seen the sad future of the guild where the six-headed snake was trying to turn everyone against them. And in addition to fighting monsters, the guild had to fight with neighboring countries, which I attacked them, taking advantage of the chaos created. He looked at the master and added that by showing his strength, it would be important not to let other countries doubt the power and fall under the influence of the six-headed snake, and at least they would be able to buy some time. The guy smiled widely and said that this was a matter of life and death, and although he knew that the master did not like such a solution to the problem, he had to settle it. Tihun silently closed his eyes. The helicopters took off. The blonde man and Maria looked ahead. They imagined a battle between two monsters and said that what they saw was simply incredible, because it felt like they were watching a battle between two strongest monsters. The girl frowned slightly, imagined a group of people and thought that she knew that in a world full of battles and wars, he would be on top, but she never thought that this guy would climb so high. The blonde closed his eyes and thought that Russia was currently beset by both internal and external problems, and most of the awakened insisted on using nuclear weapons. He imagined a group of smiling soldiers and thought that in order to somehow stop them, he needed to cooperate with Tihun. Then he remembered the heads of other countries and thought that this man was very dangerous, and if something went wrong, he was not sure that the awakened guild would cope with him, because he was on a completely different level and, as it seemed to him, representatives of other countries were concerned about the same problem. The men walked out onto the mountainside. Sung-hoon looked ahead in surprise and said that this was a real disaster, because the master, like a natural disaster, crushed everything in his path from one mountain to another. The lieutenant colonel looked at the man standing next to him. The brunette crossed his arms and said that it had been about a year since the world began to change. The lieutenant colonel agreed and said that they had become very strong, and with strength always comes great responsibility. The clouds began to disperse in the sky above the city. Armed guards stood near the door. The golden cup lay on the table. Tihun frowned and closed his eyes. The lieutenant colonel turned to Sung-hoon and asked where the master was. The guy replied that he was still not awake, but while the master was sleeping, it was better not to wake him. He touched his chin and asked the man if they knew how he lived before and what he was like. The soldiers looked at him in surprise. They turned to the group of hunters. Tihun's subordinates looked at them with interest. On the wall behind Tihun was the shadow of a dragon. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the ground on the Mexican border. Wounded and dead men lay on the ground. The hooded man neutralized one of the attackers. He grabbed his head and twisted it. The man snatched the gun from his hand. The next second, he shot the enemy in the head and counted 2 bullets. Taking aim, he shot 2 militants who ran out from around the corner. The guy dropped the gun and headed towards the surviving enemy. He twisted his machine gun, getting closer. The man hit him with the butt and tore the machine gun out of his hand. Taking aim at the enemy, he fired several bullets. The surviving militants noticed what was happening from around the corner. Taehoon lowered the enemy's body to his knee, aimed and fired. He hit the heads of 3 militants. The guy threw the machine gun away and ran towards the survivors. He snatched the gun from one of them. Twisting him, he put the gun to his head and shot it. Peeking out from behind the enemy's body, he shot 2 more. The guy threw the body at one of the men. Taehoon dodged the knife attack. He twisted the opponent's arm upward. Young man Lovkin thrust the blade into the opponent's neck with a movement of his hand. He took the knife from him. Taking a small step, he moved the opponent's weapon away and attacked him in the neck. Twisting it in the air, he threw the body at another militant. He went around the man from the other side and delivered 2 blows to the neck and body. The guy covered himself behind the body as if behind a human shield. He threw the man over, went around the enemy and tripped him. The guy threw the knife into the neck of the opponent who had arrived in time. He put his knee forward, approaching the survivor. Straightening his leg, the guy hit the man in the stomach. He rose into the air and hit the opponent with a spin. The bald man hit his back against the wall. He slid down in front of the young man. The hero put his hood back on. He left the opponents lying on the floor. The man in the red robe was sitting on a chair. Blood was running down his chin. Taehoon walked away from the dead opponents. He frowned sternly, looking ahead. The lieutenant colonel came out of his memories and told that the guy's target was one of the largest Mexican drug cartels. The guys looked at them in surprise. The men added that having infiltrated the syndicate's headquarters, the master killed the leader, and then in just half an hour dealt with all the members of the organization, using weapons belonging to people from the drug cartel, and that he worked as part of the armed forces, infiltrated North Korea as a hired killer, infiltrated drug cartels, terrorist organizations in the Middle East, and even pirates in Somalia. The military turned to the traitor and added that the customers were not only from Korea, but also from other countries. Despite the diversity of missions, the work had to be carried out strictly confidentially, and after the collapse of the organization, the guy stopped his activities. But the higher-ups never managed to reveal the identity of the master, and naturally, in such activities it is necessary to be as secretive as possible, otherwise there may be danger in the future. The man lowered his head, introduced the military and said that this story of the formation of Taehoon is as old as the world, because in order to support the country it is necessary to have a strong army. Even with the latest weapons, you must always be careful with superpowers. Then he introduced a special squad and added that they wanted to create their own weapon that could become a sharp blade for their team. A weapon with destructive power that no one should know about and which would be impossible to detect by any radar. He then imagined a military unit and added that every country had an army, special forces with outstanding soldiers and agents with incredible training. But it was very difficult to create a good soldier because many candidates gave up, got injured during training, and even died. An image of men in formal suits popped into his mind. He said that the team that was created at that time carried out seemingly impossibly complex operations and deals all over the world, and no one knew who these people were and what they were working on. He then imagined a master and added that it was an organization that had been working for many years that was able to create a product in the person of Taehoon. He imagined a grid of participants where everyone except Taehoon was crossed out, and said that he was not a person who stood out from the start, and whether it was shooting, martial arts, reconnaissance, or infiltration tactics. But the master achieved success in extreme training. During the operation most of the agents died, but only he survived until the end. The man introduced the boy standing on the pile of rubble and said that he usually served as part of a military unit, but his activities were completely different from what the organization did. Because over time, many people began to call the master a ghost because they had no idea who he was. Dark clouds covered the sky above the building. Taehoon approached the man, who said that this mission required killing all the personnel, since for visibility reasons he must reach the destination alone. The man looked down and asked him to come back alive. A sand-colored sky hung over Afghanistan. The young man, with a rifle in his hands, walked away from the defeated enemies. He climbed the stairs, next to which lay bodies. A dead sniper lay near the window. Activated grenades flew through the air. The young man fired a couple of shots. A powerful explosion appeared from the windows of the building. Suddenly, silence fell over the surrounding area. The young man stood next to the corpses. He saw a woman hugging a child. His eyes widened. He realized what he had done. The boy threw off his hood, looking at this. Suddenly, a knife was swung at him from the side. Taehoon received a cut above his eye. He touched his face with his hand. The man in the dark cape held the knife with trembling hands. He pointed the blade at the boy. The boy redirected the blade. Having approached Taehoon as much as possible, the man stopped. Under the mask was an old woman. She cursed him in Arabic. The woman suddenly lost her balance. She fell to the ground. The boy stood in front of a dead body. Blood was running down his face. The boy frowned tensely. Amber rays of the sun lit up the sky over Korea. People in formal suits gathered at the old house. One of them entered. He saw Taehoon sitting on the floor. The man frowned and said that it was sad because he thought the boy was perfect in everything, but he never expected him to show weakness in such a simple matter. The boy listened to him silently. The man added that he was only doing his duty for the country, so there was no need to make such a big deal out of it. Taehoon looked down and said that he had killed a child, an old man, and women, so he couldn't be called a human. He lowered his head and added that he had killed countless people, which was why he was suffering, and no matter who attacked him, his body instinctively fought back, so he no longer deserved to be called a human. The man smiled and said that he would give him one last task, so this would be his final mission. Taehoon frowned tensely. There was white snow on the cliffs. A group of people were watching something. One day, the situation got out of hand and one of the agents left evidence with information about Taehoon. Then the rumors about the ghost became true. Not only the military, but also the officials began to control the masters. The sun illuminated the blue windows of the building. A cry was heard, "Were they filming a movie here?" He could not believe that he could kill 47 people alone. What kind of reputation will South Korea have among other countries? Two men dressed in military uniforms. Now they cannot rule out the threat of a direct terrorist attack from the Middle East. The interlocutor folded his arms. Major General Yoon-sung was asked for an answer. Looking at them, he smiled, causing their anger by saying that this was funny. In response, they called him a bastard and why was he laughing? Several military men were sitting at a round table. Yoon-sung asked them if they noticed how many of them were here. But in fact, it did not matter because they were all just worried about their positions. This caused surprise and they looked at the speaker. He continued by saying that while they were all laundering government money, his soldiers were risking their lives fighting for their country. Yoon-sung looked at the people present. They shouldn't worry, the organization, which he created, only he has the right to disband. They have no right to interfere in his affairs. The international arena. Other countries do nothing but entrust missions to his organization. That's enough for them to keep their mouths shut. He stood up from the table and headed for the exit. Soon, all the discontent would disappear, as well as the rumors. The door slammed shut. The military lowered their heads. Yoon-sung walked down the corridor with his hand on his head. One day, this was bound to happen, but he didn't think it would be so soon. Looking ahead, he smiled. It all started with creating the perfect killing machine. It's a pity, but it's necessary to move on to the final stage. Several people in black clothes stood at the edge of a cliff. It would be easier to kill a soldier than to create one. Several men in black suits were aiming at each other. They would have to kill each other. There was confusion on the people's faces. No one except the Major General knew about the members of the organization and their number. However, each of the agents was a professional in their field. Having received an assignment, they could immediately reveal the identity of their target. There was a narrow street between the two buildings. Without hesitation, carry out the task, even if they doubt their capabilities. Several people were lying on the floor, 2 others were fighting. The man who completed the final mission. One was bleeding from the mouth, the other had a cut on his neck. Taehoon was standing next to the guy. He thanked him for leaving this hell first. Asked him to live, they are not tools, let him live as a person. Having finished speaking, he fell to the floor, a bloody knife fell nearby. Taehoon stood alone among the corpses. Blood was running down his neck. Dark clouds hung over the building. Yoon-sung kept his hands in his pants pockets. Behind him stood a guy in a hood. So it was him. The man looked out the window, the guy at his back. He said that it was incredible. Taehoon took out a gun and pointed it at Yoon-sung. The man smiled and said that he didn't expect to be so happy when he faced death. The military was watching them. They might find out who was still alive. From now on, the special forces and secret service would do everything they could to get him. He could easily deal with everyone. The army needs people like him. Taehoon frowned. He said that was a lie. The man turned around. The sound of a gunshot could be heard throughout the street. There were people with a red cross over them standing behind the guy. So Taehoon was the one who was still alive. Pedestrians were walking along the street. The military had no choice but to keep an eye on him. Oddly enough, the registration that Master indicated when he joined the army turned out to be genuine. Agents were sent to him. Some tried to appease him, and some threatened him. Taehoon covered a guy's mouth with his hand. Everyone had the goal of either killing him or recruiting him. However, nothing worked against Taehoon. The guy was lying on the floor tied up. Over time, the master lost interest in everything. He stopped resisting. The reason was unknown. Was it just delirium caused by psychological trauma or guilt? Taehoon and another man stood against the backdrop of mountains. Time passed, and only occasionally did any information about Taehoon emerge. The city was engulfed in flames, until the world plunged into chaos. A group of people looked at large craters. The guy sat on a chair, imagining himself on a mountain of corpses. Behind him was a weapon with a dragon knot. In his hands, he held a flute. It's over. Ti-hoon imagined different monsters. Monsters of the 6th and 7th levels, none of them will threaten the world now. There are still many low-level monsters, but the survivors can easily cope with them. He imagined the faces of his comrades. If he could stop Chernobyl in time, Hyun-wook would be alive. If he could eliminate Fafnir, Kezelkot, and the King of Orcs, he could save everyone. The hero frowned. Once again, he was alone, everything was a mistake. He stood on a very large mountain of corpses. Clutching the flute, a bright glow appeared on it. It was time to end it all and kill the last person. His entire body began to emit a golden light. This was the end. A huge explosion was heard at the top of the mountain. Ti-hoon leaned on his weapon while sitting on a chair and sighed heavily. Lowering his head, he thought, is this really how it will end? This is a failure. The most terrible dream he had ever seen. Covering his face with his hand, he frowned. No, he had changed his future many times. Standing up from the chair, he turned his head. He decided that he would never allow a misfortune to happen to him in the future. Definitely, the fight will be fought to the end. Later, he walked up to the other people. The man was tensely silent. The team looked at him silently. The sound of boots on the floor was heard. They headed after Ti-hoon. Later, another man stood with the guards. After hunting the level 6 monster in the Baekdu Mountains, they changed the strategic plan. Hyun-jun and the armored unit should go to build the front. Armed people stood behind Di-hyun. The vice commander and his commandos need to go to Kisong to manage the troops. Water divided the city into 2 parts, and the master and the hunting team were preparing to go to Russia. The 2 teams met near the helicopter. The 6-headed snake, Europe and even China will be involved, so the situation will be much more serious than in Japan. And also a level 7 monster. Sunmi looked at the hero. She was very sorry that they could not be together, but they had to follow the plan. They hoped that the trip would be safe. The guy replied that this decision was based on many factors. 2 powerful explosions were heard on the battlefield. The situation would soon turn into a real hell. The team would unite with armored forces to fight back the monsters. The group began to board the helicopter. The girls looked ahead thoughtfully. The rest of the participants stood behind. The helicopter took off. The people sat silently in their seats. Ti-hoon approached the pilots. He said that they were on their own from now on, they could return. The helicopter hatch opened. The team was in the air high above the ground. Ti-hoon surveyed the area and the team headed down. He said that he did not feel any danger in the area and suggested not to waste energy in vain and go down to the ground. 2 participants ran quickly. Russia. The route was indicated on the map. They went to Vladivostok, where Maria and her brother lived. After that, they headed along the railroad towards Khabarovsk. A derailed train lay on the rails. The squad moved quickly. The girl in camouflage approached Ti-hoon. She asked him to stop. The whole group stopped in place. Everyone turned to look at her. The blonde said that 3 hours had already passed and suggested taking a break. The hero glanced at her. He replied that they would rest while walking. The girl just said nothing. She looked after the hero as he left. What kind of people are these? The blonde thought. They never cease to amaze. It is about 750 kilometers from Vladivostok to Khabarovsk. It seemed to her that the journey would take at least 2 days. The squad destroyed monsters with cold weapons. Only 3 hours had passed since departure, but they had already managed to cover 200 kilometers, managing to destroy monsters along the way. The squad members were holding something red in their hands. These people weren't sweating or out of breath. Are these monster crystals? One of them handed the blonde a crystal. He offered Maria to eat it. She thought that this would mean that these weren't real people, but monsters. The group was moving along the railroad. Ti-hoon and Maria were walking next to each other. He said that Vladimir Duprinsky was the boss here, and his companion confirmed. One of the members asked who they were talking about. The hero thought for a moment, imagining the man's face. He said that he was the local chieftain and former head of the president's security. Such people don't usually live in such remote places as the Far East. Youngwon was walking next to Cyan. He said that Vladimir used to be a big man, but the world had changed and he was sent here. The girl added, saying that he had lost power. They also say that Vladimir is not awakened. Jilin followed. She remembered the vice commander. The men are in a similar situation. The guy in the cap looked at his comrades. Of course, he said, thanks to the former commander, their work was in order. Ti-hoon looked at the road. In the current situation, no matter how much individual combat power increases, working with troops or observing people is a completely different matter. Such ability is not easy to obtain. Rest is over, it's time to go. The setting sun illuminated the wires on the poles. A ruined church stood against the gray sky. Khabarovsk. The soldiers opened fire with machine guns. The command sounded to continue shooting. Huge monsters were running straight at them. Other soldiers fired hand grenade launchers. A powerful explosion threw back several monsters. but one of them came very close. It was an ogre. The people in dark uniforms ran quickly. A bright flash illuminated the walls of the houses. The hero stood under the monster's weapon, holding it with his own. The people in camouflage sitting in front of him raised their heads. The guy in the cap looked at them with a smile. The men were shocked. He said that they seemed to be unharmed. The monster roared loudly. A moment later, Suji swung her sword. She jumped off the monster's shoulder as its head came off its neck. The body fell to the ground with a crash. Ti-hoon looked at what was happening. They had no time to waste. They had to deal with everyone as soon as possible. The rest of the squad rushed into battle. A gray sky hung over the manor. Commander, the army has suffered heavy losses. It is necessary to use napalm. Several men in coats stood at the table. Madman, the troops fight monsters on a regular basis. He wants to burn people alive. They can easily be wiped off the face of the earth. To prevent this, it is necessary to burn the city. A group of armed men were walking through the city. The commander needs to make a decision. The best awakened ones went to help the tiger squad some time ago. If this continues, they may all die. Vladimir lowered his head, imagining the map. If the tiger squad located on Lake Baikal is defeated, then it will be the end for everyone. This decision was correct, but more and more monsters began to appear here. What to do? One of the soldiers burst into the office and addressed the commander. The men in coats turned around. So soon? Are all the people dead? The soldier nervously remembered the corpses of the monsters. Not quite, on the contrary. There were paintings hanging along the corridor. Someone said that he was glad to meet the commander in person. Ti-hoon and his squad stood opposite Vladimir and his troops. The men looked at each other. Vladimir asked Maria who she brought to Russia, who else she decided to involve. The blonde looked at him. She said that it was Peter from Vladivostok and several agents. She apologized for not letting them in on her plans, but they must abandon the idea of using nuclear weapons. The man interrupted her, shouting that she had no excuse. She decided to borrow the power of foreigners to solve the problem of her country. And what conditions did they set? Do they want to subjugate the state? Maybe they promised to destroy the monsters on their territory, but in return they needed freedom on the border as well as any information. The squad looked at him silently. Ti-hoon looked at the commander strangely. He said that he had heard about an experienced commander, but now he was concussed during the battle or something. This angered Vladimir even more. The soldiers were indignant. One of them asked if the hero understood where he was now. Turning to the commander, he said that they would destroy everyone. Vladimir opened his mouth wide. Hearing the order to remain silent, everyone looked at him in confusion. The blonde came closer to Ti-hoon. He said that he did not know if he would be as strong as he had heard, but let him know that his soldiers were hunting a blue-level monster. They did not need help. He would turn a blind eye to the border violation, so let him return. Ti-hoon frowned. It was like that before, but what about now? Where did he put the stone he received after killing the monster? The hero is sure that he sends most of the loot to the center. Besides, there was no point in reinforcements. This place would be abandoned anyway. Vladimir got very angry listening to the hero. He continued to say that it was surprising that he was still alive with so many troops. The guy was not interested in this land. The conditions were needed to immediately clarify the situation. Plus, to avoid confusion, he needed a soldier like him. They both frowned at each other. This was his last chance. Snow lay on the frozen water. Lake Baikal. The man was sitting on the shore with a fishing rod. A girl came up behind him. She said that Vladimir's troops had passed through Byrobijan. Sergei lowered his head, saying that they were much faster than he thought. The girl looked at him, adding that his soldiers had decided to move at maximum speed. Ice floes floated with the water current. Of course, without the Tiger detachment, the guy said, the forces of the Major General and his soldiers in Khabarovsk would soon run out. The interlocutor replied that they needed to hurry. The blonde smiled. There was no need for that. Moreover, the man who would arrive here was quite a large figure. They both stood on the head of a huge dead monster. The statue stood against the backdrop of a destroyed house. Byrobijan. The monster with huge teeth let out a scream. The girl struck him. The group stood among the bodies of the monsters. Youngwon turned to Ti-hoon. There was no response from the monsters. It seemed like it was planned. The guy in the cap looked at the destroyed houses. Khabarovsk and Byrobijan were reduced to rubble. If it weren't for the master, their country would have suffered the same fate. The hero looked away. He told them not to think about other things. It seemed like there was nothing else to do here. Suji came up to him. She said that he should take a look at something. Dead people were lying on the ground. The squad examined the bodies. Military? Could it really be the work of monsters? No. Ti-hoon looked closely at the soldier. It was done by people. People kill other people. Nothing surprising. However, the problem is that this is the work of high-level awakened ones. And if you look closely, they were inflicted by professionals. Maria was standing nearby. She asked what if a six-headed snake was involved. Maybe it was a trap. The guy answered that it was quite possible. If so, then the people sent to Lake Baikal are in danger. The hero imagined a squad of armed men. Sometimes on the battlefield, a soldier is driven not by a sense of mission or patriotism, but by loyalty to his comrades. Sometimes even an entire squad can rush to help one soldier, although this has nothing to do with him. Jilin turned to the master, asking why the six-headed snake could attack soldiers from Russia. Did it have any prerequisites for capturing this country? The guy turned to her, answering that this could be done with the aim of destroying troops in order to gain an advantage in negotiations. The blonde turned to the interlocutors. She also conducted an investigation into the involvement of the six-headed snake in the incidents in Russia. At the moment, she can assure that none of the soldiers and the authorities have anything to do with it. Youngwon asked again if there could be a preparation process for something now. Taehoon looked at everyone. He said that everything would become known as soon as they arrived at the place. He and Maria would go to Lake Baikal. The squad stood in a single line. The master gave the order to help the Khabarovsk soldiers destroy the monsters in the area, and they accepted it. The map showed the distance from Khabarovsk to Ulan-Ude. Taehoon and Maria finished all the preparations and headed towards the lake. Both looked at the view in front of them. If this all turned out to be a trap of the six-headed snake, they would have to cut it into small pieces. The walls of the Kremlin looked damaged. The Kremlin palace. The courtyard looked empty. The people who went on a mission do not get in touch. What do you mean? They need to restore the nuclear weapons program by the end of winter. The lights were on inside the building. This goes without saying. But all the personnel involved in nuclear warheads are constantly disappearing. Shouldn't they send a search team and find out what's going on? Several people were sitting at a round table. Most of the elite troops were assigned to guard the nuclear weapons. Was he really suggesting sending ordinary soldiers on such a dangerous mission? Do you understand that this idea is doomed to failure? Maybe they should wait until next year. The man in uniform bowed his head. The other folded his arms. How did he feel about asking Mr. Mao for help? It was very dangerous, he replied. Mr. Mao would probably ask for something too valuable in return. The officers listened, making various suggestions. Someone said they could ask the Vatican for help. Would they help so easily? The long corridor was brightly lit, but that was much better than wasting all the preparations they had made so far. And besides, how would they last until next winter? It was crazy. Since when had things gone wrong? The sunset was visible from Red Square. Someone told Mao that the meeting in Russia was over. Nothing special was happening. Most likely, someone would soon be heading to the Vatican. Mao stood with his head down. He asked Soso how Sergei was doing. She replied that he was waiting in the area of Lake Baikal. Mao looked down and asked again. Soso looked at the man, saying that he had sent a false request for help from there. Sergei would return after he had destroyed the entire Far East. He and his assistant were walking along the Kremlin wall. Besides, the nuclear warheads had been captured by their men. They were ready to detonate them on command. Excellent, Mao said. The big head stood on a pedestal. Ulan-Ude. The sounds of gunfire could be heard from the street. Two soldiers opened fire. Sergei ran at them with a gun in his hand. He swung. One of the soldiers managed to dodge the blow. He raised his gun again and aimed, but Sergei was already behind him. He told him that he was weak. KRK echoed down the corridor. The blond man stood among the corpses of the soldiers. He bent down and looked at one of them. Major General Vladimir's men are strong enough. The fight was interesting. The soldier asked him who he was and where he got the information about them. Sergei raised his weapon. He said that the one who was going to die did not need to know all this, but he heard something and turned around to see a knife flying at him. The blonde managed to dodge. The knife pierced the wall of the building and flew out into the street. Turning around, Sergei saw Taehoon in front of him. Behind the blonde, the street was visible through a hole in the wall. And who the hell was he? Taehoon looked at the blonde and replied that the one who was going to die equals did not need to know all this. The blonde smiled, looking at the hero, who looked at him seriously. Excellent, he said. This one will be stronger than soldiers. Vasavi Shakti, first level, legendary. A disposable spear that can strike even gods and godlike beings. A pike of absolute destruction, created from lightning. When used, the armor included in the set disappears from the owner's body. The most powerful spear that allows you to neglect your own protection. Its power is certainly enough to kill even gods. Heroes, fairy beasts, divine beasts, shields, fortresses, closed barriers, any single target is equally irrelevant, all will be destroyed. Sergei rushed towards the hero. He put his weapon in front of him, saying that the fun continues. A huge monster appeared behind Taehoon. The blonde's eyes opened wide. He remembered his conversation with the other guy. Taehoon, who is he? The interlocutor frowned. The blonde folded his arms over his chest with a smile. A barrier, he is someone who should be especially avoided, and also a person who will soon need to be gotten rid of. Sergei replied that even Mr. Mao has fears. He really wanted to meet this man and see what he is capable of. Mao looked at him seriously. This is impossible. He will never win one-on-one. Taehoon is a man who defeated a dragon alone. Now the monster rushed at the blonde. Sergei looked at the hero and saw dragon pupils in his eyes and cursed. There was a powerful explosion that destroyed the roof of the building. The building was destroyed. Sergei sat on the ground with an exhausted look. The protagonist looked at the dagger. Maria bandaged the wounded soldier, telling him to be patient for a while. The protagonist went towards Sergei. Maria called out to Tihun. The protagonist looked straight ahead with a serious look, telling her that he advised her to step aside if she did not want to see something unpleasant, since he needed to ask a couple of questions. Maria looked at the protagonist in surprise. White clouds were floating over the city. The major was holding a cigarette in his hands. The soldier asked the major who he was. The blonde said that he was a beast that lived among people, and that he was their only hope. Gray clouds were visible over the city. The blonde asked about the six-headed snake. The major looked at the protagonist in surprise, asking that the six-headed snake was really in cahoots with those who supported the existence of nuclear weapons. The protagonist wiped the blood off his hands. He noted that he couldn't say for sure, and he still hadn't managed to get any useful information. The protagonist punched Sergei in the chest. He asked if he was somehow connected to the six-headed snake and where his supporters were. Sergei smiled maliciously, imagining the dead people. The blonde said that he killed them all back in Taiwan without his camp. They were just a bunch of rabble, asking that he really wanted to join them and revive the six-headed snake. The protagonist looked at the blonde with a cold gaze. He noted that he would ask again for what purpose he came there and where the six-headed snake was. The guy looked at the protagonist with a smirk. He stated that he may look pathetic, but all this time he lived as a warrior, adding that he should not make him feel shame and just kill him. The protagonist filled the blade with his aura. Tihun stood in front of Maria. The blonde stared at the protagonist. She said that the main reason why the Tiger Squad was located in Ulan-Ude was the aircraft factory, adding that this place was nothing special and it didn't matter what was produced at the factory. The protagonist looked at the girl in surprise. The girl introduced an airplane and a helicopter. Maria noted that it was a Mi combat helicopter and a Su aircraft, but due to the lack of radars and proper communications, using these air combat units was problematic. The protagonist turned his gaze to Maria. He said that the route should go along the Trans-Siberian Railway and it was necessary to go to the aircraft factory and then to Moscow. Gray clouds were visible above the square. Moscow, Red Square. The men were standing on the balcony. The huge man apologized to Mr. Mao for the incident. Mao said that he did not think they should remember it, asking him to tell him why he had called him. The man said that he would not hide anything and that at the moment contact with the troops sent to remove the nuclear warheads had been lost and they needed a search and rescue team. Mao looked menacingly ahead, saying that he knew and that he was also aware that he had asked the Vatican for help. The man slightly opened his mouth, saying that he did not want him to think badly of them and that they simply needed to make a choice that was in the best interests of their country. Mao crossed his arms over his chest, saying that he refused. The man asked that it was because of the previous incident. Mao frowned. He told Commander Dmitri that the reason for his refusal was different from what he thought, adding that he thought it was the end. Dmitri's eyes widened. There was an explosion in a building nearby. Dmitri looked away. The men looked at the smoke. Dmitri asked what it was. The commander bared his teeth, asking what was going on. The commander looked away, asking if it was really him. Mao looked at the commander with a confident look, saying that they no longer needed him, nor in this place. Dmitri pointed his gun at the brunette, asking what kind of antics he was doing, saying something about Russia. The fighter cut off the commander's hand. A loud explosion thundered over the building. The girl threw the blade over her shoulder, asking what he was talking about Russia. The brunette grinned sarcastically, saying that she was sorry and she didn't even know that their position had changed. Dmitri looked at the boys furiously, asking what kind of nonsense they were talking about. The brunette swung her blade, telling him to shut up. Huge explosions began to occur in the square. Mao looked back, seeing Dmitri fall. His assistant was holding the dead body of a soldier. They stared at each other when the assistant stated that most of the leaders had been eliminated and they would soon find and eliminate those who were not present at the meeting. The boss smirked slightly and said that it was not so important because the survivors could be useful and praised his assistant. They stood opposite each other under the explosions, and Mao said that now they had to talk to the people from the Vatican and the assistant said that they should go there. The leader looked at the fighter and said that this was not enough, so they needed to leave for Finland. He frowned and introduced a huge monster and said that the giant Grungnir had awakened there and was now heading to Europe. A military helicopter was flying in the sky. Dragon monsters were flying towards it. A sharp magic blade was cutting through the sky. The monster opened its mouth. This glowing blade flew past all the dragons, leaving a hole in them. The main character grabbed his blade back. He was flying on the side of the helicopter and monitoring the situation. Maria looked ahead and asked if they had arrived yet, which puzzled Tihun. Their helicopter saw the destroyed city, and they did not understand what happened to the Red Square. The awakened one immediately jumped off the helicopter and flew into the sky, wanting to go first. Their helicopter was about to land on the ruins. The girl stood with her back to the main character and tried to understand what happened to this place, noting that the destruction occurred only here, thinking that it was the work of a monster. Ji-hoon looked at the ruins and said that there was a huge explosion in this place. If they do not stop whoever did this, then disaster will happen. Maria exclaimed, trying to understand who it was. Ji-hoon crossed his arms and introduced the Mao company, noting that this was the work of the six-headed snake. The blonde looked at the puzzled boss and tried to understand what Russia could have done. He imagined the wounded grin of Sung-hoon from the dream and saw a connection between some people from Russia and the six-headed snake, because if during negotiations if someone does not agree with the decisions, then they are simply replaced, and it seemed that the six-headed snake was not originally going to be based in Moscow. He understood that if he became a hero like in Sung-hoon's dream, then all of Europe would be shocked. Maria looked at the protagonist and asked why he needed Sung-hoon. Ji-hoon asked where the mausoleum was. He crossed his arms and introduced the monster, looking at the blonde, saying that according to the dream scene in the Golden Cup, the grave contains a weapon that can kill Chernobog. The girl did not understand what exactly he meant, but she knew that the grave was transferred to a secret bunker located underground in the Kremlin Palace in case of an emergency, but she was not aware of the exact location. The main character looked puzzled that it would be difficult for them to find the grave, and they could not waste time here. The two of them stood in the devastated square after the explosion in the ruins. The main character knew that he had to go to the Vatican. They were transported to the Vatican on the main square. It was a cathedral with a dome. It was discussed that the giants had already attacked Germany. After that, they would go to Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and then Cologne. They said that it was too dangerous to station troops in Germany, and that there was a cathedral in Cologne, so they could station refugees there. It was a meeting of bishops, and they said that the giants had always been peaceful, so maybe this was just a temporary thing. Lord Mao had recently come forward with a proposal to protect them from the monsters. The priests began to look at each other. They knew that Mao was very strong, but they didn't know what was going on in his head, and one of the priests didn't think it was right to get involved with him in this situation. Another bishop replied that there was no reason to refuse help to block the giants. Suddenly, a knight appeared with strength, who replied that they didn't need Mao, and all the priests turned their attention to him. It was an entire army of people in armor. It was the leader with long hair, Archbishop John Gabriel. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the city square. A tower towered in the center of the square. Mao stood in front of his interlocutor and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He frowned slightly. John looked at him and asked what his reason was for coming. Machina smiled and said that he came to help him in the battle against the blue-level monsters. The Archbishop asked him what his intentions were. As far as he knew, he was not the type of person to do something without any benefit. He frowned slightly. Mao replied that he was not looking for any benefit at all. After all, the Archbishop was wearing a cross, which was timed for such a young man, so he just wanted to help. The Archbishop replied that this was insulting. The man frowned and said that the army led by the Archbishop had never been defeated by anyone. However, his strength was limited by blue-level monsters, and from the 6th level onwards, every creature was a significant threat to humanity and was a danger to his army. He imagined the destroyed city and added that if the Archbishop went, all of Europe would tremble. And besides, not long ago it turned out that the explosion in Moscow, it was not the work of a monster, but terrorism, so the Vatican itself, after all, it is a powerful relic that even monsters cannot access, but it is for people all day long. Remembering the explosion in the city, he said that if the Archbishop does not insist on his own, the holy city could turn into Moscow. John frowned tensely. His cloak rose into the air due to the flow of mana. The man reached for the handle of the ball. He lowered his hand, eased the pressure and agreed, saying that he would let Mao help, but he should keep something in mind. Passing the man, he said that he did not believe him. John walked away. Mao crossed his arms, looking at the city from above, and thought that Ji-hoon would have to go through all of Europe and the Vatican to catch him. A cloudy sky hung over Belarus. The woman quickly ran away. She looked back, frowning. The monsters opened their mouths, catching up with her. The girl held an axe in her hand, quickly running away. Suddenly, she noticed a monster flying at her. Suddenly, something cut the monster. They fell to the ground. The girl noticed Ji-hoon. The guy frowned and looked at her. He passed by a crowd of monsters. The blonde said that it was strange, because low-level monsters continue to arrive, but the leader is still missing. The monsters jumped out of their places. The man raised his hand and said that at least this means that there are no monsters of level 5 and above nearby. The red-haired girl frowned and said that danger is approaching. The guy jerked his finger, embraced by aura. The next second, the monsters hit the ground. Their necks were twisted and their bodies torn apart. The girl covered her face with her hand. She looked ahead in surprise. The girl noticed that all the monsters in the area were killed. She knelt down and turned to her savior. A flock of birds flew over the city. The night sky descended. The blonde handed the girl some food and asked how she ended up in this crowd of monsters. The girl replied that she hunts them and lives off of them. She imagined a giant tentacled monster and said that not long ago she heard that a blue-eyed monster had awakened and was destroying Northern Europe, so all the smaller monsters were flocking to it like water, and all her comrades were killed, and she had no choice but to run, but it seemed that the Holy Knights from the Vatican had gone to Germany to hunt this monster. The blonde raised her eyebrows and asked what kind of savior she was talking about. The girl wiped her chin and said that people say that a savior must appear, but few believe it. She imagined Mao and his team. They say that God sent a savior to help destroy the giant. Maria looked at her and asked if she wanted to say that the Messiah would come to Earth. The interlocutor confirmed this and said that, according to rumors, there would be 5 of them, and they would help people cope with the test. The guy raised his glass and thought that, apparently, his target decided to hide in the Vatican, and it turns out that only 5 people remained from the 6-headed snake. He frowned slightly and said that this was interesting. The giant monster stepped onto the stone ground. A crowd of giants walked along the streets of the city. An incredibly huge monster followed them. He opened his mouth and let out steam. The man in the helmet frowned and decided that they were following the Lord for the sake of their loved ones. The soldiers held weapons in their hands. The man turned to the Lord and asked to fill their hearts and bodies with the Holy Spirit. His horse raised a hoof. The man also prayed for the Lord to become the sword and shield of this world. He imagined Mao and thought that he was going to hide behind the halo in the Vatican and wait for victory, but it would not work. The monsters opened their mouths and screamed loudly. They suddenly rushed into battle. The man lowered his head and ordered to prepare for battle. He held his sword in front of him, directing the troops to attack. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky above the ruined city. The giant passed by the tiny houses. The cavalry troops approached the general. The tank group came to the rescue. The monsters headed for the attack. The archbishop frowned and ordered to prepare for the attack. Suddenly, a bell rang. The tanks fired the first salvo. The shells hit the monsters and caused explosions. The tank troops fired without stopping. The archbishop held his sword in front of him and directed the cavalry to attack. Lowering the blade, he ordered the guns to be loaded. The horses ran straight ahead, accompanied by tanks. One of the giants pointed his hand at the archbishop. The horse jumped on his limb and climbed up. The man delivered a cross-shaped blow, cutting the giant in half. The soldier with the closed helmet swung his axe. He delivered a sweeping blow and crushed the monster's teeth. The knight in dark armor headed into battle. He made an attack in a circular trajectory, a parasite of the enemy. The man in the cape held out his staff in front of him and activated his ability. The giants in front of them began to crumble into pieces under the oppression of energy. The girl stepped on the edge of the roof, watching what was happening. She smiled with a grin and asked if everything was okay. The soldiers gathered behind her. One of them said that the girl was right because these people had arrived there. A little earlier in the evening, Mao's voice sounded near the building, asking the archbishop if he was leaving. The man on horseback looked at Mao's group. The man frowned and said that his soldiers would follow him and help in the battle. John looked at him silently. He lowered his head and said that he agreed that he would allow him to participate in the battle. However, they were not obliged to take the initiative. The archbishop's soldiers rode past them. The woman frowned and said that the archbishop was very arrogant. She looked at her ruler and asked if he was laughing. Mao replied that in the current situation, they desperately needed the power of the Vatican and the knights belonging to the archbishop. He imagined his image and asked how he could not be laughing when everything was going so well, and besides, due to his character, he did not even think about putting people as cannon fodder. He crossed his arms over his chest and added that the archbishop decided to leave them aside, maintaining integrity. The girl asked what would happen if the knights were able to defeat the monster. The man presented a book with records about the monster and thought that they had never dealt with a monster of this level, so they could not know their strength for sure. And besides, the power of the Great Hrungnir itself is immeasurable, so they are too few to defeat the 200 giants following it. The giant monster walked through the city. The man added that they would only be able to destroy it when it was completely exhausted. The archbishop himself opened his way for them, and this is very noble because of his straightforward nature. Everything is very easy and simple. Standing on the roof, the woman turned to the Lord. Hunters were hovering above them. Suddenly, the girl turned around. She grabbed the hilt of her sword. The girl slammed the blade onto the floor and asked who they were. Suji reflected the shockwave. A powerful explosion occurred in the air. A group of hunters hovered above the army. Suji held the blade in front of her. The woman from the army frowned and asked who they were. Jillian looked at her with disdain and said that she couldn't believe that they didn't notice them until they were close, then asked if these people were really masters. Lin replied that in a fight there is always something that can't be predicted. One of the twins frowned and asked if Tihun was among them. The other sister exclaimed and called him a dragon slayer. The brunette looked at them sternly and said that they didn't even dare to say his name. The woman closed her eyes and began to play a musical instrument. Her aura spread to the soldiers. The archer raised his arrow to the sky. He created a volley of energy projectiles. His attack destroyed the building on which the army was. The archbishop made a sweeping blow at the giant. He stopped his horse and attacked the next enemy. Turning to the soldiers, he told them to gather because the end is near. The giant monster stepped on the building and raised dust in the air. John trembled in fear. The main giant approached his army. They clashed with swords. The girls continued to fight, not giving in to each other. The rival looked at the girl and asked if they were Koreans, did not think that Kim Tae-hoon was among them, and added that she was unworthy to fight her. Then she pushed her aside and shouted to bring Tae-hoon. The girl landed on the ground. Then she stood up and answered her that she was crazy, let her think that she was lucky that she met not him, but them. After that, they began to fight again. Meanwhile, the men were also fighting. One was twirling weapons in his hands, the other was continuously striking. The battle between them was quite fierce. The men looked into each other's eyes and were very angry. Not far away, others were moving very actively across the battlefield. The brunettes chose the tactics of movement. One looked at the other and thought that this man was strong, a monster hunter of the 4th level, perhaps higher. The other looked at him and said nothing. After some time, the whole army ran forward, and the agents were advancing towards them. Their comrades stood nearby and were armed with various weapons, from a bow to musical instruments. The battle lasted for some time, and at the other end of the world at that very moment there was a giant monster. He looked at the helmet lying on the ground and said that this was a holy war. Then he remembered the terrible demon and said that only a year had passed since they appeared in the world. With their arrival on Earth, the end of the world came and more than half of the people died. Then he took his sword and said that in the midst of chaos those who received divine protection appeared. The awakened, they were the ones who began to confront the demon. These people killed monsters to save the world. Every day new heroes were born who were able to destroy monsters. They looked different, they had different armor in different countries. Then he introduced the city and said that the Vatican is a fortress blessed by God. Today everyone has gathered here to organize a crusade again. And indeed there were many warriors there, preparing for battle. They were the army of God. They could not lose for anything. If they were defeated, then the people. Then the monster took a step forward and the man thought no. They were advancing straight at him. There was no way he could lose. A fierce battle began. People flew in different directions, and the monster was winning for some time. And so he walked across the square. Dead soldiers lay around him, and behind him walked his loyal army of other monsters. Somewhere nearby on the ground lay a broken sword. This was the Oliver sword, the 1st level, special, the sword of one of the 12 holy knights of Charlemagne. The weapon has unique strength and sharpness. The knight knelt down and was about to surrender, also cruelly empty, and just like that, he raised his head and thought about God. In front was an army of monsters that were advancing forward. The man mentally asked why God abandoned them. And indeed, it seemed like there was no one else around, no help or comrades. Then he lowered his head, took the fragment of his sword and said that prayers were now meaningless. Suddenly, someone appeared next to him. A man in a hood passed by and was advancing towards the Titans. The knight looked at him and asked in surprise who it was it really some civilian? Then he tried to call the man, but it was useless. Then the man shouted that it was dangerous here. Did he really not understand him? He would cover, so they had to leave. The man did not react again. The man lowered his head and thought, what the hell? Then he stood up and saw something strange. The man literally lifted all the monsters up with one wave of his hand using telekinesis. The soldier looked at this and did not understand what was happening. And the stranger stood there dancing with a burning hand and black eyes. At that moment, the leader of the monsters began to scream furiously. Then the man straightened his hand and aimed a blow at him. Thus, he threw all his subordinates at him. They began to smash the Titan. But as if it was useless, only dust rose around. The knight came up from behind and asked again who this man was. Then he finally turned around and told him to get out of here immediately. The battle continued. The Titan was not going to give up. Some knights were already dead, some were trying to get up. And the monster continued to move forward and was going to kill everyone. At that moment, the guy decided to take off his sweatshirt, said that there were many people left alive, so we must take everyone and retreat. The man remained silent in response. Then the young man went forward and said that before they were killed, we must act. And so he stood in front of the main monster and was going to kill him. He raised his hand and activated his energy. And then, right above him, the stone blocks appeared again. The young man decided to try sending them at the leader again. He started screaming, but again it was useless. Then he tried to hit the guy, swinging his fist. But he stopped his fist with freezing in literally 1 moment. Because of this, a strong resonance occurred. The stones flew in different directions. The young man stood below and created a shield of ice blocks. This demonic shield allowed him to escape from the leader of the monsters. The young man was determined, and the knight was still watching this and thought that there was a lot of danger ahead. At that moment, huge claws headed towards the guy, but he managed to jump back. Literally a moment later, these claws were fiddling with the ground with such force that the asphalt began to crack. And the young man himself jumped off the ground and flew towards the monster. Then, approaching him, he activated fire energy and sent tongues of flame at him. A serious explosion occurred. The knight standing behind jumped aside due to the strong impulse. While inside the smoke club, the battle continued. The guy was not going to retreat and dealt one blow after another. Then he lowered his head and thought that it was much more difficult to break through his armor than he thought, but there was a way out. Then he looked at his palm. Unfortunately, this time the guy could not do anything and the monster threw him aside like a sword. The brunette flew through several streets and crashed into one of the buildings, and with such force that it was already impossible to restore it. Then he came closer and looked into the eyes of the monster. He did the same, and a second later they clashed in a duel again. The knight looked at all this. A comrade came up from behind and asked what was this. Damn, it turned around and saw a comrade. Then they were able to survive. Then he came up to them and said that it was very good. One of the knights approached the archbishop and asked who that man was. Then he took another step forward and asked if he looked like a human. There were still many of their wounded comrades on the battlefield. They had to hurry and save everyone. Meanwhile, the young man was accumulating energy for a strike. The people standing nearby felt his energy. It was something incredible. They were watching him. Was there really a blue level monster here? The guy was going to activate the second level psychokinesis balls, the power of the eight-tailed fox, the noise of the pure wind second level. The owner is able to create blue lightning, energy and mana costs. Then he turned around and began to study the enemy. The guy frowned and thought that he needed to find a gap in this huge body. Almost immediately he saw his wound and finally found it. The huge stone monster looked at him and realized that something was wrong. Almost immediately, huge white horses appeared on the ground. Then he swung and thought that he could destroy the enemy with one blow now. But the guy was faster, putting his hands forward and directing his blow. There was such a strong explosion that everything around began to collapse. Even the knights standing nearby began to drift away. And then a huge column of smoke rose. The archbishop ran up to his comrades and asked if everything was okay. It turned out that the monster was still alive. The men came closer and said in surprise that the young man had hit him. But wait a minute, this is something strange. What is even happening here? The young man himself then transformed. His skin color changed, blue piercing energy appeared. It was the power of the dragon. A huge spear appeared in his hands, and then the guy swung to strike. He took a step forward. The monster was running at him at that moment. Then the guy swung well, and with all his might he threw the spear forward. The huge dragon seemed to accompany this spear, and it flew straight into the chest of the monster. There was an explosion, because of which the dust began to rise in a circle again. The stone giant stood and could not move because of his bronze energy, and a moment later there was an explosion. The knight looked at this and said that it seemed like the mountain was about to collapse. His huge body fell to the ground, right next to the young man. Then the archbishop was surprised and thought that however he did not hear anything. Why was this hellish slaughter so silent? The guy at that moment had already transformed and was looking straight at them. His basic skills: strength 1277, endurance 1313. Special skills: energy a plus rank, magic S rank, willpower S rank, physical resistance a plus rank, magic resistance a plus rank. Acquired skills: giant strength, second level. The object can receive the demonic power of a giant. Giant monster crystal, increased strength and endurance, the ability to achieve demonic transcendental rank, giant monster power. Finally, the city dropped. Meanwhile, between the women continued. One threw the other so far that it was necessary to break with a weapon. Then she got very angry. Her comrade ran up behind her and asked her to stop. There was no need to do this. One of the soldiers turned around and said that it was the voice of the mistress. They both looked to the side and saw something. The soldiers also parted and said that they were more likely to be an energy release than that same Tihun. Yes. The brunette approached her and asked how they were going to catch the master. Given that now they were afraid of only one sensation of his energy, they were definitely not his equal. The second one lowered her head and arrogantly called her a brute. Then she grabbed the sword and wanted to strike, adding that the army would follow the emperor's orders. After that, she stuck the sword into the ground and flames appeared. People around began to fall to the ground, losing consciousness, and a huge army was approaching, led by a commander. There were an incredible huge number of them, a whole cavalry. After that, the woman lowered her head and said that she did not want to use it, but before they died, they needed to see everything. The others looked at her and just remained silent. After that, the woman began to shout to the soldiers that they needed to advance to the attack. They grouped up, and then they ran straight towards the enemy. Their horses began to rise into the air. No one managed to get close to the enemy, because they were actively fighting back. This happened for some time. The battle continued. Here were two soldiers standing on horses, moving forward through a huge army. Their eyes were whiter than the sky. There were no pupils in them. No one understood what was happening. Two girls were standing nearby on the roof. One of them noted that this was some kind of show, not cavalry. And behind them were men, a detachment of hunters, equipment, dragon scales, the power of an eight-tailed fox. The woman turned around and said that they tried very hard and made such a long journey, arrived on time. The guys saluted them and thanked them. The enemy came closer and was surprised that all these people were green level. But one of the hunters looked at them and said that it was too early to be surprised. After that, even the soldiers did not understand what was happening. Huge golden lions and tigers appeared behind them, as well as dragons. The whole squad began to descend lower, and they said that the second round was beginning. The team of hunters should move to attack. After that, the golden demons, who were their assistants, joined them. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in another place, the archbishop approached the guy and said that first of all he would like to thank him for his help, then asked where he came from. The young man replied that as soon as the situation was settled, he would go to the Vatican. Then he came closer and to a clarifying question answered that he would set a price for the help there. Then he turned around and added that he would tell them all the details a little later. All the monster stones that were scattered here were his, asked not to touch anything. And then she flew away from there. The knights looked at him and did not understand what was happening. On the other side of the world, the battle continued. Hunters fought knights and were clearly winning. Their soldiers dealt with their opponents very skillfully, and the hunters themselves wanted to join the battle as soon as possible. And when they were given such an opportunity, they immediately took advantage of it. While women were fighting right in the air, they moved to the roof, struck with such force that explosions occurred. And then the girls ran at each other. Running past, they tried to strike, but missed. The brunette, who was playing the instrument, noticed that their mistress was falling to the ground. Then she received an arrow strike right in the chest. One of the hunters pierced her. At the same moment, both women fell, and the brunette lowered her head and realized that she had finally won. The city was almost destroyed. People continued to fight. They were not going to give up. And the battle was very active. Everything around shook from their blows. The men struck each other one blow after another. They all fought, actively defeating the opponent. Victory was for the hunters. It was already almost obvious the army was routed. The soldiers began to turn pale, tried to shout to the mistress. Then the commander turned to the others. They turned around and began to run. There was an order to retreat. Huge golden demons were visible even from afar. The hunters laid down their weapons and said that everything should end soon. There was a sword and a broken tool on the ground. Both ladies lay defeated. Then the girl approached the brunette and asked if everything was okay. She needed to show the wound, but she heard that everything was fine. Then she approached one lady. She lowered her head and said that she was the strongest opponent who stood in her way. She would remember her. At that moment, Tihun appeared in the air. He was hovering and looking forward. Meanwhile, his hunters found a huge monster. The guys looked at him and said that this guy just went and made a mountain alone. In addition to the 6th level monster, there were about 200 individuals of the 3rd and 4th ranks. If we recall recent events, about 10 days ago, the soldiers and those who remained in Khabarovsk and were engaged in the destruction of monsters in the vicinity together with Major General Vladimir, learned of Maria's return, so they went to Germany, where the master is. The team of hunters who were in Korea were also called there. People began to actively fight. The soldiers together with the team of hunters destroyed Mao Frankfurt's army on the instructions of the master. They covered more than 10 kilometers in order to fight until exhaustion. Meanwhile, the master destroyed all the monsters alone. The hunters looked at each other, talked about the fact that the local crystals are also delicious. Thus, another situation was resolved. The soldiers decided to rest with the stone of the monsters of the 3rd and 4th levels, which the master was. Later at night, somewhere in the city, a deserted building in the middle of the city served as a place to spend the night. It seemed that there could not be a safer place. People were sitting inside and resting. They needed to recover from the battle. On the roof sat the leader, to whom a woman approached. He raised his head and said that he should not be paid attention to and that he should go and rest. He would be busy until dawn. The woman handed him a handkerchief and said that he should not worry about others. During all this time he had become very strong, but his body began to deteriorate. It was already at the limit. Then the guy turned away and said that he knew. In response, he heard that if the treatment dragged on too long, he would have to take a break for a while, the feeling that he had very little time left. Then he lowered his head and said that he was doing everything to survive. The girl asked again. The man immediately stood up and explained that before his life was something like torture, but now everything had changed. He came closer and said that he needed to use everything possible to achieve his goal. Now they do what they must. Everything else is absolutely unimportant. And also leaving, he added that there was not much left to the destination. It would end soon. Perhaps his life would depend on this. The girl just looked at him and said nothing. Meanwhile, in the Vatican, people were walking forward across the square. These were hunters who had come to meet them. Bishops stood in front of them and were a little shocked. They watched the soldiers and thought what such people were doing in this sacred place. It looked like a gang of bandits. Their sacred energy was very weak, much lower than that of ordinary people. The men at that time were standing and discussing all this. One said that this church was very large, but in response he heard that he was an idiot because it was called a cathedral. The priests did not understand whether these were really the people who destroyed Mao's army. The archbishop and the main character met there. Then the man raised his head and said that he had discussed the conditions he had mentioned with the cardinals for a long time, and everyone agreed, but they also had some requests. Then he imagined a huge horde of monsters. All of Europe except the Vatican is teeming with them. The approximate number of monsters and survivors is unknown. Their strength alone will not be enough, so hope that all the soldiers can unite and overcome the crisis. Suddenly, someone intervened and shouted that he would not tolerate such an attitude. The bishops turned their attention to him. The head of the Teutonic Order approached them and was very determined. Then he approached the archbishop and shouted how he could allow this to happen. The Vatican needs to be provided with free passage and the power to create crusades when necessary. The man turned around and said that he had long been removed for his cruel nature and improper behavior. He has no right to interfere in the affairs of the Crusaders. In response, the man shouted at him to shut up. A person who plans to give to the Vatican has no right to say such things. He also added that he could not believe that he decided to get help from a stranger. The hunters stood nearby and were shocked. What was going on? Did they really decide to start a fight? While the man was shouting that everyone needed to be thrown out of here. The leader of the hunters intervened and said that the conditions were unacceptable, which made the archbishop very surprised. And the representative of the order looked at him and shouted, how could this man even defeat a giant monster? Then the guy turned around and said that the original plan was to improve the surrounding area. This means that others cannot join the hunt for monsters, the man asked again. Then he looked at his hunters and said that only their soldiers can stop the monsters, and this is the elite of the Korean army. The people did not understand who they imagined themselves to be. This cannot be, it is impossible. Then the man turned and addressed the hunters. They answered him in unison. He presented a map and said that the situation here is very different from Korea. There are a huge number of monsters near the Tyrrhenian Sea. Then he raised his head and said that he would give them time. He hoped they understood what he was talking about. They asked again. Then the man came closer and said that they would have to go hunting with him. This was an excellent opportunity to strengthen their forces, to find all the monsters in the area. Then he looked at them and said that there was an opportunity to destroy them all. The soldiers were very happy about this news, and the representative of the order tensed up and asked what they were talking about. The archbishop did not understand either. All these people began to laugh. It looked very creepy. After some time in France, Paris, the city was destroyed. Corpses lay on the ground. People were hiding in a shelter and said that they had to be patient a little longer. Help would arrive soon. In response, he heard that there was no point in talking nonsense. All the soldiers were destroyed by monsters. Who could help them at all? It was all over. Then the man raised his head and said to be quiet. There were rumors that the Vatican warriors destroyed the monster. They would soon come to the rescue. At that very second, there was an explosion. People started flying away and did not understand what was happening. A huge monster looked at them through the crack. They started running and shouting that it was a monster. They had to run. He shouted even louder. People looked at him and did not know what to do. And then the hunters intervened. Someone from the crowd shouted that the monster was his, asked his comrade not to touch him, and almost immediately some guy struck him with his sword. The blow was so strong that everything around was covered in dust. Immediately the carcass fell to the ground. People shouted that help had finally arrived. Holy warriors. But suddenly they noticed something. One of them was going to eat the crystal. Then the man started laughing and shouted that it was very funny. They had to kill the next one. Were they really monsters? In Belgium, the city of Antwerp, about the same thing was happening then. Portugal, the city of Lisbon, hunters were also actively killing the monster. As in the Czech Republic, in Prague, they were able to destroy a huge monster. In Norway, in the city of Oslo, a brunette had just started fighting one of these monsters. He was approaching her. The girl was able to cut him in half with one blow. When his huge body fell to the ground, the people standing around did not understand what was happening at all. And the girl, according to tradition, ate his crystal. In Ireland, the city of Dublin, the situation was a little different. There were already killed monsters there. But nevertheless, there was one huge one which another hunter dealt with. In Switzerland, the city of Interlaken, the deed was also already done. Well, and in Spain, the city of Madrid, the main monster was destroyed. These guys, as if crazy, were looking for monsters and competing in the number of killers. Hunters were much stronger than knights, crusaders. Besides, they did not have special skills, but they have a powerful leader. These people went forward, followed him, absorbed green stones of monsters, thereby increasing their attributes. The archbishop watched all this from the side. If, for example, people were usually afraid to fight monsters with firearms, then hunters were on another level. They destroyed all enemies in their path without feeling fear. If you remember Tihun, then this can be easily understood given how much battle they went through under his leadership. While the bishops performed rituals, the knights crusaders sacredly rely on relics and do not treat monster stones too frivolously. First of all, performing a purification ritual, the bones and flesh of monsters were considered desecrated, so they were burned to ashes or buried deep in the ground. But if we imagine weapons, Tihun and the team of hunters went so far as to use the remains of monsters to make weapons and armor distributing artifacts to the right people and according to their characteristics. Although in his curiosity the Archbishop questioned his behavior, the man gave him answers that were irrefutable, and in the end he had to take him with him to choose the treasure as agreed. The Archbishop and the leader walked along the corridor and listened to the hunters shouting about the Nika Sophorakiai, the Sistine Chapel, the Bell of Jerusalem. They did not know if they could carry all this. Then the guy looked up and saw something, asked what it was. There was some strange object hanging on the wall. The man replied that it was Gleipnir, a snare that can bind even a god, but the energy consumption is so great that it has not yet been possible to use it. The guy took them and said that he liked it. Firstly, they don't need many artifacts right now, so it's better to put everything off for later. After their conversation, Tihun went somewhere, and the team of hunters continued their work. After some time in England, the city of Folkestone, a man stood in the middle of the beach. He raised his hand and said that now he has none and a trump card left, so he needs to borrow them. There was a monster nearby. He tried to attack this man, but then one of his knights eliminated him. After that, he went down to his master and said that he was finished. In response, he heard that it was a good job. Then the man came closer and turned to Mr. Mao, asked what he was going to do. In response, he heard that their soldiers were killed in Germany. Since the Eurasian continent had already slipped out of their hands, there was no more reason to be here. Then he came closer and asked where he was thinking of going now. The master replied that he was thinking about America. His soldier looked ahead and said that if they go to the US like this, the Pentagon will never follow Mao. Why don't they go to Egypt? But the man replied that Egypt is too close. They can't do anything with their strength. Even if they stay there, they will eventually fall into the hands of Tihun. After that, they continued to move forward. They can't just give up. They need to hand them over to the man in Mongolia who wants to use nuclear weapons. They need to prepare a level 7 monster as a gift. He also added that he was interested in how Tihun would deal with the orc army. At that time, in Russia, the city of Menzelinsk, a guy and a girl were standing on a huge bridge. She came up from behind and exhaled. Then she turned to the master and asked why he was here. In response, she heard that she had to ask, then followed him. It was time to rest. Then the woman came closer and said that since it was her free time, it was up to her to decide how to spend it. Maybe it would be better to talk about business. They hadn't talked about anything important for more than a week. The guy turned away and asked the girl if she had heard about the Chernobog and the great heroic sword. She replied that of course, the only way to save Mr. Tihun from the future that Sung Hoon saw in the Golden Cup, but now the location of Chernobog is unknown. Then the young man presented a map and said that yes, given the situation with uranium in the city and the spread of zombie monsters, he was unable to reach Moscow. He assumes that he is now in the Perm or Kazan area. The problem is that even if a level 6 monster is dormant, its aura can be felt within a radius of 10 kilometers, but now she does not feel a level 7 monster at all. The girl thought about it and said that this is how she could also easily find a level 5 monster nearby. Maria also said that after meeting a level 7 monster, no one remained alive and all information is based on death notes. Even now his position is unknown. Then she came closer and said that about the sword. Maria said that the last time he was seen was in Lenin's mausoleum on Red Square. The young man turned around and said that the sword had probably already been moved. Then he went forward and said that he thought it was time for them to go. The girl caught up and asked what was going on. In response, she heard that something was approaching. The guy turned around and thought, somewhere in Mongolia, and at that moment there was a serious explosion. A huge number of monsters fell. Among them, a strange man appeared. A huge leader of monsters was walking towards him. In Myanmar at that time, a huge monster was dragging another. It was Warhammer, the strongest monster of the 5th level, who caught some huge bird. He looked around, there was no one around. If you imagine a map, the city of Changchun was located near Korea, China. A huge number of hell dogs stood on the streets of the city. Masked men were approaching them and shouting that there were 31st level monsters, 4 2nd level monsters, nothing complicated about it. They started firing their machine guns at them, and the monsters started running away. Some of them tried to attack. Then the hunters jumped on them and started fighting. After some time, the mission was completed, everything was clear, there was not a single monster left on the street. The guy approached a huge number of corpses, ordered to collect all the stones and move on to the next target. It was the Mech Guild, the search and destruction team. Suddenly something happened. People turned around and did not understand what was happening. They huddled together and discussed what was it. Suddenly, strange creatures began to appear in countries. The first was China. Then orcs appeared in Russia. They also did not pass by Thailand. In Mongolia, meanwhile, a huge creature approached some half-human. Then he bowed down in the front once, and all his subordinates did the same. In the end, the girl came to report to the Archbishop that they had received information that a nuclear explosion had occurred in Mongolia. She presented a map. A team of hunters scattered throughout Europe immediately gathered. This was due to the fact that Tihun had ordered to return there in case of a change in the situation. And now all the hunters were assembled. The girl put his hand to his chin and said that apparently the nuclear warhead located in Siberia had been stolen. She should have foreseen this. The problem was in the sword of the hero. They needed to find it as soon as possible, if not for the terrorist attack on Red Square. Then their commander came up and said that according to information from Major General Vladimir, this sword may not have any meaning and the 7th level monster is not Chernobog, but the Khan of the Orcs. The brunette also came up and said that as a result of checking various search groups in Changchun and Xinjiang, it was reported that huge orcs were moving west. Then another person joined in, said that the Khan of the Orcs, whom he saw through the Golden Cup, had something to do with the nuclear explosion. He was sure of that. What was happening was constantly changing. The orcs were different from all the monsters they had dealt with before. They needed to be extremely careful. At that moment, the Archbishop intervened and said that they should tell them about their plans. He did not think that they were able to stop the monsters. According to the information, the monsters had already destroyed hundreds of people in Mongolia and were now on their way to Kazakhstan. To the Vatican, and his knights would help in any way they could. The master turned around and replied that they were indeed inferior in strength. Now their problem was that they had to restrain the onslaught of monsters and at the same time fight their leader at the same time. They had to gather at least 100 knights, crusaders who knew how to handle artifacts. Then he lowered his head and added that the number of monsters was about 100,000. They had about 500 people, including a team of hunters. Now they were their main force. They were able to defeat the monsters, the people thought. Then they looked at the commander and answered in chorus that yes. After some time on the Black Sea, one of the orcs began to blow a horn, and they all gathered in front of their commander, a whole legion of orcs. Opposite stood the master. Behind him were hunters with warriors. There were different groups, teams of hunters, horsemen, knights, crusaders, an army of deeds, a censer made of gilded bronze. Suddenly a man with white hair appeared. The orcs parted to let him pass forward. It turned out to be a man or a monster, it is not clear, but his eyes glowed with a bright purple color. The young man tensed up and asked what it was, did not feel a monster of the 7th level, but why was it so hard for him to breathe, how scared, could not express his feelings in words. Then the man came closer and addressed the people. Everyone was surprised, because this monster could talk. Then he came closer and said that they were pathetic creatures. Why did they decide to oppose him? Called himself a god who must be believed and served. Also a preacher of natural nature, where predators live, hunting the weak and feeding on their bones and flesh. The hunters also listened attentively as he said that humanity should be subjected to something similar. New life should be born right now. After that, he raised his hand and ships, planes and other fragments appeared above his head. This monster added that this is why he chose them as food for his subjects. They must give up their bodies and go to rest. Then the archbishop shouted that everyone must retreat. Everyone must retreat. At that very second, the remains of the ships flew straight at them. The horses began to gallop. The people could not control them because lightning struck their heads. It turned out that Tihun intervened. The monster noticed him. It was the lightning that was able to cut and destroy everything that was flying straight at the army. Because of this, the fragments began to fall near the monster. Everything around was shrouded in light. And then the young man began to approach him despite the falling stones. Then he came up to him while he was taking off his hoodie and said that he didn't know what he was mumbling about, but his imitation of their speech was disgusting. Then he stood in front of him and said that he had enough of barking. A real storm had broken out on the Black Sea. A huge number of orcs were moving forward, avoiding the shards, and the knights were looking at them and didn't understand what was going on. They were surprised and asked what the hell was going on. The man immediately remembered their recent conversation, where he had shouted that the master was a nobody. To control the army as he pleased, why send only those who were capable of resisting monsters of the 3rd level and above? Hadn't he said that the number of lessons was about 100,000, and among the knights, crusaders it was good if 100 people were capable of fighting monsters of the yellow level? Then the guy turned around and said that it was for protection, and in response to a clarifying question, he said that all the monsters moving towards them were level 3 or higher, and among them there was a level 7 monster that could hide its aura. When the battle began, not a single weak creature would survive. Then he looked at the archbishop and added that the most dangerous thing was to be on the battlefield of a weak ally. You can drag absolutely all the soldiers into the war, but if they become a burden. The young man looked him in the eyes and said that he would destroy everyone personally. The man was scared. This is the essence of a person who single-handedly destroyed high-level monsters, he thought. And so on the battlefield, he watched the lightning discharges. He looked at the hunters and thought that they did not take a step back. What motivates him? Meanwhile, the guy and the monster stood opposite each other. The leader approached him and said that after waking up after a long time, he immediately went to the place of accumulation of huge energy. It turns out that this crazy clot was him. Then he took a step forward, said that it was amazing to resist a person. The guy tensed up. Then he struck with his sword. This blow was so strong that the earth around him began to crack. At the same time, the knight stood nearby and did not understand what kind of explosion it was. The guy tensed up because the monster stopped his blow with one hand, said that sword skills are not so bad. Then the young man struck again and threw him up. Because of this, the monster flew quite high. Then the young man pushed off the ground and flew after him. The battle continued in the air. The young man struck the state with all his might from above and sent him to the ground. A huge cloud of dust rose from the blow to the ground. The guy hovered in the air and continued to watch this, and the knight stood nearby and began to discuss what this time, why explosions were happening. Then the woman turned around and said that the war had not yet begun. This was a battle of masters. They had to do what they had to do. A huge orc was approaching her. A whole battalion of the same orcs followed him, and the battle between the masters continued. The leader of the monsters came up and said that the guy came here on purpose so that the remaining people could leave this place. It was useless. Everyone, including him, would die today. After that, they clashed in battle again. The blonde grabbed his hand and said that it was enough to resist what had long been destined. His dagger stopped literally in front of his eyes. But the brunette was not going to give up and continued to fight. From a strong blow with a dagger, even the ground began to fly apart. The men attacked each other. After they stood up, the blonde thought. He looked at the eyes of the guy, who said that he still did not listen to his nonsense, so stop chatting already. Somewhere nearby, the orc commander grabbed the ship's tanks. Then he raised it above his head. The archbishop saw this and shouted that they were advancing. The hunters immediately jumped up and went on the attack. The orcs did the same, and their commander at that time threw the ship straight at the opponents. The brunette immediately attacked him. Because of this, the commander struck the ground so hard that it began to crack and fly apart. Only he did not notice how the girl ended up right above his head. Then she landed next to him and struck. She was much smaller than him, but not much weaker. Nearby, archers had already marked their targets, and the rest of the hunters prepared artifacts for the attack. A serious battle broke out. Both orcs and people died. Everything around was covered in dust. Blow after blow raised it higher and higher, and the masters continued to fight. Their battle was equal. No one could emerge victorious. The battle lasted for some time. So far, none of them managed to inflict a fatal or even serious wound on each other. The men moved from place to place, striking each other. Suddenly, the brunette swung, and then a huge column of fire was directed at its opponent. It was so big that it filled all the space around, and inside this fire of fiery flames, the men continued to fight. The 7th level monster struck hard, but the young man was able to dodge them, and he also tried to strike back, but missed. Then the blonde tried to touch him, and the young man decided to use a different tactic. And after that, he began to strike him from all sides with incredible speed. The monster did not notice how the guy was moving from place to place, and he did not have time to get his bearings to strike back. The brunette continued to attack and thought that the structure of the skull, chest, neck, and spine, similar to the human body, this creature surpasses all the monsters that he met before. The 8-tailed fox is inferior to him in speed, and in power and endurance even the dragon cannot compare with him. The battle is still happening at the level of instincts. This monster also quickly dodged all the blows. The guy thought that the problem is that his body is recovering faster than it can hit him. This monster definitely has some hidden power, and he has also become stronger. At that moment, the monster grabbed his hand. Then he grabbed his head and turned it over. The young man managed to get his bearings and raised his leg, and then he hit him on the head, and then he managed to jump back. The blonde walked up to him, stood in front of him and said that it was great, no unnecessary movements, clear actions in accordance with the situation, instant damage, eliminating unnecessary waste of energy as well as endurance, which should not be neglected, however. Then he ran up to him and tried to hit. The guy was able to dodge, and the man turned his back to him. Then he turned around and struck again. This time, he hit the guy, so he flew quite far away. The blonde immediately went after him, thinking that victory was already close. But it was not so. The brunette managed to return. I jumped to the side. Thus, leaving the enemy alone, he said that the master was just a pity for him as an insect. After that, he began to cover himself in tongues of fire and said that no matter how hard he tried, it was impossible to change the system of superiority of species. And then he took out his fire sword. The monster began to head towards him and said that it was time to finish because he was going to kill him. The young man tensed up and thought that this was a very serious impulse, and the knights were still standing aside and preparing the artifact. The battle between humans and orcs continued. There were no leading positions yet. At this point, the archers decided to intervene and began to shoot at the enemies. They did not expect this. They came under fire from shots, and then the hunters began to actively attack them. The battle continued. People began to die faster. Then the man saw this and thought that they needed to retreat. The difference in numbers was too great. If this continued, they would not last long. They would simply be wiped off the face of the earth. Suddenly there was a strong explosion. The woman looked at her opponent, the orc commander, and thought that he was strong, still on his feet, despite all the injuries that she had inflicted on him. Then she ran up and tried to attack again. Dodging the blow, she jumped right on his head, and then she tried to strike him right in the face. The girl tensed up and thought that his flesh was too hard to pierce, she couldn't hurt him. Then the huge orc hit her with all his might and stuck her in the ground. The girl looked at her, then tried to get up on her knees, and the huge hammer had already written on her. At that very second, someone intervened. Sunmi saved her friend literally at the last moment. The girls landed on the ground. It turned out that everything was behind them. The brunette looked at her and asked what she was doing here. In response, she heard that it didn't matter now. There were enough people there without her. They had to deal with this monster first. Then she turned around and said what she thought. They needed to retreat for a while. In this situation, the brunette said that they couldn't retreat. If they couldn't defeat him, the whole war would be lost. Then she took a step forward and asked if her comrade had taken what she had been asked for. The girl replied that it was dangerous. She hadn't been able to control him before. The risk was too great. Then the woman looked at her and said that she needed to ask someone to bring the relic. In response, she heard that she absolutely did not know how to listen to others. And so the woman stood in front of her enemy. She put on a mask and was ready to fight. Somewhere in the mountains, the battle between the masters continued. The monster was actively striking. The young man was defending himself. They acted very quickly and quite actively. Suddenly, the brunette received a blow to the chest. Because of this, he was thrown up and the stones began to fly to the side. The guy tried to get the sword, but something happened. His opponent at that moment managed to kick the weapon out of his hands, and also tossed the guy far up. After that, they were again in the air, continued to fight there. Their blows were with incredible force, they had to act quickly. Suddenly, something happened, a huge column of dust rose. The blonde landed on the ground and watched the huge stones. Immediately, a young man appeared in front of him, who began to create blue energy. He did not understand what was happening, and he just started approaching the guy, thinking that he could defeat him now. Then he stretched out his hand and also started accumulating his energy. At the same time, he and the brunette launched projectiles at each other. Because of this, their mana collided. Afterwards, a very strong explosion occurred, so strong that it left a crater from the battle. The blonde was studying the situation. Suddenly his opponent jumped up and flew away. They moved to the city. The young man landed and exhaled. At the same moment, a monster appeared and looked at him. Then he came closer and said that he seemed to guess what he decided to do. Did he really think about hiding here while others were dying? Great ideas. Then he continued to approach and added that, however, he could find him anywhere in the world. The guy tensed up when the monster approached him and said that it was a great honor to die at his hands. And then he launched a projectile of energy at him. Strange magic circles appeared around the monster. Suddenly, these circles turned into huge chains. They chained the enemy. He could not move. He looked around and did not understand what was happening. It was a glacier. The blonde lowered his head and asked what it was. While he was questioningly examining everything that was happening, the young man approached him and said that the only one who would die here today was him. Then he transformed and began to scream. The monster noticed this and tensed up very much. A few days ago, an incident occurred in Italy. The young man stood in front of a huge monster, and he decided to use this technique. He immediately raised his hand, struck the monster. Then he approached some strange ball. The guy picked it up and thought that it was a very useful thing, but the energy consumption was higher than expected. It would take about 5 minutes to maintain the state of the Dragonians. Considering the damage during the battle, he only had a minute left to use the glacier. The guy stood on the battlefield and thought that it should be used only in a certain situation. There would be only a minute, the only chance. And so in the present time he attacked the monster and screamed loudly. It was approaching him with incredible speed and was trying to strike. The blonde tensed up and thought about what to do. Then he managed to dodge the first blow with the sword. After that, the guy swung and struck again. He did not rest between blows. He struck one after another. The enemy tried to resist him, but did not have time to do anything. Like a shadow, the young man moved from place to place. With his blows, he pushed the man back further and further. Suddenly, the monster screamed. Then he jumped up and tried to strike back. The guy tensed up, but still managed to dodge. And then the men moved into the air. While the blonde was falling off the cliff, the other was trying to destroy him. And finally, he was able to strike the final blow, piercing him with my sword. Then they both fell into the water. The water began to diverge in different directions, and the men fought below, right at the bottom of the sea. The leader of the monsters looked at the man and thought that he had planned everything from the very beginning perfectly. Then he fell to his knees. It seemed the fight was over. A huge amount of water was ticking in different directions, creating a ring. The blonde fell to his knees. His energy began to weaken, and the young man stood opposite, transformed into a man. Then the blonde raised his head and said that he had planned everything. It turns out he was the only one who was just having fun. The brunette came closer and I answered that people have tactics and strategies that they have been fighting for thousands of years. This is the basis of the basics, allowing him to be a leader for a long time. Then he lowered his head and added that the monster lost because he ignored the human race. He grabbed his chest and said that it was amazing. Then he stuck his hand inside. The guy did not understand what was happening. Then the blonde tore out his heart. He held it in his hands and handed it to his opponent. Then he squeezed it and turned it into something else. It turned out that he formed a crystal, held it out and said that he was giving it to the new lord. The young man looked at it and did not understand what was happening. And the monster raised its head and explained that when it saw him, it was convinced that he was the same as them. The law of causality always repeats itself. The brunette grabbed the crystal and squeezed it in his hands, and the blonde began to gradually disintegrate. His body turned into dust. The water began to return back. At that very second, another explosion occurred there. At that time, one of the orcs fell on the battlefield. The guy stood in front of the next opponent and looked at him. Then he picked up his bat and exhaled, and he began to turn his head and thought whose powerful aura this was. What the hell was going on? There were so many creatures with strong energy here that he could not determine who was who. Then he jumped to the side, because right next to him landed a comrade who cut the monster. The man turned and shouted at him that he did not need to stand here. He needed to block the attack and concentrate. The young man thought that everything was right in this fight. The girls immediately attacked other orcs, seemingly successfully, and the animals killed orcs like gods. Their huge army advanced, but not very successfully. Mages somewhere nearby activated artifacts to help their allies. Suddenly one of them raised his head and shouted that he could not go on any longer. They had to retreat. The woman looked at him and shouted that their comrades were fighting, shedding their blood. Then she frowned and added that if they stopped, they would have a hard time. The effect of the incense burner relics and the army's terrorist attacks would not disappear as long as you were the owners of the artifacts. Then she remembered their last meeting, where the leader said that at the moment they did not have many pills left, so they should pass them on to the team with the relics, hoping that everyone could use them to provide constant support to the front. Then Sunmi turned to him and said that it would be better for the fighters fighting on the front lines to take pills with them. The number of hunters was too small to stop the enemies. They would not last long. Then the men looked at her and replied that no, now it was important to constantly maintain the maximum power of the relics. Besides, the pills did not greatly complement the physical strength of the hunters. Afterwards, he stepped forward and said that the fighters should know that the best way to improve their characteristics is to fight, improving their skills. And so during the battle, they constantly ate crystals while the monsters were advancing, and there was no end. Then the men ran forward and shouted that they had no time to talk, it was time to attack. The orcs did the same, and not far from there was another battle. The girl put on a Buddhist mask. The relic class is 2. The value of the relic is rare. When wearing the mask, the owner receives an effect that increases the characteristics, but after it ends, all the power is lost for some time. The orc commander was approaching her. The girl continued to fight, counting on victory. And indeed, thanks to her efforts, she was able to throw him into the stone corners. He raised his head and was not going to give up. The brunette flew forward and tried to deliver another blow. Thanks to this, she was able to throw the monster even further. And then another blow. She also skillfully dodged his attack. Then she raised the knife above her head and began to cut it in different places with incredible speed. Then the orc commander fell to one knee, but he was not going to give up and began to activate his mana. This surprised the girl very much. The monster clapped his hands and began to do something strange. From the strongest blow, Sunmi was carried away to the side. A huge pillar of fire rose. It appeared because of the explosion and continued to grow. Inside, the opponents were kneeling opposite each other. They were both already very exhausted. The girl tried to get up and thought that she could not lose, otherwise the entire front would fall. But she had almost no strength left. A few months ago, an incident occurred near Pyongyang. The guys were standing on the outskirts of the roof and watching the crater that appeared. They were surprised. There were definitely no words. Down there, the girl and her comrade were standing opposite their ally. They were wearing relics. Both were already exhausted. The man raised his head and said that it was great. That's where it should end. Shuan took off his mask and thought that this artifact has instant explosive power, but does not increase speed. In addition, his endurance level is greatly reduced. How could another fight using this relic? The commander approached him and said that it seemed to him that an uncontrolled weapon could only hinder the fight or even cause their death. But the time will definitely come when they may need religion. Their task is to master the weapon perfectly. Here at the present time, the girl used the relic. She lowered her head and thought that now her skills are much better than the first use. But the curse. The woman immediately got up and stood in front of her opponent. Her friend, meanwhile, was lying on the ground and trying to come to her senses. Then she raised her head and thought that Suji had increased her strength due to this relic several times, so now her energy was declining. The girl continued to fight. She struck one blow after another and was able to break the orc's weapon. Then she lowered her head and exhaled, gradually bleeding. And then she got hit in the back with a fist. The monster threw her aside. The girl did not know what to do. Her friend started screaming when she fell and almost broke. At the same moment, the monster began to approach her, counting on the end of the battle, and the woman lay below and could not move. Memories floated in her eyes. She thought that there is naturally the difference between people who have never held a gun in their hands and those who have gone through several battles is colossal. There is also a big difference between soldiers who survived the war and soldiers who miraculously managed to avoid death. Of course, it is better to live in a world in which no one would have to go through all this hell. It is still too early. Then she was finally able to get up. She lowered her head and sat directly opposite her opponent. Then the girl waved. Business trips did not understand what was happening. And then a serious explosion occurred. They both turned and looked in that direction. And the girl looked at them and thought that after the thunder of the explosion everything around became quiet. Everyone stopped fighting at once and looked into the distance. The same thing happened on the battlefield. People did not understand what to do. Just as the magicians stopped, all the creatures that were there watched. Or rather, these were hunters and soldiers. Archers also stopped. The men did not understand where this sound was coming from. The monsters stopped fighting and also looked into the distance. Then they began to move in that direction. The deities of the relics did not distinguish themselves, they also directed their gaze there. Suddenly, a man appeared in the sky. The brunette looked at him, as did the orc commander. Their leader was hovering in the air. Everyone looked at him and felt that the war was over. The man was above their heads. The winner, the survivor, a man. Well, the orc commander was not going to give up and tried to attack him. Then he got a kick and flew to the side. The guy was literally able to tear off his arm with one movement. Then he threw it in front of him, leaving him with his working hand. The monster took out his axe and stood opposite him, pursuing the goal of killing him. Then the guy raised his hand and concluded that in this way he decided to protect his comrades, who must retreat, clearly better than the bastard he had just fought. The monster ran at him and began to scream furiously, and the young man took out his sword. And then, literally with one blow, he cut his opponent. Some time passed, everything around became quiet. The guy put on his sweatshirt, his characteristics were updated. The stone of the orc con, increased muscle mass, increased physical strength, increased energy to the transcendental rank, increased physical defense to the transcendental rank, increased defense against magic to the transcendental rank, receiving the inexhaustible power of the orc con, the power of the orc con, the inexhaustible power of the orc con. The first rank, when using the skill, the consumption of energy, mana, physical strength, psychokinesis decreases. The girl ran up to the brunette and asked if everything was okay. It wasn't worth taking such a risk. Then the brunette turned around and threw her a crystal, saying that it was hers. The woman looked at him and tried to object, but the man said that the monster she was blocking was the leader of the army. If it weren't for her, they could have lost more of their comrades. Then he came closer and said that the girl had done an excellent job of her mission. In Russia, in the city of Yakutsk, there was a huge wolf at the same time. The same monster was sitting on his head. He was reading a book and thought that his brother was an idiot and had disappeared. Less than a day had passed since he set foot on Earth. Apparently this was the work of people. After that, he continued reading the book and smiled. Then the guy closed it and thought how he wanted to know what kind of person could kill his brother. And the fragments of the ships lay on the ground. The war was over. There were also many orc corpses on the battlefield. After that, they collected the corpses of people and put them in one place. The people watched this, saluted and lived faster. Then they turned around and went forward. The fierce battle that had just happened was over, like an old story. The hunters gathered around their leader. The archbishop approached him and said that he did not even know how to thank him if it were not for him. In response, he heard that they fought only because they had their own reason for this. Ethics have nothing to do with it, so words of gratitude can be kept to themselves. Then a man turned to him, asked what he thought. Where those two bastards ran off to, they should immediately go to their train. The young man turned and said that they had more important things to do now. Then he came forward and held out a bag, said since it was urgent, we must take care of the bodies of his comrades and take this. Then he handed the bag to the girl and said that the hunters should replenish their strength before arriving. She asked where they were going. The guy turned around and said that they had to go to Korea. They couldn't lose, they were leaving right now. After some time, the city of Tonghua. The guy raised his head and turned to the commander, said that the monster continues to advance. If this continues, then very soon they will reach the Yalu River. He looked at him and said that first they need to go back. A huge flock of monsters was approaching them directly, and at the head of them was a huge monster, the city of Weihai. In Shenyang, too, the invasion of monsters continued, as in the Korean autonomous region of Yanbian. And on the Yalu River, at that time, the bridge had already been destroyed. The soldiers moved forward and shouted that the monsters continue to advance on the city of Tonghua, Dandong and Yanbian. Very soon they will cross the border. They had to send a message to the hunter team. Reinforcements will be brought very soon. Meanwhile, the monsters were approaching them. The commander lowered his binoculars and said how many of them there are, but you chose the wrong place. Then he went forward and said that we need to destroy these annoying creatures. A squad of armored hunters was ready for battle and stood behind the commander. And at that time, many helicopters were flying over the city. Inside, there were also soldiers who were ready to fight, and tanks were approaching there. In addition to all this, huge guns were installed. Without time to bury their comrades, the soldiers set off, the leader to Moscow, everyone else to Korea. They moved forward to help other allies. The team of hunters, on the orders of the master, returned to Korea. From the message it became clear that the situation at home was much more serious than expected. They had to get into the cars and urgently move out. Meanwhile, Taehoon went to Korea. He approached his subordinates and said that they needed to hurry up and return to Korea. The guy asked how the man was. Then the brunette turned around and replied that he needed to deal with another enemy. The battle was taking place in real time. More and more monsters were dying on the battlefield. People were bombing from all guns. They tried to kill their opponents by any means. Everything around was exploding. Columns of dust were rising. While in Russia, in the city of Yakutsk, it was quiet and empty. The guy walked through the destroyed city. There was not a single living soul around, except for one, Chernobog, who was sitting and reading his book in the distance. The guy approached a huge tower from the book and looked at him. The monster lowered his head and said that he was finally here, so waiting for their meeting. The brunette simply remained silent in response. Then Chernobog took out a book and said that he had sent hundreds of thousands of animals to his homeland, apparently, and I already know about it. Since I have already arrived here, I was not mistaken in my guesses. Then he slammed the book shut and said that 44,179,696.4 seconds had passed since he woke up on this earth. 44,179,696.5, 44,179,696. 6 added that he had been contemplating this world for 103,680 seconds, during which time he had read 128,864,880 books, studied more than 5,500 languages, learned all religions, philosophy, medicine, art, history, and science. After I jumped down to him and added that he was bored, but I ran into something interesting, into him. Then he came closer and added that he was interested in finding out who they were. For people, they were like natural disasters that could lead to the destruction of the earth. He stood right in front of his opponent and explained that the first thing that would disappear from this planet forever was people, they think, from the documents created by those like him. They already know about this. They were the ones who gave birth to them. No matter how hard it was for humanity, very soon there would be no people left on Earth. Chernobog came closer and said that this guy was an exception. He smiled and added that you can only look at him. They still consider themselves people. The young man said nothing. Then the blonde spread his hands and said that what was happening now was the extinction of the weakest species, and he, a human being who had become the chosen one, only he managed to pass natural selection, offered to stand on their side. But he did not have time to finish because the brunette hit him in the face, and thus threw him back. From a strong blow, the monster flew several kilometers, and pulled a trail of destruction behind him. He lay in ruins and looked at the sky, and the guy reincarnated and came up and said that the last creature that he buried also squealed something similar. What the hell books have they read? The blonde began to laugh and said that this is wonderful, and the guy smiled and said that he would regret that he ever appeared on this color. The energy emanating from them was visible even far away in the city. The blonde stood up and said that this is great. He did not expect at all that people can have such power. Then he took a step forward and said that, however, he is much different from the creature he recently killed. The young man simply remained silent in response. Chernobog stood in front of him and said that he hoped he was already anticipating. The opponents stood opposite each other, and in a moment they broke away. After the battle began, dust rose in a column. At that time, in Korea, the battle between monsters and people continued. Squad M16 fought back as best they could. The man raised his head and shouted that they must not allow the monsters to go further, but then they were surprised. A huge wolf monster appeared in front of them. While the team of hunters moved by air on their own and sometimes on military transport, with which Maria helped, the soldiers could not hide their concern that their homeland was under attack. Horrible things were happening there at that moment. The girl was surprised when she saw this and shouted that they just needed to keep moving, promising to catch up with them later. The brunette turned and shouted that they had to go in search of the main monsters, then distributed her comrades among the cities. Jeong H-Wan to the city of Anju, Lee Su to Kusan, Kim Yori-won to Hwichon, Kim Ju-hyuk to Dakshan. Lee Hang-woo's task is to prepare all the weapons and hold the front, and one more is going with her. Everyone rushed forward and began to carry out the order. Craters appeared one after another in the city. The main character fought with his opponent in them. They were quite active in throwing blows at each other, and so far there was no leader in this battle. Later, the young man struck a blow to the head, and then he was able to block a counterattack. Also after that he was able to dodge the enemy's blow again. He swung his leg, again missed, but the guy was able to punch him in the face. Because of this, the monster flew to the side, but tried to strike and this time hit. The young man was thrown right into the wall. Because of this blow, the whole house began to collapse. The battle continued for some time. Their blows were so strong that they destroyed entire buildings. The men moved from place to place in order to continue the battle, and they struck each other with blows, which were blocked most often. And then the guy managed to grab his opponent by the leg. After that, he turned around and pulled him along with him. With one wave of his hand, he was able to throw him over himself and throw him into the wall. The battle continued for some time, and one was determined, the other seemed to be just having fun. At some point, they flew over the city and continued to get lost. Meanwhile, his soldiers continued the battle and shouted that the communication wires were cut. The monsters were advancing endlessly. There were already a lot of dead on the battlefield. Everyone who remained alive had to retreat. Too many groups were isolated. Reinforcements were needed. The city of Pyongyang was quiet. The people at the base discussed that there were too many monsters. If they approached Seoul, civilians would be in danger. Then the commander thought that they were not able to block the attack. Besides, there are restrictions that concern the awakening of the Nick and the use of the relic. If ordinary people take part in the war, they will not be able to hold out for a couple of minutes, and it is necessary to use Jansung and Tori, but most of the territory. Then the monsters will have only one way to break through to the territory of Korea. Just there he will throw all his forces. Then he hit the table with his fist and said that he would be damned if he made this decision earlier, got angry and said that everyone should prepare weapons against the main monster. People paid attention to him and were surprised, said that then the rest of the front would be vulnerable. The man raised his head and said that if they could not restore it, everything would be over. Then a subordinate turned to him. Two people came up and asked what happened. The hunters finally arrived. An explosion thundered in the city of Manpo. The monsters were becoming more and more. The hunters were heading towards them and shouted that there was no point in even dreaming about quick death. They had entered the wrong land and ordered to destroy everyone. In the city of Kichon, there were only corpses lying on the streets, and in the center was Barg, a level 6 monster. People approached him and said that they knew that using relics against him was too much, but they needed to kill the monster as soon as possible. So the guys put on masks and were going to fight in them. They approached and looked straight at him, where a car stopped nearby. A girl was sitting inside and watching everything. In Moscow, on Red Square, Maria approached the brunette and said that she heard the news. Thank God that he remained alive. What's going on? He did not have time to deal with the monster of the 7th level as a new misfortune appears. The man came closer and said that apparently the heroic sword is still somewhere here. In response, he heard that the damage from the explosion was much greater than expected. The girl apologized that she was unable to take care of all this while he and his comrades were bleeding on the battlefield. Then the young man came closer and said that there is no need to apologize because he is in her debt. He also said that there is one request. Then he came closer and said that in the northeast of Russia a monster of the 7th level awakened, called Chernobog. At the moment, crowds of monsters are approaching Korea. The girl replied that Major General Vladimir received the information, was glad to help, but the young man must understand that his army is already having a hard time. By the way, why did they decide to attack Korea? Then the guy folded his arms and said that the people of the 6-headed snake awakened the dragon and the orc Khan. Although they destroyed the main forces of the enemy, the main character is still walking free. Does not know the details, but the head of the 6-headed snake is a certain man named Mao. Unfortunately, right now they have no way to track him down to clarify the situation. Then he presented a map and said that immediately after the battle with Khan Morkov, a team of hunters headed to South Korea. The only way to stop the attack is to kill Chernobog. After that, he came closer to Maria and asked if she could find the sword and give it to him. In response, he heard that of course, she was grateful to him for allowing her to help. After the guy went to the car and said that this was great, but asked not to come closer to him at least 10 kilometers because he could not guarantee her safety. In the city of Kusan, the battle was actively continuing. People were attacking a huge monster. The girl was approaching and trying to cut off his head. At the same time, he began to fairy scream and glowed bright blue. When she landed on the ground, she raised her head and looked at him. Then she grouped herself. The soldiers were surprised to see her. The man lowered his head and exhaled. In front of him in the city of Ajau was a serious monster, a strong opponent. The same thing happened in the city of Hwichon, where the girl was going to attack the monster. The brunette in the city of Dakshan took out his bow and aimed at the monster. And in Manpo, the man was flying and screaming for all the creatures to die. After that, he kicked one of them. Suddenly, the hunter grabbed one of the monsters, and then with all his might, he hit his head on the ground. And the cruel Chondai battle continued. Finally, the hunters arrived. People watched this from the side, said that it felt like they were carrying out an air attack. The team of hunters has become much stronger. He cannot believe that they have become like this in just a couple of months. The commander lit a cigarette and said that even before the guild was created, they had already begun to gather in squads and improve their skills, In fact, they could easily cause an internal coup with such a force, but it was all about their leader. Taehoon's influence may have played a big role in their formation, but the main merit belongs to Suji. She became an excellent leader. Then he looked to the side and asked the soldiers if they were just going to independently and watch how the team of hunters destroy all the monsters. We must take care of those creatures that are trying to escape. Immediately, the people jumped up and began to carry out the order. In the city of Kichon, then a huge monster looked at two fighters. The hunters decided to destroy it with the help of a relic. They immediately threw it on, thinking that they would work together. After the guys looked at each other and began to strike. These blows were struck together and very quickly. The monster began to scream furiously. After that, he directed a huge flame at them. This flame left a trace, cracked the walls and the earth. But nevertheless, the guys managed to dodge, looked at each other and exhaled. After that, they continued the battle, from which even the building collapsed. Then the young man continued to fight the demon. They hit each other, there was no leader yet. The city literally collapsed before our eyes and during their battle. Suddenly, the monster landed on the ground. They stood opposite each other, and he said that it was wonderful. He did not think that people could be so interesting. The guy stood opposite and took out his sword. The blonde raised his hand, shouted, "Is it really possible for a man to use a weapon for the second round?" Then laughed. And then he tore off his hand. The guy looked at him and did not understand what was happening. After that, the monster immediately regenerated with his sleeve, and the torn one turned into a weapon. Then he sat down and said that they could enjoy the battle until the very end. His opponent stood in a stance. The monster immediately flew towards him. The guy wielded the sword, and the monster with a scepter. This time the building was destroyed even faster. They began to collapse almost simultaneously. Suddenly the pair appeared above the blonde's head, and then struck with a sword, but he managed to block it. From this momentum, stones began to collapse around. The guy jumped back and was ready for the next blow. Then the monster tried to destroy him, but missed. The battle continued. From this strong energy, a bright light rose up, which was visible from afar. The men lashed out in a duel. The demon clearly enjoyed it. While the girl attacked the glasses before the monster, she flew forward and dodged his blows. And the target was the head, located at the very top of the shell. Well, as soon as the brunette tried to strike, the monster blocked it with his claw. But then he got a cut on the side. It turns out that the brunette managed to sneak behind his back unnoticed, and she activated the same freezing. Gradually, the monster began to turn into ice. Then the girl flew closer and dealt another blow to his back. Another monster in the neighboring city continued to attack the guy. He raised his hand and activated the flame. Thus, he struck the back of a huge monster. Then he swung and was ready to destroy it. He was able to cut off its head, literally in one movement. The brunette in another city was also already at her limit. She exhaled and also cut off the monster's head with a web. And the archer at that moment was fighting his opponent. He fired an arrow and activated black matter. The cities were devastated, shrouded in dust and smoke. The man smiled and watched as his comrades killed the monsters. It looked mesmerizing. Victory was clearly theirs. The same thing was done by the magicians who activated relics to help their comrades, and other divine beings who helped them. Thanks to the golden animals, the battle was gaining momentum and giving them this advantage. In Pyongyang, they were evacuating and shouting that the situation was too dangerous. The soldiers brought people in and shouted that they had to go here. All civilians had to go south immediately. Suddenly, a boy heard sounds and asked what it was. A huge monster appeared above him and struck. They started killing people, despite the fact that the soldiers dealt with them quickly enough. The manager fell to the ground and was wounded. They had to call a medic. Then the young man lowered his head and said this. The guys with masks also continued to fight the huge monster. It literally blazed with energy and approached them. Then the hunters exhaled. They had to make decisions. And suddenly it took off flying at them. But something really surprised him. They started hitting his body. When the monster raised its head, he saw their comrades in the air. It turns out that the rest of the guys dealt with their opponents and came to help their comrades. Then the woman raised her head and asked what her subordinates were doing there. They told the commander that they had carried out all orders and decided to take part in the battle. Immediately after that, they landed on the ground. They greeted everyone before handing them crystals to restore energy. And then the man took out a sword, handed it to the commander and said that he thought it might be useful to her. After that, they turned around and headed forward, said that the monsters were distracting them, they had to destroy it. It would not be so easy to defeat this creature, so they needed to deal with it as soon as possible before other monsters arrived. The guys watched as the monster approached them. After that, they all pounced on it together. In Russia, the battle between the masters continued. The city was gradually turning to ashes. Their blows were so strong that the ruins around were turning into even more ruins. The men fought, but the leaders were still missing. Then the monster extended 2 fingers and released a charge of energy. But the main character was able to return, miraculously survived. This blow was so strong that it was launched almost into space. After that, they continued to fight. The monster and the man struck each other one after another, and with incredible speed, they moved from side to side, making different maneuvers. The battle continued for some time, and outside the city there was a car from where the military was watching. Maria stood and watched it all. Then the soldiers turned to her and said that she thought they should not interfere. In response, he heard that she knew that if they interfered, they would simply hinder him. Then the girl raised her head and said that the ghost was all that could do for him, then continued to watch as the city was destroyed. And suddenly a sword appeared. The opponents stood opposite each other. The guy lowered his head and said that the sword was here. The monster did not understand what was happening, and the young man exhaled and was very happy. Suddenly he began to accumulate energy. His opponent still did not understand anything. Suddenly the brunette looked to the side while he formed another energy ball. So the battle continued between the huge wolf and the detachment of hunters. They were approaching him, trying to dodge the attacks. The archer pulled the arrow and was about to fire a blow at him, but it was useless because the monster was very fast. At the same time, they attacked him from the ground. With his roar, the monster was able to throw the guy back several kilometers. Because of this, he began to spin and the building began to collapse. After that, the monster released a fiery charge there. The guys were in danger, they had to hide from the fire. The man stretched his arms forward, tried to strike back, and after that, he approached the monster's mouth. Suddenly, a girl intervened, trying to freeze him, and another one began to attack from above, releasing her energy at him, and did not work together. A web immediately appeared. Everyone began to use their ability to delay the monster. It seemed that for a moment they managed to delay him a little. The girls began to strike at his paws, and the boys fought with him in the air. Suddenly the girl jumped up, swung her sword and shouted that even with this high-level artifact she would hardly be able to cut the cervical spine with one blow, so she had to try. And then she approached his head. She fell between his eyes and tried to thrust the sword. From this blow the monster jumped on its hind legs and began to scream frantically. The girl tried very hard to stay on his head. Her comrades were approaching there to help her. The guy in the mask tried to run as fast as he could to make it in time. Meanwhile, the general activated unrivaled rage, pushing the sword deeper and deeper. Everything around began to shine. The monster was experiencing incredible pain. His scream was heard throughout the area, as well as a bright light was visible from afar. Suddenly the girl began to fall along with the monster. She threw him aside, turning him over, and then the young man who swung arrived, and then he struck him. Thanks to this, the monster turned over again, hitting its head on the ground. In Russia, Tihun was still fighting the monster. He frowned and was ready to strike, and the blonde screamed that it would not help him. After that, he gathered energy and screamed that it was necessary to finish because he was going to destroy everything in this area. Then the guy directed a stream of energy at him. The monster did the same. Because of this, a serious explosion occurred, so strong that the opponents were thrown to the sides, and it looked like a nuclear bomb. The guy immediately turned around and flew there. Later he landed and saw something. His opponent was already sitting on the sword, asked if all this was really for this. After he stood up, it was a heroic sword, regeneration and restoration of wounds. The young man thought it was necessary to make some decision. Then his opponent jumped off and said that he managed to feel where his gaze was directed. Then he took the sword and said that the man was not as smart as he seemed at first. He reads it. He knows everything, from the relic to the stones and monsters. Then he came closer and said that we need to start the next round. In response, he heard that the guy advises not to raise his head so high. And suddenly a dagger began to fly at him from above. Surprisingly, the monster was able to jump to the side. Then the brunette activated another superpower, throwing his chains at him. The blow was so strong that it demolished everything around. But this time the enemy was able to jump high, only not high enough to fly away. The nets began to envelop his legs and the same dagger flew. This dagger pierced his shoulder. The monster smiled and shouted that the man would not achieve anything with this because he was not an ulcer. Then the guy suddenly transformed and approached him. Then he frowned and said that he should have thrown away his sword. Then he struck another blow to the other hand, and thus was able to cut it off, taking the sword. A moment later, the young man was already on the ground, along with the heroic sword, and the monster began to laugh and say that this man was only able to rise to his level for a moment. The guy was not going to give up and was ready to continue the battle, and the blonde got angry and flew at him. A moment later, they clashed in a new round. The ground opened up because of the shock wave. The men clashed with each other. They gritted their teeth, looking at each other. The monster swung his scythe. The hero frowned. Their weapons collided. The enemy's scythe broke into two parts. A shock wave spread across the ground. Tihun frowned and let out a battle cry. The enemy gritted his teeth. The young man thrust the sword into the monster's chest. He dragged it in front of him at incredible speed. His path left a flash of light behind him. Leaning on the handle, the young man frowned. He struck the enemy with terrifying force into the rock. The hero held the monster pressed against the rock. The enemy lowered his hands, coughed and said something about his wound. Tihun put his hand in front of him. His blade was directed towards him. The guy grabbed it by the handle. The monster spat out blood and cursed him. The young man frowned slightly. The enemy said that although he had immortality and had already mastered all the martial arts known to mankind, he had destroyed thousands of people with his bare hands. The monster Paris on the blade, they say that someone born strong like him does not understand why he was given this gift, because he never killed his comrades and just for the sake of survival. The enemy raised his head and added that the young man would never be able to surpass him. He smiled widely and called the hero of the monster. The guy frowned deeply. He lunged and attacked the enemy. Suddenly, a powerful beam appeared in the wasteland. The clubs were raised in the air. In the middle of the crater lay a dead monster. The hunters looked at what happened in surprise, saying that it was a level 6 monster and that it was destroyed. Shuan sank to the ground and exhaled heavily. Suji took off her mask and smiled. Looking at the monster, the guys exclaimed enthusiastically. Saiyong helped the commander up and asked her to take the crystal. Silence hung over the ruins. The guys gathered near the crater. Jilin lifted the crystal and said that the level 6 monster was defeated. The commander looked at the stone and said that she could not cope with this power at the moment, and, moreover, killing the monster is a common merit. The guys silently looked at her. The girl added that according to their rules, the stone is given to the strongest, and if among them there is someone who is confident in his strength, he can come and take it. She lowered her hand and said that the battle is not over yet, so they should take a break and join the other squads. The guys obeyed the order. They rushed through the city. The hunters cut the neck of one of them. The soldiers watched in surprise at what was happening. The hunter squad quickly came to help. They ran past the monsters, attacked each of them. Youngwon fired arrows at the monsters. Kate and Sunmi activated the relics. Golden beasts appeared on the battlefield along with riders. Tall clubs were passing through the wasteland. Soldiers and hunters stood on the corpses of monsters. Dark clouds floated across the sky above Seoul. Sung-hoon was lying on the medical bed. The guy opened his eyes. He got up and saw an ally who asked how he felt. The guy looked at her confusedly and said that she was, fortunately, okay, and then asked if there was any news about the battle. The woman calmly told him that there were many victims, but the battle was over, after which she advised him to worry about his own health. Sitting on the bed, the guy said that he had done nothing but just lay around all this time, after which he asked what was going on with the master and the team of hunters. The interlocutor answered that he now needed rest after long battles in the Vatican. The ground was strewn with stone fragments. The guys were glad that the master was okay because they were sure that he would survive. The hero stood in front of his subordinates. One of the hunters asked why he suddenly needed to go to America. Ti-hoon introduced Mao and said that he must catch the leader of the six-headed snake. Then he introduced the archbishop and the blonde man along with the soldiers, thinking that the Russian military as well as the Vatican had agreed to cooperate, and that their intelligence services would help in case Mao tried to hide somewhere again. And although they didn't know the details, it was rumored that there were still several organizations in Asia that followed him and were connected to the United States. Looking at his subordinates, he presented a map and said that he didn't think he had any plans for Russia and East Asia anymore, so he was unlikely to return there, and any action on his part could lead to a disaster, so it was necessary to find him as soon as possible. Suji frowned and said that in that case, they would also go with him. The guy grabbed his hood, answered negatively, and said that this problem needed to be solved quickly and as quietly as possible, and that was exactly his specialty. He threw the backpack over his shoulder and added that even if they managed to block the front line, many monsters were still infiltrating the peninsula, so the hunters should focus on the situation, and when necessary, he will contact them. The woman presented a map in the sky and said that before the master left for the United States, he gave an order to spread rumors of his death throughout the world. The hunters gathered at the glass table. The girl thought that while the situation in the north was becoming increasingly chaotic, the soldiers deployed armored units at the border and sent a squad of hunters to clear the territory of monsters. The members of the squad of hunters watched the monsters from the roof and roared loudly. The soldiers looked ahead, hearing words about the first and second level individuals below, as well as one third level monster. The hunter shouted loudly and said that whoever of them made it in time would take the stones. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred in the middle of the city. The sun's rays illuminated the Pentagon building in the United States. Armed guards stood along the corridors. Soldiers sat at a table. A man in a formal suit said that they were informed that they had managed to find the leaders of the resistance company and that soon it would be of great help to them. He frowned and said that a panther squad sent to guard the Mayan calendar entered Mexico. Smith touched his chin and said that this was excellent work. The sun's rays fell on the front door. The girl approached Mao and called him by name. The man asked what had happened. The girl said that, according to rumors, the man died in a battle with the Chernobog. The man looked at her and asked what it meant. The girl said that they could not verify. However, judging by the circumstances, death seemed certain, and the level 7 monster disappeared without a trace because it was always not very well displayed on the maps, but now it is not visible at all. Mao put his hands in his pockets and said that now he understood what had happened and that all it took was a trap. He closed his eyes and went outside. The man in camouflage looked at the head of the pentagon and said that their guest was a scoundrel, so he should not be trusted. The blonde put down his cigar and said that he knew this, but they had been in business for a long time. He imagined Mao against the backdrop of a burning house and said that he was the adopted son of a wealthy family from England. And although he had an excellent reputation because he sponsored various underdeveloped areas and adopted orphans, he was also rumored to be involved in weapons production and invested in them. Then he imagined a little boy with a big city in the background and added that being an orphan and from Hong Kong. He wandered from place to place and became a member of the family due to his outstanding talents. But despite this, the family treated him only as a butler. Then the man imagined dragons and said that the man was the manager of a British museum, and being very smart, he quickly guessed the value of the treasures stored inside. He imagined a beam of light coming from Stonehenge and added that after that, the man used the family's power to expand his sphere of influence, after which he took over the museum with a lot of treasures, and since then he has captured Central and East Asia, Europe and America and became the leader of the six-headed snake. Dark clouds floated across the sky above the Pentagon. The man said that, in fact, Tiyun was also part of his plans, but he suddenly ran away to America. With a smile and a frown, the man added that he didn't think this was the man they needed, so they needed to keep an eye on him, and if he was useful, they needed to use him, and if not, they could just get rid of him. The evening sun illuminated the rocky terrain of the mountain pass at the entrance to Las Vegas. A huge number of monsters had been defeated. Wrecked cars lay next to the road. Men with machine guns stood on a makeshift wall. Holding their weapons, they noticed that today was unusually quiet. Suddenly, one of them saw Tihun walking through binoculars. The dark-skinned man raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked who was walking towards them. The masked man approached him and asked what happened. The scout replied that a man was approaching them. Looking at the horizon again, he said that there was no one. Tihun entered the camp while the people were discussing that this was nonsense. Dark clouds floated across the sky above Las Vegas. The city street was completely destroyed. People in the bar were discussing that the orange and red level monsters died on the 15th highway. Tihun was sitting at the bar. People were discussing that it was probably a team of hunters, but they find it strange that the monsters did not have any injuries. But the heart was missing. The barmaid looked down and asked if the customer still had his mind, or if he was crazy, since he preferred coffee. She took a cigarette and said that she could not guarantee that the coffee would taste good, because so much time had passed, but the customer should not worry. She did not add anything. The man said that it was not bad. She said that she did not think that he was an ordinary person because she was seeing him for the first time. The young man froze in place. The girl added that she did not know how he ended up with them, but he should be careful because in this world there is no one who would accept strangers well. The customers looked at him sideways. The young man felt their gazes on himself. He frowned as he heard the talk of the date. The men at the table were discussing that in 2 days, in Death Valley, that was the day the Ranger boys would start hunting monsters, and that date would be Dean's funeral. The hero looked down and thought that he had heard that name often, and he thought that it was one of the former mayors or the leader of the rebellion. The barmaid looked at him and thought that this man was a mutant or an awakened one, and she didn't know how long he would last in this place because she didn't think he could be dangerous, but she should tell the mayor everything. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the rocks in Death Valley. The man in the mask fired a volley of shots from his revolvers. His bullets made a hole in the monsters. The men in suits fired short shotguns. They opened fire on the crowd of approaching monsters. Light dust flew along this line. Dean raised his gun up and exhaled. Tihun was in the air above the valley, thinking that this was Dean, and apparently he was able to defeat the second and third level monsters, but he still could not replace him. He frowned, looking at the men, and thought that they were the guys who were in the bar. The men walked to the rocky edge, discussing that in this state he would be able to kill the blue level monster. They stopped at the cliff. The blonde man looked at the interlocutor and said that with this attitude, even a blue level monster is nothing to them. The dark-skinned man asked him not to faint when the monster appears. Dean looked back, called out to them and asked them to stop talking nonsense, because you don't know what kind of creature can suddenly appear, so they need to be prepared. He looked at the defeated monster and said that this really irritates him. Suddenly, the man quickly looked back. A giant dragon came out to his group. The monster looked at them. The men recognized the desert dragon and shouted for everyone to step back. Dean looked back at his allies and gritted his teeth. He pointed his gun in front of him and provoked the monster. The man fired several shots at the dragon's head. He jumped to the side, seeing the monster behind him, and said that he would distract it while the guys got back to the car. The man ran away from the monster following him. The dragon ran right behind the cowboy, moving in jerks. Rocks and dust flew across the canyon. The blonde man looked through his binoculars and said that this was a great result. He put on his glasses. The masked guys turned to him and said that now I will not be able to get out of this dismal place to the Pentagon. The man replied that the problem is not in getting back, it is the time it takes to do it. They turned around in surprise. Taehoon crossed his arms and said that it was not the best idea, because if he was going to shoot, he needed to make sure that the target was clearly visible. The soldiers raised their rifles and asked how long the young man had been standing there. The boy walked away from the cliff. The man frowned and ordered to open fire. The soldiers froze in place, saying that their bodies were not moving. The cowboy exhaled heavily, looking ahead. He stopped at the edge of the cliff. The dragon was getting closer and closer to him. The man said that this was probably the end. He opened fire on the running dragon, after which he added that he did not think this was the moment for him to die. The desert dragon opened its mouth wide and roared. Taehoon plunged his blade into its head and pinned it to the ground. The cowboy frowned tensely, looking at what was happening. He fell to the ground. Sitting on the ground, the man did not understand what was happening. The hero frowned and asked if the man was the mayor of Las Vegas, then said that from now on Dean's life was his and all he could do was answer his questions. A low scream echoed through the valley. Taehoon lifted the man into the air and twisted his limbs, telling him to tell him everything he knew about the Asian leaders of the Pentagon if he didn't want every bone in his body broken. The hero frowned and asked if there had been an Asian leader recently. Blood was running down the man's lip. He said heavily that he didn't know, since he had only met Smith. He closed his eyes and added that, however, he was white and would never take any Asian, then exclaimed, agreed, and said that he had seen a man matching the description. The man remembered Mao and his subordinate walking down the hallway. His group passed them. The men looked back in surprise. They narrowed their eyes and closed their nostrils with a smirk, saying that these were stinking monkeys. The girl turned around and turned to the gentleman. Mao said that she should not pay attention to them, because this place was originally full of such low people. He frowned sternly and told her to hold on, because they did not come all this way to be distracted by such things. The hero took a step towards the man lying on the floor and said that he would spare him, as he had promised, and leave him to those whom the man was hunting. Evening fell over the city. The barmaid brought Dwan and Taehoon drinks. She smiled and asked if she should bring the hero coffee. Frowning slightly, she added that she thought he was an ordinary wandering hunter, but apparently she was wrong, because he saved the mayor. The man touched his chin, remembered the prisoner, and said that he did not think Colin would be a traitor, because he was one of the mayor's assistants. The hero brought the cup to his mouth and said that he was not interested in their relationships with other people, because he came to find out about some very important things. The mayor frowned and asked how this happened, who he was and what he was doing in this place. Taehoon took the cup away from his lips and said that he would be asking questions, and that the mayor should remember that he had no right to refuse. The barmaid frowned slightly and said that she knew that the guests could not trust them, but the mayor had sacrificed more for the citizens than anyone else, and then asked the hero for help. The boy lowered his hand and said that there was no point in thinking about it, because it was not a question of trust, because his goal was to deal with the object, so they could just be content with the fact that for safety reasons he was not going to destroy them. But, throwing off his hood, he finished the thought by saying that depending on the answer, he might help them for a cup of coffee. The girl put her hand on the table and shouted at him, asking what kind of nonsense this was. The mayor calmly agreed and said that he owed him a lot and he simply did not have the strength to resist, so they could go to the shelter. The girl turned to the mayor and tried to argue. The man said that everything was fine, because she herself understood perfectly well that they would not be able to resist them, and, moreover, this gentleman did not seem like a bad person. The man smiled and said that his intuition told him that they hit the jackpot. Taehoon frowned. They arrived at the dam east of Las Vegas. Standing on the dam, the man said that this was their home, the Ark of the Vegas Rangers, and that he had made sure that this place remained a secret, but it was only a matter of time before it was revealed. A gigantic space opened up before them. The man added that looking at the current situation, they wanted to create some kind of fortress. Smiling slightly, the mayor said that this place was safe from monsters, and, in addition, it had supplies of drinking water, and that the dam was located near Las Vegas, where the weapons were stored. He remembered how they fired at the monsters and said that, fortunately, there were no high-level monsters in Las Vegas, so it was easy for them to fight back. Then he introduced the head of the Pentagon and added that, however, a problem arose, because the head of the Pentagon decided to gather the military and subjugate the city and executed the rebellious awakened. The man introduced soldiers with weapons and added that they were forbidden to hunt monsters without special permission, and the loot in the form of stones of monsters of the 4th level and above was taken away as a duty. Then he remembered how they defeated a high-level monster and said that, fortunately, the head did not conquer the western lands, because in Los Angeles and San Francisco there were people who were also dissatisfied with the political system. And as a mayor, he could not just look at the current situation, and for citizens, both monsters and the Pentagon posed a huge threat, so they hunted in the Valley of Death and were always ready for a counterattack. Dean introduced monsters against the background of a map and said that they cooperate with the West, but due to the huge number of monsters living in those parts, communication is difficult, and in the National Park of monsters of the highest level there are about 10 individuals. He imagined a flying monster against the backdrop of a burning city and added that the biggest problem was Texas, because the state was located right in the center of the United States. Because of the location of the oil, all people tried to take the lead there, but now oil cannot be bought with dollars or gold. 6 months ago, a level 6 monster, a black dragon, woke up in Texas, and absolutely all life there was paralyzed, and the monster, who seemed to destroy absolutely everything in its path, suddenly fell asleep near a lake in Fort Worth, where a relic of the Cherokee Indian totem is kept, but when the dragon wakes up, no one knows. He imagined totems standing next to oil pumping rigs and said that the Pentagon had strengthened its military forces and was guarding the relic, and the oil production teams had not yet started work, so the hero should better not run into them. The mayor looked at his interlocutor, grinned and asked if he had ever encountered level 6 monsters, because he didn't think so, otherwise the guy wouldn't be standing next to him. The hero frowned and thought that if Mao knew he was alive, he would try to hide from him again. But now this man was trying to work with the military to destroy a level 6 monster. Withered trees stood on the shore of the lake. The young man jumped down and pushed off from the pier. He flew past the dry thickets at high speed. He pushed off the ground and rose into the air. Being above the clouds, the guy looked at the island. It began to radiate its energy. The young man activated the dragon's gaze. Warm rays of the sun illuminated the Pentagon building. The men stood by the globe. One of them said that they finally managed to find the Mayan calendar in Mexico. Mao frowned and said that now he would be able to awaken the most powerful monster that was in his hands, so it was only a small matter. He introduced the plane and capsules, saying that in the states of Texas, Houston and NASA there were oil fields, military weapons, manpower and technology, thanks to which he could have a future. Soldiers with weapons in their hands stood inside the room. The man turned to his subordinate after hearing the appeal. The girl frowned and said that the monster of the 6th level, the Black Dragon, had awakened. The city was engulfed in powerful flames. The dragon soared into the air. The monster flew over the burning city. The dragon sat on a half-destroyed building. It opened its mouth and screamed loudly. A fat man in a suit ran away in fear. The commander looked back tensely. He ran to the car, cursing everything around him. The man got behind the wheel and said that he must quickly get out of there. Suddenly he noticed a guy on his hood. Ji-hoon glared at him. The man ordered him to get lost. The guy broke through the glass and grabbed him by the collar. He lifted the man by the neck and said that he must do as he was told. The sun's rays fell on the Pentagon. The tanks were parked inside the courtyard. The leader smiled broadly and asked Mao if he thought that the monster would come to them. The brunette frowned and said that it was more than 2,000 kilometers from the fort to them, and that it would not take long, but he must have a good reason to come to them. The blonde looked at him and said that he did not think that it was a coincidence. Looking at the tanks, Mao asked if it was possible. The leader answered negatively and asked the interlocutor not to be angry. He frowned sternly and thought that the interlocutor did not even understand what he was going to do, because as soon as the situation was resolved, he would personally kill him with his own hands. The soldier with a scar on his face touched the microphone and, turning to the leader, said that Cohen had already arrived. The blonde looked back, frowned and said that their carefree friend had finally arrived. A dark car drove up to the soldiers. Cohen sat tensely next to the hero. The tanks were parked near the building. The hero threw the man out of the car. The soldiers pointed their guns at him. Mao frowned in shock. The head of the Pentagon looked at what was happening with displeasure. The guy took a step forward. He activated his pressure. Throwing off his hood, he smiled and said that it was Mao's time to pay the bills. The brunette recoiled in fear and wondered if the guy had really defeated the Orc Khan and the Black God. The blonde next to him laughed loudly. Smith frowned and asked if the man had really run away from that guy all the way to America. The head of the Pentagon jumped down. He took on a monstrous form and said that for some reason he thought that there might be something very useful inside the guy. The soldier in red took hold of the sword handle. Smith added that he was going to get rid of that man anyway, so he would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The hero frowned and ordered him to get lost. The blonde looked at him irritably. The Mao soldier jumped down and said that he would detain him, after which he asked the gentleman to leave. The head of the Pentagon raised his hand and gathered energy in it. The men aimed their attacks at Ji-hoon. Suddenly, a powerful beam rose from the square. The soldiers stepped back from the explosion. Ji-hoon covered his face. His opponents began to fall to the ground. The head of the Pentagon fell to the floor. The soldiers frowned tensely, thinking that they did not have time to see anything. What do you mean their commander was killing monsters of the 6th level? Mao watched what was happening tensely. He went down to the young man. The soldiers aimed their weapons and opened fire on both of them. The hero activated the energy of the dragon. The ground around them trembled. The shadows of high-level monsters hung over the Pentagon. The soldiers trembled in fear, seeing their images. Mao looked up and was surprised at what he saw, saying that he could not even imagine what circles of hell the guy went through to defeat them all, and that it seemed to him that he could handle him. Various monsters were hiding in the shadows behind the hero. The man smiled slightly and said that if he died, the Mayan calendar would be destroyed, and in that case, the boy would have to fight a monster superior to all those he had ever faced, and that he could consider it a parting gift. The boy frowned angrily. Mao took a step forward. The boy took up his sword. The man said that he did not regret anything. The next second, the hero decapitated him. The man's head flew through the air. His body fell to the ground. The boy's ability dissipated. The soldiers quickly ran away. A squad of hunters hung in the sky above the Pentagon. The soldiers noticed them. The hunters descended to the ground. Suji looked at the soldiers and ordered them to surrender, because in that case they would not be touched. The soldiers froze in place. The rays of the setting sun illuminated the valley in Mexico. Mao's subordinate clutched a red object in her hand. She frowned slightly. The girl walked towards the entrance of the ruins. A powerful beam of energy destroyed the building. The dragon looked back at what had happened. He took off and flew towards the beam. All the dragons nearby took off for the better. Evening was falling over the dam. Dean frowned tensely and wondered what the boy was doing there. The barmaid replied that it reminded her of the time when the world first changed. A bright beam of energy hit the sky. Sunmi leaned slightly and thought that there were dozens of level 6 monsters, or even stronger, thousands of kilometers away. The hunting party looked ahead confidently. Ti-Hoon frowned and addressed them. Looking ahead, the boy ordered them not to worry and concentrate. The dragons flew towards the pillar of energy. Fragments were gathering inside the beam. Suddenly, the pieces formed a new monster. A blue symbol appeared on the monster's chest. The dragon spread its wings. It landed on the ground. Many dragons surrounded him. Ti-Hoon stepped onto the ground. He stood in front of the newborn dragon. The guy threw off his cloak. The monster looked at him confidently. The guy frowned slightly. The dragon looked angrily into his eyes. Bright flashes occurred in the sky above the city. The men fought each other. Time after time they collided while in the air. Another attack created a bright flash. The hero folded his hands and put them in front of him. The dragon put his palm forward and activated his ability. A powerful explosion occurred in the air above the building. Fireballs fell to the ground and the dragons. The opponents sank to the ruins. They closed the distance and swung again before hitting. The opponents attacked each other in the face. Ti-Hoon dodged his opponent's attack and hit him on the head. The dragon turned around and attacked the guy with his elbow in the face. They flew across the sky at incredible speed, colliding with each other. They aimed another attack at each other's heads. A powerful explosion scattered them in different directions. The young man quickly closed the distance between them. He dodged the enemy's leg and hit the dragon in the face. An explosion of incredible power thundered in the sky. The dragon landed on the ground. A deep crater formed between the opponents. The guy grabbed the hilt of the sword. He exposed the blade and frowned sternly. There was also a blade behind the dragon's back. He took it. The blade of the sword grew larger. Ti-Hoon approached him. The opponents directed attacks at each other. Blows of incredible power created an explosion and a shockwave. The opponents crossed their swords. Their weapons flew in different directions. The dragon attacked the guy. The boy deflected his blow. Ti-Hoon delivered a sweeping attack. The dragon blocked it. The opponents crossed swords again. They attacked each other, creating a bright flash. Continuing to strike, they created small explosions over and over again. Ti-Hoon gritted his teeth and pointed his blade at his opponent. The monster spun around and did the same. The men shattered the rock at high speed as they continued to fight. They dodged and attacked each other at incredible speed. Suddenly, a lightning strike erupted between them. The hero stepped forward through the electric discharge. The dragon did the same. Ti-Hoon opened his mouth and screamed loudly. The dragon frowned and gave a battle cry. The men rushed past each other, delivering powerful blows. A powerful explosion thundered in the air behind them. A bright beam of energy struck the sky. The clouds and dust began to disperse. Thunderclaps struck the ground. The hunting party watched the events unfold. The dragons surrounding them raged in rage. The men lowered their blades to the ground. The youth looked ahead confidently. The dragon frowned. The monster straightened his back. Ti-Hoon was injured and knelt down. He took the form of a man and closed his eyes. The boy fell to the ground behind the monster. A wound appeared on the dragon's body and blood gushed out. A huge amount of energy was released from its body. A dark aura rushed through the air above the boy's body. The dragons watched what was happening. They raised their heads and gave a loud roar. The dragons rose into the sky and flew away. They flew over Ti-Hoon's head. The boy lay unconscious on the ground. A giant crater formed in the middle of the settlement. A squad of hunters quickly headed towards the master. They landed at the crater. The hunters approached the edge of the slope. They looked down in surprise. Sunmi grabbed her face. The hunters found the master's blade stuck in the ground. Night fell over the ruined city. Sung-Hoon sat at the table, writing in a letter that 3 years had passed since the last battle, and the world without people became very empty, but he sometimes caught himself thinking that it should be so. The boy frowned and thought that no one knew the whereabouts of the master. He remembered how the rescue team went down to the crater and thought that all the guild members felt in their souls that he died, but no one wanted to talk about it. The young man remembered the image of the master and added that people who had never met him denied his very existence and even considered the master a fictional character who was invented for consolation because of the unreal reality. But the hunters who fought with him side by side for food when they thought about his death. Sung-hoon introduced the monsters roaming the streets and added that fortunately, after the master disappeared, high-level monsters no longer appeared on the earth, but more than 70% of the planet was still inhabited by monsters, and in addition, they began to form separate groups, settling in a certain area and guarding it. He remembered how the hunter squad fought monsters, and wrote that's why people started fighting monsters for the possession of this or that territory. Sung-hoon imagined the men standing in front of the guild flags, and thought that the guild was becoming more and more powerful thanks to the new awakened artifacts and weapons. Then he remembered how the squad captain left, and wrote that she suddenly decided to leave her place as commander and began to disappear often. And if he had known about this earlier, he would have tried to stop her, because the eldest remained an ordinary hunter, continued to hunt monsters and was rarely seen. Then he imagined the entire squad and began to describe their progress. He said that many of them improved their skills, and other team members still played an important role for the guild, and that Sunmi left the medic team, becoming a full-fledged hunter, and began to work together with Kate. Men in suits and soldiers stood on the roof. Sun Jiang looked at the city. The guy wrote that this land has become more solid and has begun a stable, measured life under the leadership of the Prime Minister. The sun began to emerge from behind the clouds. The soldiers in a commotion gathered, saying that there was an emergency. The hunters gathered at the table. Sung-hoon said that a strong monster had awakened in Afghanistan. He imagined the image of a multi-headed dragon. The man said that a 6th level monster had awakened there, and that it was the most powerful monster after the fallen dragon, and then asked where the hunter team was. The guy imagined how the hunter group dealt with the monsters and said that they went to Mongolia to clean up the monster colony, and according to reports, they were almost done. The Prime Minister frowned and asked if they had managed to contact Suji. The guy tensely raised his eyebrows and said that I informed her, but he was still unable to get an answer, but he thought that the women would definitely go there. The man waved his hand, announced an emergency and ordered to strengthen the defense, prepare relics and pills for the hunting team, because they are the only ones who can resist the 6th level monster. Dark clouds floated across the sky above Syria. The bodies of monsters were piled up. The girl in the cloak walked away from the corpses. A giant monster approached her from the side. He bared his teeth and growled. The girl quickly raised her hand. The monster opened his mouth and headed down. Suji destroyed it with a few swings of her sword. The girl walked on. Pieces of the monster fell to the ground. She took off her hood and looked into the distance. Looking back, she thought that the 6th level monster was somewhere in the Afghanistan region. The hunting team was flying at high speed to their destination. Youngwon frowned and thought that the monster's energy was decreasing, but it was not moving anywhere. They approached the city. The man announced that they were almost there, so everyone should be ready and get ready for battle because they needed to get as close to the monster as possible. The squad landed on the ground. They saw the dead monster. The man with the scar on his head frowned in surprise and said that the monster was already dead. Suji was standing near the corpse. The soldiers of the squad noticed her. Sunmi looked at Xuan and asked what was going on. The guy replied that their ally was there. The woman turned to them, hearing her name. The squad went down to the monster's body. The guys approached her. Sunmi asked where she had been all this time, because they could not contact her. The guy added that they had not seen each other for a long time. The woman replied that this was how the circumstances turned out. A magical bird flew to them from headquarters. Sung-hoon took the transmitter and said that the monster had disappeared, then asked if they had killed it, then asked to report the situation. The girl put the hawk on her hand and said that they had just arrived, but Suji was already there. The brunette looked at the falcon. The guy turned to her and said that he knew that she would go there too. Then asked if it meant that she had dealt with the monster. The woman replied that this was not so, because when she arrived, the monster was already dead. The men in the headquarters in the apartment fell into a stupor. The guy asked how this was possible and who could have done it. Whether there was a huge hole on the right monsters. The woman said that she was still not strong enough to withstand a level 6 monster, and apparently the monster was killed with one blow to the heart, and that it was not possible for her to defeat a level 6 monster so easily. She looked at the body and added that such skills cannot be imitated by anyone. There was silence in the squad. She closed her eyes and said with a smile that there was only one person in the world capable of this. Sung-hoon threw his head back with relief. The lieutenant colonel and the prime minister smiled contentedly. The woman added that this was the one who fought side by side with them. The squad fired behind her. She said that she was talking about the man who had repeatedly demonstrated incredible victories where they seemed impossible. A little earlier, Taehoon came to this place. He was walking through the desert on foot. Suddenly, the guy stopped. A three-headed dragon was raging in this area. The hero approached the settlement. The monster opened its jaws and headed towards the guy. The young man took out his sword. The hero held the blade in front of himself and lunged. Taehoon lowered the blade down. The monster fell dead to the ground. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.